I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know? You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the slide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth, the verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rising, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Gotta buy hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys. And both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime. Thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline. And I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime. But I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
It's the second day of the group stages, and we've seen the teams, the first set of teams play yesterday. It definitely set the tone for what we have in store for the rest of the week of the group stages. But day 2 of the group stages, we're seeing knockouts caliber teams fighting it out to make their way into the winners bracket or chances of being in the eliminations as the day progresses. Without further ado, I welcome you all, the Challengers APAC Day 2 group stages.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring allowed, but then Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the group stages here at the Asia Pacific Challengers. My name is Nomad. Alongside of me is Black and Blue and Raph. How are you guys doing today?
Super good, man. As we ended the panel yesterday, I told you one thing. I'm so excited for today because of the amount of high quality teams, high caliber teams we're going to be seeing on these matchups.
This is going to be a bit of a preview of what we expect at the zenith, at the peak, and especially it being on our first match. Oh boy, guys. Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. But before we go into the matches that we have for today, let's have a look at the matches that we had yesterday, where it was really, it went to the 3-game series. We started off the series with the Made in Thailand versus Cerberus, which ended in a 2-1 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's about darn time we finally got, best of 3, considering how during the play-ins we were pretty much 2-0 all the way, not a single 3-map series, but you were getting a lot of that yesterday, aside from the final one. And Made in Thailand versus Cerberus, that was a matchup that we kind of expected to be very 50-50. We saw them start off Made in Thailand, on Bind very well, very dominating map, and then Cerberus turned it around for Haven. Close map by Made in Thailand, all things considered, but we get this split, and then kind of was thrown the other way. Definitely could have been going Cerberus's way if maybe some waters kind of flowed in their direction, but it just never panned out that way.
I'm glad that we had Myth versus Cerberus as our first match because it really set the tone. As you mentioned, it's been an incredibly competitive day all throughout. Barring our last match, this was super close. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Again, we talked about Myth trying to really sustain the fact that they are the old guard. They're one of the oldest like organizations here, and they want to keep that golden shine on them despite the years upon years of piling through, and as well as the experience that comes with it.
And we are seeing right now on your screen is now Esports and Bleed Esports, the debut of the Swedes going into the Southeast Asian scene, and it honestly it gave them that significant boost against now Esports.
Yeah, that first game too as well was looking so convincing for the side of Naus Esports on Haven. It is the best map of Naus in my opinion, and they're really good at defending that B site, and we saw the full effect of that, but it came onto, you know, map number 2, map number 3, and that adjustment period really came on true for the side of Bleed Esports. And actually the series right before that, Bonkers versus Persija, was kind of the same, where Bonkers, you know, they come out map number 1 and Persija make the adjustments for 2 and 3. Same thing happened, as I said, for that Bleed versus Naus matchup.
It was as close as we thought it would be. We talked about how the first map was going to be a bit of a litmus test for Bleed, but yeah, now we move forward between Velocity and Oblivion Force, which was an absolute brawl, to say the least. Again, there was a lot of things we had to consider. It was getting super late in the day, but that competitive fire, that vigor to keep them going was still very much present.
Yeah, and it ended in a 2-0 fashion for Velocity Gaming, but it was as close as it can get. Now, for today's matches, it's going to be as hard as as hard hitting as the matches we've had yesterday, albeit be, you know, times 10 on the pucker factor there. But for those of you guys that are tuning in right now and you have no idea how the format is going for the Asia Pacific Challengers, let's go ahead and watch this video to give you guys a refresher.
Something like this though, it's all about that dual play. I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
And there you go, double elimination all the way, and already we're seeing teams at the cusp of elimination in the lower bracket, namely Cerberus Esports, Bonkers, Naus Esports, and Oblivion Force. We'll find out who their opponent is going to be in the eliminations as we have a look at the group standings in case you missed everything. First off, we got Group A. We saw Made in Thailand Cerberus Esports about go at it, and Made in Thailand is going to be moving forward into the winners bracket, waiting for their opponents if it's either going to be Boom Esports and or No Namers. Now moving on over towards the next group of the day, we got Group B. We saw Bonkers and Persija. And Persija is going to be waiting for Paper Rex and or Fancy United Esports in the upper bracket, and Bonkers is on the lower bracket. Over at Group C, that is where we can see Naus Esports and Bleed Esports. If we can have a look at the next group of the day. Xerxia and the ONIG, they're wanting to go up against Bleed Esports here. Now, so Esports hoping that they can finally warm up into this competition and move further in our brackets. And our last group of the day, as we move on to the next group, is Group D, Velocity Game and Oblivion Force. A 2-0 fashion, but the closest he can get. But their opponents, South-Built Esports or Full Sense, might just be a factor, a big factor going into this. And Oblivion Force, I might say the same, whoever their opponent is going to be. And with all that being said, the matches that we have for the day, just like what we mentioned yesterday, is going to be a banger. Boom Esports and No Namers is going to be coming up first, followed by Paper Rex and Fancy United, followed by Xerxia and ONIG. Last series of the day is South-Built Esports and Full Sense.
Man, this is we were looking at the schedule last night right before breaking, or rather ending the whole stream, and we immediately just pointed out how many top caliber teams there are going to be playing today. Like, you have like probably the top 5 teams in this tournament playing all their series today here, and you're pretty much going to see potentially a preview of what the knockouts, the playoffs might bring.
It's crazy because you close your eyes, you pick any of these, and they have grand finals potential. Again, I expect most of today to be incredibly neck and neck. Yesterday has already been fairly competitive. This time around, we're going to turn it up to 11, and we start off with Boom Esports. Again, we cannot champion this team enough, and with that being said, I'd love to hear the rest of your thoughts, boys.
I mean, I don't even know where we begin. We're going to go through this one by one, right, as the day progresses. You already see, as I said, some of the best teams that we got here in APAC as a whole playing today. We had some great teams play yesterday. Mind you, Persija, Bleed, all that, but let's be frank here. There are some favorites in this tournament, and we're going to see them finally today in the group stages.
Yeah, one of the favorites of the tournament definitely is going to be in the first series, Boom Esports and No Namers. And we've been touting Boom Esports as, well, you guys specifically have been touting Boom Esports as one of the best teams that we have in the entirety of the Asia Pacific region, the best team that Indonesia has to offer. And let's go ahead and introduce the players from Indonesia. We got Boom Esports. This is Indonesia's finest, Boom Esports, not a stranger in international competition, wanting to get into Masters once and for all. We got Flips, Jitter, Frostmind, Berserks, Blaze King, and Tebatol.
Let me correct you there, Nomad. From a while ago, you said they are maybe one of the best teams in APAC.
I knew it.
I'm going to go the other way. These guys are the best team in APAC, bar none, period. Yes, we got many great teams here. We got like Team Secret, we got Xerxia, teams that made it to, the champions last year. But I think this is their year. I think these guys are number one, and they're going to prove it in this stage. They're going to prove it in this year. You have amazing talent, an all-star studded lineup that we got for this Boom Esports. Players coming in from the old Alter Ego roster, players coming in from other teams from the old Boom roster as well. All kind of in the mix and match. You got Flipjet or Frostmind, Berserks, Blaze King, Tebatol. If you've been watching APAC in the past year at all, or Southeast Asia for that matter, in the past maybe half a decade for FPS, you will know some of these names, and you know these guys mean business. I'm telling you, day 2 ONIG, they pretty much swept every single opponent in potentially the most difficult top-end heavy region that we got here in APAC as a whole, and they are just looking like a complete monster. I cannot understate how amazing these guys are, and I think they really have the best chance out of any team to win this entire tournament and be the champions.
I knew it. The moment you said Asia Pacific, I was like, oh, yep, he's going to go for it. He's gunning for it. He is not going to let this slide. But again, everything has been said. What is to say about Boom Esports strategically, mechanically? If we had to put it in numbers, again, I can't describe it in words, but to put it in numbers, 10 over 10, very, very heavy favorites in the entire region. And we're still looking for that team to truly stack up to them.
Well, it may just be the next scene that we have. They took Malaysia and Singapore VCT by storm. They're here to make a name for themselves. Up next is No Namers. They blaze through the play-ins in the upper bracket, and they want, again, to make a name for themselves. Fresh from Singapore, we got No Namers, we got DXN, Sean the Sky, SG, Temps, and Vera on the field.
So many great things I can talk about. Such a wonderful and flourishing team. We see their innate talent and their ability to create so many plays on the fly. But man, oh my goodness, they might be poking at the bear here. I am honestly so excited to see what they bring to the table now, because clearly they are the heavy underdogs. When you're playing against Boom, you are always going to be the underdog. I'm just going to make that clear just to address the elephant in the room. But talking about this team, they've had so many upsets after upset. At the very beginning of their journey, we thought that Fancy was going to convincingly take the series, but no Namers. They showed that they have what it takes to be here. But right now, they're kind of knocking at heaven's door.
Yeah, I mean, they did show to be the team to kind of make it out of that Group B when you came to the play-ins. They looked like the best team from that Group B. And, you know, there might be no namers. They might not have jerseys. Well, actually, do they? They're all in black shirts now. Who knows? Maybe they color
I think they do,
that, but,
yeah.
like, they definitely have game, is what I'm trying to say. And they proved that in their in their play-in stages. And the matches that they did play looked very convincing that they are by far the best product out of that. And so I'm looking to see if they can at least, you know, get a map, weather the storm here to stay.
Well, we've got some of the best products of Indonesia. Well, the best product that Indonesia has. And we got some of the best products here that Singapore has to offer. But we have to have a look at the head-to-head to find the best of the teams themselves. We're going to have a look at the two duelists of the teams as we go into the head-to-head. It's Berserks and Vera, the two Jets. Vera, he's already made his mark in the play-ins. And Berserks, you already know who this guy is.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about these two players who have done so much in the time that they're given. Obviously, you know, with No Namers and Vera, that small amount of time that they've been playing this stage one, he has proven so much that he is such a valuable asset to this team. But when we go on the other side of things, Berserks, he's been longer, and he's also, in that long time, proved why he deserves to be in this roster. Formerly coming from Alter Ego, the team that made it very deep in the LCQ last year for APAC against teams from Japan, from Korea, and the rest of Southeast Asia. And they proved it that they are really one of those teams to look out for, always making it to the C Challengers. And now in APAC, they've kind of grouped up together, made a super team, and I think they are really a super, I guess, performing team as well in terms of what they can accomplish and what their potential is.
One thing that we have to take note about Boom, despite, you know, having so many star-studded members on their roster, they still play like a team. And for No Namers, I feel like that could be one of their greatest takeaways. This could be one of their more inspired performances, because once again, they are punching hella up. This is gonna be the greatest, how would I say, benchmark for them. Again, we expect everybody to perform. This is still the very, very top level, but we cannot emphasize enough how crazy this matchup is gonna be.
Yeah, and this actually begs to ask the question. We've seen how No Namers performed in the play-ins, going up against some of the teams we have in group stages. No Namers lost to Bleed Esports and Paper Rex in a 2-0 fashion. Do you guys think that they can put up a fight against Boom Esports, at least take a map away from this Indonesian powerhouse?
Is it possible? Yes. Is
Yeah.
it probable? Highly unlikely. I really do think that. I mean, you're not even asking my predictions, but I don't think they're going to take a single map against this Boom Esports roster. I know they play really well, but I mean, they can't even take a map off of Paper Rex and Bleed in their own local qualifiers. That's not a knock on them, but that's just many props to how Boom are. They can sweep even the top level guys in the entirety of Asia.
Again, there's just so many points that I want to disagree on with Black and Blue just to spice up the panel, but I just really can't. I would love to see No Namers. I think everybody would love to see No Namers take a map, you know, prove that gods can bleed, and I think it's still very much a possibility. But that's kind of relying on the fact on Boom maybe playing on hubris, like, oh, you know, we're Boom, we're top level guys. They know that. They're very aware of that. We saw the player interviews. They were asked if you were gonna make a super team, who would be your handpicked players? Like, oh, easy, Boom Esports, right? But yeah, No Namers, this is where they really have to turn it up to 15 to make a dent in Boom Esports.
And if you are the guys from No Namers, what map specifically do you want to go up against Boom Esports to get that chance to get that one map away from them?
I mean, the only map that has been looking a bit wayward from Boom lately has been on Bind. They played it versus ONIG, Kingsman, and Bigatron recently, you know, in the past, I don't know, quarter of the year, and that's the only map where they've kind of looked mortal in. So if there was anything for me, I think the pick here should be for Bind, but knowing that, you know, Boom, okay, they don't ban Bind, so they leave it on the table, so there is that small chance for No Namers to try and take that map, because it's the only map that they don't have a necessarily positive plus minus on in terms of, you know, their statistics and their win rate as well.
I feel like this could go two ways. If No Namers play this by the stats, they can honestly take the best maps away from Boom. But on the other hand, they should focus on getting the maps they are comfy to play it, despite the numbers. Because sometimes there are teams like that. Yes, their win rate might not be the best, but the comfort and the adjustability is just so present when we look at it with the eye test. But Boom, they do have the first pick. Honestly, I have no idea how this first one is going to go, but ideally, they might want to get that Ascent going.
I mean, if it isn't Ascent, probably Split, but the Split was already banned. So they actually go with Haven, which is quite curious. We did see them play that against ONIG and Persija and even Bigatron. So lots of, you know, big name teams that they did play this map on, and they were able to beat Persija on this map, albeit it was pretty close, 13-10 the last time we did see them play it on. But they're a pretty good Haven team in general, and that is even maybe some of the DNA from the old Alter Ego squad, which is also pretty good on Haven. So now that we have Bind left on the table, I'm going to expect your No Namers. The automatic pick should be Bind, although it's not a great map for No Namers. It is a good map for Boom, though, and they're going to go Ascent. So I think, Raph, they're kind of harping to what you said, where they should focus on their strengths more than the opponent's weakness.
Absolutely. Sometimes that's how it is, especially if you're a competitor. You think about how am I supposed to play against these guys? What's the mechanics of the matchup? And then you kind of forget to highlight your own strength. Again, these are all veteran teams. Boom more so than No Namers, but this isn't a stepping stone for No Namers, no matter how this outcome goes, because once again, it's pretty much a challenge against the gods. Now we are gonna see our third veto here. Boom, they have quite a bit of a selection left on the table. I would expect it to be Breeze or okay, they actually get rid of Bind. Well, bit of a target ban if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, it is a decent map for the side here of No Namers. Not a great map, honestly. They're 50-50 on it. And it is a bad map, more importantly, for Boom. So, like, and that's saying something, because that's the only map that they're kind of wayward on. They take Icebox out. I'm curious that they go for Fracture, because Fracture right now is a hard 50-50 for some of the teams. It's a big risk. And I would have thought that No Namers would want to take that risk when there's in such a underdog situation as Boom, rather compared to Boom. I'm not sure if they see themselves that way, though, considering how we're going to Breeze, which has also proven to be a very, very reliable map for the Boom Esports squad.
It is, and look, they pick the weak side first, so maybe this is one of those maps where they still pick and prod and somewhat, investigate the approach by No Namers. But this could honestly devolve into a brawl. No matter which team is playing Breeze, that's just the nature of the beast when it comes to that map.
That's going to be a struggle. I don't think that this should devolve into a brawl. I know it is Breeze, but to be frank, no-namers, they are pretty good. Mechanically and all, they've got what it takes. I just don't think they're going to be able to do that style against Boom and succeed. So if they're going to be playing against Boom, they have to take a more cerebral approach. They have to use their strengths and really capitalize on whatever small weaknesses they might find in Boom's game. They're not going to out-aim them, but they got to out-brain them.
We've talked about how creative they can be on the fly, and maybe we could see, sparks of that, maybe even full swing of that as the day progresses, or at least in this series. But again, all of us, every No-Namers fan, every No-Namers player, every supporter that they have, they're all hopeful. Everybody needs that hope.
Yeah, I mean, you got truth, justice, and a tiny bit of hope there in the end. You're going to have to, I guess, pull out all the superpowers against such a big super team, and I'm pretty sure that No-Namers, they're geared up for this game. They're ready for this, albeit we did only have like 2-3 days of a break between their last match until we see them now, so it wasn't much preparation time, but I'm sure that they came in prepared at least in terms of themselves as compared to this specific matchup. So these guys, they know what to bring, and I'm sure they're gonna at least deliver today the best they can.
Fix your hair, King.
Go for it, King. Go ahead and repair those locks. But for No-Namers, this is Olympus for them to climb, and it's not an easy climb up there up against Boom Esports. But we have to ask a difficult question, or if it is a difficult question to begin with, who do you guys think is going to come out on top of this best of 3 series? I'll start with you, Raph.
Have you guys been paying attention to the panel chat? I'm kidding. Again, we talked about how strong Boom is. We are really, really hoping for No-Namers to take at least one map. That is honestly one of the best outcomes, because if they upset this, that's going to be insane. That's going to be a very, very heavy blow into the morale of quite a lot of people, actually. But yeah, I'm going to say Boom 2-0.
I do think it's very important for them to take a map, although we're not in like a point system format, so it won't ultimately matter. You have to win the series bar none. There's no other result that will really help you. But with that, I do think even if they take a map here, at least in the lower bracket, they're going to have some momentum moving forward. And all that said, I'm really just trying to, I guess, fluff this up, but really what I'm getting towards is Boom 2-0.
Well, I will agree with you guys there. It's a tough task for No-Namers. It's a hard mountain to climb, but ultimately, Boom Esports will come out on top of this series. But without further ado, hopefully, No-Namers will find their haven in this best of 3 series, because we're hopping into Haven. May the odds be forever on the side of No-Namers as they go up against Boom Esports in the group stages, day 2, first game of the series.
Good morning sa inyong lahat. Nandito ulit tayo sa second day already ng group stage here in APAC Challengers. Kami yung shoutcasters. Ako si Rayrit, syempre kasama ko si Ter, at kami yung maghahatid for the first 2 series. Pero let's start nga dito sa laban ng Boom Esports versus No-Namers.
Ito na nga yung ating first match para sa ating series na to and para sa araw na ito, mga kaibigan. Pero syempre, to stay connected, we have our following sponsor to thank for. Fiber Strong, family strong para sa ating lahat with the new Go or G Fiber, only $2,099 ng Globe at Home, guys. Kaya naman, game with speeds up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. Silipin nyo yan, guys, para naman sa ating lahat. And aside from that, balik tayo sa ating match na araw na ito, no? We have Boom and No-Namers. Itong No-Namers, alam natin na parang it's just a group of players who's really, really strong, who are really, really strong when it comes to Valorant. And then nag-decide sila na parang, uy, sama-sama tayo para tong LFO ng kanilang sariling region versus the veterans, Ray.
nagulat nga tayo pagdating sa mga lineups ng no-namers ng kanilang agent selection. Minsan, sobrang unorthodox nga as what we've said based sa mga matches nila. Pero still, one of the MYSG na nakapagpasok nga sa top 3. So we all know yung potential ng mga to. And looking at them, sobrang young na mga members ng no-namers. And super nakakatuwa na nakakasabay sila for a start here sa APAC Challengers. But on the other side, Boom Esports, alam naman natin, ito talagang isa sa mga outstanding teams. Every time na nakita natin, unang Masters pa lang, Taylor, alam mo yan, na tayong tatlo bilang nag-cast.
Hanggang ngayon, tayo pa din.
Tayo pa rin. Palong-palo pa rin ang Boom Esports. And may mga times nga, especially nung Stage 3, hindi sila naging consistent. Yung Bren, now Team Secret, they already got ang Boom Esports on that match itself, mismong Challengers din. So, ngayon, after those months of rostering, of practicing, they're now back on track. And all I can say, this is, of course, the better version na ng Boom Esports as compared before.
Ang dami rin nilang naging roster changes, no? And the other members of Boom actually is on other team members. Napasok din dito sa Asia Pacific. Nakita rin natin sila during the time that we are having the play-ins as well. So, etong bagong team roster, kumbaga, sasabihin natin with regards to Boom Esports, still, some of the players are the veterans, some of the players are new players. But, ang pinaka-factor talaga dito, Rere, when you think about it, is, syempre, for no-namers, sila yung underdogs dito. Once na underdog ka, may pros and cons kasi yan eh. Yung pros mo is basically, wala kang target sa likod. Wala kang target sa likuran mo, wala masyadong pumapansin sa inyo, or wala masyadong nagbabasa ng mga VODs. And the thing is, kapag hindi kayo naral ng mga ibang teams, syempre, you can overwhelm them with something that you have created as a team or something that you have prepared as a team. Kasi nga, hindi nila ina-expect na parang no-namers biglang magsa-stand up for themselves.
Kaya ngayon, pwedeng maka-question din ng Boom Esports. Makakapag-apply kaya kayo ng something to use it against no-namers. Kasi yun talaga yung something interesting as we can take a look later on. Or may mga times kasi na parang itong no-namers medyo may pagka-fancy United talaga sila in such a way with how their lineups are so kind of weird. Pero kasi yung weird okay siya. And it's actually really effective. But as for Haven, favorite na favorite, parang walang nagmintis na hindi nag-Haven ang mga teams. Looking at it, no-namers, ganun pa rin. Brimstone is gonna be their controller, but on the other side of Boom, they're gonna be sticking with the Tebotol as their controller, as that Astra, and almost the same roster na meron kahapon ang mga taga-Naos.
Tebotol, Flips, Jider, at si Berserks. Ito yung mga old members dito ng team. At nakita natin performance-wise when it comes to the other rounds or other games that they've played mula last year na kinakast natin. This team can definitely make something out of nothing. So, kailangan mag-ingat dito ng no-namers. Nakikita na nga natin ang agent select natin. Moving forward though, ang mga nakatalo lang dito sa mga teams ito, for no-namers, ito yung mga nakatalo sa kanila. Bleed Esports na nakatalo din kagabi para sa ating Filipino team na Naos Esports. And then also Paper Rex. Yun ang mga nakatalo for no-namers. On the side of Boom Esports, they only lost the match here. Their past matches, the recent 5 past matches they lost, is just ONIG G. Yun lang. Aside from that, yung ibang mga teams dito, tuloy-tuloy yung yung pagkakapanalo. Even with Boy With Love na iba na ang pangalan ngayon at nandito pa rin sa Asia Pacific stage natin. So, Boom and no-namers, magandang laban to. Kumbaga, veterans versus, of course, the young guns that we have right here. Newly team that is still looking for org or something like that. But no-namers ang pangalan nila dito. Haven yung magiging mapa natin. Yesterday, we've seen a lot of Haven map picks as well for the rest of the teams here in Asia Pacific. At kahapon, matindi ang map pickers, Ray.
Kinakabahan talaga ako pagdating sa map pickers dito.
Sino bang pumili nito? Ang pumili nito is Boom.
So, we can definitely say last year kasi they're paiba-iba ng mga favorites sa mga teams, di ba? Pero itong Haven, parang lahat praktisado itong mapang to. Siguro aside from it, one of being the oldest maps here in Valorant, sobrang ganda kasi ng Haven in such a way na pwede mong ma-outsmart yung mga kalaban mo. And that's already a good sign, di ba? Na to mga teams, yung mga common maps na magaling sila. So maybe sooner or later, we're gonna be seeing Haven being banned tapos sa ibang maps na sila mag-i-improve. But as we're gonna be starting, here it is. Ang mga veterano nga, gaya na sinabi mo, Tier, versus ang mga baguhan din, almost, sa scene. And tatandaan natin, alam mo yung last year, para silang yung anong tawag sa org na to? Dati sila Trix nandito eh. May FAR din yung pangalan eh. Medyo nakakalimot na ako sa mga pangalan. Far's Hygiene. Basta yun, may isang pangalan yung mga teams natin ngayon na sobrang gatong-gato yung no-namers. But here it is, as Boom Esports gonna be starting sa kanilang pistol. So, tumiming, magtatapon lang naman ng flash dito si Teps. Pero si Berserk medyo inasig na nga nila kagad. And right now, Berserk is gonna be dashing through the side as Tebotol tries to get through. And meron pa kagad si Shun. Huwag mong lolokohin si Shun dahil kita mo kagad tinap-tap lang ang mga pagbumuka ng Boom Esports, and suddenly no namers will be able to get it.
Nakapag-entry si Berserks actually on that round. The only problem is once he was updrafting towards doon sa boxes nung A-site, wala na siyang nagawa. Umikot-ikot na lang siya. Oh, look, ito na yung time na nakapasok siya. Yung ibang mga members ng team niya, hindi niya na natulungan. Wala siyang mismong napatay dito. On the other hand, pati si Sean, hindi rin niya napatay. Nahayaan niya lang na makakuha ng triple kill. We were watching the Jet on the side of Boom Esports, and that is not much to do para sa kanya. He didn't help at all pagdating doon sa mga kills, but of course, when it comes to the entry, he was there to annoy the hell out of no-namers. Pero hindi sila magpapalin lang, kumbaga, para sa Boom sa mga veterans natin. They're now buying, of course, on their Spectres, pati na rin sa kanilang mga Ghosts. Kaya naman may lamang sila dito when it comes to the guns. But will Boom Esports be able to stop them with the classics? Classic lang ang puhunan, hindi kailangan bumili. This is Temps now finding 3, and Vera is also helping out and trying to pinpoint the last enemy, which is Tebotol. Si Sky na nga ang bahala. 3 ang buhay dito na natira. 2 ang naging casualty nila. Masakit pa rin kahit pa paano sa economy, but not much.
Ganda ba talaga pag mas bata yung mga kalaban mo? Ang ligalig.
Parang bulating nilagyan ng asin.
B. One enemy player stand.
Ayun, natandaan ko rin. Dream Fire, di ba?
Dream
Parang
Fire.
ganito halo. Yung mga no-namers nung nag-start sila. Kasi siya young roster. Tapos, sobrang ganda din ng performance nila when they went up at such teams such as Archangel nga, di ba? But right now, Boom, full buy sila. Ito na dapat yung kailangan nilang protection once again, because maybe natalo lang sila ng pistol, but when they have those comfort guns like the Vandals, baka maging pag-asa pa rin ito na pwede nilang gamitin. Pero recently na ito, ang tinig sa tenga, pero binili ko yan.
Mayaman! Laba tayo dyan, Ray.
Nabigyan na kita eh.
Nabigyan
Balita ko si Derek nagbibigay yan.
Nagbibigay rin to si Derek eh. Pangalanan natin siyang Red Xerxia. Mga kaibigan, para hanapin nyo tapos humingi na rin kayo. Pero huwag kayo mag-PM, baka mamaya kung sino-sino Red Xerxia i-PM nyo. Okay, this is now the entry coming yet again. Another try para kay Berserks. At walang tao completely on C. This is the players of no-namers. 4-man push. 4-man na pumupunta dito sa garage. They're gonna retake this all together para lang ma-overwhelm dito ang Boom Esports. Setting up the smokes right now already for the team. At para naman itong Molly, hindi umabot kay Flips. Alam mo, ang ganda na sana nung Molly. But it's actually for the players that wanna entry on C as well. Pero ito na nga, yung mga players dito ng no-namers, Marshall lang ang kapit at mga Ghost lang ang kapit nila dito. But they're trying to pinpoint the defuse already. They are already halfway there. Isa pa ang kailangan nilang patayin dito, which is Tebotol. Kailangan nilang sumilip na sumilip. There is that certain moment, there's a certain aspect, a little pixel angle na hinahawakan ni Shun, and gaining on that, baka ma-defuse niya, but it won't happen. Boom Esports, masyadong delikado yung round na yun.
Ay, good. Sa side pa rin to ng no-namers pagdating sa economy. At feel ko, yun lang yung mahirap na bagay when you just stretch out too much for that post plant. At buta na lang si Tebatol, palong-palo dito sa Haven. And we're seeing, even if na-nerve ang mga katulad ng Astra, I think we've seen so far, pangalawa pa lang to nakita tayo ng Astra once again. At they've been doing so well. 8-2 for the side of Tebatol. And we don't usually see Tebatol so much, although we've seen him clutch last year. Pero ngayon talaga, he's starting really good. And that's already a sign na tong Esports, they're actually ready. Pero pagdating sa tutok, pagdating sa walang katakot-takot, not overthinking about those strats, no namers. They're doing it at kanina, diba, on the retake itself, even if Secret Side hindi nakaabutan ng Molly na yon, they're just able to clear out all those angles. Tapos kamuntikat pa nga matalo si Tebatol doon. Buti na lang yung time pressure din. Tapos nag-push na nga din siya kagad as to where Shun is. So it really favored them. But as we're gonna be starting ngayon sa round 4, full buy na din ang no-namers on the other side. And boom, Esports, medyo masakit nga yung nangyari sa kanila dahil isa na lang natira with that economy of them. Pero mukhang they're gonna be starting great na naman dito sa A side. And speaking of, ang ganda kagad ng pag-entry ni Berserks dito, and he was able to clear out those two. Nagkitay sa kanila sa may backside mismo, at sa isang iglap, nabawasan na nga kagad ang mga miyembro ng no-namers at si Vera na lang kagad ang matitira.
Ito naman yung kinagandahan pagdating sa veterans natin. Makikita mo talaga, they check every angle, they check every corner that they can check. At mas malinis na compared to that round a while ago where they did the pulse plant on C, which is a bit messy, kumbaga, no? And they were still, for no-namers, able to retake it. On the other hand, nag-aabang lang din dito si Vera. He wants to save this operator, but there is that Astra already just annoying him habang papaikot na rin siguro yung ibang mga players dito. The rotations coming in, they wanna shut down this operator right now. Lumabas dito yung Sova. He's gonna die off. Blaze King, he's not gonna survive this, pero meron pang ibang kalaban dito. And another one bites the dust para kay Frostmind naman. Nakatakas talaga dito si Vera. Magaling. Ano to? Nasampulan to ng ano? Nakapag-training sa Quiapo.
Sabi na yun
ang
yung
bilis tumalon eh. Yung tawid-tawid ng gano'n, nakikita ko lang yun sa Commonwealth, Ray. Okay, yung bibilis ng mga sasakyan, tapos may tumatakbo na tao dun sa 6 na lane. Oo, sa Commonwealth ko lang nakikita yun.
Men, balita ko sa Espanya din, may mga mabibilis din.
Mabilis din doon.
Yung alam mo, ako nakuhanan ako ng cellphone sa Espanya. Speed lang eh. Ginulat lang ako, tapos nakuha yung cellphone ko. Iyak ako nun eh.
Navera ka, men.
Oo, navera ako. Ganun talaga. At ngayon, no-namers. Kapag ano lang si Vera dito, at least may pera siya for the next round sa kasakali. Nakompleto naman ng kanyang utilities. But then, boom, Esports, mukhang nalalamangan sila ng aim pagdating sa no-namers. But all I can see, the counter stats, Boom Esports is actually doing it. And Berserks has been successful pagdating sa mga entries.
Shock Dart? Rico, ano bang gagawin dito? Anong plano ng Boom Esports? There goes the guiding light. Frostmind to secure the kill. The smokes come in and set up na sila dito para sa kanilang entry. And there is that Berserks up and above. Hindi pa nila na-figure out na merong nag-aantay dito sa loob ng smoke. That is Sky going down, but Berserks was already punished already. Kaya naman mapupulot pa rin naman nila yung operator later on. Ang problema nga lang, Vera, with the same gun, the operator again, left alone. Kung saan siya nagpupunta, sumasakto lang talaga, Ray, na hindi pumupunta doon yung Boom Esports. But actually, once na kanina nung pumasok sila sa C, nung bonus round ng no-namers, and pumasok sila ng C-long doon, napunish sila ni Vera dito. Kaya feeling ko natatime lang nila na hindi nila makita dito si Vera o hindi nila nasasaktuhan na nasa site. Kaya nakakadiretso o kaya nakakapasok ang Boom Esports.
Finding the weaknesses ang start ng Boom Esports, and in just a span of 2 rounds so far na pinakitaan sa kanilang no-namers, they're already getting it. And ngayon, na hindi nakapag-save na naman si Vera at all, pinuntahan na din siya kagad. Looks like the heat is starting sa Boom Esports, and ito yung next na magiging problema ng no-namers na na-mention din talaga natin nung una pa lang nalang laban. What will be the next thing that they need to work on ngayon na ang mga veterans hindi na sa tutok nilalaban kundi sa mga particular stats, and mga laban din naman ng mga laban ng no-namers, they're ticket din talaga against other teams. And nakaalam na natin yung mga kalaban nila. Puro walang particular stats din kahit papano. And that's gonna be maybe the formula ng weakness na pwedeng gamitin ng Boom Esports. And now that Deepsider was able to track down kung ano man yung nagbabantay. C-site, ito na naman atang opportunity ng Boom Esports to actually make it work, but seems like they won't contest it dahil baka mas makalabang na naman ang no-namers against them.
Playing default dito, players ng Boom Esports, ginagandahan naman when playing their default right now. They're pulling up yung mga traps na yan na being set by no-namers. So when you pull out those traps, that means kakabahan ng kaunti yung no-namers dito. They would assume that there are players still remaining there instead of just being lax about it na, may trap ako dyan so wala pang dumadaan. So destroying those traps is very essential for the team. Napakaliit na bagay pero hindi nakakalimutan ng ibang mga players natin. Even on a normal rank game, ginagawa pa rin to. In a 5v4 situation right now, they lost flips on mid right there. And this is now the guiding light detecting them. Lumabas na rin dito yung Molly. And this Recon will just detect Berserks again. A failed attempt on trying to push in the site. And Blaze King, or rather Blaze King, at si Tebotol na lang ang natitira na naman dito. Tebotol, he's really stepping up for the team right now with 13 seconds remaining to plant the spike. Will they be able to entry? A clean swing coming in from Blaze King. Isa pa sana siya doon with Shun, the only man remaining up and above. Alam niyang hindi na enough time to para makapag-plant ng spike. He's gonna stay here and gonna relax for a bit dahil alam niya the round is on the side of no-namers.
Na-delay lang.
Good delay.
Yung Boom Esports.
Nahuli kasi si Flips doon eh. So, during the time na nahuli na si Flips, yung information gain nila, nakadepende na lang kay Blaze King.
Darkest girl goes bye-bye.
No blind. Wala na sila magamit na blind sa pag-entry nila. But tingnan mo, yung entry dito ni Blaze King, wide, dry peak, but nakakuha pa rin siya ng 3.
My God, nakakatakot ng si Blaze King. And
ulo lang kita no?
Kaya nga he's been that guy who's been very flex. But then, yung Sova din niya, naging particular nga yung gameplays niya din when we've last seen Boom Esports. And those are the good calls that he's been giving to his teammates. But as you can see, they're gonna be contesting here in A. Ang ganda parate ng information na na-provide ni Flips. And we've seen that earlier on. Bakit may mga Skymain, especially dito sa Haven, mga flip ng pangalan? May Flippy sa SBE, may Flipsider sa side ng Boom
Yun daw kasi yung
Esports.
trend niyan eh.
Ganun pala yun.
Gigaya lang sila.
Ginagaya lang nila si Flippy.
Sobrang accurate, sobrang precise dito ni Blaze King when it comes to those shots. I think Berserks can learn a thing or two from him. But Frostmind already clearing out mid, clearing out B. That means butas na naman ang depensa dito ng no-namers. They were already able to plant the spike. This is their eco if I'm not mistaken. At kahit pa paano si DXN, meron siyang Vandal dito na pwedeng gamitin at pwede silang makapalag dito. It's a 3v5 situation, Ray. There is that guiding light but Temps wouldn't be able to spot anyone at all. I think the players right now ng Boom dito, every angle is covered. Di ba pa buhay dyan, Ray? Mag-aantay lang yan eh.
Di na ata ko-contest ang no-namers at all. Tingnan mo, cute nila. Sama-sama na lang sila.
Pinulot yung barrel tapos save. Viral data nila yun. Tapos yung iba lang yung hindi. So, still sticking with the Vandals.
At least, no-namers, di know naman kapag contestable pa or hindi. And so far, DXN, baka naman. Siguro, ang maganda dito na sasaktuhan ng Boom Esports arate. Kung saan ba natin iiwasan si DXN. And usually, it's just gonna be taken off by Boom Esports sa may C. So, after that they take him, it's just easy for them to actually go to C set. And those are just the little problems, diba? When you have that chamber, yung dalawang traps lang naman yung magiging pang-hold talaga ng site eh. Unlike kapag may Killjoy ka, may Cypher ka, you still have a lot of utilities that you can use just to delay. And of course, yung mga enemies mo, unang titignan syempre mga ganun na bagay-bagay like the alarm bot, like the turret, diba? Ganda para lang pambait and you can actually swing them out. But here for Boom Esports part naman, yun nga, kanina nade-delay lang sila, little bit of those mistakes. Pero pagdating talaga sa setups, yung no-namers, hindi sila makapalag at all.
Napa-time out na sila dito. Kailangan nilang mag-isip-isip on how they do retakes, on how they can punish or not let a Boom Esports take sides. Are they gonna engage or are they gonna hold off and do 5-man retakes like what they typically do as well? No namers, they have a pretty strong team naman when you think about it. Not only when it comes to mechanical skills, they can also have that strategy play that works out against teams like this. Kaya naman hindi ganun din kalaki yung gap na nakukuha nila against Boom Esports. To be fair, they are the veterans team compared to no-namers here. Dog, lumabas na yung Trailblazer, spotting no one. Only people from Link here. Pero they're just gonna go back. Actually, this might be only a fake just to delay out those 3 players para makaikot and all the way rotation dito sa C dahil it's completely open. Yun nga lang, nagpapasycho sila dito. No-namers, pumapahayag sila na ma-fake ng ganun-ganun lang. Tebotol, he was able to block off already the backside. Si Blaze naman ay nagpa-planta rin ng spike. Complete fake. Dahil lang sa isang ult, Ray.
Good morning talaga.
Sabi niya may mga cabbage dito, may mga pechay dito. Punta tayo dito, guys. Nawalan ng tao sa scene.
Natakot din ata. Natakot ata itong mga no-namers pagdating sa mga cabbages. Pero ito na naman tayo. Yep, there is the post plans. But the real problem right now, after that well by Boom Esports, bago-work ba? I think it worked well. Naswingan na nga nila kagad. Mas confident na sila. I think wala na ding oras. Ngayon, na isa na lang kagad ang natitira. Oh no, na-delay na lang sila once again na Blaze King. And that's gonna be the win onto the side of Boom Esports. Alam mo, Taylor, natatakot ako sa Boom Esports pagdating sa iniiwan na lahat all yung site Yes, you have that post plan. Pero, paano kaya pag masasaktuhan din sila ng no-namers, diba? As they try to defuse, as the swings go by in the long. Pero, buti na lang, si Blaze King, he gave an answer and he was actually just delaying so much sa side ng Boom Esports.
This is still, if you think about it, this is still one of the safest spots Lalo na kung wala namang flank, tapos merong alarm bot ng Killjoy. It's because you can be smoked off, you can be used off yung mga utilities, but still, as long as you know where the spike is, at kaya mong barilin yon kahit may mga smoke pa yan, then it's not gonna be a problem at all. Kasi wala naman silang mga pangharang dito like a sage wall that they need to shut down para lang talaga makancel yung pagde-defuse. And also, for the side of no-namers here, wala namang Astra to deny yung mga plant. Wala ring Astra para sa kanila to deny those, gaya na sabi ko, deny those plants. Sa Boom Esports, sa post-plant situation nila, they have the gravity pull, Ray. So kahit lumayo sila on-site pagdating sa post-plant situation, kaya-kaya nilang gawin yon with the pull and also with the shots they can take. On the other hand, si Shun ginamit na yung kanyang ultimate dito. On the other hand then, is that Sky going down? Or rather, si Sky SG. Kung nagtataka kayo, baka nalilito kayo. Si Sky SG, totoo ang pangalan niya yung Sky. Kaya yun yung IGN niya. Parang tayo lang, no? Si Ray. Ray. Si Rachel.
Si Ray. Oo nga
Eliza
Eliza.
Taylor.
Yung kay Vil, tignan mo, nagtitweet na lang ngayon sa mga gusto niyang bilhin. Bilhin mo na yan, Vil, kung nakikinig ka man. Kung saan ka masaya, di ba? Dapat follow your heart. Pero ito na nga, Vera together with Shun. Doon naman tayo as he tries to fake it. Pero sabi na post lineup works. Shun was able to tackle the dam one by one. But I think it's just gonna be impossible as he tries to go with that Shaku Dart. And that's just it. Nadali na naman ni Boss Amo, Blaze King together with Frostmind. Although naabutan siya ngayon ng detonate ng spike. Still, this Boom Esports, they're still working upon it at 6-2. Although dangerous talaga they are. Especially yung no-namers, di ba? Medyo nahihirapan sila. Pero paano kaya sa bigger teams like Full Sense together with Xerxia, mga ibang teams pa? Paano kaya mag-work ng Boom Esports? Medyo nakakatakot pa rin for me yung ginagawa nila. But I think it's gonna work once again. And they're now bouncing against a 3-round difference against no-namers. Pero eto si Tebotol, parang kahit ipagsama-sama mo yung sa teammates na ang laki pa rin ng medyo 14-4.
Ito yung sinasabi ko when it comes to those agent pick. Agent pick pa lang when it comes to post-plan situation. Panalo talaga yung Boom Esports. You saw the post-plan situation on B as well. Talagang yung mga players ng Boom dito, all the way to the back, papunta sa mid-grass yung kanilang gustong kunin. Because they have the utilities. Isipin mo, hindi sila maka-defuse because of the nano swarm, because of the shock darts as well. Ang kailangan talaga dito, honestly, ng no-namers is a good flank because they're not flanking at all. But this time around, there's 3 players going around, wrapping around Frostmine. That is Frostmine dead. This is exactly what no-namers need. Kailangan nila ma-clear out yung mga traps na yon ng Killjoy. Hindi nila kailangan dapat hayaan na mabuhay lang yon. This is how they do the retake and how it's supposed to be done.
Now they're doing it. Oh, DXN suddenly popping off. Pero sa flip side, ang next na magiging question natin, if he'll be able to clutch it. Oh no, he gets it 2. At isa na lang kagad na natitira. Expected na niya ata. And finally, he still gets that Vera Esports clutch moment of the game. Grabe ka naman, Flipsider. Nakakatakot yung pinaggagawa. Pinop lang yung flash. Kinuha lang yung mga kills and expected na kagad yung last guy coming in from no-namers.
Isipin mo, nakuha mo yung Vera Esports clutch moment of the game against Vera. Sobrang lakas mo na nun, man. Kinalaban na yung sponsor. Hindi, joke lang. Pero ito, 7-3 is the score. I just wanted to say, it was a good plan for no-namers. Nakita mo, mas malaki yung possibility when they actually do flanks. Kesa doon, sa sabay-sabay lang sila papasok on-site. Kasi nga, lahat ng players ng Boom dito, they're playing back-end all the way back para sa kanilang mga utilities. So they really have to shut those down, especially that Killjoy traps para ma-realize nila at matakot sila sa likuran.
And if it's gonna be successful, maybe meron din kahit pa paano sign of life for pero kulang pa ng isang orb dito si Temps Pwede sana lang sabayan kagad yung Seekers, but unfortunately, at least for Vera, that's a good start to that Flipsider. Na-clutch na kayo, kaya kailangan nyo na i-shutdown. So sinabayan na nila ngayon ng Cosmic Divide, but it didn't thought, I think, na meron pa palang isang magpa-flank sa kanila. That's gonna be Temps itself. And while the time is ticking, all they can do once again is just delay. And Blaze King, nasaan ka ba? Naku, mukhang de-defuse na lang to ni Shun. And still, no namers will be able to get this round. But, yep, a clean take for them. It's just Temps
Last round.
You see my point? If meron talagang flank, kasi once na mapatay nila yung Killjoy and they have the flank, yung ibang players ng Boom Esports, hindi na sila magkakanda o gaga dito para silipin yung kung sino yung nasa silong. Kasi alam nila na butas na rin. So, they are gonna be spread out for the side of Boom Esports. In this kind of spread out, hindi mo na mapinpoint kung nasan yung enemy. May nasa likuran mo, may nasa kaliwa mo, meron ding nasa harap mo. Yung mga spray transfer na nakikita natin during the first few rounds kung saan hindi nagpa-flank yung no-namers, doon sila natatalo. And they figured it out. And that's good for them. Moving forward, this is already the last round of the first half. Kailangan all out na dito for the two teams that we have. And that is Sky being pinned down by the real Sky, which is Flips.
Gosh.
Get out of my way!
Buti na yung no-namers stay after 4 rounds to figure out. Alam mo, bakit bakit na lang hindi mag-flank yung isa sa atin? And it really worked well. Naipit nga ang Boom Esports. But right now, nabawasan na naman si Sky, losing a controller, very much of an impact. But we still have Berserks with that Blade Storm, and Frost might just 2 kills left if he can actually make that. Pero saan ka napunta? Berserks, na untog ka na nga kagad. There's just a trade coming in from Temps, a 4v3, waiting already ang mga members kagad ng no-namers as they already know sino nga bang next na matatrap. And Vera, mababawasan na nga si Flipsider. Pero I think wag na talaga i-contest at all. Medyo complicated pa to kapag pinush pa na lang B at kita mo naman they're gonna be running towards C.
30 seconds
and looking
left.
at it, goes for a plant. Yes, a retake is gonna be workable once again dahil you don't want na makalabang pa ng 4 rounds ang Boom Esports against no-namers. Pero as Shun tries to pick off, sino ba ang pwedeng gawin? Tebotol with that smoke, he's just gonna be getting yung upper hand pagdating lang sa delay. Pero no problema pa rin dahil aasa sila kay Boosting to actually make the mind games pagdating sa post-plan.
There's the last enemy remaining para kay Tebotol, and they were shot down 8-4 ang score natin. Hindi naman ganun kalayo actually for no-namers. And to be fair, this is an attacker-sided map because of the 3 locations of the plant sites na meron tayo. Kaya spread out yung mga defenders natin dito instead of just sticking to 2 sites that we are looking at. And so far, so good for Boom Esports. Nakakahanap sila dito ng butas. Medyo naging shaky once na nakakapag-flank na din yung players dito ng no-namers. On the other hand, once the flanks just keeps going and going, alam din ng Boom Esports how to handle that. And that is exactly what experience can bring you to the table. Tebotol, 17 kills, 6 deaths. Not surprising for an Astra. Past days, past weeks na kinakas natin ni Ray, most of the time, controller agents yung nagta-top frag dito.
Talagang iba ang performance pagdating sa controllers natin. But as for Sky, Taylor, di ba? Nakita natin nung laban ng no-namers, he's been popping off really. Pero ngayon talaga, he doesn't get that good timing against the side of Boom Esports, knowing na parati siyang nabablock ni Flipsider together with Blaze King. That's already a hard move for him to actually tackle on. But then, on the other side, ang mga Astra, katulad ni Tebotol, parang hindi naman na-nerf tong Astra. Parang 5 stars pa rin. Parang kahit pa isa-isa na lang yung utilities niya, parang workable pa rin talaga. And how much more siguro, no, Taylor? Siguro mag-iba yung ihip ng hangin for the Haven matches kapag ang nangyari is that hindi naman na-nerf at all ang Astra. So, it's gonna be a big impact siguro pagdating din sa agent selection nila. Not gonna be prioritizing that Omen and Brimstone still, but still loving that Astra talaga pagdating sa kanyang utilities. Kasi sobrang OP di ba? You have that after nung first few months na walang gumagamit ng Astra at all, still the Omen and together with the Brimstone, biglang nag-change all of a sudden. Talagang Astra and Viper ang usual na pinipili ng teams and actually making that the double controller. But here it is, Boom Esports down to a great start. Pero if they still win the pistol, alam mo na siguro yung magiging ihip ng hangin ngayon.
Oh, the dink! Parang kay Berserks, kailangan niya matras dito pero wala, matapang ata ako dito. Si Vera, tatapatan niya talaga. Mag-aantay siya with the help of Flips, of course, para makapag-flash out, para lang makalabas actually. So he needed that help, extra push factor mula dito kay Flips para lang makalabas siya on that positioning. Pero si Silly ulit siya, matilok.
Pakulit. Pero to, oh my attempts. Pasensya ka na. Bawi na lang talaga sa susunod. Pero si Bill, good morning nga naman talaga sa'yo. At kay Flipsider na nabiktima na ngayon ni Vera. Tama na yan. We have Vera just playing along with them, most likely getting that kill. But the follow-up is coming in from Blaze King as he gets it. Yung dalawang miyembro ng Boom Esports ngayon, sobrang may kind of low on HP, but then at least the numbers game, they have it. But as for no-namers, naipit na naman sila. Itong sewers, hindi nila ma-contest at all. So wala silang choice to actually just push it all around. But Berserks right now is nag-aabang sa kanila. But Sky gets the impact. But unfortunately, gets the two-head Sky. It's gonna be a 2v2 as he gets the third one. At si Tebotol sanang natitira. But as Sky, comeback ngayon para sa side ng no-namers as he gets Tebotol and gets with the 4th kill.
5 to 8. Oh, isa dito, nakuha na nga dito ng no-namers yung ating round for the first round that we are looking at. A quick replay lang kung ano nangyari on that round. Si Berserks, gusto niya talagang mag-stay on A short. The only problem is nakapasok na dito si Sky SG as well. So sinabayan na lang din ng ibang mga players on A short. Moving forward, they are gonna be able to buy those specters that they need para matapat na itong Boom Esports. Mabilis nila makahabol to kung sakali man. At this is a good start coming in from no-namers. A good confidence then from them. Yung mga movements naman na nilang pinapakita dito, kahit pa paano, hindi yung parang doubters. Mga ganon. Diba? Yung mga nagda-doubt sa mga movements nila because they want to just push. That is Flip though with a frenzy, just gunning them down. Si Frostmine, classic lang ang puhunan nila dito for the side of Boom Esports. This is actually the round that nakabili ang no-namers but they're still making do of the guns that they have, the classics, the shorty. Madedefuse ba nila? Yun yung tanong.
Oh no, baka parang hindi at oh no, 1v1, Blaze King. So Badif, ay oo nga. Kakasabi pa lang. 1 HP! Oh! Ano kaya na-finish yun doon? Pre!
Pang isang
Isa
ano
na
na
lang.
lang, isang pitik na lang yun, isang hinga na lang.
Na-counter pa sila ng Boom Esports. Wala naman daw kasing mawawala, sabi nila. Okay, let's take the risk right up ahead there. And ito lang yung mga, pros and cons kapag sa mid ka nagpa-plant. Sometimes, sa B-side rather, sometimes hindi mo i-expect na gano'n ang mga pangyayari. But then, hello, Blaze King. 1 HP na buhay ka pa, hindi mo pa nabigay sa no-namers. At mukhang itong no-namers, nag-iba ang ihip ng hangin na kung ano sana yung i-execute nila. But it is what it is. Reset is up until onto them. But at least Boom Esports, they know that pagdating sa mga rounds na yon, walang imposible.
Nothing is impossible. Yan ngayon ang mindset ng dalawang teams na to dapat. Because obviously, they have to make sure that they can do whatever it takes to make those rounds work kahit na hindi pabor para sa kanila. Nabaliktad agad ng Boom Esports dito on that buy round that they had, napulot nila, and an instant upgrade actually for Boom Esports para talagang masabayan nila dito yung susunod na buy round ng no-namers once na makapag-setup na rin sila on their own security or rather on their own vandals and phantoms. So this is now slowly but surely para sa no-namers, but time is still ticking, of course, if you think about it. Ano, may prayer meeting ah. Ang gumagalaw oh.
Tignan mo ito mga to, pre. Ano next move natin? Hipit tayo, pre. Hipa natin na shutdown si Flip Sider. Anong ginagawa natin, mga men? At ito na lang talaga yung nagiging problem ng no-namers eh. Pag nasa defending, medyo kaya mo pang mag-hold ng angles, but as they're gonna be doing yung attacking, mukhang hindi talaga sila ngayon makagalaw. Okay, tatakbo sila papunta. Ano nangyari? What? Okay.
Okay.
10 seconds
Ano
left.
nangyari?
Okay.
Okay. What? Ay.
O sige. Oo, nagkaroon
Ano
ng technical issue siguro yung mga teams natin kaya nagbubudots na lang sila dito sa backside, no? Oo. Dut. Hindi ko din alam eh. Pati ako
Hindi na
naguluhan eh.
gumagalaw yung membro ng Boom Esports. Wow, pero in fairness there, sa no-namers, they played it fair.
Yeah, hindi
Yeah,
sila
I like
pumunta
that.
doon sa sa puntong papatayin nila. Na-excite mga ganun.
Sabi
Yung,
siguro nila, pre.
Sandali, wait lang guys. Nag-chat na yan eh. Wait lang guys. Tapos yun na, nagbudot sila doon sa may likuran.
Hindi ata.
Dinasalan lang nila actually yung isang player doon sa gitna.
Hindi nila tinake yung opportunity. High respect for no-namers. Clap, diba? Alam na nila eh. Sabi na, di siguro bumabaril or di ko alam anong mangyayari. Pero good afternoon nga. Pagkasakto ng 12 o'clock p.m., technical pause ang unang babati sa atin ngayong araw. Ay, alam mo pag ito, Boom Esports, alam mo, nagdadasal talaga ako na sana okay lang lahat eh. Natatandaan mo last time, Terror.
Oh.
Sila ata yung kinas natin, hindi LC kita, yung last na challengers. 'Di ba may nangyari sa kanila? So at least 1 or 2 hours bago nag-start yung game ulit nila. Ay, di talaga gumana yung onting dasal ko ngayong
Wala eh. Rare yung expected. Tech pause. Di ba? So, anyway, we're just in a quick tech pause for the teams while they are still trying to reconnect probably. Siyempre guys, ang setup kasi natin dito, protection for COVID, players are playing in their own comfort of the boot camps, in their own homes as we speak about it. And hindi mo maiwasan na magkaroon ng mga tech difficulty on some of the players rin as well. Kumbaga, yung iba natural na lang eh, no? Syempre, we want the fair play when it comes to all these teams that we have right here. At meron silang mga technical pause na tinatawag na pwedeng gamitin on a specific time frame para lang maayos nila yung issue na na-experience nila and have the better connection towards the game. So, saya sana pag LAN event to.
Oo.
Walang ganito. Tsaka yung Tech Post Podcast live.
At biruin mo, may kita-kita na natin sila Meralco Spratlis, si Mia Apolinario. Nakikilala ko ni mga consistent na nagko-comment dito sa sa live stream natin sa Facebook. Sa Twitch, di ko alam kasi mga pangalan na ang hirap basahin. Pero okay lang 'yan. Mahal namin kayo syempre. So, may nagtatanong pala dito, um, kumain na daw ba tayo? Ako kumain na ako.
Wala
Nag-heavy
pa.
breakfast ako kasi alam ko 3 games ako. Ikaw, Ter, kumain ka na ba?
Wala pa eh. So, tiis-tiis na lang muna. Hanggang sa first two games naman ng aking series para sa araw na to. So kahit papaano makakapagpahinga tayo later on. But in a technical pause, syempre, baka nami-miss nyo na kami. Dito lang naman kami. Easy lang kayo dyan. But as we go into this matchup, nakikita nyo naman guys, when it comes to no-namers and Boom Esports, nagbabasahan pa rin sila up to this point na nasa second half na tayo. Parang nagbabasahan pa rin sila, nagkakapaan pa rin sila in a sense kung ano nga ba yung tamang gawin. Are they gonna go for flanks? Does it work out? Ano ba yung post-plan situation nila? A while ago, Boom Esports figured out how they can actually punish the team of no-namers during the time na sila yung nasa defenders. Nakita mo yon on their post-plan situation where they're just holding back rather, and they now prepare for those flanks in. So talagang unstoppable force yung Boom Esports towards the latter part of the first half. But here on the second half, na-shutdown agad nila yung buy round, yung second round ng no-namers.
At guys, dahil nga dito, 'di ba? Nakita natin may hindi gumalaw ang baso. Well, just update you na meron tayong score rollback. So, ibig sabihin nun, dahil nga nakita naman natin na nakuha ng Boom Esports yun, when it could have been a different turn pa dahil bigla silang wala sa isang iglap at hindi naman kinontinue ng mga taga no-namers. Ibabalik lang natin sa scoreline ng 5-9. So, let's see if ano ba ang mangyayari in favor of either of the teams. So, yan. So, wait lang kayo dahil kami din ay nagulat for the first time ever. Usually kasi, di ba, at the start of the round, before
Doon
the start of the round.
pause.
Oh, dito hindi.
Sa gitna.
In-game. Di ba? Kakaiba talaga pagdating sa Boom Esports. I love them. Pero ito, high respect sa no-namers na na hindi talaga sila, di nila kinuha yung round at all. Naghintay talaga sila na, sabi na, posible to pre, nananalo tayo, hindi tayo napatay.
hindi man lang wala man lang bumabarel dun sa mga site. So, we're just gonna go for that rollback. Wait for it. So, sa ating maliit na technical pause. Aside from that, syempre, yung schedule para sa araw na to, para sa mga matches natin, no? Sisilipin ko lang na isang mabilis because, of course, now we are playing Boom Esports versus no-namers. Guys, maglalaro yung PH team natin mamaya. Yung ating champion sa VCT PH, which is Southbelt Esports. At matindi ang kalaban nila dito mamaya because it's gonna be full sense. Alam nyo na kung paano maglaro full sense. Napanood natin yan on the first week. Nahirapan sila doon sa bracket nila when it comes to play-ins. But still, a very, very strong finish coming in from this team. Aside from that, later on, yung susunod talaga dito na match after nung first series natin is actually Paper Rex at saka Fancy United Esports. Paper Rex, alam natin yan because they also went to VCT at pumunta rin sila sa Berlin during that time before na hindi nakapunta yung Team Secret, and then the other time then as well. On the other hand, aside from that, meron pang isa, which is Xerxia Esports, yung dating X10 players nandito lahat, guys. Makikita pa rin natin sila in another banner versus ONIG G. Anong team ka? Anong pinaka-excited kang matchup dito, Ray Ray?
Parang hindi ako makapag-decide kasi itong araw na to, gusto ko sabihin sa'yo, parang itong araw to lahat ng magagaling maglalaro.
Lahat ng magagaling. Actually.
Diba? Mga top seed halos, hindi man lahat, pero mga top seed sa region nila. And tatandaan nyo guys, kahit may actual top seed na top 1 sa region nila, may mga teams na dikit lang kasing laban. Kaya nagmukhang top 1 seed yung isa, pero it was actually a close call. So, you can really see here the difference when it comes to it. But then, sa tingin ko lahat ng teams ngayon, they know their spot. Unlike before, Taylor. Yung mga teams, alam mo talaga sino yung super malakas, sino talaga yung medyo kailangan pa ng workarounds. Pero this time around, every time that it's another stage, and it's another challengers or masters, we all know that teams, they improve time and time and standing strong. So, pwede natin talagang sabihin na ngayon, it's everybody's game. So, nakaka-excite kung ano man yung papalabas. Pero for me, syempre, SB versus Full Sense, may kita ko si Ja versus, or Aziz versus ang mga katulad ni John Olsen. So, mga titos versus ang pagka medyo youngsters ng Full Sense, di ba?
Alam mo si John Olsen kasi, nakita mo naman maglaro yun the past days. Napakainit na player. Literal, kaya niyang bumuhat ng isang buong team. Pero hindi nga niya kailangan buhatin yung team niya kasi napakalakas din ng ibang mga team members dito ng Full Sense. Kung di nyo kilala si John Olsen, ay nag-top 1 Radiant yan dati, no? So, hindi biro yung mga players natin dito. Kumbaga, superstars ang tingin nila or ang tingin natin sa kanila rather. So, aside from that, para sa akin, ang pinaka-excited talaga ako ditong matchup syempre sa Pinoy team. Yung South-built Esports tsaka Full Sense. Aside from that, Paper Rex, hindi. Xerxia tsaka ONIG G. Feeling ko magandang laban mamaya.
Nakakatuwa kung ano man ang ilalabas ng mga teams natin later. But I think tama ka nga yung Xerxia. I think we all know how we love X10 and now they went into the orga that named Xerxia. It's been a while since we've last seen them, but I'm so excited kung paano nga ba sila mag-represent. Oh, no Pathy fan, but I think it's still the same Xerxia. They won sila top 1, di ba? Sa kanilang region. So it's still, I think, even if Pathy fan went into a different game, I think tong Xerxia, yung core talaga nila nandun pa rin. And syempre, fan ako ni Foxes So wala naman akong pakialam sino manalo between them and ONIG G kasi di naman sila Pinoy team. So, may pakialam tayo yung SBE. Kasi Full Sense yung kalaban nila. Bakit ba kasi napupunta sa mga gantong bracket yung mga PH teams natin? Hindi ko alam Oo. Sige mo si Naos. Although, kita din, parang mga top 1 sa each region yung nasa kanila. So, do or die talaga. Actually, kahit yung mga katulad ng Bleed, mga katulad ng ONIG G, Xerxia, mahirap pa, nakakalabanin mo yung mga best out in the region. So, it happens for a reason, pero so excited kung ano nga bang mangyayari sa side din naman, syempre, ng Nawas. So, ang dami nagtatanong, ano po bang PH teams ngayong araw na to? Well, today is gonna be Southbuild. Then, tomorrow naman ulit ay ang Nawas, if I'm not mistaken. That's susunod na araw, it's gonna be SB. So, hopefully talaga makapasok sila pagdating ng ating playoffs para happy-happy tayo, syempre.
Since baka yung iba hindi talaga naka-follow doon sa scene ng Southeast Asia, nanonood sila dito sa Filipino broadcast all throughout pagdating pa lang doon sa pass na ginawa natin on Masters, on Sea Challengers, at pati na rin sa Champions. Xerxia, ito nga yung players dati ng X10 Esports, no? Yung, alam mo na, yung hindi nag-share ng Valorant champion na skin prize pool sa mga players nila. So, ang nangyari kasi doon, guys, of course, X10, they still have a new player team, no? Yung X10 na organization, they still have players and a new roster that we are looking at, pero hindi sila nakapasok dito. So right now, guys, since we are in a technical pause, we're just gonna throw in to a very short break. When we come back, magtutuloy-tuloy na yung matches natin, hopefully, para sa ating dalawang teams na to. Don't go away, VCT Asia Pacific Group Stage. We'll be right back. Welcome back sa VCT Asia Pacific. Gaya ng pinangako namin sa inyo, we are finally back para sa ating pagpapatuloy ng series na to. Kung kaka-tune in nyo lang, this is Boom Esports versus No Namers. First series pa lang tayo para sa araw natin. Pero bago ang lahat, kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor and with me is Ray Ray. Nagsimula na yung first half natin. Papunta na tayo doon sa second half. Pero, hindi ko pa natatanong yung prediction mo. Sino sa tingin mo mananalo sa dalawang teams na to, Ray Ray?
2-0 ako in favor of
2-0?
Boom. Confident ako. 2-0, syempre.
Mabuti naman.
Realistically speaking, and sa gusto ko sa naaayon. Kasi, syempre, masaya pag 2-0.
Tsaka, pero feeling ko yung tunay at totoo, feeling ko magti 3 games talaga. Kung sakali man, makachamba yung dito, makabuelo talaga sila, yung no-namers at mabasa nila completely. Talagang merong kailangan mag-shine dito for the side of no-namers. Na-shutdown na nga agad si Vera at mukhang si Sky ay naglalakad lang sa wall. Oh, nakagat, sir! Hindi pa siya lumalabas, talagang sasabayan niya dito. Pero namatay pa rin siya! Alam mo yung binigay mo na lahat pero hindi bumalik sa'yo? Nabulag mo na, nakagat mo na,
Lahat
hindi mo
na.
pa rin napatay.
Ginawa mo na lahat. Wala pa rin.
Kumbaga, mapapakanta ka na lang ng kay sakit naman, isipin na.
Puso mo, ako'y pangalawa.
Tinuloy mo pa.
Pinikit pa nga ako. Alam mo, sa mga nanonood sa atin ngayon, pag ako inaya nyo ng karaoke, dapat hindi nyo papabitaw sa akin yung mic May iba ayaw na ako kasama mag-karaoke. At okay lang yun. Naintindihan ko kung bakit. Pero mas naintindihan ko ngayon na 5-9 tayo. Finally, Boom Esports will be leading. Balik na tayo ngayon sa round na to. Ayun, si DXN, ano ginagawa mo? At baka mabawasan pa nga kagad. And speaking of, Lipsider, sinabayan ng kagad ang Hunter's Fury and he was able to tackle down one. Getting a lot of information. Yes, may dalawa nga silang hinihintay pero di na nila ito na-aggressive. Baka kasi ma-pick off pa sila. Pero sige, silipin mo lang si Berserk. Sige lang, silipin mo lang. Walang mawawala DXN. Ikaw na yun nawala. Tatlo na lang kagad ang natitira sa isang iglap at naipit sila just because of that Hunter's Fury and the members of Boom Esports being so aggressive. And finally, we only have one that's gonna be Shun himself at pinaglaruan lang sila ni Flipsider at ni Berserk sa 2v5.
Wala silang masyadong nagawa doon. Hindi man lang sila nakabuelo talaga na lumabas doon sa sa base nila kung sasabihin natin, no? 10-5 is the score at no namers. They're really having a hard time on this at kailangan nilang ma-figure out kung paano nga ba sila makaka-entry kasi this is still an attacker-sided map to be fair at kailangan lang talaga ng matinding buwelo gamit ng utilities and clearing out those angles. Pinaka-importante is of course checking those corners. Heading towards round 17 now at this recon wouldn't detect anyone upon lobby. Pagdating doon sa ating A lobby, wala ding sumira ng recon na yan. But the two players of Boom Esports, pwede nilang i-push to kung sakali man.
Advantage na to at
naku, matinding flank ata yung gagawin ng dalawa doon, Ray. Yung Sova tsaka yung Jet, parang partners in crime. O, pupush ba sila mag-aantay? Yun yung tanong.
Kaso itong pwedeng gawin na lang ng Boom Esports dito, paglaruan na lang nila to. Tignan mo yung position ni Frostmind together with Flipsider. Isang talon mo lang. Kita sila! What? Si Temps pa yung nakakuha na sabi na pag letter T talaga close kay Temps, alam mo na yung pangalan. And Vera gets him. And Sky gets the top. Okay. Oy. Sabi na kapag lahat naka-sheriff, panalo, mati-350 yung kalaban.
Yun lang pala kailangan. Sheriff lang sa kalam. Pagdating dito sa players natin. Pasok na. For no-namers, nakapag-planta sila dito ng spike. They can set, may ult din na pwedeng gamitin yung brimstone nila dito. And this is a good situation for no-namers. They take the side. They completely take it. The two players na bahalak sanang mag-antay doon if ever na ma-delay nila ng sobra tapos mag-rotation ng A-side tapos huhuliin nila at ika-cut off. wala. They're just gonna stay there and save that operator. They also have the Vandal to help out. They're gonna go for exit frags though. Alam nila na may op dito. Are they gonna push it out para makancel yung operator na yan? Yun yung katanungan. Pero delikado ang pwesto dito ni Blaze King. Not gonna be able to take the shot is Vera. Kaya naman magdadahan-dahan din yung ibang players dito ng no-namers at hindi na nila sisilipin.
My, great call mula sa no-namers to actually get that. Pero ito napaka-crucial, nakita niya kasi yung barrel ng baril ni Flipsider tapos in top. So even if si isang miyembro ng Boom Esports and that's gonna be Tabotal himself, even if kamunti ka na kanya ma-pick off si Vera, at least there was the follow-up coming from Sky, and that's pretty big. And now that we're down to 6-11, dalawa na lang bago manalo ang Boom Esports. At least we're seeing how they're back on track. At ngayon, si Berserk, hindi nila inaalaw, ma-pick off na naman ang operator kasi that has been their biggest problem kung paano sila hindi nakakapasok ng site. And kapag na-shutdown sila ni Berserk, alam mo na na Boom Esports is just gonna be them all the way.
Wala kasing pang bigla factor na agents tong no-namers. If you have the Chamber as the Sentinel, anong ultimate niya pwedeng gamitin to actually do entry? There is none aside from the Tour de Force. Kung meron kang Killjoy on a map like this, you can set up that lockdown to actually clear out yung sites natin. They don't have anything to clear out here aside from those recon shock darts and temps using the dog and the flash. Tignan mo, sabay-sabay sila ditong nagkita. Namatay na rin si Temps, no? It's gonna be a problem for no-namers right now. This is a hold, a complete hold for Boom Esports. Tatapatan nila to. Engagement kung engagement para sa kanila. Blaze King was able to spot one already. He swings out for another and Flips was able to take another one as well. DXN gonna go down in the hands of Boom Esports. They are now going to a 6-12 scoreline. Fast lang, kumbaga.
Speed. Fast round. 22-8 si Blaze King. 19-9 si Tebotol. Ano na? Sova, ano ata ito? Battle Sova ata yung nakikita ko ngayon. But I think si Blaze King, ang ganda ng timing niya. Tapos piruhin mo, kanina minesyo mo yung mga dry picks niya. Ito ata yung buff kapag Sentinels of Light yung hawak-hawak mo baril eh. Kahit maingay yan, at least tamang-tama sa ulo ng kalaban mo. Isa na lang. Boom Esports. Nag-roll back pa tayo lumamang pa rin sila, hindi sila nawalan ng momentum. And right now, you just can't shut down the members of it one by one. You have Berserks getting the perfect angle also, but on the other side, Boom Esports is doing it once again. Shun tries to pick up one. Sinayawan lang ngayon ang mga miyembro nila. The timing is perfectly. Shun, Sky na lang together with DXN. And what will be the next step? Getting a lot of information aside of Insider, pero trap na naman ang mga miyembro ng no-namers.
Lagi nilang nasa-set up pa ng matindi tong no-namers. Kasi once na nakapunish sila ng isa o dalawa, makikita mo na parang ayaw nang pumasok ng ibang members dito ng no-namers. Parang nagdedesisyon na sila kung ano yung susunod nilang gagawin. The flash just hits perfectly. Tabatol was able to secure one kill. Ang ganda ng timing dito para sa side ng Boom Esports. Sean was able to spot one. He was able to take the kill. Pero ito na nga ang shutdown mula kay Blaze King on DXN. Susunod na rin dyan si Sean in a complete dominating fashion. Boom Esports takes game number 1 away from no-namers.
What a quick take once again for Boom Esports. And there's no denying, Terror, that Haven is one of their best. Just the same as the big teams such as Team Secret na nakakuha na rin kagad ng magandang playstyle. And actually, si Boom sila nakatalo sa Team Secret ng Bren pa sila last time. And up until on their own region, when it comes to Haven, they're actually good at it. And they're still not denying na even if there are young bloods such as no-namers that come up with another type of strategy, they actually get the upper hand. At kita mo, hindi na pinagalaw ang baso at all after those consecutive rounds. We had that rollback yet. Boom Esports, nakakatakot talaga ang team na to. Piruin mo si Blaze King, 3.6 for a Sova once again. We don't usually see this, but when it's Blaze King, hindi talaga siya nagde-deny ng mga kung ano-ano pa dahil aside from him being confident, there's just the perfect call for him to manage ang kanyang mga teammates.
Also, for the side of no-namers, wala akong nakitang post-plan situation even once. There's no lineups from the Sova, no lineups for the Molly on the Brimstone. So, ang daming factors dito na hindi nagamit na utilize ng maayos ng no-namers yung lineup na meron sila because it's still doable despite me not believing on a chamber pick and especially in a map like Haven. Para sa akin, doable pa rin siya eh. If you just have that right momentum, if you have the right timing, and yung game sense talaga, yung nagpi-play in na factor dito para sa game na ito, no? Boom Esports, 13-6. Looking at the stats, of course, they are on a lead, a very big lead pagdating dun sa frag wins, objective wins then as well. They don't even need to plant or defuse the spike because the frag wins already because of that unstoppable force once na pumapasok dito yung players ng no-namers. Na-realize dito ng Boom Esports na, alam nyo, kaya naman natin manalo sa engagements eh. Tapatan natin once na pumasok sila ng on-site. Kasi kahit pa paano, if one goes down for the team, nakakakuha ng isa, dalawa, or even sometimes 3 players for the side of no-namers. So hindi na talaga sila makapasok agad-agad dito.
Defeated.
10 seconds left. One enemy remains.
Such big plays for Boom Esports. Ngayong ala natin, maybe pag nasa attacking no-namers, they're gonna be really hard to deal with. But looks like Boom Esports, they just know. Paano nila babasahin ng no-namers? Paano ba natin tatanggalin ang katulad ng no-namers na walang solid formation yet sobrang kakate tumutok. Kita mo naman yung percentage na meron din sila pagdating sa stats. But then, I think this is a good call parati for Boom to actually pick this map. It's still up until to their advantage. And yeah, hopefully sa next map, nakakahabol nga ang no-namers on this veteran of a team, an experienced team such as Boom Esports. And marami pwedeng mangyari, but all I can say is medyo may pagka-one-sided talaga. Movements pa lang, decision-making pa lang, sabi mga post-plants pa lang, lamang na lamang ang Boom Esports all throughout.
Yun nga, no, matinding problema ang kinakatapat dito at hinaharap ng no-namers. Masosolusyonan ba nila? Yun yung katanungan na masasagot natin for game number 2 later on. But right now, we're just gonna go in a short break. Huwag kayong aalis. VCT Asia Pacific Group Stage will be right back.
Turn cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks hard to see. So to see, you chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks hard deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands.
Magandang tanghali sa inyong lahat. Nandito pa rin tayo sa first series of the day between the Boom Esports together with No Namers. My name is Ray. Kasama pa rin dito si Teo at kami pa rin maghahatid dito sa second map as we're gonna be flying papunta nga Ascent.
Lilipad ang ating team papuntang Ascent?
Wow.
Okay, parang malaki MJS pala dito sa VCT, no? Pero ito na nga, gaya ng sabi ni Ray, Ascent ang susunod na mapa natin. Mukhang hindi gana ang map pickers for today because that first map was actually picked by Boom Esports. Haven yung nangyari kanina at sa best of 3 series na ito, lamang na nga ang players natin o ang team ng Boom Esports. Are they gonna take the 2-0? Kasi nakita mo naman, Ray, nung play-ins natin, lahat nung mga nalalaro natin during that time, 2-0. Kahapon lang nangyari yung first mga madaming 3 games na sa isang araw. So, this time around, mababago ba yung curse na yan? Magiging 2-0 ba ulit yung mga matches natin for today? Or ito lang, dahil nga Boom Esports, masyado silang malakas para sa no-namers?
Ay, medyo mahirap talaga when you just really take on a closer look. But then, let's re-remind na yung no-namers pagdating sa next map, which is gonna be here in Ascent, they had a couple of, once again, yung mga agents nila dito sa Ascent, it's just, once again, di natin in-expect na magiging effective, but yet, it was an okay one for them, di ba? Pagdating no controller at all, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember it correctly, and it kind of worked well sa side nila. But on the other side of Boom Esports, I think, pagdating dito sa Ascent, okay din talaga sila, di ba? Di na sa experience, all of their matches talaga, usually it kind of favors Ascent in a way. So, that's gonna be the biggest problem ngayon ng no-namers that they have to face actually. Going up against Boom Esports, once again, ano ba yung merong formula na kailangan nilang gawin just to be able to tackle on hindi lang sa tutok, kundi sa mismong paano mo ba ma-outplay ang mga miyembro nito. Especially, you have those good holds coming in from their members, from the killjoys, from the ciphers ng Boom Esports. Very hard to tackle it. But on the side ng no-namers, maybe if just try to not just struggle, but to actually be more confident with how they will be able to execute their defaults, okay na din assign to. Na baka mali natin, makuha nila yung Ascent on this map pick.
Through that. At since you were talking about the maps that we are looking at din naman, pinulap ko na rin yung stats na meron tayo. Of course, Boom Esports, napakatagal na team na neto pagdating sa VCT. Hindi lang sa kanilang region, kung hindi sa C Challengers din. Kaya napakaraming sample size kung tatawagin natin ang meron dito for Boom Esports. If you take a look in the stats right now, this is probably one of the best maps of Boom Esports. They have a total of 50 matches on Ascent. At alam mo ba kung ano ang win rate nila dito, Ray? 70%. 70%. They had this 50 matches, 35 of those, they won. 20 or rather 15, yun lang ang natalo nila. Of course, if you think about it, iba na rin naman ang lineup ng Boom Esports ngayon. It's one of the long-standing organizations out there. On the side of no-namers, this is actually also one of their best maps. They have this map 8 times. And their win rate is 75%. 6 wins, 2 losses, not big of a sample size, but going and moving forward, when you are in a position na kung saan na 1-0 ka na ng Boom Esports, gugustuhin mong piliin yung strongest map mo na. Kaso isa rin yun sa mga malalakas na mapa ng Boom Esports.
Ay, what is gonna be the chance ng no-namers ngayon? Hindi lang to sa dasal or something, kundi the amount of hard work na kailangan nilang i-face through. But, also, Taylor, at tingin ko tong Boom Esports, hindi ko pa nakikita yung 100% nila so far. I think they're pretty chill about the anong man ang pinapakita sa kanila ng no-namers. Maybe because aside from just studying them all throughout, they already got through a lot of times where they had to stop a team like this, di ba? Yung sobrang, alam mo naman yung style ng no-namers, di ba? So, siguro kapag nakita tayo ng siguro kasi level ng Boom Esports on their experience, siguro mahirapan din sila in one way or another. Kasi doon naman talaga sila usually natatalo. At those close matchups, hindi sila makapag-close ng rounds. But Shun right now, that's a good way. Sinabayan lang ni Vera kagad. And he can just play along with it. But on the other side, gagawin ng Boom leader. Let's just back first. Wag natin asimin. Alam natin that with that KO, mafa-flashan lang tayo. Meron pang paranoia na kasama dito si Sky. So that's already a big part. But on the other side, they're still gonna be using that Astra. So isa lang ang difference sila. That's gonna be the controller lang naman.
Yun nga, pero when it comes to agent picks na meron tayo dito, hindi agad makaka-entry both sides of the teams. On the other hand, binigla na nga dito ni Vera, si Frostmind. Mayroong nagtatanong, kaibigan ba o kapatid ba to ni Mind or ni Brain Freeze rather, 2v2. With this situation na 2v3 rather, there is that alarm bot. Na-detect na nga si Tebotol and nag-pop din dito. Of course, yung Nano Swarm, si Silip on the left side dito is actually the Killjoy kung sakasakali man. But this is Flips already shutting him down, moving toward, and he goes on the left. He doesn't see Vera immediately, but Vera sees him. On the other hand, Tebotol na lang natitira with the Frenzy. Can he do something out of this? A 2v1 situation, lalaroin lang sila dito ng players ng no-namers. They were able to take that first round away from Boom Esports. A good start for no-namers at isang malaking confidence boost para sa kanila.
Sabi naman, no-namers. Mukhang dinadoubt tayo. Sabi nila itong mga casters, pabor sa Boomy na or another. Pero sige, they gotta impress it. Ganun naman talaga usually there. When you're one of the teams that's just starting, di ba? Well, when you have no-namers, kailangan mo talagang i-impress so much yung mga nanonood. Kasi yung boom kill na yan eh. So ano naman ang meron ng no-namers on the other side? Pero ito naman yung nakakatakot. No-namers, they usually win the pistol. And they usually win the second round. And Boom Esports, parang Team Secret, hindi nanalo ng pistol to eh. Mapapakamot ka sa ulo at ngayon, they're at loss once again on how they need to start it. Pero with the advantage ng barrel, ano kaya next na magiging take ng Boom Esports?
Ooh, Flips. He goes down. The hands of Vera. Nagsa-step up na dito sa team. Si Vera, yung kaninang hindi maka-entry. This time around, he's finally getting those skills that he needs. Pero hindi niya napansin doon si Tebotol. They didn't check that corner at all. This is the refrag coming in from the teams right now. Left and right. A lot of players already in a successful take mula sa no-namers as well. Kung kanina na-shutdown sila on the second round that they got, well, this time around, it's not gonna happen anymore. Natuto na ang no-namers. And this is their map pick. This is the comfort pick of this team.
Tebotol, si Tem. Solid lang. Solid lang. Bakit ganun pag sila tumututok ng Bulldog parang Vandal? Tapos kapag ako, hindi ko man lang magawa yung ganun.
Wala eh.
Wala eh. Sila pro player, tayo
nabiyayaan eh. Kumbaga, yung iba, di ba? Pag gumising sila, talented silang kumanta, mga ganon. Saka sumayaw. Itong mga player na to, talented mag-computer.
Pagalingan na yung computer. Alam mo, kahit mas lamang ata ako sa specs, parang ano eh. Parang lamang pa rin yung bumispas na no-namers. Diba? At ngayon, marami nang plano ang no-namers ngayon. And that's really good for them to actually start like this. Takes off that paranoia. They kind of know already how to make it on a way na hindi sila ma-pick up at all ng Boom Esports. They try to spray it through. Si Vera pinaglaruan! Oh no, pero lahat sila nag-audition pa isa-isa. And finally, Sky with that spray gets two. And sinamahan mo pa na si Tems. Blaze King getting them. Delayed ang mga taga-Boom, but they can just take it right away. At it's gonna be a 2v2. Alam na nga din nila kagad sa nila i-expect. It's a recon. A good recon it is. At they're gonna be expecting us to hear DXN. And he can play along, pero nga lang sa team ko medyo mahirap na to with just a Spectre in his hands as Frostmind gets him. Not bad for this third round sa kanila dahil tatlong miyembro kagad ng Boom Esports ay nakuha. But I think pagdating sa advantages ng baril and you have Blaze King still alive, it's a good call once again so Boom Esports to take that good retake.
2-1 Ito na nga, Boom Esports. Buy round na kasi nila to, Ray. So makakabawi sila dito kung paano ba nila talaga gusto depensahan ng pantay. But this is still the bonus round coming in from no-namers anyway. And they're still gonna be able to buy the guns that they need. On the other hand, magsistick lang dito si Flips on that Bulldog and half armor lang ang meron sila. Pati na rin dito kay Blaze King. Boom! They are starting off really good still. Kahit pa paano, hindi ganun kalaki yung difference na meron dito. Talagang lapagan ng strategy book ang meron para sa dalawang team na to. One of the best maps for both teams is Ascent. So, pagalingan na lang talaga mag-computer at this point.
Pagandahan na nga lang din kagad kung ano pa ang meron pagdating sa Ascent. Pero, siguro, makita mo rin sometimes, even kasi medyo maliliit yung mga angles maliit din Pero dito sa Ascent, yung kay Xerxia talaga, it takes a lot of time kasi ang dami mong kailangan i-cover with that 4 stars na hindi pa nga sabay-sabay, di ba, na pwede mo i-pull off. So, medyo talagang may pagka-upper hand si Omen pagdating sa map na to. Pero alam na nga nila kagad ang mga miyembro nila, pero sinabayan na kagad yung Temple, and now Temps was able to get through, and sinabayan na rin kagad with that ultimate of his, pops of the knife, taking over at A. That's a huge call already upon the advantage of no-namers, but Boom Esports, what's gonna be the next step? Grabe mang drive si Blaze King, ang daya! Paano ka nakakatutok ng ganyan, men? At kahit pa rin nakatutok siya ng ganun, may advantage pa rin ang mga taga no-namers, but it takes one for Frostmind to actually get this, but then he's just gonna be playing along with Sky SG. And then yung medyo mahirap yun. Perfect timing, yep, he got it. Okay, Blaze King na lang natitira, but I think with that 6-man ng no-namers, he will be able to take Blaze King. At mukhang tama si Taylor na magkakaroon tayo ng map 3.
Napa, easy ka lang. Ang ano dito talaga, feeling ko malaking factor dito if pupunta tayo sa Game 3 is consistency on the hands of no-namers. They're pretty good right now on attackers. That's also the same a while ago. Pero medyo talong pagdating sa defense din kanina. So, kailangan nilang ayusin yon. But maybe no-namers is like a diesel engine. Yun, matagal bago maging up and online talaga. And Boom is just more experienced when it comes to this. And coming into that is Vera on the Nano Swarm. Tinanggap niya yung damage na yun. Makaka-expect ka dito, Ray, ng mga hindi fast plays. Kasi nga, with all the utilities that both teams have because of their agent picks, hindi agad-agad makakapasok. Vera is just looking behind as well. And this is 2 players. Hindi nga lang nag-connect. May kasamang whiff yung mga shots niya when it comes to that Blade Storm. On the other hand, no-namers. This is their eco of Boom Esports. How are you being punished one by one?
May, anong nangyayari? So, namers, akala natin might be a big opportunity for them, but then, na-thrifty lang sila. Anong nangyari? Pero mo, na-classic lang ibang miyembro ng no-namers. And the biggest thing about it is that alam kasi ng Boom Esports nasan yung mga miyembro ng no-namers after they won't be able to pin down yung recon. At usually, alam mo, sa mga good Sovas talaga, alam nila yung perfect timing ng mga recon na yan. And so far, aside kay Jessie Bash kasi more of a team work Pero alam mo yung mga nakita kong particular talaga na sobrang na-impress ako. It's gonna be one crazy guy from Nigma Galaxy and it's gonna be Blaze King. So, nakita mo yung particular na recon na hindi na-expect ng no-namers at all.
Yun nga yung mga ganong mga klaseng play. Kasi yung mga recon na yan, hindi lang information na bibigay mo, but also, mababaliw yung kabilang team na kailangan nilang i-shutdown yung recon. So, mag-iiba yung focus point ng players natin. And they sometimes use that opportunity to actually take the site and biglain nila. Vera was able to spot one, the shot comes in, Blaze King down, agad-agad na bati ni Ray Ray.
Ayaw
Grabe
pa.
naman yung curse mo. Kakasabi mo pa lang, nangyari na.
sabi siguro ng team tong caster na to sumusunod. Para kami nagiging puppet dito. Pero, uy, Tebotol, ano ba naman to? Mati-thrifty din ba kayo? Okay. Pero si Berserk, sa kanda ni Operator, pinag-audition na nga niya kagad ang mga miyembro, pero alam na nga din kung nasan siya. Uy, hindi niya niya masistingan. Hindi niya alam na meron pa, but he still got it. And there's just gonna be Shun together with Sky. At alam na nga din ni Berserk nasan siya. So it's tricky for Berserk. Pahawakin niyo na lang ng operator to si Berserk. Huwag niyo na pahawakan ng ano. Huwag niyo pahawakin ng Vandal.
Wala silang
operators
magawa doon kasi eco nila eh. So, dahan-dahan talaga sila sisilip to get a pick-off. Yung dahan-dahan na silip na yun, nakapitalize ni Berserks kasi he was on the right position. He was on A side. So, he was just waiting for the players to come in. Look at this. See? Hindi mo kailangan na mabibilis. Kumbaga, fast fingers, di ba, yung mga operator. When it comes to those kinds of entries, they have to minimize contact when it comes to Berserks because they're gonna get punished immediately. Hindi sila yung makakabuelo na bumalik pa when they take damage because that's a one-hit kill. One-hit delete ang mangyayari sa kanila if they go up against that operator like that. But anyway, it's 3-3 right now. Pantay pa rin ang laban natin. Talagang pagdating lang sa economy on the side of no-namers, it's really, really difficult for them to get back into this. Lalo na kapag hindi talaga sila makakabuelo. Ito yung moment na round na kailangan talaga nilang kuhanin against Boom Esports. But immediately being shut down is the Sova of the team, which is Shun.
Nawala yung momentum ng no-namers there. Medyo nasayang yun. At okay, lahat sila magkakasama. Already a good sign that they can actually get the boost. Pero si Vero, akit naman parang nakangiti siya habang naglalaro. Nakakatuwa. Pero to, matutuwa ba tayo as they move in towards B and Flipsider? Okay, medyo nasayang. At the same time, hindi natamaan si Sky and Vera gets the end of Blaze game. It is pretty good. Sa side ng no-namers, a good start. Ang next na lang nila magiging problema si Frostbite. And if they actually take him out, that's already a good sign that they can actually win this. And speaking of, Pantay ba to? Medyo inasim nga na yun. At si Berserks na lang. Kung ako sa'yo, Berserks, medyo mahirap na to. Habang ka na lang yan, but with that operator and with that freezer, maybe, he can still clutch this. Walang imposible, no information nga lang kung saan ang mga member. Pero ngayon na medyo nag-figure out na nasan ba ang mga membro ng mga taga no-namers. He gets one, but traded off by Sky. Pinalo up na nga nila before he can actually play them instead of them being defensive. And finally, no-namers, makakalamang na sila ngayon against Boom Esports.
Nako, tagal nilang hinabangan to, guys. Ito nga yung sinasabi ko kanina, no? It's important for the team of no-namers to get this round. Kasi nga, ayaw mo ma-stuck sa posisyon, Ray, na bibili ka, tapos wala kang pera, tapos pupunta ka na naman sa broken buy dahil hindi mo nakukuha yung rounds, tapos pupunta ka sa eco. That's a tough situation. Instead of having a balanced economy on the side of no-namers, it's not happening because of those rounds that they're not taking na nagsasalit-salitan lang. On the hands of Boom Esports, look at that. They still have the operator despite not winning that round. Meron ditong nilapag na lockdown coming in from the Killjoy. They also prepare for the smoke din naman as well. The pole comes in, hindi nakapasok dito yung players ng no-namers. That is a lockdown that has no entry at all. Nothing happened. Nilapag lang, tapos na. So ano nangyari?
Pagdating ng panahon. Maintindihan din natin.
Sila?
Hindi ko alam, Tin. Nagulat din ako. Akala ko yun na eh. Akala ko sign na eh. Akala ko ito na yung sign kung saan ko maintindihan ng mga bagay. Pero ako din mismo hindi ko nag-gets. Anong nangyari?
Kinabahan sila, nag-doubt sila eh. Ito yung sinasabi ko, once you doubt yourself, dun na, talo ka na agad. So, kailangan mo ng matinding presence when it comes to having these games. Kasi Boom Esports, they know how to feel when you're threatened. And when you are, they're gonna go for it. They're gonna pounce on you. This is Stepotol getting that 2K 3v3 situation with a 3v1 immediately in just a snap of a finger of Flips. 13 seconds remaining para ma-plant yung spike. Gumamit sila ng lockdown dito pero hindi nila pinasok. On the other hand, nag-rotate sila, tapos bumalik na naman sila ng A-site. Wala silang utilities na magamit. Pinasok nila. Bakit ganun? Why naman like that?
Hindi ko alam. Feel ko ano lang ako. It's either one bad call or maybe because of masyadong maaga. Siguro ganun. In-overthink nila masyado yung magiging plano sa ano nila. And yung buong esports, siguro nagulat din sila. Ay, pre, ano yung lockdown? Fake ba yun? And now we're back. Oo eh. Nasayang. Alam mo yung nakailang kills ka bago mo sana makuha, ma-unlock yung ultimate na wala sa isang iglap. Ang dami talagang nasasayang. Parang siya. Sinayang mo. Nandiyan na nga para sa'yo. Pero ngayon, na advantage na naman ang
Ba't ka
Boob Esports
nananakit?
yung mga baril nila. Ay, sorry. Sorry akin. Good afternoon sa mga nanonood at sa mga iniwan.
Sana nakapag-lunch na kayo. At sana masarap ang ulam nyo, guys. Later, maglalaro ang SBE. Panoorin nyo yun. Suportahan natin ang SBE. Kung may SB19 ng Pilipinas, meron din silang SBE sa esports. Kumakanta din yung mga yan. Hindi nyo lang alam.
Oh!
Gusto ko na lang pumikit! Ang sakit tignan! Ang sakit panoorin! Bulag na! Hindi nag-connect yung right click! No way, that's such a waste for the team. A good flash coming in si Tebotol. Tignan mo, hindi niya na kailangan makita para lang ma-spray down yung kalaban.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Ay, nako. Hindi ko din gets. Bakit ganito?
Alright.
No layers! Ay. Ito talaga yung nakakapag-keep ng energy ko aside sa kape. Itong ginagawa ng no-namers.
Kaya nga eh. Magigising ka na lang talaga sa katotohanan na wala na siya. Mga ganun yung mangyayari. Ang ganda ng flash dito ng KO. It's the perfect flash. Coming in from flips. He's doing a great job handling this KO pick. On the other hand, I don't know what no-namers is doing. Honestly, at this point, parang gusto ko na lang pumikit whenever I see those little mistakes that is happening. Ang ganda na nung flash, ang ganda na sana ng opening, hindi nag-connect yung right click. Akala niya namatay din eh, kaya hindi rin siya nakapag-react na mabilis. Hello din sa'yo, John Christian. Sabi niya, hello. Hindi ako galit.
Mabait kami ngayon. Ayan. Hindi pa kami naiinis eh. Bukas pa, kagabi medyo nainis na kami. Pero ano to? Naglaro sila ng deathmatch.
Ewan ko ba?
Ewan ko sa Boom Esports.
Isa na lang natitira dito. He goes out. The wide swing. Not gonna happen. No namers. Finally takes the round.
Antok na ba ito mga to? Siguro late natulog ito mga to. Nag-rank pa to.
Masyado daw
ako sa
maaga.
Boom. Ano yun?
I don't know, man. Naging impatient na dito yung team ng Boom Esports eh. Kasi nga, they're capitalizing on the weakness right now of no-namers, doubting themselves. So, ang ginagawa nila dito, talagang pupush sila ng pupush kung feeling comfortable naman sila. On the other hand, Boom Esports, I think they should take it slow because it works out for them completely. Honestly, kapag nag-aantay lang sila on site. And this is now the entry. Again, another try for them. Vera not being able to take the shot against Tebotol. Hawak pa rin dito ng Boom Esports, yung site, nagpa-plant ka, wala ka namang kasama na. Tapos yung ibang players dito, umiikot pa lang. VXN, he's not gonna be able to do anything at all. This is such a messy round for no-namers.
Last round in the half.
Alam mo, ang daming round, siguro mga 5 na o 4 na ang gulo-gulo. Bakit kahit sa Boom, ako na nalilito ako sa kanila. And looking at that, okay, you had that good call for actually taking out that ult. Pero nga lang, minsan, when you're actually just too late for the timing, at paisa-isa na naman kayo not looking sa mga corners, nagiging tunnel vision. Yung Boom Esports, naging advantage pa nga nila yung mga bagay-bagay na ganon. But okay, let's play it confident. Pero Berserk this time around, buti naman. Nakatuwan ka na against kay DXN. Pero ang next na problem ngayon ng mga taga no-namers is magkakahiwalay na naman sila.
Nako, hanapan portion. Yung mga plays dito ni Vera, nakakakuha siya minsan ng isang kill. Pero yun na yun. Wala nang sumusunod, wala nang follow through, kumbaga na tinatawag natin. And it might be because other players of no-namers, entry si Vera, pero hindi sila nakasunod. So, they need that support system, especially for their duelists na umi-entry. They have to make sure that they do something about it right at this moment, right at this time, dahil almost halfway done na tayo sa ating match na ito. Tebotol, at least na-punish nila dito. There's not gonna be any smokes na makakapag-delay or pull, even when they do entries. But it's all up to the 3 players. At si Shun nga dito, isang pitik na lang para sa kanya. Isang trigger na lang. Pagdating sa nano swarm na yan, mamamatay na siya. Pero hindi niya na kailangan yan because this is the stomp coming in from Boom. A perfect flash heading out. May 3 points na dito. Naka-tres si Kuya Mo Flips. May kasama pang foul.
Ano mo yung... mapapahinga ka ng malalim talaga dito, Taylor. Hindi na, sa mga nanonood dyan, hindi nyo na kailangan ng kape. Panoorin nyo to. Mas-stress kayo at magigising kayo kung paano maglaban ng dalawang teams ito. Pero may nag-comment, nag-lockdown tapos nag-surrender na lang. Hindi pa naman. Pero kung mapagbigay sila, pwede naman. But as we're gonna be switching sides, here it is. Boom Esports and they're attacking. Let's see if ano nga ba ang magiging way ni Berserks actually to get those good entries together with Flipsiders calls. But on the other side, no namers, dito sila malakas pagdating lang sa mga pag-hold ng angulo. Pero kaya will actually work well with how they want to play that Omen on their side. So yun yung magiging medyo malaking difference between the two teams. Pero si Tebotol, sobrang ganda pa rin ng performance niya with that Astra of his.
Wala namang problema on the side of Boom Esports eh. The factor na kaya rin nakakakuha ng rounds dito yung no-namers is because of them being impatient and they know that they can just push. And sometimes, doon nakakapitalize ng no-namers. Pero hindi ka pwedeng umasa sa mga push-push lang ng mga BME dito ng Boom Esports. Because at the end of the day, ikaw yung kailangan mag-defend ng... rather, ikaw kailangan pumasok kasi ikaw yung attacker eh. So if Boom Esports, actually those rounds na Boom Esports just tried to hold and didn't push at all, those were really, really clean rounds. Hindi talaga makapasok yung no-namers at all. And I can just see, despite having a scoreline like this na very close, Boom Esports is very confident in the plays that they're making, in the retakes that they do as well. It just comes to a point na sometimes they're caught off guard, losing manpower, and not knowing the position. Kaya natatalo yung Boom Esports dito. They have to be really careful about it though, kasi you never know if no-namers is actually extremely good when it comes to the defense.
Labi dito, na-stress daw tayo sa Boom Esports at no-namers.
Kami yung nasa-stress eh.
Kaya naman yung di naman PH team, pero nasa-stress.
Wala pang ang laban ng SBE para kung nababad trip nga. Ito na naman, entry na ngayon ng Boom Esports. Sila na ang nasa attackers. Hindi nag-connect at all yung blind ng Omen na yan. But this is the detection mula sa turret. Si Sky naman, sumisilip-silip lang. Wala na naman siyang katulong. Hindi sumisilip si DXN o tumutulong. At least sumilip man lang yung mga players dito ng no-namers. This is now Tebs. He knows that there are people under hell. 3 of them to be exact. Ito yung mga shock dart na hindi nag-connect right now with a 4v3 situation. Players from no-namers, they have to make this happen. Berserks was able to take a big damage on the second too. And this is Shun going down completely. Alam niyang may tao sa hell pero dun siya bumaba. Kaya ko atang i-casto ng nakapikit.
Sorry, coach.
Tatlo na ang kalaban dito ng no-namers. Yung Boom, yung comment section, pati yung casters. Upgraded na sila.
Actually, kalaban din ng Boom tsaka no-namers yung mga PH casters. Kahit ako nai-stress na.
Sa daming oras kong inaral, hundreds of hours of analysis na inaral ko, hindi ko ma-analyze kung bakit ganito yung nangyayari sa no-namers, guys.
At medyo 20% Boom Esports. Mga tao lang dito sila nagkakamali. Pero yung pagkakamali, alam mo yun? Alam mo yung tipong pag sa relasyon ka na, dapat di ka nagiging marupok sa mga paulit-ulit na lang. Pero ano, katulad on.
Silence.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh my God.
What?
Kailan sila sisilip?
Oh
Ang
my
ganda dito ng ano, ito na. Push mula kay Tebotol. He can, this is definitely doable if he has the capability to do so. Na 350 dito. Yung Boom Esports, di ko na rin, actually, ito naintindihan ko tong round na to kung bakit nangyari yon. It was such, I wasn't sure if it was the ulti or it was a knife of the KO that suppressed the players ng Boom completely. Yung mga nag-entry na nasa loob na talaga ng site, na-suppress. So there was no smokes at all coming in from the Jet. Gusto niya sanang mag-smoke sa switch, yung typical Jet entry na ginagawa natin. Smoke sa switch, close the door, tapos entry sila papuntang site. And no other utilities was used on the side of Boom Esports dahil nga doon sa KO. So that was such a good night coming in from Temps right there. Or it was an ulti, I wasn't sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the suppression was definitely the point of return para sa no-namers dito.
Okay. So we're seeing pagdating sa defensive side, no-namers is actually being aware of how Boom Esports gets their entry. And that's a good sign, yes. But ang Boom. Uy, check your corners din ah. Pero mo na classic lang kayo pero good reason for no-namers to actually use on what they have. This guys, sabi ko nga sa inyo, yung performance nila sa defending nila, maganda naman talaga. Ripsider just starts to check, meron ba tayo masusurpress ngayon? Unfortunately, wala. But then yung baril. Ni Sky SG, pwedeng paglaruan na lang ito sa mapa ng Paranoia. Medyo maipit nga talaga ang mga miyembro ng Boom Esports right now as he just gonna be spraying through them one by one. Temps already nasa may garden banda na. Hebotol na lang ang mag-isa. Mahirap yan.
Si Vera naligtas ng smoke, mga kapatid. Dahil sa smoke na yun, hindi siya na-detect ng recon. Tapos habang busy sila hanapin yung Jet, busy rin yung ibang players ng no-namers to shut down those who were looking for Vera. Ito yung mga play na kailangan ngayon ng no-namers. Ito, there was that recon, the smoke of the Jet, because busy sila hanapin si Vera. Temps was able to just hop in and in a dominating fashion, shut down the players of Boom Esports. Si ano dito, ang tatrabaho, si Temps. Taasan ng sahod dito. 8-7 na score natin, Ray. Alos pantay yung laban eh, no?
Okay din talaga
Oh my God.
no-namers eh.
Nag-all mid. Hello, chat, all mid tayo mga pre. Boom Esports, no-namers, dito naman sila nagkatalo. They're being impatient right now like Boom a while ago. May lakad ata sila eh.
Edit ata tong mga ano.
Lahat nagmamadali.
Ano lakad natin dyan? Saan ba tayo pupunta? Okay.
Good timing for the smoke and the flash.
Bye-bye. Diba? Nice one.
Ang ganda no. Nakita mo yung timing ng flash? Nag-plant sila ng spike, the flash, para hindi makapush at hindi mahuli yung nag-plant. Sabay pop ng smoke. That is communication, guys. That's how you make plays.
I love how Boom. I think I love how both of the teams is actually making that KO pop off. Kasi, alam mo, maraming mga teams, they've been practicing KO yet hindi talaga siya nag-work eh. And mismong sa VCT natin, sa PH, hindi din talaga nag-work sa ibang teams. Although nagpa-pop off, pero hindi siya yung for the impact plays, di ba? And here, even if no namers, they're a starting roster, sobrang iba yung experience nila. But then, it's gonna be Temps just utilizing it all over again just to deny Boom Esports. So that's already a good sign. But right now, Boom Esports, they're still leading by 2 at Blaze King, matatracks daw na nga niya saan ang iba-iba na lang yan at sinamahan na kagad with that Chris. But unfortunately, Kara gets him. Pero may pag-asa pa naman to actually get that. But I think they won't be getting it anymore dahil may nakaabangan na just gonna be Temps and finally destroying. Okay, sige. Oh, di namin nakita yun. Walang kalan ng bala and 4 na lang kagad ang natitira sa side ng Boom Esports. Pero ang kapalit naman noon, even if si Flipsider ay na-pick off, at least yung B-side ay may take over nila and they can actually just 1 kill from Thebotol or kay Berserks or maybe from Frostbite. Magiging posible sa kanila para kunin ang kanilang mga ultimates. But I think that won't be dahil after the smoke nung nawala, sasabayan ng Berserks to. Paranoia is up ahead pero buti na lang sinabayan agad kagad ng Pulse coming from the Kidder to actually take them down and looking at it, si Berserks mga makakalabang but that crossfire is gonna be happening as Tebatul gets 2 at just gonna be Temps all by himself while the Tide is taking the try to swing him out and he gets at least across mind but Tebatul, ang ganda nun, kita-kita mo yung swing, bugok eh. Dalawang tumingin sa'yo, naging puno katuloy ng Aratilis. At ngayon, 3 na lang. At double digit score na rin mula sa Boom Esports.
Double digit score? No more mistakes can happen. Yan ang dapat mindset dito ng Boom Esports. Yung pagiging hyper-aggressive ng Boom, it works out for them this time around. Kung sa defense kanina kaya nakakabawi ang no-namers dito dahil nagiging aggressive din sila, pumupush din sila. Dahil sa impatience na yan. This time, at least kailangan nila yan on the attackers because they actually have to take the side. But look at this, they're playing it defaultly right now as of the moment para lang makita kung saan nanggagaling yung mga utilities. Para rin hindi sila mahuli dito ng basta-basta lang with those utilities as well. Kasi yung knives nga ng KO, once na malaman niya kung nasan kayo, insta-shutdown agad yan.
Okay, Vera. Play along. Nagkakapitasan lang pagdating sa HP. Buti nga, di siya natuluyan eh. Pero to tayo, walang pang sustain. And Tebatul gets si Shun. Ano yun? Pumik lang. Sige, okay lang yun. Mistakes happen. Normal lang to sa mga tao. Pero si Sky SG, i-expect ko ba nila kagad to yung flank. Might be giving a big impact, but then I think Blaze King is actually prepared if something happens. And here it goes. He gets 1. He gets the second most likely. Okay, as he tries to get output out of it. And pinaglaruan lang sila ni Blaze King dito. Sige, lahat tinapon nila. Walang nangyari. At si DXN na lang kagad together with Temps. Konting pitas na lang siya against Boom Esports.
Last player standing.
Ooh, flips. Last player standing, that is Temps na isang hinga na lang. Talagang mamamatay na dito. 5 HP remaining on him. He goes down. Boom Esports taking it to an 11-7 scoreline. Feeling ko tuloy-tuloy na to, Ray, when it comes to Boom Esports. The momentum is there na eh, all the way from game number 1. A lot of mistakes happened already for no-namers and they're still making mistakes up until now.
My timeout goes to ano na yan?
No-namers.
Tapos kapag Boom Esports pa yung timeout.
Baka, gusto na nilang mag-Facebook muna. Oo, pag Boom yung nag-timeout. Well, it is a timeout for no-namers. Like I said, di na sila pwede magkamali dito. If they still don't fix all the issues they've been facing from the previous rounds and from the previous game, they're really not gonna make the cut.
Ay, no-namers. Kailangan nila talagang magising. Although Vera has been consistent, to be honest. Jet diff naman, kahit papano. Pero siya lang talaga together with Temps eh. Ang sobrang maganda yung ginagawa. While on the side of Boom Esports, they're just gonna get it. Sila mismo, silang 5. Ang nagkakaroon ng magagandang trade-offs. Good entries din naman coming in from Berserks. And he's making a lot of spaces para sa kanyang mates. But this is it. If si no-namers, natalo sila sa round na to, alam nyo na kung anong pwede mangyari. Kasi ni-risk nga nila yung buy na to eh. Dahil kapag bibigay pa ba nila sa Boom Esports? Siyempre, hindi nila hayaang ibigay pa sa Boom Esports yung match point. Kaya talagang ni-risk na nila yung buy ngayon. Pero kita mo, ipit na naman sila at magkakahiwalay muli ang mga taga no-namers.
Sinip lang. Anti mode lang sila dito. This time, hindi na sila nagiging impatient into just speaking out wherever they want to. Merong Sova drone na ginamit at hindi umabot kay DXN, so hindi na spot na merong tao on market. This can be a good sign for them. Ito na naman, naging impatient na naman mga kuya mo. Gusto din naman nilang pumush dito. Bakit? Yun nga yung iniisip natin, no? I mean, there are teams that successfully actually punishes the other. Kung gusto nilang pumush ng ganon. But you don't have trades. Like, you just get killed one by one. You get killed on mid. Asan yung trade mo? It's not gonna happen because there's no one on mid as well. Oh my God,
30
nagagalit na
seconds
ako.
left.
Sabi na guys eto na ang oras, sign na ata to Taylor. Mag-retire na kami bilang caster.
Oh,
Coach na lang
signs of
kami.
aging na, ang bilis na naming magalit.
Hindi ko din alam. Kahit yung comment section nasa stress din sila mismo, binulag yung sarili. Di din namin alam guys, malaking katanungan din namin to. Pero, alam nyo na. I think, ito I think dito sa Ascent, hindi talaga yung chances na kapag magkakahiwalay kayo, especially dito, ang hirap pag magka-cross ka coming in from B to A, diba? So, medyo complicated yung ginagawa ng no-namers at hindi siya nag-work at all.
Ray,
So, kailangan
isipin mo,
hindi nila
defenders ka. Anong role ng isang defender? Nasa pangalan na mismo, depensahan yung site. Kanina okay na Sabi ko, okay, at least this time around, hindi na sila impatient, hindi na sila pumupush basta-basta. Kasi kailangan lang naman nilang mag-antay para dun sa entry ng attackers Pero ginawa pa rin nila, guys. Ito na yung pinalo ka na ni Mama ng tsinelas, gusto mo paluin ka pa ng sinturon.
Hindi lang kumakapit sa patalim. Ito talaga gustong magkaroon ng
Pinapauwi ka na ni Mama, may kasama pang pingot. Tapos full name na yung tawag sa'yo. Kaya pala no-namers na para hindi na matawag ng full name. This time around, Vera is just waiting and finally he was able to take a shot. That is Flip going down, but also on the other hand, nag-aantay din dito is actually parang nabaliktad. Boom Esports pa ang nag-aantay sa entry ng no-namers. The shotgun can be workable para kay Sky SG. Kailangan niya lang laruin dito pero sa psycho-psychohin lang siya. There goes Blaze King and this is up to Shun. How can he play this out? There's that recon already. He didn't land on default and finally at least one more round of 4 no-namers. They can still try to take this away at least. Na-defuse nila yung spike.
Ay, hindi pa daw tapos terror. Buti naman! Ay, ngayon gumala pero actually, kamuntik na yun Buti may pagka little mistakes lang galing sa side ng Boom Esports dun.
Last player
Pero
standing.
nakakatakot yun. Nasabayan din talaga si Blaze dito sa ginawa niya and was actually open to the side of Shun. So, yeah. 4 na lang could be a possible overtime but I really do think ayaw na Boom Esports kind of draining din talaga.
Scanning ahead.
Pag pumunta ka pa ng overtime and you already at that moment na pwede mo lang tapusin. And especially with this, Debotol and Daisy, they're actually ready already for their ultimates and I think they'll probably use it para lang talagang ma-take over na ito against no-namers. And as they play a mid-take, okay, may mid-take, may magagaling sa mismong B. At ito na lang, kung mababawasan nila as Sky, that's gonna be the very big of an impact dito. Pero, oh no, naboga! Pinalaban ng New Year ngayon ng mga miyembro ng Boom Esports.
Ito lang pala yung way para mapigilan mo Mag-shotgun ka, tapos mag-aantay ka lang. If it works for the side of no-namers. They were able to spot one player on market, that is Flips. In a 5v3 situation, it's all up to this last remaining 3 players that we have right here. Flips, maganda yung mga flashes niya dito, but this time, there is no one really close. Pagdating doon sa boat house natin, on the other hand, nasa city lang din yung mga players dito ng no-namers ready to take on the action. Is that KO? He flashed out, but he also blinded himself, did he? Umatras din siya doon, tumalikod din siya. Isipin mo siya yung nag-flash, pero siya yung tumalikod. So siya yung napatay. Hello?
Bakit?
What?
Attackers win.
Oh no.
Hindi mo rin alam kung ano sasabihin, no?
Akala ko, no! Bakit ganon? Pumaport ba kay Blaze King yun?
Hindi, ano na talaga to?
Ray.
3v5 situation yun. Para silang nag-retake, pero hindi naman sila nakapag-plant ng spike pa. So, that goes to show how the veterans, how Boom Esports is really up above the ladder when it comes to the teams compared sa no-namers, kung saan kulang pa talaga when it comes to experience. It shows, no? Kasi on the previous games that we've seen no-namers, yes, they win or they won it, but in their own aspect, hindi nga lang sila makapag-adjust kung paano maglaro yung ibang teams. They can adjust on their own gameplay and their own game style, yes. But once they are put in a position na kailangan sila yung mag-a-adjust, they can't figure out a way how to do it.
My. But at least, let's give it to no-namers. This is much a closer one than what happened sa Haven. And Vera, he's been really consistent. Someone, please, tingnan nyo si Vera together with Temps. Sobrang ganda na connection ng dalawang to, and it has been very big of an impact on how they play the styles onto the side of no-namers. But Boom, yep, it's still Boom all throughout, and even if may mga rounds na pretty much na hindi natin din magets bakit ganon, yet Boom Esports, they just know how to manage yung mga common mistakes nila after the next round, stick to the defaults, and after that post plants, sobrang make sure nila that they'll be able to undermand the no-namers squad. But still, ang dami talagang kailangan pa ipakilala ng no-namers to us. And looking at it, ang difference lang talaga ngayon is one, pagdating sa mga strats, Boom Esports has the foundation, and no-namers, they still need to work more on their grassroots talaga. How will they be able to tackle ang ano ba ang meron pagdating sa Boom Esports? And hopefully there, makaharap sila ng org. Nakukupkupin talaga sila. Kasi the fact that they're here in group stage and close yung mga games nila against the veteran teams, this is a good sign. They just need to have solid back na kailangan nilang i-execute. Hindi dapat sila nagda-doubt kasi may mga sort of doubts kanina lang pagdating sa lockdown niya at hindi rin natin mag-gets at napaha tayo sa ginagawa ng no-namers.
Yun nga, no, experience-wise, this is a good experience for them stepping into the Asia Pacific stage. Talaga makakakuha ka dito at matututo ka afterwards kung sakasakali man. But honestly speaking, it just went to a 13-8 scoreline. Nakakuha ng rounds dito ang no-namers ng up until 8 is because Boom Esports was also impatient during the time they were defending. They wanna finish already. They're feeling confident. Doon lang sila nagkakaroon ng talo. Kumbaga, wala talagang strategy base na natalo ng no-namers ang Boom Esports with regards to this map. It's just all engagement if we take a look. Look at this pop flash that Temps was doing a while ago. He really expected na walang papasok at all. He tries to face the wall even para magdasal na walang pumasok pero wala eh. Just Boom Esports feeling very confident on this map, on this round. And it's, like I said, Ray, it's one of their best maps as a team. And they just showed it here in the Asia Pacific stage, gaining that 2-0 for the first series of the day.
So, pwede talaga nating sabihin na tong Boom Esports, they're really getting that slot, maybe going into playoffs next week, and di imposible to on the amount of performance that they've been giving. Pero that's just the first series na meron tayo, and we're gonna be proceeding already to the next one as we're gonna be seeing more out of those teams. Pero magbe-break lang kami at magtatuto to panel. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. Ako si Ray, kasama ko dito si Taylor, guys, and see you sa next series natin.
Well, all things considered, even though Boom Esports sweep that 2-0, it was still as close as you can get for no namers. They really put out a fight there against what Black and Blue said, the best in the Asia Pacific region. I'm Nomad. Welcome back to the panel. I'm with Black and Blue and Raf on this one. That was still a commendable performance from no namers, man.
Definitely, especially in like the opening halves of each map. But as when we were looking on the back end of things, it really did feel like, Boom, they take it slow, but it's more of an adjustment period for them. They try and read, okay, how does this no-namer squad that you have no information on play their game? And once they've kind of dissolved that, rather derived from what they got on the opening half, they continue that in the second, and they just start to run away with it. So Boom really using that veteran experience and knowledge of theirs to, I guess, basically play this game out and seal the deal 2-0.
We talked about methodology, we talked about the science of the game, and we saw a very refined application in the form of Boom Esports. Once again, Nico hit it right on the money there. Rather, Mr. Black and Blue, sorry for exposing your first name. But again, the veteran experience and just how calm they were, no matter who their opponent was, no matter what the situation was. The ability to just hit that reset button and say, okay guys, we have to take a step back, let's assess what's happening, and let's pull out whatever we have in our bag to fit the situation.
That was pretty much on it, right? Like, Raph, you get a bit of a taste of the cast there near the on the second match, but it feels good. But it also is nice to be, in those front lines and you see exactly how things are turning out, calling that action, and the action was definitely going in the way of Boom once it came to the second half of either map. We talked about that already, but there are some great performances from no namers, and that's kind of what I want to touch on here in that matchup. Vera had an okay performance on both maps, all things considered. He was a top fragger, although he's a duelist, so you kind of expect that, but he really was helping them get that space that they needed, especially on the second map on Ascent, but just, I guess, never really turned out that way. The big point here, though, is, Raph, we might have predicted Boom to go 2-0, but I think we both would have been very happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah, like you said, looking at this in the front lines, casting again, I mean, the social media handle is RafCast, of course. Really just gives me a different perspective on this as well. Once again, you did touch on the fact that there's a lot of space. Not in the way of Vera, but actually Berserks to really move a lot. And once again, even though he does have that space for himself, it's also translating so well into the team. This last round was a bit of a question mark on the side of NN. We've talked about how good their development is. We've talked about how smart they are in the approach of the anti-strat, but I feel like the moment they popped that KO null command, that Jet should have moved forward. Vera should have been a bit closer for the trade and just kind of make that Killjoy play proxy on the retake. But then again, it is what it is, boys.
Yeah, it is what it is for these guys, for no namers. But, all things considered, they still have a second chance in the lower bracket. They'll be facing off against Cerberus Esports as the day progresses. And Made in Thailand will finally meet Boom Esports to finally figure out who is the best in that region in Southeast Asia, in that specific geographical area. But we're gonna have to move forward here because the team that bested no namers in MYSG, the team that MYSG has to offer here is Paper Rex, and they'll be going up against Fancy United Esports, the Vietnamese team that made it all the way from the play-ins, a clean sweep from themselves as well. And we have to start it off with an introduction to the first team that we have on table. It's Paper Rex. and Paper Rex, they are not strangers to the road to Masters. They have already been in Masters Berlin last year, and they want to make an appearance in Reykjavik. We got Benkai, Davai, Forsaken, Jing, and Mindfreak.
This team is a team that has perennially been that top dog of the MYSG qualifying scene. They have, especially ever since added Jing, even increased their capabilities and their firepower. We did see them during Masters Berlin, this third Masters of the year last year, but this is a whole kind of reshuffled roster in terms of what agents they're playing, what compositions they bring, and who is on what. There would be moments last year we would see, them testing things out quite a bit, like Forsaken trying to go on the Sova, even though we know he's a Jet, really them trying to flex about. But I think now they finally found their groove, they found the DNA, and they pretty much ran away with the entire MYSG qualifier. And if I was kind of touting Boom a while ago to be the number one, I think these guys are potentially the number two.
I'm trying to formulate if there's anything I have to disagree on with that, but again, there was just so many things that we saw during their local qualifiers that once again put another bit of fuel to that evolution drive that PRX have been so happy about. Again, there's a bit of a story, right, that in their own local qualifiers, that was their big lab. They experimented quite a bit, but now I feel like the shoes are still as big as they can be when it comes to expectations. And Fancy United, again, just on the opposition, we're going to talk about them just in a little bit, but they cannot underestimate Fancy United is what I'm trying to say, and just trying to put that out there.
Yeah, we can never underestimate them. They lost to No Namers in the play-ins, but they made a comeback in the lower bracket run for their group. Let's introduce Fancy United Esports. Nothing too fancy on Fancy United Esports, but they want to make the drip here in their groups. They want to go into Masters, and we've got Acerola, BMVZ, Killers, Heisey, and Yes I Can to go there.
That they do, and Fancy United, I've talked about this team quite a bit already in the previous days, and I'm going to do it again. They're honestly a fundamentally sound team. They have the basics down, but the question is the refinement going to be enough to scratch the surface of PRX? Because we know that these VN teams, they're incredible starters, superior starters. They win that pistol, and that swing, that first 2 to 4 round swing is almost guaranteed to be theirs. The real question is, how can Fancy somewhat contain that heat and spread it out all throughout the series? Again, it might be a little bit of a tall order here, but Fancy, they believe they can do it, and I'm sure their fan base does too. But this is more than just belief alone. This is where their R&D has to come into play. This is where the studiousness of these players really have to be put into application.
And Raf, touched about it too, where this team and the Vietnamese scene as a whole, it seems like they accelerate really fast. They start off the game faster than the other regions might be able to get into their own groove, but then they reach their top speed a bit early and they just can't get past it. They can't break that barrier in front of them. So as Raf likes to put, a lot of times they kind of lose the heat. They're not able to retain that moving forward, and that's part of the biggest reason why the Vietnamese scene as a whole does struggle when it comes to see an APAC. And this is going to be another underdog story, much like No Namers a while ago going up against Boom. These guys are punching up, but as I like to say every time, when you're the underdogs, you're lower, you're punching up, you gotta hit the chin every time, and this is what they gotta do here versus the indomitable
hit the body
Paper
rock.
Rex.
Hit the body rock, open up that head.
Get those openings, something that Fancy United has been familiar with, as they did went against Global Esports in the lower bracket of their groups, and it wasn't an easy feat, so to speak, for themselves. But they still managed to come out on top when we were favoring Global Esports to get that victory, get that dubs. And it's interesting that you guys pointed it out that mostly, for the most part, Vietnamese teams, it's only the pistol rounds and a couple more rounds after that, and afterwards, as it's not as hot as they want it to be. But we'll get back into that train of thought later on. But we have to talk about the head-to-head that we have here. We're going to be focusing once again on the duelists. It's Forsaken and Killers.
You know, you're looking at two players here. We'll start with Killers first off, because he has been someone who has proven himself, a young player for himself, and really, I guess, kind of making a name for himself, which is very similar to how Forsaken started in this scene. Lots of people knew him. Okay, he's the younger, one of the younger brothers of Xerxia. He came from basically being a child prodigy, but he was trying to make a name for himself and trying to prove that he can lead his own team to win, barring all of the, I guess, kind of weight on his shoulders, all that baggage that did follow him around his big name that he did bring in coming into Valorant. And he's been proving that, and he is potentially the most mechanically gifted player we have in the entirety of APAC. That includes Korea and Japan as well. I will say that, because he has proven that he can pretty much show anybody up. But the thing is, has that discipline finally seeped into his game? To be fair, they're going up against Fancy, so they got that bit of an edge, but you can't count either of these two players out. Whenever the going gets tough, they get tougher.
And I'm glad you pointed that out, because I was just looking at the stats. 300 ACS, I think that's the first of our circuit. But discipline is definitely something that can be, it escapes the minds of super cracked players, because once you have that heavy blade that you can just take everybody on with one big swing, why would you even bother stopping, right? You just kind of go with that cleave. But the added intelligence, and as you mentioned, the discipline, it makes that weapon even more lethal. So once again, it is a tale of growth and just quite a bit of excitement from all of us, really.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just swing wildly. You have to be precise as well. That's why sometimes Falchion is better than a broadsword. But yeah, going back into the conversation that we've had earlier on, the Vietnamese teams, they just have the early momentum in the pistol round going into the first gun round, and then they lose it. Why is it that the case?
I think, the Vietnamese team, they have always been very mechanically gifted, no matter what FPS you kind of look at, no matter what esport you kind of look at, but maybe the infrastructure just isn't there to really support that. There are big orgs like Cerberus, like Fancy that we know, but barring that, the rest of their competition locally might not be as tough as maybe like the Thailand scene or the Indonesian scene or the Philippine scene is when it comes to the Southeast Asia as a whole. We also have to remember that Vietnam was one of the latter additions to the VCT circuit when it came in, but they only really started in the VCT come stage 2 when everybody else was able to start in the VCT come stage 1. So there is that kind of a small lack of time. It's not an excuse, but it definitely is a factor that we have to consider when talking about Vietnam compared to the other regions. But we're going to the map vetoes right now. Breeze taken out by Paper Rex, which I think, rather Fancy, which I think is a great idea considering how Paper Rex honestly run away with everything when it comes to Breeze, and that's kind of what they did in their own local qualifiers. By the way, the indomitable Paper Rex didn't drop a single map throughout their entire qualifier run during the MYSG scene. Like, they destroyed everybody and nothing stood in their way. We're going to Haven to start things off here.
I honestly thought they'd open with Icebox, but on that point where R&D and infrastructure really help develop a scene, it's kind of just like working out. You need those compounds to build strength, but you need a lot of ISOs and a lot of everything else to build that range. And so it's really the range of motion that we're hoping to see more from Fancy. Obviously, PRX, they've done that so many times. I'm still wondering what their map is going to be. They select Icebox, which is, once again, one of their stronger maps. Again, back to the point where they didn't drop anything. This is also still a very, well, relative to Fancy, a very strong map for them as well. So this might be an interesting game too.
Well, we're looking at Haven and Fancy to start that series. We're definitely going to be playing those. Fancy, this is actually statistically one of their best maps aside from Split. So For Paper Rex to pick that, it could be kind of like, okay, we'll take you on your own grounds and let's see how we do. Now, if you look at the numbers from Paper Rex, it doesn't really mean much because they pretty much won every single map. So that's something that we shouldn't really necessarily rely on. But if you look back to, previous stages, stage 3 and everything there, they do have some kind of good performances on Icebox. It's a great map for them. Not the best, but it's something that I'm pretty sure they're well willing to play against Fancy, even though it is one of Fancy's best maps.
Oh yeah, and so far we've only seen default bans really here. Maybe PRX is gonna get rid of Split. Well, actually no, maybe not Split. Sorry, pardon me. Sant is also on the menu of getting banned in the second ban, but now Bind is gone. Decider, Split. Okay, maybe I had a little bit of a jumble there. I thought Split could have been something that probably didn't want to play. But hey, who knows what PRX has been cooking. It's kind of hard to judge when they're winning all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's one of those things.
I mean, even if you go back like past the stage into stage 3, they haven't dropped a split map since like, what was it? October last year or something like that. So it's really just a big case in point that these guys, actually even before October, like September was the last time they lost a split map, I think, or even August. So it's been a really long time coming for them to continue that streak. They banned Ascent, which has been the only map that they've looked mortal in since the past entire year, basically these past 12 months. That's the only map that they've kind of looked mortal in. So for them to get that off the board, there really isn't much room to give here for the Fancy United squad.
Yeah, pardon me, I meant for Fancy to get rid of Split, sorry, not PRX. Thank you for, once again, organizing my thoughts. Black and Blue always has my back. Nomad's always giving me that, invisible support. He's staring at me, he's like, you can do it, bro. But predictions time, I think.
Yep.
I mean,
definitely.
Start with you, Nomad, because you've been starting with us. I'm gonna hit you with a curveball.
Now we ask the host
no,
the question.
hit me with the no you. What was that out of nowhere, like the RKO?
I wish I had an Uno card here, reverse activated.
the reverse Uno card on the host. Wow, man, I can't believe you just done that. But I feel like it has to be Paper Rex coming out on top of here. The stats don't lie. The map pool that they're playing on is significantly a lot better than Fancy United. The Esports, they have been on a roll since their qualifiers, and I feel like Bankai will just put on his bathrobe once again and just brush his teeth after this game. I feel like it's going to be a 2-0 for Paper Rex. What about you guys? What do you guys think?
Speaking of, there was a montage, by the way, with the best Valorant intros during the LANs, and Benkai's wasn't there, and I feel appalled by that because I think it was one of the best intros I've ever seen in any esport. But speaking of toothbrush buff, maybe, perhaps. I do think Paper Rex are the indomitable squad here. They have to be careful not to get sent back to the Tyrannosaurus age and maybe extinct afterwards. But this comment coming from Fancy has to hit hard, hit deep, and really shock them and rock them. I don't think it's going to happen this time yet, though. And Paper Rex, once again, I'm going to go 2-0 for the favored, I guess, kind of overdog team.
Overdog, interesting word there. But again, they don't want to be sent back to the Cretaceous era because this team don't know Pangea. Paper Rex, he gets it. Paper Rex, honest to God, I think they might take this 2-0. But the same theme with NN, I really do hope Fancy takes a map because the development they've made within the short amount of time that they've been competing within our circuit has been incredible. And we'd love to see more of that. But still, Paper X 2-1.
All right, there you go. All Paper Rex here across the board. No more no use, no more Uno reverse cards here because we have to push forward into the first series of the day. First game of this series. We're going to Haven. We're going to watch Paper Rex and Fancy United Esports in the best of 3.
Welcome back sa VCT Asia Pacific Filipino Broadcast, mga kaibigan. Nandito pa rin kami, girl power duo nyo, Taylor at Ray Ray nga pala. Dalawang teams na napakalakas at isa na nga dyan ang PRX na kung saan-saan na nakarating on the international stage. So they really have the upper hand here. Matinding connection ang meron at kakailanganin ng FCY para sa team na ito. At speaking of connection, syempre pasalamatan natin ang ating sponsor for that strong connection. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only 2,099 ng Globe at home. Game with speeds up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To know more or to learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. Putting that onto the side, pag-usapan na natin tong dalawang teams na to, Ray. FCY versus PRX.
Nako po. All I can say is Fancy United. Paano ba natin ito madidescribe? Parang no-namers din to, guys. Pero mas kakaiba talaga yung meron sila pagdating sa mga bagay-bagay. But on the other side, PaperX, they just never deny us all throughout. Pero looking at this, ang tagal ko nang hindi nakakita ng double duelist. At ngayon, ang PaperX, they're gonna be sticking with Jing together with Forsaken. So, okay, PaperX, they're gonna be focusing on this. And, oh my, I'm so excited to see. And with that Cypher, they're definitely gonna be putting on a big trap against Fancy United, which is more of the standard dice na pick-off ngayon pagdating sa agent selection dito. Although parehas super workable, pero di ba usually may kita natin si Jing, siya ang parati nilang nagiging duelist. Sa Super Second, yung nasa kind of flex in such a way. He does sometimes the KO, he sometimes does the bridge, pero looking at it, ito sa more standard or where maybe mas magaan kapag nag-double duelist na lang silang dalawa.
Ito na nga, no. Haven na naman ng mapa. Walang katapusan. Araw-araw, makikita natin nata itong mapa na to. Straight 6 days rin ang makikita natin for the following teams here sa ating group stage na tinatawag. And of course, upper hand is on the side of PRX. Parang ano ulit to, parang no-namers versus boom. Veterans versus the young guns is what we are gonna be witnessing here for the match, the second series of the day. At sa mga nag-aabang ng mga PH teams natin dyan, later on for tonight ay maglalaro ang Southbuilt Esports. Mamayang gabi pa yon, guys. So anyway, kung inaabangan nyo yan, that is actually the fourth series of the day kung hindi ako nagkakamali. And going back here though, focus muna tayo sa goal para sa ating match, para sa ating second series. At gaya nga nang na-mention mo, Riri, no, we also have the agent picks, agent selections of the following teams already. And we are finally seeing a Cypher back in action at double duelist setup coming in from PaperX here. I'm sure the first entry is gonna be in the hands of the Jet, and the second entry or a lurk would come in the hands of Arena. And alam natin, Omen is being picked off right now multiple times dahil nga doon sa Omen sa controller buffs na natanggap, na receive natin. But for Fancy, I feel like lalaruin nila to in an aggressive position because of the breach.
Ito pa namang Fancy tier. Feel ko ang meron sa kanila this time around is that pagugulatin nila ang PaperX. Pero kailangan nila mag-ingat dahil they lose this map. Oh no. You know, it's gonna be a clean 2-0, just like what happened kanina nga between Boom Esports together with Fancy. Ayaw mong malus ng Fancy tong Haven. Pero ito na naman tayo, di ba? Every day, sa isang series, may Haven map talaga tayo. Ang saya-saya na makita na Haven ang magiging mapa ng mga teams natin. But let's see. Ano nga ba ang performance with that Fancy United cutting off, most probably, Jing together with Forsaken, and how will they utilize that nerf Astra? But on the other side, Cypher it is, so you gotta take care of those traps talaga. Dahil kapag magaling tumiming ang magiging kalaban mo sa Haven, especially with that Sentinel, you know it's gonna be a big problem for them to take off. And Benkai, alam naman natin, he never denies it. Ayo, kaya kanina sabi ko, tinitignan ko siya na nung intro.
Kamukha ni Wolf, di ba? Si Wolf yan, nagpapanggap lang siyang si Benkai dito, mga kaibigan. Kilala si Wolf nag-cast din yon, napabisita na rin yon dito sa VCT dati, pero ngayon nasa ibang bangbang na, ang traidor na tinatawag at itatago natin sa pangalang kay Sam. Heading towards this game though, pistol round muna tayo at barilan, pistolan portion muna para sa mga teams. A good shot mula kay Jing. He was able to get one already. Overhealed siya dito. Kaya naman medyo makakapag-push siya kahit papaano. He has that protection of the extra armor coming in from the overheal. Yung ano dito, yung breach nasa mid pa rin, nasa grass pa rin habang busy na yung Reyna. Busy na si Jing. Napatayin yung ibang players dito right here on the mid. Wala nang push-push pagdating dito sa mga players ng Fancy dahil sila mismo ang pinush ng Paper Rex. They were able to secure triple kill already in the hands of Jing. At ganun na nga ang sitwasyon na makikita natin dito. 2v1, both teams or both players rather for the side of Paper Rex rotating all the way to C to actually wait para marirealize nila dito slowly but surely na hindi naman nasa C ang mga players, especially with that camera on the Cypher.
Spike planted.
Easy.
Mamaya na ilalabas yan. Ay, ayun na, ginamit na.
Alam na.
Sana hindi
nakita
mahanap kung sakasakali man.
Okay. Lahat, diba? Si Wolf talaga, ang galing. Caster na nga. Magaling pa mag-camera. Pumindot. At tayo na nga, Forsaken gets him.
Wala eh. Hindi kasi, because of the smoke setup that he did, si Heisey dito, he has a good plan actually. The only factor that caught him off guard, he wasn't expecting the Cypher camera from Paper Rex, and they were able to use that efficiently for the team. Hindi siya makabuelo ng pwesto because he doesn't know where the camera is. Pero first of all, dito pa lang kay Jing, hindi ko alam kung bakit hindi nila in-overwhelm si Jing because he was the only man there on mid that was pushing and overheal and keeping on overheal on a pistol round. I don't know why they didn't decide to actually go for the engagement and go for the trade.
At ngayon, Paper Rex. Hingintay lang kayo guys, mag-update din yan.
Oh, wag kayo
Kaya
mag-alala.
minimemorize na lang namin ni Taylor. Kaya
Basta
pagbigyan niyo
1-0
din
na.
kami. Oo. In favor of Paper Rex, sasag-upgrade sila ng kanilang mga barrel sa defending. At ngayon, naghihintay na nga sila mag-push towards PRS. Okay, spot him out. Si G. Sabi ni G, okay lang. Wala namang mangyayari sa akin. I'm still okay. Okay, for second. Alam mo, di na ako magugulat if nakakuha ng mga taga-Paper Rex to. Kasi mechanically wise talaga, sobrang goods na goods. Alam naman natin sino nagtatapon sa leaderboards. Nahiya nga ako eh. Kay Jing tsaka kay Forsaken, lalo na kay Forsaken, nag 1K plus yung RR yan. Diba? Sobrang grind na grind. Sana all win stick. Parang never ata natalo ang mga katulad ni Forsaken pagdating sa grind. And kahit ba hindi lang sa rank, kundi dito mismo sa competitive scene. Pero still, nakapasok pa rin si Acerol together. BMVs, papunta.
30 seconds left.
Mukhang mag-retake na lang ang Paper X kung sakasakali man. Pero ito, ino-overtake nila. Wala sila dyan. Nasa A sila. And yeah, Paper X will be going for that retake. And they need to be careful kasi sa mga ganito, baka may opportunity pa. Knowing na si Acerol, nakapulot pa nga siya dito ng baril. He just needs to get that perfect timing and he'll be able to get in the hand of Paper X. Pero unfortunately, hindi. Dahil si Beke nakapunta ng ating tagat. Sumunod na kakagat BBL. And Paper X successful for that retake. But I think medyo malaking problema to sa economy nila dahil tatlo sa kanila ay napitas ng Fancy.
Well, it is their bonus round anyway. Feeling ko bibili lang yan ng mga sheriff yung tatlong players dito. At si Davai, man, this guy with the sheriff, nako, problema yan for other teams. We've seen it already. One thing I know is that they shouldn't be punished completely always by Jing. At yung sinasabi ko kanina, agent pick pa lang eh. When it comes to the defense, I'm pretty sure that the Reyna will lurk. Reyna main ako eh. Kaya alam ko yan, tinuro ko kay Jing yan eh. Pero alam mo, Ray, di ba merong tayong mga player interview, di ba? Tapos, lahat sila tinatanong, parang kung bubuo ka ng fantasy lineup mo, sino mga pipiliin mo? Lagi mong maririnig si Forsaken na sinasama nila. Kasi superstar player talaga to eh. Isa sa mga malalakas.
Na naman eh. Oo, tapos hindi lang siya yung basta duelist eh. he knows how to play it smart, di ba? And at such a young age. So, sobrang prodigy talaga to na makikita natin. Hindi siya yung usual Forsaken na kilala niya, guys, ha? Iba to.
Iba to.
Baka yun na naman, eh.
Ibang laro na yun, guys. Hindi pa rin kayo nakaka-get over. Pero there was someone concussed, I think, for the side of Paper Rex. They're actually entering now. At si Acerola, naapektuhan din ng mga utilities na yan. But Killer S was able to take one already. And ito yung sinasabi ko, magsi-sheriff lang yung tatlo dyan. Pero they can actually take the shots and still. Benkai was able to spot 2 players on the side of Fancy United. And nakapag-plant na nga sila ng spike all the way to C. They need to go back for a bit for the post-plant situation. They're now all holding on C long. Habang ito naman players ng Paper Rex, kailangan nilang i-retake to. The stars have been set. There is probably gonna be a gravity well once they try to tap on that spike, making them vulnerable. Kaya kailangan ingatan nila to na matindi-tindi. They are not peeking at all pagdating dito because they know that they have the gravity well. It's been used already. They have utilities. Ito na nga yung guiding light and this is Benkai hopping out with the Vi, not being able to take the kill and not defusing the spike. Paper Rex, they don't take this, but Fancy will.
My, what is happening? Rex, I really do think season din sila para sa round na to. Kita mo naman, di ba? Di save ko nag-bonus lang sila. They just bought out their Sheriff might give a big of an impact, but unfortunately, Fancy wins this. So, ito na nga yung meron about the Fancy. Just don't expect them at all. Pero Paper Rex, it's super slow sa kanila so far. But I really do think they just need to wait upon this as Forsaken gets to one. Sino next na magiging audition niya sa harapan ni Forsaken. Even if meron pang takeoffs ngayon, it's just gonna be denying how aggressive they are. So, hindi nila kokomit to pang ASAP. Instead, they might be rotating most probably if they pick up at least either kay Benkai or kay Mindfreak. Alam mo na saan sila lilipat. Pero kandami si Shiba Pero wala na si Shiba ngayon, guys. Diba? Sobrang, I don't know, walang gano'n nakakapansin upon a
yung
Shiba.
player
But
ba
you
yung
already know
namimiss mo? Yung mga laro niya?
Ay, si Shiba talaga sa paglalaro niya. Grabe ka naman, Taylor. Ang namimiss ko iba
sorry.
Siya ang namimiss ko.
Sorry, sige.
Sorry sa'yo.
Pasensya ka na. Ito lang ako, ha? Pero ito na nga ang entry mula dito sa Fancy. Hindi tumama yung shot na yan from Forsaken, but he's gonna try another more time. He was able to shot down one before he gets killed by BMBZ. Muntik pa sila doon makuhanan ng dalawa, no? Nakapag-plant na sila ng spike off your feet. Ang sabi dito ng Breach as they use the neural depth for Benkai, i-defuse niya yung spike, guguluhin niya dito. Nagtutuloy-tuloy lang. Pros don't fake na ba ang mangyayari dito? Pros don't fake! He was able to defuse the spike and still the round goes to Paper Rex.
Rex, alam mo yung just what? I think 0.2 away na sana ang miyembro ng Fancy United to get that. Pero biruin mo ang smart way ng Fancy to actually get that, unleash already on what you have, and suddenly, just because of that quiet noise para lang kay Benkai, siguro it was too late na for BMVs to actually realize na tuloy-tuloy lang pala ang pag-defuse ni Benkai. Kaya yun ang sasabi ko sa inyo, guys, wag nang bibitawan kapag importante para sa iyo. Pero kasi kahit nanalo ang PRX doon, na-wipe out sila. So, sila pa rin yung lugi sa economy.
Nako, and economy-wise, yun nga yung nangyayari right now. But Paper Rex, they have at least one Phantom and a Vandal here para kay Jing at Mindfreak. Habang yung iba, they're just gonna stick on the Sheriffs. And Forsaken, I'm sure, medyo, actually, ilalabas niya yung Bladestorm na yan. I am definitely sure about that. On the other hand, Fancy, they're preparing to actually take a site. And this is probably gonna be an A push. They wanna pounce on A. And dalawang players ang mag-aabang dito. Si Forsaken at saka yung Sova nila. This is now the recon. No way is Forsaken gonna get no kill at all. The flash comes in. The Vi, wala na siyang nagawa dito. A good entry coming in from Fancy United. Nakakakita na tayo ng mga magagandang entry sa wakas.
Magagahit na sana kami. Mag-a-apply na sana kami bilang tagalaro na ng Fancy United. Pero Jing, walang mangyayari dyan dahil hindi sila pupunta. Anong, which glitch pa tong hawak niya? Or namamalikbata lang ako dahil di ko alam. Dahil sa init, hindi ko alam. Ang ganda eh. So, balik tayo muli. Basta pink. Nakakuha talaga yung mata ko eh. Pero ngayon, fancy. I think that's just it. Magsisave ang mga katulad ni Jing tsaka Mindfreak. Sayang kasi kung mababawasan pa sila. So, yeah. Fancy wins this 3-2. At, okay. Alam mo si Fancy United, alam mo yung structure nila, diba? They're kakaiba. Yet ngayon, they are actually, maybe it's either they save the strats or they actually within just a small amount of time, they practice so much for this lineup. And Fancy, isa sila sa malalaking teams pagdating sa kanilang region. And going up against Paper X and actually making this into a close one, not giving a chance for Jing together with Forsaken. So, we're seeing yung glimpses ng pwede pang mapagpatuloy ng Fancy ngayon, especially in this map.
Lalo na kapag isang team like Paper Rex ang makakatapat mo, you have to play it surely. Hindi na pwede yung basta-bastang laro lang. This is already the group stage. Labanan na ng spot for Masters. At kung alam nyo kung saan gaganapin ng Masters, sa Reykjavik lang naman. Iceland ang lipad ng mga players na mananalo o ng team na mananalo dito. Kaya pag nanalo ang SBE, nako, pupunta si tropang Black and Blue dyan. Papalamig siya sa Iceland.
Sana all.
You are divided!
Ganun na nga. Pwede na lang gawin. Oof!
Spike down, B.
Nice trades. Pero may magdedelay lang ngayon. Hello, Forsaken. Hindi niya din in-expect yun. Na meron pang natira, di ba? At ngayon, yes, I can. Goes for a plant. Benkai gets him. Might be winnable sa Paper X, yes. Pero I think the post plant, once again, Fancy is gonna be disciplined in a way. But if si Benkai or si Mindfreak may makuha sila, plus Mindfreak unleashing that paranoia, maybe it could have been a better one na sa side ng Paper X. Pero kasi yung postman, tututukan na lang ito. Pakiping na lang pre tututukan ko to. At si Mindfreak, hindi nila alam na meron ng pumapush. Gandang sa timing dito. Pero nga lang, blind ngayon si Davai. But it will actually line up. But what? Oh my!
Si Mindfreak pa. Siya na yung nakapatay. Siya pa yung nag-defuse. Insta-race agad ng salary yan, si Mindfreak. What a play coming in from Paper Rex there. I don't know how they didn't get the kill on the Vi. He was already blinded. On the other hand, na-timingan dito yung breach. Actually, he was preparing for a fault line or maybe a flash even. On the other hand, Mindfreak, they didn't bother to check kasi nga masyado silang na-busy doon sa nabulag. Hindi naman nila binaril. Yung box, isipin mo, box na yun, Rere. Bangable, wall bangable yun.
Marunong pala mag-hide and seek si Dabat.
Paano pa siya nakasurvive doon?
Akala ko mapapatay na siya. Sa gulat ako kasi akala ko siya yung tututok. Instead, si Mindfreak pa. Pero ito, nag-hello na sa kanila kagad. Si Benkai. Grabe talaga si Wolf, no? Nagtakas na nga. Ang galing pa mag-anchor ng site. Pero mukhang ngayon, side ng Fancy. After that pick-up, it's gonna be the Benkai ang biggest problem nila. Kita mo, naging kontrolado na nila kagad yung sequence sa isang grab. And that's a perfect break coming in from Fancy as si Forsaken na natitira.
Ito na si Forsaken, kompleto pa yung mga ano neto. Kompleto pa yung kanyang mga utilities. On the other hand, nag-fake na siya nung dash-in niya, pati nung kanyang smoke doon. Meron pa siyang nadampot na dalawa bago siya mamatay. That is still making a damage on the economy. But one of the factors here para sa Paper Rex is nagulat sila na naka-advance na pala dito sina Azerola. Because Jing was able to use that blind or the near in. Kaso nga lang, he didn't expect that they were playing really, really close. And that punished Jing out of the equation already. Aside from that, makakapag-push pa sila. And that wasn't enough manpower para sa Paper Rex to actually make the shots happen. Aside from Forsaken, getting those 2 kills, nothing much that they can do at that point. It was a good fake. Nakita mo yung mga mind games dito ni Forsaken. He's not only just doing the job of the duelist, but also he has that clutch potential for the team. Kaya dapat ingatan talaga nila na hindi sila makalabas dito or rather hindi sila ma-punish ni Paper or rather ni Forsaken ng paulit-ulit lang. Look at his angles that they are taking right now, despite being on an eco. Of course, he's gonna push in and maybe try to get some shots, headshots mula dun sa kanyang Marshall. Nakikita siya ng dog.
Scout destroyed.
Super X. At ayun. Okay.
Paper Rex, why after Rola nakapatay sa dito ng isa? Hari yan ang sitwasyon ngayon ng Paper Rex. They have to take complete control over sa mga shock dart na yan. Killers was able to take that triple kill in a flawless round team of Fancy United.
My dear, Fancy. Ang ganda ng executions nila so far. And imagine making this into a tie against Paper X. The confidence and how they play the takes, how they utilize Yes I Can together BFB so much. Alam mo, with the amount of assist na meron sa Yes I Can, you know how much of an impact he's been doing. And nakita din naman natin yung matches ng Fancy United. It has been perfect for them. It has been a well-rounded one, knowing Yes I Can, yung kanyang potential. So, let's definitely say, natong Fancy, this is a big contending one na para sa kanila. But unless Killer S ngayon makakapag-push, pero na-trap nga lang kagad siya. Napakasakit na nangyari dahil si Bengay kagad naka-3K. At isa na lang kagad natitira sa isang iglap.
Linis. Parang Mr. Clean, ang ganap doon. Nagligpit lang sila, nagwalis lang sila. Kumbaga, this camera of Benkai, one of the issues mula dito sa Fancy United, they can't figure out where he puts his traps, where he puts his camera on. Kanina, yun din yung nangyari kung bakit remember the first round, yung camera nakasetup din sa A site at isa na lang natitira, and it all boiled down up to the use of that camera. Napaka-importante na factor dito ni Benkai upon the team because of those utility usage that he's been doing, and he's been doing it efficiently as well.
Tinabayan kagad nila para ma-trap out, pero mukhang walang magiging workable one. But at least, okay, si Jing, he didn't expect that after all, and instead of them making it into the C, open kagad ang B sa isang iglap. Benkai ready for that ult, pero nga lang, oh no, yun muna ang inuna nila, and finally gets already that neural theft, and isa na lang kagad ang natitira. That's gonna be Heizi up for the post plant, pero yung stars saan napunta? Mali ata ng pindot si Heizi. Nagmadali tumama siguro sa keyboard yung mouse, at ang Paper Rex ang nagwagi na naman sa round na to. And alam mo yung na-predict ng Paper Rex doon is that alam nila nasa link lang and nasa garage band ng ibang membro ng Fancy. And that was a smart way for them to actually get it. Plus may neural theft pa, so nagsabay-sabay lahat para lang makuha pa isa-isa ang mga membro ng Fancy. And now they're leading by 2.
6-4 ang score nga natin dito. At nakikita mo naman based on the rounds, yung sa lower part ng ating player scoreboards, you would see Paper Rex would take 2 rounds, but Fancy United, they would take another. Babalik na naman sa Paper Rex, babalik na naman sa Fancy United. Tapos, makukuha ulit ng Fancy yung 2 rounds. Actually, this is a very close match, to be fair. And Vietnam, all the way from Vietnam, itong Fancy United. At SGMY naman itong Paper Rex, obviously. And Fancy United, despite that veteran, quote-unquote, advantage of Paper Rex, they are actually doing a great job handling the pushes mula dito kay Jing. At yung mga times talaga na nagkakaroon lang sila ng problema is because of the utilities of Benkai here. So kung maiiwasan nila to si Benkai, malaking factor yon for the team rin na hindi sila mahihirapan. Kasi once a Cypher is on a site na alam mo yon na ipupush mo, tapos hindi mo alam yung camera, kasi si Benkai kung mapapansin mo, delay siya gumamit ng camera eh. Hahayaan niya munang makapasok yung team members bago siya magtatag. Or sometimes, for a Cypher, hindi mo nga kailangan itag eh. You just have to tell your teammates para lang ma-save yung camera.
player so far sa mga laro ng Fancy United na nananalo sila. 1, they take off Benkay, naking ginhawa. 2, dun sila sa site na wala si Benkay. Kapag si Benkay di nila na-pick off or nakapag set up against them, alam mo na Paper Rex might be winning it. Oh, what? A shot, sayang. Pero may follow-up naman on the other side of the map. Galing kay Jing, he takes off one, Killer S tries to pull off something ngayon, pero mukhang maririnig na rin natin yung expectation as Jing takes him, at na lang kagad na natitira sa Fancy sa isang iglap, as sinabayan pa kagad dito ni Davai kasama ang kanyang Hunter's Fury. Try na din kung may mababawas pa siyang isa, but looks like won't be able to, as we only have Yes I Can together with Heizi. Nakikipaglaruan na naman dito si Jing. Ang dami talagang laro ngayon. Kagutaguan, Piko, Patintero, name it all, but mind pick spots out. Si Heizi, Yes I Can na lang kagad natitira, pero with that paranoia, he will be unleashing it, pero may counter flash na galing sa kanya, pero nakatingin na kagad si Benkay. Nakatutok ang Phantom na headshot sa ulo, at isa na lang bago makuha ng Paper X to maybe, or still Fancy might try to play aggressive once again.
Oh, just a quick replay on what happened that round. Si Jing lagi ang nakakapitas dito sa mga players, no? So isa rin siya, aside from Benkay being a big factor, si Jing na nagiging hyper-aggressive, nakakapag-lurk siya, at nagiging successful pa yung mga lurk na yon. So, 7-4, Fancy United, they are now on a timeout kasi 3 rounds na sunod-sunod ng Paper Rex ang nakukuha dito. So, they have to really plan out, map out. Ano bang plano dito? What's the P para sa atin, guys? Because this team, Fancy United, they can actually go up against Paper Rex. Hindi sila unstoppable force at this point. They were able to take those 4 rounds in a way na hindi naman nagkamali yung Paper Rex at all. So, they are a very formidable team going up against Paper Rex, and they know that. Kaya naman na nakikita mo yung mga safe play talaga sila, and that they are basing everything on their strategy, following it religiously.
So, talagang,
Yes, this should do.
ano,
This is a nice spot.
next step
This goes here.
Fancy to just make this into a 7-5. Then nandun naman eh. They're
That goes there.
getting it. But sometimes, wag lang maging sobrang reckless. Kasi usually, pag yung Fancy, medyo na-excite sila sa mga bagay-bagay and use it to their advantage, it goes the wrong way. Oh, okay. Di nila hinayaan si Forsaken makabawas. Pero ang galing talaga ni Forsaken. Umiiwas sa mga bagay-bagay kahit ba ano namin ang binabato sa kanya. He tries to get to the second one. But oh no, looks like this time around, Yes I Can get him. But fine pick together with Medkay. Nakapagbawas na nga kagad. They won't let Fancy take over the site itself. But will this timing actually work? Ito na nga. Paglaroan na naman sa kanila si Medkay. Isa-isa naman kagad na nababawas sa kanila. But as well, together with DMV, sila pa makakapag... Oh! They still got it? What? Okay, ganda na sana na play, pero nga lang. By second time pa to si Acerola, hindi man lang nabawasan yung armor, hindi man lang nataptesan ni Benkay after all in that small angle. A very good play on how they played disciplined. Pero ito, opportunity, pero medyo nag-audition sila pa isa-isa eh. So, medyo... it's quite complicated as to what happened, but at least Fancy still surviving that 4-round difference, and instead, if they win ang pistol round, most likely magiging tie pa nga to against Paper Rex.
Yun nga, at ganun lang kadali, no, sa isang iglap, dikit pa rin ang laban ng dalawang teams na meron tayo dito between Paper Rex and Fancy United. It was a good take mula dito sa Fancy United on that round. The Paper Rex, they were actually ready to take the shots in. Kaso nga lang, natalo sila pagdating doon sa engagements. That's the only time, that's the only problem that they had. They just can't get the shots in, and that's it. So Paper Rex right now, they are on a 2-round advantage, but they have to be really careful now on the attackers. At least, ang mga Cypher Trap kasi ay anti-flank. And aside from that, all throughout the map. So, importante lang sa kanila is Benkay not being shot down at least para hindi makapag-flank talaga dito ng matindi ang Fancy United. Wala pala silang Sentinel. Si Acerola, may Chamber sila. But, yeah, I'm not really a fan of Chamber when it comes to Haven, I would say. Pero madaming factors din yung Chamber na pwedeng madala dito sa side ng Fancy United. Lalo na yung rendezvous niya o yung teleport niya na tinatawag natin dito. Because he can reposition way better than a Jet actually. So he can be a hyper-aggressive Chamber here on C. But he has set up the traps on Garage and B main as well. So dalawang kino-cover niya dito, dalawang site. Good enough.
And pwede na sa side ng Fancy, but hopefully it's gonna be taking a big impact, especially right now that we're switching sides. Forsaken na iwasan lang kagad yung Concast. Tumalon-talon lang, Siguro mahilig talaga, athletic talaga si Forsaken. Kasi kita mo naman, sobrang alam na niya ano ba yung mga next approach para ma-pick off siya ng Fancy United. So that's pretty big. While on the other side, si Mindfreak dito, kaya Mindfreak ang kanyang pangalan dahil mahilig siya sa mind games and is just trying to play along para lang mabait ang ibang mga miyembro kagad ng Fancy sa kanya sa may C-Long. There's still a lot of contest right now, but mukhang kailangan na nalang tawagin ngayon si Mindfreak for that cover with that smoke sa face, pero Killer still gets the G kagad sa isang igla, but there were just 3 coming from Forsaken as he gets 2. Tries to get away with that concuss but won't be able to, and now we are habang maraming pangyayari kagad sa Milo, pero nakagad si Benkay, nakapasok na kagad na side. Ang galing, nakapatid pa. And finally, he will set up those traps para lang ang Fancy against them.
Aside from that, it was a good retrade coming in from Fancy United actually. Pumasok dito yung Paper Rex, but on the other hand, nakaabang din yung ibang players ng Fancy United. They were able to take the trades in. Kaya naman, this is a complete retake for the 2 remaining players, but it's not gonna happen at all. Hindi sila nanalo when it comes to those engagements a while ago because Benkay just swooped in to the side and they weren't expecting that. But they had a good start. Tignan mo, ito yung kill mula kay Killer S. They're gonna pop the flash. It's gonna go exact here kay Forsaken with the fault line. Kaya naman na-stop nila yung A main. Ang hindi nila naisip dito, meron pang tao sa A short. Na full force sila on A.
Grabe. At kita mo naman, kung kasi Forsaken, it went on a different one, plus Mindfreak making a lot of noises. So, those little things, nagiging advantage ng Paper Rex yun. But then, Seymour, ito na nga lang kagad ang may kita nila. But,
na-shorty lang, pare!
Na magkano sila dito na, oh my goodness! Okay. Oh!
Boga!
What?
My God,
Boga!
parang New Year! Nagsisilabasan yung mga bawal na baril. Boga here, boga there. Yan ang gawain dito. Not only on the side of Paper Rex, but also on Fancy. But now, with a 2v1 situation, all of the Paper Rex, they tap the spike just to fake it. At mag-aabang sila for Killer S to actually push. A good decision making coming in dito sa side ng Paper Rex. At naaamoy ko na ang ulam. Mukhang masarap.
Ng ulam yan. Sana all.
Nag-order kami.
Yan. Ano in-order nyo?
Squid. Calamares.
Ang sarap no, calamares.
Ang tanong, makakakain ba si Taylor?
Sana makakain ka, Frenny. Pero, ngayon, nanalo ang Paper Rex. Now, they're down by 2 rounds after getting that fight. Si Forsaken, excited. Nakabili na kagad na ROI. Biruin mo, yung kanyang operator, pero naglumabas na kagad sila as to where they are. But there was just a quick trade coming from Pinalo. He is concussed. Meron din kagad si Mindfreak, so they are able to take over here kagad sa seaside. At si BMBs na lang kagad natitira. But Jinx spotted now with the third kill. And Paper Rex, they're playing this on a more fashionable style. Get those pick-offs pagdating sa mga bagay-bagay like the trades. It's really perfect for them. Mawawasa man si Devay. At least, buhay na buhay naman ang ibang miyembro. At kita mo dito, ready si Jing. Hindi man ang nabawasan na sobra. And we have a Forsaken going with that cold. Nagiging ninja moves siya kagad. And they are now leading by 5. Fancy, hindi pa gumagalaw ang baso sa kanila. And medyo nakikita na nga natin yung sinabi mo, Taylor, na yung chamber nga, di ba? Yep, long angles, may mga TP, but I think yung pag-hold ng side pang anchor, it's just different against Benkai.
Yep, because other utilities he can't use. It's more on the man or the firepower that the chamber has, honestly. And moving forward, Paper Rex, they're just swarming on a site here. Makakapag-plant sila. There's no shock darts here to consider. Yun nga yung problema pagdating sa lineup na to. Wala rin silang Sova. So they don't have those shock dart lineups na pwede nilang gamitin to cancel whoever's planting. All they have is the gravity well that can pull. At yun lang yung pang-cancel nila. So tuloy-tuloy lang to for PRX. What they can do here is just punish, especially the breach. Tapos, punish lang din nila kung sinong nasa site. Completely taken over na. Hindi na nila makaka-cancel or madedelay in any form, in any shape or form.
Ano na ang mangyayari sa Fancy? Nagiging, alam mo yung sobrang slow ng pacing ngayon ng Paper Rex, yet it has been effective already. And ayun, ang Fancy, nabawasan na naman si Killers sa isang iglap. Nagiging confident na ngayon ng Paper Rex. They're doing the fast play styles. The Vi was able already to get some information pagdating sa mga miyembro ng Fancy. But you gotta expect where Xerxia again is gonna be coming through. At tila dapat sila magpapabawas. Pero good way na to para sa PRX. Pero tignan mo, pinaglalaroan lang sila ni G ngayon. Nakapag-dismiss pa nga. May pag-asa pa sila makapasok na site. Pero nga lang, the Vi on the other side, sabi niya, pwede ba tayong lumipat? Pero pwede na pala to dahil si BFVs ay na-tackle down na nila. Acerola together with the Heizi na lang kagad natitira. Both of them are on the flanks, but I think the Vi is already gonna be expecting them at isa na lang. Will he actually get this? Sa iba ka nakatingin, pero quick thing lang for the Vi to actually realize a lot of things. At isa na lang before Paper Rex can finally confirm this map pick ng Fancy United.
Na-in-love siya dun sa Reyna, men. Tinitigan niya lang. Hindi kasi trigger discipline yun. Nag-aantay siya baka may lumabas pa on backside habang yung isa naman ay hindi nakatingin. Kaso nga lang, the angle that he took was way far and he was able to be spotted by the players here already. Lumabas na rin, nag-swing na rin si Davai as they were feeling comfortable. They had that upper hand as well. Ang ganda ng take dito ng Paper Rex. Kung hindi mo napapansin, it's always A-side. A-side, A-side, A-side. Because it works out. So, ang gagawin dito ng Paper Rex, uulit-ulitin lang nila yan hanggang talagang medyo delikado na yung posisyon nila on A because they put more onto that side. On the other hand, they're changing it up, mixing it up for the team. And this is now Fancy United being dispersed all throughout. Makikita mo, nasa T-side na yung players dito ng Fancy United. This is the lurk coming in, but Benkai was ready to take on the action. He was able to take that triple kill already. Mayroon pa isang kalaban na nakatapat dito. Neural Depth was used, no blind, and the 4K just to finish things off for Paper Rex. They're proving that they are the stronger team here.
Speechless ako on how flawless Paper Rex is so far. And I think yung boom, ang ganda din ng executions nila, but all throughout with its double duelist comp, alam mo, Tier, aside from them being very comfortable, it's them knowing how to eradicate yung setups at tinatapon sa kanila ng Fancy United. The first half was pretty difficult for them, but once na nag-switch ng sides, once they went into that attacking, it became different. And I'm so happy na ito ang Paper Rex roster na nanggaling sa LCQ na nakalipad pa nga. Pero mukhang hindi na nga naging workable sa kanila yung iba nilang naging kalaban. Pero ngayon, in just the amount of time already, they spent at least 3 to 4 months after on their defeat, sobrang nag-improve sila. And they are one of the teams talaga na kaabang-abang na maybe kind of getting that seat into the playoffs already. But looking at the highlights there, I think it's all about all of the members talaga ng Paper Rex. Especially, I think si Jing, Forsaken, together with Benkai.
That Reyna was such a good pick because it goes well with the flavors of how Paper Rex plays. He knows how to capitalize on the agent pick that the other team has. Wala sila masyado ditong anti-flank na pwedeng gamitin. Because like I said, Chamber is more of an agent where it comes with firepower. Yung kanyang tour de force and also yung rendezvous niya, ang power at capability dito ng isang Chamber is just repositioning himself and setting up slows for the team, but not really strong enough to actually do takes on sites. And when it comes to the side na nagpalit na sila, Paper Rex on the attacking, you can definitely see that Paper Rex, they were hard hitting A site again and again and again because it definitely works and they keep shutting down the players of the other team of Fancy United dito sa A site. And looking at just the stats, we are looking at Benkai, the MVP, and he truly deserves that because he made a lot of plays happen just with the camera and also with the engagements and the shots. It connects everything just perfect for Paper Rex in a complete slump. Dominating faction right here. Paper Rex takes this first game away from Fancy United.
At nakita mo, lahat sila ang gaganda ng stats. And even if we've seen dito si Benkai as the MVP, I think the impact use, the trades, is up to Forsaken and Jing talaga.
Nakakatakot, no?
Diba?
Isipin mo, hindi pa nagpa-pop off si Forsaken. Si Benkai pa lang yung MVP nila dito. Hindi pa yan yung 100% na lakas. 100% lakas ni Forsaken, guys.
Halagang, I think Paper Rex is really one of the teams that it's hard to deal with, especially sa Fancy United Esports side. Although may counting experience si Fancy United, but I think talaga mechanically wise, Paper Rex have it. The headshots, yep, Fancy had it. Pagdating sa mga stats na nakita natin sa ating head-to-head kanina. Pero I think pagdating dito sa side ng Paper Rex, one, the strat, second, the hang force, third is the confidence na binigay mo kay Forsaken together kay Jing. Ito ay talagang nakuha sa malaking amount of experience. But right now, guys, we're gonna be taking on a break as we're gonna be casting, of course, on the next map in Icebox. Once again, ako si Rayleigh, kasama ko dito sa Stayer, and see you guys after the short break.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jack.
Muli tayo nagbabalik dito sa VCT Asia Pacific Group Stage na nga. Tapos na ang first game natin para sa series na to. Paper Rex at Fancy United na naglalaro. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor. With me is Ray. At sana nakainom ka na ng tubig. Ray, ako ay at least nakakain na ng 3 kutsara. Kahit pa paano sa 2 minutes na yon. So, laban na ulit.
Tingnan mo sa sobrang init. Naglagay na ako ng hairpin. Tapos gusto ko sabihin sa
Init
mga
na yun, no?
viewers,
Summer na eh.
umanom na kayo ng tubig. Kasi ang init, alam mo yung nakatutok na sa akin yung electric fan. Nararamdaman ko ng init dahil mainit nga talaga ang makakatulad ng Paper Rex ngayon. Si Jing, tsaka si Second, mga feel ko 20% pa lang yan eh, ng
20%.
energy nila eh. Sabi nila, conserve muna tayo medyo. Kasi hayaan natin si si Benkay pala, ang gumawa sa team natin. But looking at this, we're gonna be proceeding sa next one, which is going to be
Chill
in
pa.
Icebox. So, na po, ang Icebox guys, ano bang alam natin sa Paper Rex pagdating sa Icebox?
Mapa nila to.
I think sa
Mapa
lahat
nila.
Oo.
Mapa ng Paper Rex to, guys. But of course, with the changes that happened recently in Icebox, ang dami ng pagbabago sa mapa na yan. And also at the same time, Paper Rex chose this map again for the side. And kung naalala nyo, yung Haven map na yun kanina, it was actually chosen by Fancy United. But Paper Rex won that game in a 13-5 scoreline, if I'm not mistaken. And this time around, it's their map pick, Paper Rex. Kumbaga, sabi nga natin, hindi pa yon yung 100% lakas nila as a team. They're just playing it cleanly para silang, kumbaga, nakastructure yung gameplay dito ng Paper Rex. And they just have to follow that structure. If they follow that structure, insta-success. Parang ganun yung nangyayari for Paper Rex. And right now, they don't really need anything else to adjust to. Ang kailangan mag-adjust dito is Fancy United.
Alam mo, ginagawa lang talaga ng Paper Rex is really just the standard na kung ano meron sila. If you go double duelist, no problem. Mas lumamang pa sila sa attacking side. Yung score ng Fancy hindi na gumalaw after we switched the sides. There were the 1v1s, and yet in Paper Rex, they were really successful when it comes to that. But as we're gonna be seeing on towards here in Icebox, this is the best map na meron ang Paper Rex. But as for Fancy, nakita din natin yung couple of their Icebox performance, and it's not bad after all. Malakas din ang performance ng Fancy dito, 82% with a total of 17 matches. But ito naman, compare natin sa Paper Rex, sa 74% with a total of 46 matches. So, alam naman natin kung ano yung pagkakaiba dito. But I think hindi din natin madedenay na Fancy United, they have this play pagdating sa Icebox. But I really do think if you just put enough focus sa pag-shutdown kay Jing together with Forsaken on this comp na gagawin nila dito sa Icebox, I think pwedeng double duelist, pwedeng double initiator, or pwedeng double sentinel. Tingnan natin kung saan nga ba mas magugustuhan ito ng Paper Rex. But as for fans, ano yung bago na naman nilang surprise? Kasi kanina, they surprised us with the comp here in Haven. And I think here in Icebox, it's gonna be different once again.
Honestly, I think that the player that they should shut down is Benkay. I won't even bother with Jing tsaka kay Forsaken. But Benkay has complete control on the map. And once a team member has complete control over the map, syempre, mahihirapan gumalaw yung ibang players. Even if you win engagements, still the information is on the side of Benkay and he knows exactly where you are. Kagaya nung nangyayari kanina with his own cipher. At feeling ko, kasi itong si Benkay yung shot caller din for Paper Rex, and kailangan, ito yung isa sa mga factors dito for Paper Rex. That's why they're very successful as a team. Pangalawa na dyan is of course Forsaken, which is always popping off doon sa mga matches. This guy is a crack player, as we call it, and it just shows in each and every map that he plays on. They are a very scary team, to be honest. And to be fair, looking at the agent picks that we have right now, hindi ganoon kalaki yung difference nila aside from the double control for Fancy United. Interesting pick. Walang duelist, Ray.
Walang duelist. Ito yung panalo nilang Global Esports. They are no duelist, but you have that double controller. And Ang magiging way talaga dito ay si Killer S. How will he actually pop off? And nakita din natin, di ba? Si Acerola talagang parang controller duelist when they went up nga sa Global Esports. He got a lot of kills. But sa side naman ng Paper Rex, they're gonna be sticking with that double sentinel. And alam naman natin, kahit anong hawakan ng mga miyembro nila, they're just on towards that role on where they're pretty flex, plus may tutok. And yun talaga yung nakakatakot about them. But will this will this map, will this be the agent selection ba ng Fancy United? Will be the key to actually defeat Paper Rex? Or yung Paper Rex, ba sabi nila, wala silang duelist. So we already know how to shut them down. Kasi kahit may KO ka, may meron ng mga duelist na hindi nawala ang mga initiator. Wala ang mga katulad ni Sky together with KO. So I think Fancy, they just need to be really careful upon this one, or talagang that double controller will just be the most effective way here in Icebox.
Nakadepende na to sa dalawang teams na meron. We already know the capabilities of Paper Rex and no one is questioning this team any longer. Pero yung mga makakatapat nila, doon nagkakaroon ng doubts yung mga viewers natin. So now for Fancy United, this is the perfect time to actually prove themselves that they deserve to be in this stage in the Asia Pacific region. And heading towards the first round here para sa ating map 2, again picked by Paper Rex. They are starting on the attackers. Sila ang entry for this time around.
What?
Oh, the blind! Benkai! Yet again! Pushing! Nagtatago lang siya dito. The shock dart finally para ma-force out lumabas si Benkai, but he was able to punish multiple players already with Jing. The only person remaining now, may wall up siya dito. Nakakita siya ng isa sa malayo. Perfect shots, the accuracy, my God, Jing! Grabe! Alam mo yung 100% shot rate, success rate?
I just can't say after what Jing did. But all I know, yung clutch na ginawa ni Jing doon ay napakalaking impact, because that clutch, it's the very esports clutch moment of the game.
One
At
enemy
viewin mo, swing lang ng swing, but at least, akala ko kasi low on HP na itong si Xerxia, yun pala hindi pa. So, sa malayuan, buti pa yung classic niya, Taylor. Kung ako yun, hindi ko na tamaan sa ulo yun.
Grabe, on point lahat ng tutok, even with the classic shot. At dalawang players ng Paper Rex actually ang nakita on backside with that recon. Para naman sa kanila, doesn't matter much right now because they're playing really far off at they're taking care. They need to take care of this crossfire position na siniset up ng Fancy United. Nakakapag-isip lang, no? Kumbaga, isipin natin what kind of plan is Fancy United doing right now. Mindfreak was able to shut down 2 players, make that a 3. Para naman dito sa team ng Fancy United, it's now up to Yes I Can. They don't have any duelist composition on the team. They also have to be really careful kasi Ray, wala silang Sage dito. And kahit naman walang Sage, it would work out because of the changes that happened to Icebox. But players still recommend the Sage, I would say, because they need those walls. Madaming gamit yan in diffusing the spike, in closing off some corners, delaying the players. Maraming factors ang isang Sage, and picking Sage for Jing, who we know is definitely on point, is a big thing.
And that's the real problem that Fancy United has to face somehow. And ngayon, the Vi makes somehow the little noise here as iba na mga miyembro ay papunta na kaagad sa B-site. Manggugulo pa si Mindfreak dito. Alam mo na! Oh, nahuli si Davai. So, alam na, aware na ang mga miyembro kagad ng Fancy. Saan ba pupunta mga miyembro ng Paper Rex? Pero nakapasok na sana si Forsaken at looking at it, alam na nga din kagad niya na meron pang manggagaling. And speaking of, Yes I Can will be denying Forsaken, Mindfreak, Jing, and Benkai na lang kagad ang natitira. pero nakaharang pa yung wall. May somehow saving grace ang katulad ni Jing, pero Benkai has already been eliminated. Last two ang manggagaling ngayon. Time pick together with Jing is just gonna be playing along with it. At, naku po.
Hindi nila mabasag yung wall because if they stroll the wall immediately right now, hindi makakabuelo yung ibang players dito ng Fancy United. But instead, ang nakabuelo is Paper Rex because of that wall. Jing was just able to wait out at the only time that he went out. Syempre, hindi nila mapapansin because of the wall yet again. Hindi nga nila makikita yung kalaban. He can definitely rotate all the way to yellow to actually help out itong si Mind Freak na umiikot na para sa mga players natin, para sa team ng Paper Rex. A very, very good take coming in from this team. Honestly, ang linis nilang maglaro.
Taylor, talagang anticipate Paper Rex. Nahuhuli nila eh. Imagine that was a 2 or yet they were able to come out of it. But I think si Acerola, diba? Siya nag-a-act as their duelist talaga together with Killer S. Pero nga lang, advantage siya baril paglalaroan lang ng Paper Rex sa mga miyembro ng Fancy. At kita mo si Jing sinamula na kagad. Goes for the rest. Okay lang yan, Davay. Mahal ka naman ng mga teammates mo at isa na lang kagad na titira. Yes, I can. Already gonna be putting along and the Vice spots him out as the Vi gets 3K and now it's a clean of 4-0. So nagpapalit-palit sila dito, diba? But usually si the Vi, makikita natin siya susova dito sa Icebox. Pero pinalitan niya. Okay.
Si Benkai. Ang ganda, well, to be fair, Benkai, gaya nga ng sabi ko sa inyo, he can have control over the map. That is exactly why Acerola was forced to go back of position. Once na nag-TP siya pabalik and pop the smoke, he was still being located because no one was shutting down yung recon bolt. And with that, they keep giving information, feeding information towards Paper Rex, and they're not doing anything to stop that information from just leaking. Dahil nga doon, nalalaman yung positioning din ng ibang mga team members dito ng Fancy United. They use this wall. They're now pushing Fancy United, pushing towards mid. They have the guns that they need. Nasa kanila na. This is Jing slowing them down, and Mindfreak hops out. He gets one, but it's the one trade na nangyari dito with Fancy United. Yes, I can. He was able to take a kill. Naku, nakataligod yung dalawa.
Oh,
hello?
no.
The Vi is here. Hindi namin kailangan mag-push dito ng mag-push, but we will wait for the lurk that you're trying to do. 4 na players ang pumupush dito sa mid kanina. Naubos lang silang lahat. 3v1 situation. All up to Yes, I Can. Kenny?
Medyo layo na niya. Tapos kita mo naman yung mga miyembro ng Paper X. I think they just be playing along with it, and Benkai finally takes Yes, I Can. And seems like so far 5-0. Pag eto Tero, hindi pa nanalo ang Fancy at nakakaramdam na ako eh. Alam mo yung nakita ko pa lang yung lineup, sabi ko, I think it's gonna be a Paper X kind of momentum. Especially dito sa Icebox, walang mintis to eh. At nakita natin maraming teams ang pinahirapan ng Paper Rex pagdating sa mapang to. And even not just in the APAC scene, but in overall, sa mismong mga pinuntahan nila, yung sa Masters nga. Pero ngayon, bubay na naman ulit sa Fancy. And they're just playing along with it.
Play yun? From Forsaken, he updrafted, there was a smoke. A very interesting kind of play. Don't know if he really used that or got anything at all from that run, but I don't think he did. May smoke dito coming in from the Omen as well. At ito yung mga tactics, mga pinagbabawal na tactics minsan, yung may smoke ng Omen tapos biglang merong forward tapos naka-shotgun lang. Pwede nilang rin gawin yon, no, just to shock the players of Paper Rex, but it's not gonna happen. Killer S, he was able to take one. Knives out para sa kanya, para lang mahuli, and there is also the nade. This is the pop flash being set up already by Killer S, but there is that smoke protecting the 2 players here of Paper Rex as well. They are holding this crossfire kung merong gustong pumush. The problem with Fancy United, they have the guns already, and they still wanna keep pushing sometimes, and this is Benkai already taking one. The trade was there, Forsaken. He is the only man remaining here. 1v3, 27 seconds remaining para ma-plant yung spike.
Nakakatch ba ni Forsaken to? Okay, alam na niya. He's kind of aware on where he take them one by one. Pero that was a good play already. Para kay Xerxia to take this stage. Tira lang siya kagad. And BMPs will finally finish him out. And yeah, Fancy! Put the traps all together. Saan ba ang mga PPRX? Where are they stacking? Hit them one by one. And finally, after the 3 na 5 rounds by PPRX, naging pabor na nga sa kanila. Ang ganda nun. Siguro, they just need to more do this type talaga. Not be aggressive. Kasi, pagdating sa duels, panalo PPRX. So, kapag mga ganyan lang, use the utilities to your advantage to get to cut off guard ang mga PPRX. It's okay. So, we're down with Fancy. May hope tayo. Akala ko 13-0 na Terror eh. Hindi talaga.
Pero feeling ko may plano dapat si Forsaken dun sa updraft smoke niya na maging aggressive. Hindi nga lang nag-workout. Nagkamali yata siya doon ng pag-updraft. On the other hand, meron ng pasok dito for Paper Rex para sa kitchen nila. And they set up already the smokes para naman kay Benkay. He's checking out what he can see doon sa Sova drone inside the Viper's pit. They have, if they want to take B, they have to go through this Viper's pit. Either that or take mid control.
Talagang ngayon.
Here.
Keeper Rex. Sayang para kay Mindfreak. Medyo masalamuat na pangyayari. But I think Fancy. Nakakuha na sila ngayon ng konting alaala. Saan ba gagaling ang mga peoples? Paano ba natin iipitin ang mga to? Wala! Oh no! Sayang yun! Nakuhanan kagad the Violet the Force, and Jing finally takes that. But unfortunately, Heiz is just watching it, and here's a maze, and we still have Forsaken already giving him a lot as he gets the 2 kills. At isa na lang kagad natitira kay Yes Icon. Ang hirap, diba? Ito si Forsaken kung saan nang gagaling sa bawat angulo, may kita ko siya. And now, Paper still clean, even if there are trades coming in from Fancy. And now, leading pa rin sila against them.
Oh my god. Paper Rex, they're just following their strat book. Ganito din naman sila maglaro during the previous tournaments we've seen them as well. At you can see how Forsaken, what he can bring to the table for the team. And not only that, the other team members as well. On a chamber pick, like in a map like this, a long-range battle para sa kanila. They can use those lows, especially in tight corners pagdating sa B main. At para sa Paper Rex, this is the best that they want to do right now. Nagbabantay rin naman sila dito ng flank, kaya walang problema pagdating sa mga traps. And also, like using a Killjoy here, you would just move the traps everywhere anyway. It's either just a Cypher or another Sentinel yet again. And they also have the Sage anyway, kaya napapagana nila tong mga rounds na nakukuha nila. I'm very interested to see how Fancy United will work this lineup on the attackers later on.
At medyo Paper X, may konting pag-aalangan lang. Tumunog yung likod ko. Aray ko. Pumatanda na.
Okay ka lang.
Nagkakasabi.
Signs of aging yan, Riri.
Oo, ito talaga nangyayari pag mahal na mahal mo yung trabaho mo. Pero ngayon, yes, I can. Inaabangan lang sila. They're just the counter votes. Sinitin nyo guys. Ganyan yung bagong lineup na yun. Share ko lang. So ngayon na Paper X takes the next call, agad na ng angulo ni BMVs to actually take them down. So sana makuha lang yung perfect timing to tackle them in. And speaking of, sabi sa inyo, perfect timing is the way the richest counters with that snake bite. But I think hindi naman mahihirapan ng Paper X ngayon. Ano yung kinabaguhan ngayon? Kinagandahan ng bagong changes here in B side. At least Heizi was able to get one, but won't just rattle down ang mga taga-Paper Rex as we only have one. And the Vi finishes Killer S down, and it's gonna be a 1-7. Paper Rex just winning all together one by one. Count the steps. And Fancy, nakapag-save sila. Pero ngayon, ano kaya ang next thing? Kasi it's just gonna be Paper X all over again one by one. Although may strats naman sila, pero I think yung disiplina ng Paper X nandito at yung confidence for the calls.
True that. On the other hand then, this is what having a Sage on your team means. You can wall off other places. Kasi nagbago na nga yung icebox natin. Instead of walling here on the default plant or the safe plant, instead wino-wall nila dito is actually the entry from city. Kaya naman it works out great for PaperX because once that wall is being set down, alam na nila kung ano yung kailangan nilang silipin dito. Because if you break down the Sage wall, you have to break all the panels or else you're just gonna get spot on this specific area. Tatlo na ang napitas dito ng PRX. This is still a buy round for Fancy United and they can't punish PaperX right now. Mainit na si Forsaken. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. Kanina 20% pa lang ang PaperX but with an all fours, it is gonna be a flawless round and an 8-1 score.
Ay, Terror. Paano babangon ng Fancy? Kasi alam, ginagawa na lang dito ng Paper Express W eh. Diba? You have those strengths. Pero tingnan mo, confidence, timing, okay. And yung Fancy, they're trying to come up with new talagang innovations when it comes to their strats. Pero mukhang hindi talaga nag-work at all. And PaperX just reading them like a book. Yung kaninang round na yun, may mali lang talaga sa isang may konting palpak lang ang PaperX kaya sila natalo. Pero pag nag-iba yung ihip doon, okay na. Okay?
May pumupush sa tube, tapos pumush na si Davay sa mid. Oh my God, sinaksak nila si Davay pero hindi natuloy. This is now Forsaken on A side already. Mishmash para sa Fancy United dito. Hindi nila ma-figure out kung nasa na yung mga PaperX peeps at si Mindfreak nagpa-planta ng spike. Nag-reposition pa siya para sure na sure pagdating dun sa lineup niya. And yes, I can. He was able to dink Benkai here, no healing capability. Patay na si Jing dito. Pero dalawang players pa ng Fancy United ang pwedeng makapagano dito, makaposisyon. Dahil it's still a 2v3 with very low HP on Benkai. If they spot him, at least make that a tie for the manpower. But they have to do it now. Time is ticking. The hop out. Si Forsaken na atras lang dito. BMV who was able to get one kill. Fast lang. Ferrari peak. Whoop! There you go. Yes, I can was able to take one shot. But the trade was there for Mindfreak. Body system para sa PaperX. And it works out completely. May kasama pang exercise.
Exercise.
Ang palakas ng tuhod.
Sabi na eh, nag-jumping lesson talaga tong mga PaperX. If you get the context.
Jumping lesson.
Yan, shoutout sa mga isko. Good day, manager. Pero to si Forsaken. Parang nag-unrated na ata to si Forsaken.
Tumatalon lang ng tumatalon, tapos sabay takbo, tapos sabay atras, mga ganunang moves lang, kumbaga, no? At parang kiti-kiti si Forsaken dito.
Yung uod nilagyan ng asin.
Oo, hindi mapakali.
At yun din.
Dami na nilang pera.
Oo nga eh.
Oh no.
Gumagastos na lang sila sa kung ano-ano. Tapos para lang, oo.
Yes, I can punish na agad ng PaperX dito. Just at the start of the round. Nahuli lang siya nung Sova drone and immediately they were able to use and capitalize that Hunter's Fury. Jing on the other hand, napitas na rin si Azarola. This is gonna be another take for PaperX and the entire side. This is the buy round of Fancy United. The entire side is completely diminished with the players of Fancy.
This is so talagang landslide ang nangyayari with how PaperX does the work. Terror maybe undefeated in a way, pero BMVs, maganda din. Just get a lot of credits on your side. Pero baka di niya i-expect si Vibe. Ba masaksak ka dyan, ingat na lang. Nice skin by the way. At okay, they're just getting the time. Kita na niya. Saan ka natin
Nakita na, sir. There is the operator gun. And PaperX. It's a complete stomp. At based on stats, 74% win rate ang PaperX dito. They played Icebox 46 times and 34 times they won it. Lost only 12. And they're proving that this is really their map. A comfort pick mula dito sa PaperX and a very comfortable score at 10-1.
No charges left.
All I can say, PaperX Ano tong kinain nyo? Napakalinis ng icebox. A much more cleaner icebox than what we've seen at here. Pero siguro dahil iba din yung amount na may
nakita yung buhok ng chamber. Sabi niya, ang ganda ng wax mo dyan. Ang ganda ng
Hairstyle,
bench fix.
Bench fix.
Oo.
Ang sikat na 2x3, pagupitan.
Oo.
Marami akong
Yan yung
dinala eh.
Mga high school yan ang ginagamit. Kapag papasok amoy na amoy. Stronghold, man. Stronghold. Nakataas ang buhok ni Chamber. Alam nila na nandito, ibig sabihin.
Pero di nila alam, uy. Meron ng isang nakapasok. Ready kaya kayo sagutin ang tanong kay Dabay? Okay, buti na lang. Oh, he's still one. Oh, sumato.
What? Nakuha pa yun ni Forsaken.
Okay. Nice.
Grabe, para silang sila ba may-ari ng Valorant? Parang anak ata ito ni Riot eh.
Kamag-anak din yun. So, iba pinsan. Oh no, akala nila. Pero buti na lang, may ganay Forsaken galing sa mid. Pero to na naman, 3v4. Kailangan fancy ayusin nyo na to dahil yan na nga, 1 by 1, baka bumagsak kayo and he still gets it. Unleashing already this one. At mukhang medyo mahirap sa kanila para makakuha ng entry pa dito. Pinaglaroan ni Mindfreak, ginawang unrated. And it's 11-1. Paper Rex. Pag nanalo pa sila ng dalawa, pag nanalo pa sila sa pistol, mapapakamot ka sa ulo dahil si Mindpick 18. Para akala ko si Jing tsaka si Forsaken magpapapot. Iba naman daw. Masyado ng star player ang mga miyembro ng Paper Rex like Jing at Forsaken. Si Mindpick naman daw kung si Benkay, kanina ako naman ngayon.
Time to shine para sa mga players dito ng Paper Rex, and they're definitely shining. The superstars of FGMY region. You can see definitely how experienced the team is. Despite having this big advantage, the rounds that they take, hindi nila binibigay ng basta-basta lang. Mindfreak is already in that 18 scoreline, 4 deaths. The Vi on 12. Isipin mo si Benkay na nga lang yung hindi nagpe-perform when it comes to frags this time around eh. And on the first game, he was really performing well. Even on this game, honestly, it just so happens that in a map like Icebox, this is the comfort pick of Paper Rex, and it just gives space para sa Paper Rex to actually step up their game more even if they don't need to.
This is so harsh. Side ng fancy Killer S tsaka si Acerola, sila yung inaabangan natin dito, Taylor. Kasi sila yung kailangan gumalaw. Especially on the side ng fancy na ganito nga yung performance ni Acerola and Killer S when they went up against Global. But it seems like right now, it's not gonna turn into their favor in any way. And Paper X, iba talaga sila ngayon, pero I think also this icebox talaga, kung ako yung fancy, sana kinuha ko muna to, sana binan na lang nila muna on that veto itself, but it is what it is. Paper X super unstoppable, and it's not just about Forsaken J anymore, it's about Mindfreak and Benkay actually improving a lot, and you can really see it. But as for the Biden talaga, we have always known that this guy talagang pa lang kabilang bang days, goods na to eh. So walang problema. But here it is. Switching sides. Medyo gustong i-agree ata na dalawang miyembro ng Paper X kagad itong B.
Oy, tumatalon-talon lang. Ito na yung chance ng Fancy United to maybe take back the scores that they just lost. They can't lose this eco. They can't lose this pistol round rather, para sa ating second half, because if they do, it's already a match point for Paper Rex, and they don't want to give that away. Kaya naman sobrang careful nila ditong gumawa o gumalaw rather. And of course, they don't have a Sage. They don't have the healing capabilities of a Sage as well. And with the knife being used by the KO, madedetect dito yung players actually ng Paper Rex. That is Forsaken. And of course, hindi nila alam yung posisyon ni Jing, kaya hindi pa rin siya magpapalit o re-reposition dito. But I think Paper Rex realized that They made some advantages here, pero wala naman talaga sila dito. Might be a fake, but I'm hearing setups here on A side. Kaya naman napakabilis ng rotations ng Paper Rex. This is Forsaken getting a kill. That is High Z out. And Jing, nakakuha na rin ng isa. Trade lang para sa dalawang teams na to. Importante para sa Fancy United. But BMB is the only man remaining. He was able to take one. It's now up to him in making this happen and not taking the match point off the Paper Rex, and they won't give it away just like that.
Hindi pa tapos.
Easy lang kayo.
Easy lang. Pinamaan. So, gulat ako doon. Buti na lang. BFDs, di ka nagkamali. Pero dito kamunti ka na pala. Yung mga member na mo. Fancy. Siguro, buti na lang kung si Killer. Yes, hi. Baka ito na yung defender side curse. So usually nangyayari yan dito sa Icebox eh. Pero yung 11-2, kahit manalo ng rounds ang Fancy, mag-a-adjust na lang Paper Rex, to be honest eh.
Kita nila na yung chamber nasa spawn naman. So, still not a problem. They're just playing for picks, and Forsaken was picked out. This is exactly what Fancy United needs right now. Isang mabilisang upgrade din para kay Yes I Can. He's already using a Phantom here. And 25 armor, half armor lang ang puhunan dito. Ito na ang 11-2 scoreline ngayon. BMV was able to take down Benkai. This is working out for Fancy United right now. They were able to detect also Jing. Alam nila, they all have that information. They also have the advantage when it comes to manpower and the guns itself.
My oh my. What can possibly go wrong ika nga ngayon sa side ng Paper Rex? But then, uy, diba? Kaya pa?
Kaya pa ba today, guys?
Hantak ka na ba naman?
Baka mamaya makambak pa to na matindi-tindi. 4v2. Jing and Mind Freak with their sheriffs. Can they take the shot? Sometimes impatient to mga players ng FCY. A good damage was given to Yes I Can, but Mind Freak being left alone, he takes 1 kill. 3 players pa ang kailangan niyang pitasin dito, and that is already Izzy waiting, wrapping around the corner right now. Toxic Screen is actually from him. Kaya naman this Cloud is for the side of Fancy United. Maglalaro siya dito in a position kung saan magkukuha siya ng exit frags kung kakayanin niya man. But he needs to die in this defuse, or rather, he needs to die off in this spike detonation. So, there you go. He didn't give the kill. Naiwan niya pa si BMV doon kasi nga tinatapatan niya. So, nasama sa hukay pa.
Okay, Paper X. Meron pa kayong 8 chances para tapusin na. At ngayon, full buy naman na sila. So, let's see. Grabe naman si Mindfreak, 4.1 ang KDA. No. 21.5. Pawang-pawo ang koya mo. Pero, mag-aabang sila. Walang recon. Pasensya ka na, BM. Hindi ka sinunod ni Benkai. Okay lang yan. Pero ngayon, look at the members of Paper X. They're stacking so much in A. And this is pretty bad. Pag kinain ng Fancy ang pain, alam mo na talagang baka ma-out pa sila ngayon din. Pero speaking of, medyo tamang-tama na kagad si Mindpick. Wala na talagang no way out for him. But unless the... Oh no! Nice flash! Coming in. Uy, saka nagtatago Benkai. Oh my, this is something different. Dalawa na lang kagad na titira. The Vine makes it work. Will he be able to get that? Oh, Fancy!
meron pa silang ilang chances of getting it back pa.
7
diba? O 7 chances pa, mga kaibigan, para sa Paper Rex, para tapusin or para gawing match point na ang ganap natin dito. But they're just being caught off guard in the spot that they shouldn't be. And nakikita yung mga barrel nung kanilang mga Phantom at Vandal dito. Paper Rex, though, they are still going for a timeout. They have lots of rounds to lose, but they can't get too comfortable for Fancy United to take more rounds against them. This is still not match point. They're still not safe here. Kayang-kayang balik na rin to ng Fancy United in case.
Si Meral ko kasi, binabate eh. Binati
Kaya
eh.
nga.
Ano ba naman yan?
Grabe. Walang patawad.
Kaya, oy guys, please maawa naman kayo.
Hindi, ibig sabihin yan, pag mas mabilis yung mga games natin sa first 3 games, ibig sabihin, mas maaga yung mapapanood ang SBE.
Most likely, panalo na baka 7 yung mapapanood yung mas maaga ng 2 to 3 hours yung laban.
Uy, sarap naman nung pakinggan.
Oo, diba?
Hindi tayo abutin ng madaling araw.
Problema lang natin yung sa search at saka ONIG. Palong-palo eh.
Yun lang yung ngayon, matindi-tinding laban ngayon.
Matindi yun. Mga 13-11 ata lahat ng yun. Kaya sana hindi mapagod pagkasama si Bill. Pero ito na, Forsaken.
Nako, eco sila dito. Hindi sila makakuha ng shots. Uma-advance sila. The thing is, when you are on an eco, what you wanna do, other teams, most of the time, what they do is actually push para makakuha sila ng advantage dun sa pick-off. Dahil they don't have anything to lose naman when it comes to the guns. But Fancy United has a lot to lose here. Because if they get picked off, the guns goes down as well, magkakaroon ng upgrades yung Paper Rex. Kaya sila uma-advance ng gano'n. But this time, doesn't work out for Paper Rex pagdating sa mga pick-offs. On the other hand, iisa pa sana si Davay doon, pero hindi na niya makukuha yan. This is now the players of Fancy United pushing towards B. There is no one here aside from the Viper. Yung ating Sova all the way from A side, kailangan niyang mag-rotate. They are now planting the spike, and with regards to the players, it's still 4 people. At isa na nga dyan ay pumapasok sa mid, no? Baka mag-rotate siya dito and go towards mid and danger kung sakasakali man. 4v2, like I said, Benkai and Mind Freak. It's all up to them right now. They have the Sheriff at meron pa sila ditong Boga. At yung shock dart na yan, hindi yata magko-connect. On the other hand, this is what I'm saying. The lurk already coming in from BMV in a perfect lurk. Just like that, will take the win for Fancy United.
Anim pa.
Ayaw niyo pang tapusin talaga.
Ay! Tinatagal niyo pa. Eh di sana kung panalo kanina pa. Eh di... Xerxia na tayo. Sonic. Pero mahirap talaga defending din ngayon eh. In one way or another. And yung Fancy, saan ba talaga sila nanalo? Dito sa Icebox, sa kanilang attacking. So it's kind of understandable naman kung bakit ba itong Paper Rex hindi makapalag at all. But right now, baka ito na yung oras. Kung kailan gusto niya ng match point, Forsaken, nakahawak na din kagad ngayon ng kanyang operator, IZ. Narinig sila. Surpressed na din kagad yung ibang miyembro. Nag-rotate na din sila. That's a good way. Fast rotation ang kailangan dito ng Paper Rex para ma-deny yung post-plant and yung retake kasi medyo complicated nga in one way or another. And ang ganda kagad ng setup ng wall din dito. So, we're seeing the chances of Paper Rex just denying it. And si Jing ngayon, nakaboga. Magpapa-New Year na naman siya ngayon. At hinihintay nila ang timing coming in from Fancy. And speaking of, ayun na nga, setup nila. Shockers was able to be pulled off. And ito, na-deny lang kagad ni Mind Freak with that snake bite. But Jing, nakapagbawas na nga ngayon at aabangan na nga din sila ni Forsaken as he tries to pick. But unfortunately, siya pa yung nahuli ni Jing. Uy! Si Jing, pansinin nyo!
Para siyang salisigang, guys. Para siyang, alam mo yun, akyat bahay. Yung hindi mo mahuhuli, paikot-ikot lang. How was he able to take that 4K without even anyone spotting him?
Match point.
Mga Spider-Man moves ang galawan dito ng Paper Rex. That's such a good play coming in from Jing, honestly. When it comes to Fancy United, they don't have any duelists in their composition. So wala silang power to do the kinds of plays na biglaan Kumbaga, no? Mahihirapan sila because what they have as an agent pick is more on the informations that they can use in the shutdown mula doon sa knives. But despite the shutdown a while ago for the teams, Paper Rex, they're just very strong also when it comes to the firepower that they definitely know what to do. This is Azarola and BMB getting the 2 shots in. Ito naman yung ultimate na nagagaling kay Benkai, but it doesn't connect to anyone right now. Forsaken, he is the guy on site and he is shut down already. Para naman kay Azarola, trabaho lang. The smokes comes in at ito na nga ang post-plan situation mula sa Fancy United. 2 players pa ng Paper Rex ang buhay dito. That is Mindfreak, that is Benkai. What are they gonna do this time around? So the drone was shut down. Alam na nila na may tao on rafters dito. Killer S was able to shut down Mindfreak too. And Benkai with low HP hops out is Azarola finishing things off in a 6-12. Pasok pa rin. Isang round pa. Buhay pa ang Fancy United.
16-6 pa. Para makahabol. Para maging OT. Pero Paper Rex, I think ang problema na lang dito is that katulad na nangyari kanina, they just need one person to actually deny Fancy. Kapag nangyari yun, nagiging domino effect eh. And nakita lang natin kay Jing. Pinaglaruan lang niya. At hindi man lang siya trinade off ng mga taga-Fancy. So, they just need to be careful about it. And right now, si Davai, na may kasama pa ngayong Viper Split. Ito na ba? Ang one way or another gets it. At sa hibla ng box, sa hibla kagad ng arm ni Heisey. Nakakuha pa siya kagad. Alam mo yun, alam na niya eh. Ina-expect na niya. And mukhang medyo mahirap to sa Fancy na mag-go in sa may A-site mismo.
No way. Hindi niya pa alam na na yung spike ay actually na-drop doon kanina. Kaya naman nagda-doubt din dito yung FCY kung paano nila papasukin. Forsaken, he has to go back. He realized that they were waiting for his flank. But makulit, matelok si Kuya mo Forsaken. Gusto niyang guluhin dito yung players ng FCY because they can't rotate right now. He's cutting it off para sa team ng FCY. They are being forced to take mid control here. There are traps set, if I'm not mistaken, sa kitchen habang si Jing nag-aabang na rin dito. They are quite aware the positioning of players here. Wala naman silang ibang dadaanan dahil na-block off na nila yung B main tsaka na yung A main. On the other hand, they're setting up the smoke and of course with the knife, they're not detecting anyone at all. Were they able to detect anyone? Na-suppress nila dito si Benkai. He hops out. He doesn't get the kill. Jing was able to take 1 pero may trade din agad. 3v2 situation. Nakakapagplanta sila dito ng spike and the Viper Spit up and online para sa side dito ng Fancy United. It's all up to the last 2 remaining players. If this player is punished, lalo na si Yes I Can, mawawala yung Viper Spit na yan. Azarola, he died off doon sa mga pre-fire dito. Si Forsaken naghahanap na kung nasan ba yung kalaban. Yes, I Can. He was able to spot 1. Yes, I Can was able to get another 1. Can he clutch this? And he does. That is the Vera Esports clutch moment of the game para sa inyo. One more round. They're still alive.
Ito yun. Huwag na wag kayo mag-audition sa Vipers. Diba? Lahat sila eh. Excited ba kayo mag-closure? May lakad ba tayo, Paper X?
Ang problema kasi doon, actually, Forsaken tapped the spike. Siyempre, nag-pre-fire na yung isa. He said na, oy, yung kalaban nasa harapan lang actually pag nag-defuse ka. Tinap din ng pangalawa. Eh, siyempre, ipi-pre-fire lang din ulit yun. So, I honestly think that they could have done a double swing or maybe double push instead of tapping the spike para mabigla yung Viper doon, but it's done and over with. It's a new round. And na-detect na rin on backside yung ibang players. Perfect flash opportunity again for FCY since this is an eco for Paper Rex.
Mga daming close pala. Close pala yung iba kay Forsaken. Natawag nila sa kanya, Jason eh. Close kayo ah. Dami palang kaibigan ni Jason dito sa comment section. Nawawala sa momentum si Jason. Tapos na-realize ko, name pala ni Forsaken yun. Pinakos na Paper Rex.
Uy, may nakaharang.
Uy!
Parang si Forsaken sa likuran, muntik na mahuli. Ay, ito na nga yung flank na hinahanap natin mula dito sa players ng Fancy United. They seem stronger on the attacking right now. They're finally gaining that confidence back against Paper Rex. Consecutive rounds, 3. Pero, Ray, di na sila pwedeng magkamali dito. Wala na silang pwedeng mabigay na rounds talaga.
Oo nga, talagang, I think it's just not gonna be working at all here kapag hinayaan nito na totoong Fancy. Marami pang chances. At lalo na ngayon, round 21, round 22, round 23. Paper Rex, up for grabs. Isa na lang. Hindi niya pa malagyan ng closure. At siguro ito yung problema minsan pag yung Paper Rex medyo nagiging lax. We've seen games like this. And ito yun, yung common mistake usually ng Paper Rex. But looks like they want to really shut them down already. Medyo kising ng D1 and dahil sa isa-isa Forsaken is actually popping off. Pero nga lang, nakapag-beat si Yes I Can together with high speeds. Pero buti na lang, may information na rin kagad.
Line up.
Uy, meron ata mababawas. Wala, denied lang.
Ay, naku, ang sakit nung tinanggap na damage doon ni Hyzy. It's actually from the wall. BMB! The double kill from the Vi! 1v1! It all boils down to this final moment. Will Fancy United get another round? Or will Hyzy close, or rather, will the Vi close things off for Paper Rex in a clean 2-0 fashion? Kailangan nila dito mag-plant ng spike. Dahan-dahan gumagapang si Davai. Slowly but surely, just waiting for that spike to be tapped. He's moving out.
30 seconds left.
And just the perfect timing because that recon wouldn't detect him at all. Maiikutan niya dito. Instead, yung player ng Fancy United, the Vi, he was able to spot him out. Hyzy, the only man remaining, he still managed to get it. And one more round for Fancy United.
Anong kailangan kong gawin? Paper Rex. Alam mo yung mga parang relasyon lang po minsan. Mahirap lagyan ng closure kahit
isa na lang.
Isa na lang. One more chance. Bea ba to? Tsaka John Lloyd. Uy! Alam mo, Paper Rex, okay rin discipline eh. Na-excite eh. Pag di ma-excite, still lang kayo. Isa na nga lang. Alam mo yung stress level ko, tumataas na eh.
Mga caster
Binati
dito sa Tagalog broadcast, nagagalit na. Tandaan niyo yan. Paper Rex forced into the rounds right now at they're being pushed in a corner. Kumbaga, kung binuli mo kami kanina, 11-1 yung score natin. Ibabalik namin yan para sa team at ibabalik namin yan sa inyo. We're not gonna be stomped here with the 13-1 score. We're gonna fight before we go down to the lower bracket kung sakasakali man na matalo sila. But that is Forsaken, already very low on HP. Wala na rin si Jing. That means there's no healing capability. Wala ring rest na pwedeng gamitin for their side. And this is only pistols with, of course, yung mga buy dito ng iba, which is si Davai. He has that Vandal, and si Forsaken naman, may hawak, may kapit rin siya dito ng Guardian. Depende na lang paano lalaroin to ni Davai. As they spot him out, he just wide swing. A dry peek is not gonna work out for Paper Rex right now. You are powerless, yan ang sabi dito ng KO. Kaya naman hindi makakagamit ng mga iba-ibang utilities dito ang Paper Rex right now. But Mind Freak, he was able to take 1 kill at least. 5 HP na lang pala si Yes I Can.
Asa na? Paper Rex. Paano na? Paano nyo pagagalawin ng baso? Okay! Benkai! The half! Oh no! Oh no! This is gonna defeat it! Oh my goodness!
Defenders win.
What?
No.
Oh wait. Pero ready pa ako eh. Ready pa ako. Sila din, natawa pa sila. Ready na ako yung 13-11 terror. Ready na ako. Bakit ganito ginagawa ng teams natin? Sa boom ganito din. As an ending sa asset, nagulat tayo. Dito din sa icebox ng Paper tsaka Fancy. Anong meron sa araw na to? Oh my, ano yun?
Ang dami nilang pinaglabanan doon, men. Eco, buy round, tapos de-defusean ka lang pala para matapos yung match na yon. Jonko Lord, Paper Rex was able to take the win with a clean 2-0. Finally, freaking finally, Mind Freak, as we call it, is 23 kills here, 2.5 KDA, and a 263 combat score. Buti na lang nakaigib ng points o nakaipon ng points ang Paper Rex from the first half. Kung hindi, papahirapan talaga sila dito ng Fancy United. On the other hand, for Fancy United, kudos to this team still. With the big gap a while ago, they were still able to make it at least a 9-score line. It was just really difficult during the first half. Talagang Forsaken was popping off. They get information, they get the kills as well. Saka lang naka-bounce back yung Fancy when it comes to the rotation or pagpalit nung sides natin. But it still wasn't enough. There was too much rounds already that was given away to Paper Rex.
Taylor, hindi ko alam kung bakit. Pero, iba pa sana ihip ng hangin ito. One, it could have been a 12, and I don't know what happened there. It's just that, siguro, ang daming utilities pa. Ready pa sila. Pero sabi ni Becca, oops, I know my advantage. Alam ko na malayo sa mga pinaglalinapan ng Fancy at wala man lang nakatutok sa akin. So might as well do my work. Pero Paper Rex really beat them on the first half. Pero naging questionable na kagad doon nag-switch tayo ng side. So pwede nating sabihin here na pagdating talaga sa pinakahuling moment sa defending side ng Paper Rex, this might be their weakest link. And Fancy, yung kanilang lineup, it still worked against them. And yan yung mga nakakatakot na moments na kailangang harapin ni Paper Rex kung sakasakaling nag-move nga sila sa mga next stages pa dito sa ating APAC Challengers. But on the other side, a lot of mishaps is also nasa side ng Paper Rex but Fancy. It was still a close icebox game compared sa kanilang Cleveland, and they really still told us na walang ka-doubt dapat pagdating sa agent pickings namin dahil it's still workable. No dual assist setup is just there, and we're making that huge comeback. Pero nga lang, nakapagtataka, bakit ganon? Could have been a third map most likely kasi yung Paper Rex nagiging reckless na sila, Taylor.
Yun nga naging reckless na because they all know that they have such a big gap when it comes to the score line. That's why they were just doing whatever. Parang lang, autopilot yung mga players dito nung Paper Rex during the time that FCY was able to take those rounds in. But this defuse just hurts. Pain, pighati, lungkot, lumba, yan ang masasabi ng FCY kahit hindi sila marunong magtagalog, Ray.
Natawa lang yung Paper Rex kasi sila mismo nagulat. Sila nga nagulat. How much more kami mga casters? Nandun na kami sa point na, oy, medyo bumabawi. Comeback is real. Third map is here. Pero nga lang, guys, it's just the end of the series between these two teams dahil meron na naman tayong susunod na series, and let's see if how will it work out with ONIG G together with Xerxia. Once again, kaming your shoutcasters. Ako si Ray at syempre kasama ko si Taylor here, and see you guys para sa next series.
Wesley test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. I am just a man on a mission if I wanted to. Trapped in the matrix, you need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Cause I'm looking like Wesley test
test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse.
Well, that was as heartbreaking as it can be. The Fancy and United Esports, they almost had the comeback coming, but that ninja defuse off of that bad plan was the downfall for them. A 2-0 victory for Paper Rex, and they move forward in the upper bracket. I'm Nomad. Alongside me here in the panel is Ilustrado and Raf. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing fine, man. I'm just a little bit still in shell shock after what we just saw in the previous game. It was an absolute ruffle stomp, if we're being honest. I do want to go back to something that you did point out earlier. I think that last round from Paper Rex really just encapsulated what we saw in the entirety of that game, when it was just Paper Rex is completely outplaying everybody to a very much a fine extent here. Time and time again, whether it was mechanically, whether it was tactically, it was just sheer outplay from the Paper Rex side.
I'm pretty sure you're not the only one that got artillery, shell shocked, because Paper Rex, they brought the artillery, they brought the heavy guns, and like we mentioned, we were looking at the first map. We honestly thought, oh, they're running a pretty vintage lineup. They're gonna try and measure up how Fancy is going to pretty much adapt to how they're gonna play, right? But the investments paid off way too quickly with a quick 2-0.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. It's just, if we take a little bit of a closer look here, I think on every single front, Paper Rex were more ready in general. There were a lot of lingering questions in our minds during this, match that we saw. Number one, why are you gonna try to play Paper Rex on Icebox? We all know how that ends up. Not good most of the time, and lo and behold, we got a little bit more of the same after map number one. So, do you think that the strat there should have been to ban it out? I think you really want to avoid, just the classic Paper Rex maps, because they have achieved this level of mastery over it that it's so difficult to play against. No matter if you anti-strat them or not, you know what they're gonna bring. Paper Rex are always gonna surprise you.
I'm glad you brought that up, because we talked about it the map veto too. I was a little surprised that Fancy let this map through. You did mention that the strengths of Paper Rex are pretty much undeniable and incredibly apparent when this map comes. And the way they had all smiles after that map, despite losing the momentum for what we thought was going to be a massive comeback, they're just like, that was really funny.
Yeah, they were having a moment in their sun. They were kind of just like,
having fun. And I think that's also one of the moments when Paper Rex is just the most scary in general, is when they're so comfortable that they can afford to make mistakes, to be a little bit more creative, and just show what they're truly made of. Case in point, Nice Bucks.
That you see the smiles on their face, and do you think this is indicative of how they're gonna go, or rather move forward with the circuit? We talked about how strong they are, even in comparison to honestly your top favorites, Boom, and we're still gonna see a little bit of Xerxia later on. So what do you think, Ela? How do you think they kind of stack up despite what happened, I think, a year ago, or a few months ago?
I think they're gonna keep all these smiles up, and up until the playoffs. Their group stage, I'd say it's a fairly forgiving group. It's a little bit of a mixed bag. It's not a group of life, it's not a group of death, it's something in between. But this is definitely, I look at the groups, I look at the brackets, and I say this is something that is definitely purgatory for Paper Rex, and they should be able to get out of it.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. They'll be going up against PPGL Esports in the next couple of days, and I feel like it should be another cakewalk for Paper Rex moving into the knockouts. And they successfully knocked down Fancy United Esports. They will be going up against Bonkers as the days progress. But we have to move forward into the third series of the day that we have. It's Xerxia Esports and ONIG G, former XN roster, with the addition of Surf, who is a fresh spawn here for this roster. How do you guys think these guys are going to be faring up against ONIG G?
Okay, look, X10 are going to be good no matter what. We talked about this fairly recently, how it doesn't really matter which duelist you put in there. Could be Poo One Tap, could be Patifan, it could be Surf. It's really going to be well adapted to the playstyle. They haven't really changed very much. And X10, or now known as Xerxia, obviously, they can just basically replace that duelist. Not saying that the duelist is replaceable. We obviously love Patifan, but having that new duelist still falls into that playstyle of theirs. And the question is, right now, I think lingering in everybody's mind, can Surf live up to Patifan? Can he live up to the previous big shoes that he has to fill? I think the answer is going to be yes. I think that Xerxia is a team that's really good at knowing how to set up their duelists for success, and we're going to be seeing that here in the upcoming games.
Now that you mention it, it's kind of like a super master-crafted spear, right? Although the tip might break, it may be replaced to something of, a multi-purpose blade, perhaps. The base is going to be there, the swing is going to be the same, and hopefully the thrust moving forward is going to be as powerful.
All right, well, with that being said, let's introduce the former XN roster with an added twist. Here is Xerxia Esports. Xerxia Esports, Thailand, one of Thailand's best teams that they have right now, looking to get back into a Masters. We got Crows, Fox, Scary, Surf, and Sushi Boy.
Well, you all know these guys here. These guys have been playing in the scene since the inception, and we've seen them ever since year one. There's really not much difference, I think, in terms of the play style. Obviously, the ability is still there. I think really they're still going to be fine. And I'm going to say this up until I'm proven wrong. They're going to be fine no matter who their duelist is up until they get to the world stage. Because the current assumption is they're probably going to make it. Probably going to be making out of this tournament. They're probably going to be getting into Masters. But the question is, will they actually have a fairly deeper run into the tournament without Patifan being there? Because we all know Patifan being the eternal prodigy that he is, Surf has a lot of big shoes to fill. But from the VODs that we have been seeing, it seems like he's been doing just fine.
Yeah, again, although we did see Paper X kind of stiff-arm their competition, go in really hard, this is something that Asterai has a little bit of expertise in. He's been, I would say, he's been standing up straight with all his predictions. He's been, like I said, rock solid. And this team, they look to do the same. But against ONIG, right? ONIG, one of the most tactically sound teams, incredibly flexible. I don't think they're gonna be broken through and their defenses penetrated as easily.
Yeah, with that being said, we're gonna have to introduce ONIG G, who made it their away from the play-ins, and now they're in their rightful spot in the group stages. Let's have a look at the Indonesian squad. Smooth sailing from the upper bracket in Group A of the play-ins. We got ONIG G, who wants to move further into the knockouts. We got Elmi Moore, Monyet, NC Slasher, Severine, and Shiro.
I'm honestly so surprised, or not really surprised, but I'm so incredibly glad that the way that these players have glued on ONIG have been so excellent, for the lack of a better word. We've talked about NC Slasher being arguably one of the best players in his region, but you never really seem to see any of these players be very individual. They're always behind each other. They're always super tactical. I think Severine has really climbed up the ranks on my personal ladder of who's one of my favorite players, because, like I said, it's those micro decisions and just reading each other's body language in game. It's been so top tier.
It's gonna be tough, man. I'm looking at the ONIG roster and just how they played in a couple of days. I don't think I've seen much cleaner, much more I'd say rehearsed, well-placed tactical side, regardless of whether you're on the offense or the defense. So many of their rounds coming down to the mid-round calls, to the late-round calls, and they always make those right decisions, almost always. And this is so difficult for a lot of those teams who rely on making teams make mistakes early, who rely on executes up against teams like them, because what happens is you have teams like ONIG who are so good at holding on to utility, who are so good at giving and denying information and map control. You just don't have really the way to stack up against that. We saw that up against a team like Action PH versus Full Sense. It's pretty much going to be the same thing here today. Very different playstyles from from X10, and Xerxia, and of course from ONIG as well.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about the tactics and the strats that Xerxia and ONIG G has for the most part, but what are your tactics if your entry duelists can't even perform well? We're gonna have a look at the head-to-head between ONIG G and Xerxia Esports, and it's a battle of the duelists here. We got Surf and Monyet.
I mean, we talked about how Xerxia has a system that really sets up their duelist, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's pivotal on how they perform when it comes to just raw numbers, despite how impressive they are, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, Monyet, kind of true to his name, very, very calculated yet unpredictable playstyle that's been benefiting ONIG's super well-oiled approach to the game. If you ask me, how did they get so many contrasts to work together? Well, I don't know. They're kind of like these abstract artists, you know what I mean? It becomes very vague,
I like
but it all makes
Picasso.
sense. Yes, thank you. Cultured gentleman, thank you.
I do want to point out, Raf, though, one thing I love about Monyet is that he doesn't necessarily have his team completely set up for him. He just pops off on his own, individually. He's holding a standard angle that nobody flashes him for. He's, just entering on the site normally, like a normal duelist would, and he still pops off. It's not like they're doing anything crazy. They're not like throwing a million pieces of utility to support him. He's just that good. And I think that's really one philosophical core difference from both of these teams. Xerxia, they love to set up individual players and find a lot of success off of it. Monyet and the rest, obviously, of ONIG, they have this approach which is a lot more compact, which relies on team dynamics and individual and decision making rather as a team that lets the individual shine. And Monyet just runs away with that. Once he has that sense of place within his team, then he starts to thrive.
It's kind of like minimalism versus expressionism. Since you brought Picasso into the picture, again, very, very contrasting, still very respectable, and they have their own strengths, right? But we'll just see how the paints mix when we get to that matchup, Nomad.
Yeah, definitely. It's a palette of different play styles here for Xerxia and ONIG G, 100% on that. And we gotta paint the picture a little clearer here, though. The past ONIG G that we've seen them in Southeast Asia Challengers in the LCQ, they were good, but looking into them right now, like they in their respective region, they did finish third, and it wasn't really the cleanest of finishes as well. They lost to Boom Esports 2-0. They lost to Boy With Love 2-0 as well. And they only managed to bounce back against Full Sense and Action PH. Do you guys think that the ONIG G roster that they have right now can go up against Xerxia Esports?
Absolutely. I think a lot of it is going to depend on these map picks. These are going to be absolutely crucial to me. And I think the benefit here for ONIG is that there's just been a lot more tape on how Xerxia plays. There's just been a lot more for them to look at. Meanwhile, ONIG, their playstyle is so refined. It's so frustrating to go up against a team like that. Because ONIG, they have this playstyle where they're amazing at shutting down individual players. We've seen it happen in Full Sense where they shut down John Olsen. And that's not a very easy thing to do. You know, and when you're shutting down some of the best duelists across Southeast Asia and across the world, it's going to be a little bit more of the same. I think that Surf is going to have a hard time playing against this very well-structured style of ONIG.
Now that you mentioned that, it is somewhat of a hero versus a phalanx, you know what I mean? No matter how hard you shine, there are no clear weaknesses. ONIG picking Breeze is, I feel like it's somewhat peculiar to me because we did mention about them shutting down individual impact. I feel like Breeze is one of those maps where if you are going to pop off as a player, if you're a Reina player, if you're a Chamber player as of recent, this is where you kind of explode. And ONIG picking that, I'm not entirely sure what they have in the bag.
I'm going to agree with you completely. I just didn't see this. This seemed to me more like a Xerxia kind of map here. And sure, ONIG are comfortable with Breeze, but after their amazing performances on Bind, I'm surprised they didn't go ahead and pick that. Because they were phenomenal on it. Sure, it was very, very close. But at the same time, there we go. We see the Icebox from Xerxia. This is another map that they're super duper comfortable on. Right now, I'm really not favoring ONIG's chances.
Again, it's still one of those games where we look at the map, Vito, and it doesn't make too much sense up until we see them play whatever they have brewing on either side. It might just be, the final nail in that master construction is going to be on this Vito for ONIG, because as we mentioned, this seems like a more of a Xerxia pick. Icebox as well really complements to that playstyle. I'm still waiting for this last pick to marinate because we already have Fracture, we have Split out of the way. Maybe they'll get Bind out of the way, maybe even Haven. But as the timer ticks down, okay, there we go, it's Haven. I'm a little confused, Illustrato, I'll be honest.
Yeah, well, let's be real here. I do not like these odds. Sure, Split was banned, and that's obviously the best map of ONIG. And you take away Haven as well, which is something that they're very, very much comfortable on as well. But you still had Bind. I really was hoping to see it. And sure, oh, there we go. No, they even bind that. See, this is all going for Xerxia. This is something that they wanted to avoid completely, and now we're gonna end up in Ascent. Okay, fine. They're both good at it, but Xerxia's really good at it too. I mean, ONIG's good at it, but Xerxia's good too. They can play Ascent. I'm very worried right now. I think ONIG will have to steal at least maybe Breeze away. They need to have at least Breeze. I don't see them win Icebox, but I think they have a solid chance at Ascent.
I'm glad you talked about the mechanics of the matchup too, because again, individual performance could be one of those things where Xerxia could have as an X factor, no pun intended. But Ascent, we know how Jet players can pop off on that. B lobby has been one of the farming spots, even putting a little bit of mid presence once you have that operator, and just really the lanes in general can truly benefit Xerxia's style here. But ONIG, they're a clever team. I would have to say they're an incredibly clever team if praised how tactically sound they are. They must have something. Otherwise, this could be an effort in vain.
Yeah, well, with all that being said, the canvas is already set. The paint is already ready for the brushes that you guys, the panel, will have to start painting with. Who do you guys think is going to come out on top here? Are we going to see a game 3 or is it a 2-0 sweep? What do you guys think?
For me, it's gonna go to 3 games. I do think ONIG can hold on. I think there's a lot in their arsenal that ONIG can surprise Xerxia with. However, I'm not liking the map picks. Having said that, I'm still gonna stick to my gut. I think ONIG are gonna be able to shut down Xerxia time and time again, especially if we get to Ascent. It's gonna be a 2-1 ONIG for me.
So here's what I think, right? ONIG, as we mentioned, they're a hyper-adaptive team who rely on whatever they have in the book, whatever experience they've jotted down. They adapt super well, but what if Xerxia throws them the curveball of, as we mentioned, that system that sets up the duelist in turn sets up that set play? What if Xerxia hits that perfect timing? What if ONIG just do not have enough rounds to throw out there? That being said, I'm just sorry to disagree with you on your pick, Ilu, but I think I might have to go Xerxia 2-1 with this.
All kind of mixed results there, but I personally might just have to go with Xerxia there just because of the familiarity that they have with the maps that they have already selected and have vetoed on. And without further ado, Ars Longa, Vita Brevis, Art is Eternal. These artists will try to paint the canvas in blood as they go into game 1 in this best of 3 series between Xerxia and ONIG G.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat, mga anak. Oo nga pala si Phil, kasama ko naman si Riri right here, and welcome back here in the VCT APAC. And next match is gonna be Xerxia, former X10, versus ONIG G. So it's gonna be itong mga players na maglalaban-laban na naman, mga kaibigan. So napanood na nila yung napanood na ng Xerxia yung laban ng ONIG G for sure dun sa nangyari last week. Pero dito talaga makikita kung sino pa talaga ang mas angat. Xerxia pa rin ba ang pinaka-top 1 na, di ba? Pinaka-top 1 ng APAC, or meron nang kukuha sa trono nila. Pasensya na kayo guys kasi nagtatawanan talaga kami ni Ray off kami. Pero yeah, Ray, kamusta?
Okay na okay. Pagdating talaga sa paano maglalaro ang ONIG together with Xerxia. Hindi ako makamabot kasi sobrang tawang-tawa kasi ako personal experience ko yun, lalo na sa mga nanggaling sa, alam mo na, background ng ganong school. So ngayon, na makikita nga natin ang laban between these two, I think mahirap talagang paglabanan itong ONIG together.
Gusto mo mo yung sinan ko sa'yo. Meron kasi kami nakitang link, guys. Hindi ko kasi pwedeng isan dito eh. Wala si Patifan.
Okay.
Wala si Patifan. Lumipat siya sa ibang bangbang. Pero like sinabi nga nung panel, that is actually a big big expectations na rin talaga dun sa pumulit kay Patifan dito. Well, first map is actually Breeze. Kung napapansin natin, Ray, parang lahat ata ng games 2-0. Pero ayaw ko na i-jinx yan.
Gusto ko nang maging chill na lang para handang-handa na tayo sa huling laban mamaya. SB, tsaka full. So, baka naman, Xerxia. Galingan nyo. Grabe talaga. Grabe, sinimulan. Tinap-tap-tap. Kala ko di pa mag-work eh. At ngayon, dalawa na lang kagad. Si Edgy Slasher at si Seven. Natawa na si Direk.
My camera is destroyed.
Ay, naku. Hindi ko makuha kasi naka-page yung pagko-komenta. Ikaw, ngayon?
Sige, mamaya gagawin ko. Pero yun nga lang. NC Stats will only recommend for the side of ONIG G though. And for Xerxia, at least naman talaga na they know how to play here in this map. This is one of their best maps apparently. So, napag-uusapan natin kanina, si Patifan is wala na dito. It's really up to kaibigang Surf kung paano niya pupunan yung mga pinagagawa ni Patifan back then. So, it's really up to them though kung ganito pa talaga kalakas pa rin yung X10. Pero, totoo yung sinabi ng panel din na sa VODs on how Xerxia plays, parang ganun pa rin eh.
Hindi na wala eh. You still have the core. The core members ng Xerxia. So, alam mo pa rin na it's gonna be possible for them. And, gaya nga din na sinabi nila, yung map dito sa pabor sa Xerxia all along. And we already know that these guys are one of the teams talaga na napakalakas, especially sa APAC. I think they're pretty part of the top 3 talaga. At so what we expect. Pero ngayon, konting init lang sa kanila. Play for the picks. Pero si Xerxia, ganda diba ng buhok? Ganyan. Pina-bleach niya yan. At he tries to pick up at least 1. Pero biglang tumakas na kagad ang mga kanilang teammates sa B. Lahat ng miyembro ng ONIG, kinain ng pain. Wala na sila dyan.
Kaya nga eh, medyo na, alam mo ang tawag dyan, debated ata yung mga players ng ONIG G at wala man lang talaga pumunta dito sa B, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga, this is the entry coming in from XIA though. So it's time for them to do a 5-man full-on retake. Full-on rotation. Ang gagawin nila dito, meron tao sa may dito. Meron tao dito sa may elbow, meron tao dito sa mid. Pero yung nga sabi ni Serve tsaka ni Cruz, just gonna, ako na bahala dito, man. Got you, bro. Pero, Foxy with the spear and pray with that. Spectre taken 2 down already. And for Xerxia, at least wala silang problema sa pera kasi hindi na nila kailangan bumili pa ng armor. Hindi pa sila nabawasan.
Oo. Diba? Tumalon-talon nga lang si Foxes sa harapan nila eh, oh. Tingnan mo naman. Napaka-relax lang ng nangyayari and finally, Xerxia takes it on. At kita nyo naman guys, si Surf, new name, and actually, first official team niya ang Xerxia. So we can really see na talagang Xerxia, pinag-isipan nila syempre sino yung mga Hinduris nila. But looks like parang sobrang lax pa rin ng team in a way. Hindi sila kinakabahan at all. There's no sign of doubts. Isa. At ngayon, quick pick na naman sa B-side.
Yeah, isang mabilisan na pick lang talaga and quick rotation din talaga ang ginagawa dito ng Xerxia do. Pero sa ONIG sila naman ang lamang dito sa barrel. So pwede talaga silang manalo dito. Pero yun nga, lalabanan ng Xerxia ang ONIG ng maharap-harapan na medyo malapit. Kasi knowing Spectre ang gamit nila, there's no way na lalabanan nila ang ONIG na malayuan. Pero yung si Monjet, ladies and gentlemen, with the 3K already. So it's all up to Foxy though. But let me more. Shutting down 2-1 already. Pero buhay pa dito si Cruz. Pero yun nga lang, Monjet, he's the head of that KO. Nakita niya agad si Robocat. XIA. It's time for them to do a big comeback. Kasi ginawa nilang ONIG dito kasi at least meron silang pera. They have the firepower. They have everything. And kung napapansin mo, ang ginagawa dito ng ONIG G is talaga full-on 5-man retake sila. I mean, yes, napakabilis pumasok ng Xerxia. Pero ang ginagawa ng ONIG dito is hindi nila kino-contest. You don't have to contest these kinds of pushes. Kasi talagang, I mean, if ever na yes mapapatay ka, I mean, yes makakamatay ka, pero it's better if kompleto kayo eh. Kaysa kulang-kulang kayo mag-retake eh. Pero kung napapansin mo, parang sabay-sabay, napakabilis na ginagawa dito ng Xerxia, pushing in B already, agad-agad. Hindi na sila nag-aantay dito, meron na ata mga date mga to.
Ganyan talaga. Pag in love, gusto na kagad, may hinahabol para si PPRX lang kani-kanina. At ngayon, Xerxia, kailangan na mag-ingat sa retakes na naman ng ONIG as what gave them a leverage earlier on. Pero mukhang Sushi Boys won't be able to allow it. Pero let me more, you gotta take care of this guy. Pero buti na lang Surf is up there for the trade. Gotta be 3v3. Oh no, Severin gets it. At post-plant ang plano ng mga to. Pero mukhang paglalaroan lang ni Sushi Boys to. Delay lang ang meron. Oh no, he tries to go for a wall bang. He takes him out. And may oras pa rin to take it over as Shiro finally still wins this. And ONIG will be able to put it on a tie against Xerxia once again.
I mean, kung para sa akin actually kailangan na palitan ng Xerxia yung ginagawa nila dito eh. It's like the same thing all over again. Like just what happened kaninang round number 1. It's actually 4 rounds in a row na ginagawa nila to eh, no? Pero wala, napapolish lang din talaga sila. It's like, alam na lang ONIG kung paano nila talaga pipigilan yun. So, kung napapansin nyo naman, hindi na sila sabi, mag-full on A na lang din sila. Alam mo yun, sige, push B, push A, ganun na lang ginagawa nila eh. Pero ang importante, kailangan talaga nilang may umikot na isa. And that is the thing na gagawin ngayon ni Sushi Boys. But, this is the last buy of Xerxia if ever. And for Surf, he's popping off really good.
ONIG. Malalaman din natin kung bakit nga ba confident sila into picking this map against the hands of Xerxia. Pero Xerxia, pansin nga natin, they've just been keeping on repeating at hindi sila nag-A at all. So talagang hinahanap nila somehow yung weaknesses ng ONIG. Pero kasi, it's not gonna be playing close, pero baka feel ko may mabibiktima si Monyet dito. Sure kasi tayo na makakapit na siya isa. Parating isa yan. Uy, pero madami.
Pero ang tawag doon, Peaker's advantage mga kaibigan. Nakita mo na ni Sushi Boys yung katawan dito ni ni Monyet at wala siyang idea at all na meron na palang bumabaril sa kanya daw. Pero yung mga players ngayon dito lang dito sa may McDo mga kaibigan, pero saan talaga pupunta yung mga players ngayon ng ONIG? Pwedeng McDo, pwedeng Mid, pero yun nga lang, that is actually a big crossfire na ginagawa dito ni Cruz at ni Sushi Boys right now. Pero Cruz pushing in, sees 1 with a 3K, 3-2. And Xerxia, at least naging medyo inibadala na yung pace nila. From A, they went to B. I don't know man, it's like, this actually parang tatlong score na rin. At dito sa side ng Xerxia, pero kung napapansin mo laging sabi ang laban, laging sabi ang bakbakan, laging sabi ang barilan. Wala man lang nangyayari sa A.
Takot ata yung Xerxia sa A side. Bakit kaya? Pero kasi heavy stock din nitong itong ONIG, pero tignan mo. Kailangan na nadala yung Xerxia, kaya ganito na yung naging wall ni Severin. Okay naman, kaso ba kasi makita ko nasaan siya. Speaking of ako, na right click. Sunod. Saan kayo tumitingin? Xerxia, ano na nangyayari? Nabuhay pa si Severin. May 1 HP pa. At bumalik lang sa dati, sa side ng ONIG na naman na pabor sa kanila one way or another. Makakuha pa sila ng barrel kung tutusin. And Xerxia, nakuha lang sila just because of Severin not moving along. Nasa corner lang. I think, sabi nila medyo malayo na kung nag-B tayo. So makakain na naman sa pain yung mga miyembro ng
Actually, pwede pa eh. They have like 50 seconds. So, yun din na nasa isip ng ONIG ngayon. Kasi ako napapansin mo, tatlo ang pumunta dito sa B at mag-isa na lang yung mga yung ONIG dito sa A, which is si Severin with super low HP. Pero ang ginagawa talaga ng XI dito, they're actually waiting for that perfect time for them to go in. Waiting for that wall na rin siguro na bumaba or umakit or magkaroon lang dito ng
30 seconds left.
Ng charge para syempre magkaroon pa sila ng advantage pagdating dito sa A. Pero wala silang idea at all na si Severin nagbabatay na dito sa may likod ng streets though. Pero yun nga lang, let me more from up top, sees the head of one, missing that shot. Second shot will be missed as well. Let me more, super low on HP together with Severin. Sushi Boys with that swing. Super close swing, pero siya pa yung nakapatay dito mga kaibigan. Pero tatlo pa yung mga players ngayon na XI. Wala pa rin nakapatay kahit sa kanila kahit kasi pero alam mo niya with that blade storm though. Taking down one. She got a 2v2 situation. Let me more. And Monyet ang natitira dito sa side ng ONIG. Scary. Trying to be really scary right now. Pushing it to a 1v1. Missing that shot. But scary with it. We're gonna take his head instead. Anong kagandahan ng RGX? Diba? Plus 10 damage yun.
RGX, the buff, and the clutch, really big. The very Esports clutch moment of the game. Scary is doing it all together. Pinaglaruan ang mga katulad ng ONIG once again. At complicated to to be honest. Kapag nakita natin how ONIG gets that good reading every time, buti na lang nag-buy time lang. Naglaro-laro lang ang mga miyembro ng Xerxia. And finally, leading by 2 na nga sila against ONIG once again.
Yeah. Pero dito naman ngayon sa side ng ONIG, this is their last buy already. So, this is not actually a desperate move. I mean, it is what it is. Kung manalo, manalo. Kung matalo, edi save tayo next round. Ang problema lang din if ever magsisave ang players dito ng ONIG kasi walang pera, walang brainstorm si Monyet dito. That's gonna be the biggest problem din dito sa side ng ONIG kasi wala silang anything para at least makabawi. Pero yun nga, let me more doing the job done. Pero scary mga kaibigan all the way from mid. At least nakaisa pa siya pero ng NC Slasher. We're gonna take his head. Foxy, only man remaining for the side of Xerxia right now. Shock that will connect onto one. Monyet. Oh, Severine! Just go for the timing! Just right there, Monyet with a swing with a kill! 3-4. Walang pera yung ibang players ng ONIG.
Nanalo pa rin.
Nanalo pa rin eh, no?
Outs! Ang sabi siguro na Xerxia doon, advantage na yun. Ano nangyari? Yung B talaga nila, okay eh. Okay parati yung nangyayari sa kanila pag pumupunta sila ng B. Pero hindi talaga mag-work at all. And ganda na follow through by Monyet there. So, Xerxia, talagang medyo pinapahirapan sila ng ONIG. They get a lot of advantages. Pero yung ONIG, they come up with another one. And ito na yung nakita natin kung gaano ba nag-improve ang ONIG in just a small amount of time. And looks like ngayon ang mga miyembro ng Xerxia, magiging problema nga nila to. Kundi pumunta ng B, most probably, unless they pick off si Severin, which is gonna be pretty harsh.
Trick shot. I have the spike.
At ngayon, si Monyet na lang ang nakumukuha na naman ngayon ng medyo kung magkakaroon siya ng okay.
Hello, testing.
Dito, pero looking at it, nag-mid-take ang mga taga-Xerxia pero naipit sila dito sa mga tinapon sa kanila ng ONIG once again. And naipit sa isang iglap. Foxy na lang together with Kraus. Pero mukhang si All by himself, complicated. Oh, hindi ba pala? Kamuntikan pa! Pero sinabayan na si Slasher. And finally, for all in favor of both the teams. ONIG ang pakainit muli ng team na to.
Nawala ako dun eh. Actually, ganito nung sinabi ni Foxy na trick shot, ibig sabihin meron siyang natamaan. Meron siyang nasirang isang katata o something like that, di ko alam. Kasi meron siyang natamaan dun. Kasi hindi naman sasabihin ni Sova na trick shot kung wala namang siya matatamaan. Later, gusto ko makita. Nakuha yung nakuha yung isang trap din ni Lemmy Moore. Tama, nakuha yun. Pero yeah, as you can see, NC Slasher with that knife. Pero we're gonna be denied by the players of Xerxia right now. Pero yung nga walang pera ngayon ng Xerxia mga kaibigan. Severine with that snake bite doon. Oh my God! Naturaw yung dalawang players dito. Which is Sushi Boy at si Surf. Maglaba ka na lang daw, sabi ni Xerxia. Pero 5v2 situation right now. These are the following shockers na ginagawa dito ni Fox Z. Pero 1v5 is gonna be really hard for Scary though. But Severine 4K Ubos, pati pantubos 5 to 4 5 to 4 scoreline right now. And kung napapansin mo, parang comeback to kasi yung score kanina 2-4 in favor of Xerxia. Pero kung napapansin mo, hindi na talaga sila makascore kahit isa. Nanatalo sila sa full buy nila, nanatalo sila sa half buy. What is happening dito sa Xerxia?
This is really complicated. Para sa Xerxia, nag-iba na naman ang ihip ng hangin. At hindi nila ma-figure out ngayon ano next move nila. At di nila alam, oh no, meron si Severin! Tignan niyo parati yung flank nyo! Naipit sila! Buto nilang Foxy is quite aware for that! At then, Surf muli together with Fox na lang ang natitira. It's gonna be a clean retake most probably dahil alam na rin kaagad ng ONIG paano nga ba nila iipitan ng mga miyembro na speaking of Monyet does it all by Surf himself. Oh no! May possibility pa nga na maging Vera Esports clutch moment of the game once again as Surf is doing it. 5-all pa nga na 2v4 ang mga miyembro ng ONIG.
I mean, napakainit na pinapakiliti ni ONIG pero nga nasabi ni Surf, hello! Tignan mo, tuwan-tuwa. So, sobrang na-hype up ang mga players dito ng Xerxia. So, sobrang nag-pop off dito agad si Surf. Pero yun nga lang, at least nagkaroon na ng kumbaga shoulder to lean on ang players ng Xerxia dito para makabawi sila. That is the thing that you need. If ever you guys are having a huge slump or anything like that, medyo na-tilt kayo, you just need one incident para mabuhayin ulit kayo.
Poison's off.
My goodness. Ang bilis naman i-build ng laro natin. Parang pala pa ilang minuto. 5-all na lang kagad.
Tama lang yan!
Oo, kasi hinihintay ka na mag-SB eh.
Oo. Nga pala yun. Oo, ano.
Diba?
Na-miss ko hindi ko nga nakastang naos. Sana makas ko sila. Kailan ba laro?
Bukas.
Kailan ba laro?
Bukas.
May laro ba sila bukas?
Sa lower bracket sila.
Tignan natin if ever tatama ba sa schedule.
Sana. Palit. Ito na. Ang
Hindi ko alam eh. Hindi kasi ako tumitingin sa schedule eh. Nagulat na ako na Xerxia siya ONIG ang magkalaban. Tapos mamaya SBE. Okay.
Yan.
Ba't ka hindi tumitingin sa schedule, Vil? Kasi busy ako
30 seconds left.
Uy!
Nagkakita na nga dito si Surf tsaka si Monyet mga kaibigan, pero yung alam wala tanamaan ata si Monyet, pero yung Surf going in already, pero meron dito yung weekend ball sa likod lang niya, pero yung alang kita rin ni Surf kung nasan pa! Hindi sila nagkakatamaan! Diyos ko po! Pareho silang nag-weapon well! Hindi naman sila nagkakita, so okay rin, pero yung alang NC Stash just there in the corner, but Crows siya nakakuha ng isa, pero yung alang Foxy is gonna be down for Shiro with a 2K. Pero andito na si Monyet mga kaibigan, bubuhay pa ba? Hindi na! 6-5 ONIG G! What's up, G? Leading already. And may pera ba ang Xerxia? Allows.
Inipit lang. Naipit. Si Monyet na naman. Together with Shiro. Risking it all. Lahat ng Xerxia nagdikit-dikit. No choice ang Xerxia ngayon. May pag-asa pa atang map 7-5 in favor of ONIG to, but as they try to pull off with something and as that Viper piece goes on, they're risking it all para makapunta lang sa A-site.
Yeah.
Pero
wala silang rep, men. Ubus pati pantubos. Pero si Surf wala naman siya magagawa kung hindi naman talaga alam naman natin nagipit siya. So sa patalim siya kumakapit. Going back here in this game, it's just the players of ONIG G. It's just, parang galit na galit eh, no?
Galit na galit. Gustong manakit. Sushi boys.
G. Pero ONIG G naman talaga sila, hindi lang ONIG lang, di ba?
ONIG G. G! Oh. Alam na, unti-unti na didiscover. Nasaan ba mga miyembro ng Xerxia? Saan ba sila nagtatago ngayon? Kailangan nila mag-ingat dahil meron ding nakatapat. And speaking of nice open from Scary, kaso nga lang, and si Slash is just up there. And isa na lang, nag-downfall na sila. Foxes na lang ang natitira. And once again,
alam mo, kaibigang Rachel, at the end of the day, it's just naka-full buy pa rin talaga ang ONIG dito eh. And to be honest, ako, based on experience, I really hate attacking here in sa icebox. Na mas gusto ko ang mapa dati. Kasi ngayon mas niliitan nila, 'di ba? And share ko lang. Mas gusto ko ang attacking dati ng icebox if ever gonna compare it right now. Pero yun nga, ONIG just trying to coming back dito sa game natin. Xerxia mga kaibigan, makakabawi pa ba sila? And as you can see, it's just well distributed yung mga kills ngayon ng ONIG. Well, except Shiro. Pero sobrang laki ng natutulong niya with all these utilities that he has. But Surf needs to step up. Kailangan talaga kailangan ng isang malupit na entry dito na ginagawa ng Xerxia. Well, kanina kasi yes, dash in, smoke, then plant, yun yung ginagawa ng mga players ng Xerxia. Pero hindi mo naman pwedeng gawin yun 4 times in a row. Nasty.
Dapat may mga pagkakamali na hindi na ulit. Pero as we switch sides, maybe ito opportunity kay Xerxia na madaliin na naman to para makabawi sila, making this into a tie between ONIG at ngayon din. Pero mas super fast ang mga gameplays ng teams na to. Napakainit, and how will they be able to quickly adapt dahil wala kang nakitang slow pushes eh. Wala kang nakitang ganun, kundi the amount maybe of confidence and how to out-aim lang yung ONIG, yung nagiging way ng Xerxia. Pero tong ONIG, napakabilis sila mag-keep up sa pacing na to. Sa mga nagtatanong, sino ba yung Xerxia? Ito yung former X10 roster without Patipan. So si Surf na yung nilagay nila. Okay? O baka magtatanong na naman sila, sino ba ang ONIG? Pero, ang Rado ang Xerxia. Pero, welcome sa technical pause.
Ayan na!
Ay! Sabi na eh.
Di na bago yan. Pag si Ray nandito.
Uy,
okay.
swerte ako kanina. Baka dahil kay Vil talaga to.
Imposible yan, Ray. Alam mo yan, nasa akin lahat ng mabibilis na laro. Pag kasama ko si Ilu, alam mo yan. Alam mo yan. Alam mo talaga na kanina, sa totoo lang. Tahitahimik lang eh. Pero nakay-Dax talaga.
Nasisinin na sa English.
Oo. Nagkakas ba si Dax ngayon?
Oo.
Exactly, di ba? Yan. Di ba? Si Dax yan.
Ay, nagkakas din si Black and Blue, balita ko. Okay. Very good. Okay, very good. Ayan. At, ngayon, ano ang balak ng Xerxia ngayon? Kinakabahan ako sa ganong technical pause. Bilala ko maghihintay. Nangyari to kaninang first match, buti nga 2-0. Medyo mahaba-haba na DC bigla habang in-game eh. But here it is, Monyet. Will be playing it once again. Uy!
Meron tayo dito sa may likod, pero nga lang Crows pushing in already, pero Sushi Boys with that being seized. Pero Monyet gonna take him down, pero nga lang katabi nila, pero nga lang may more with an Headhunter. Nawala na dito si Cruz, mga kaibigan, pero nga lang Severine pushing in. This is scary! Hindi na matamaan, kaya kailangan na lumapit ng kahit onti. Pero Elmi Moore at saka si Severine, low na rin sila ng buhay dito, so kailangan talaga makapag-comeback yung mga players ng ONIG G dito if ever. Elmi Moore gonna plant the spike already, but Surf and Fox Z will gonna go on a full 2-man retake if ever.
Scanning ahead.
They have a lot of HP, man. Wala pang bawas to. If ever na lang Severin dito, ewan ko na lang. Foxy, magbango ng api. With that big kill and diffuse, mga kaibigan. 6-7. So in favor of ONIG G, pero importante is talaga nakuha ng Xerxia ngayon yung advantage na kailangan nila. They have the firepower advantage. They have the Spectre.
Spike planted.
So all they gotta do is secure everything that they have.
Scanning ahead.
Mga taga Xerxia, gigil na gigil sa defending nila. So they just don't really want ONIG to get that advantage somehow. Lalong-lalo na itong Breeze, very important sa kanila. But as it goes, careful pa rin dapat ang mga katulad ng Xerxia. You just don't know how ONIG suddenly grabs the opportunity for themselves. But this is a good way. Meron kagad dito si Kraus together with Scary, that good swings. That's gonna be a good crossfire. Pero wala silang i-expectan. Kundi dito sila manggagaling. And finally, detects them already one by one. Mag-audition sila na ipet. Sige sa 4K. And isa na lang kagad ang natitira. That's just gonna be Lemmy Moore as Kraus tries to go with an ace. At nakuha nga niyan. Ace. A tie matchup. Tie score. Xerxia is doing it.
They are indeed doing it. Pero at the end of the day, I mean, ano naman to eh. Free round yun eh. Diba? Ang ginawa lang ng ONIG dito, man, parang pinabayaan na lang nila. Sige, pre, ubusin nila kami, patayin nila kami, it's final ready. Kasi sino ba naman ang papasok ng ganun, diba? Come on, man. Come on. Pero at least meron ng pang cover photo dito si Cruz, if ever. Si Cruz yun, diba? Tama ba? Si Cruz yun, diba? Or si Foxy?
Here.
Si Cruz.
Si Cruz.
Yeah. And meron na siyang pang-post sa Valorant TH.
Kung may YouTube siya, post na din to.
Post na rin dun, diba?
Let's see it.
Meron na siyang intro ngayon sa stream niya, pero yung nga lang, Cruz with a swing! Diyos ko po, nakakuha pa ng isa dito, Severine with a big trade. 4v4 Surf. Hindi naman medyo wide swing yan, saktong swing lang. Cruz, mga kaibigan, can they keep up?
Blocking sight.
Mukhang kapag si Monyet na shotdown nila, good way to actually tackle them on. Pero mukhang he will be able to get off guard kay Sushi Boys. Surf gets one, pero hindi niya alam na meron na nasa likod si Monyet. Biruin mo, ginawang pinaglaruan na naman ng mga miyembro ng Xerxia at the same time. Kraus na lang kagad natitira. Tries to clutch this with that Vandal. Okay, alam na rin kung saan siya manggagaling, pero Lemmy Moore bawas na din kagad. And goes 1, 2, 3, count the steps. ONIG manages to win this against Xerxia once again. And ito na nga hinaabangan natin. Pagdating lang sa guns, yep, ONIG had the advantage. Pero ang bilis talaga ng pacing ng ONIG. Sometimes Xerxia just can't dictate how Monet does his thing. Takes one for the taps, takes second. Once again, tries to really get those good spaces para sa kanyang teammates. And factor kapag tinignan nyo sa parehas sa teams na to. And I think, especially with the modifications nga, pagdating dito sa Breeze map, yung B talaga, mas nagiging open space na siya para sa mga teams to actually get it on. Pero sa side naman ng ONIG, they're just pretty chill. Kung ano man yung pwede na lang i-execute, and that's a good sign already. Na kaya na lang sumabay sa Xerxia, but on the other side, Xerxia, disadvantage lang ang mga barrel. But once you keep that up, once you have that power para lang ma-overcome ang ONIG, maybe they can still get a chance. Especially this map, ONIG is very keen upon it, and we haven't seen much of those good games ng Xerxia pagdating sa Breeze. So hopefully ngayon yung maging way nila to actually overcome ang mga challenges nila. Surf! Sumabay sa beat as he gets Shiro. At ngayon, nakakuha na rin ng information saan ba ang mga miyembro ng ONIG this time around. Foxes waits for them to actually get right through. Pero walang mga miyembro dyan, kundi lilipat sila papuntang mid. And ito na nga, ang ganda ng angle na meron si Surf dito. Ayan na nga, Lemmy Moore sumunod. Alam na nga nilang pupunta papuntang mid doors. Sakto din yung knife. Alam na rin, sinabayan pa si Monyet at the timing ni Sushi Boys with that part. At isa na lang kagad at titiras Kraus and si Slasher and Xerxia. Pantay pa rin ang scoreline between the two teams. And talagang ang lakas ng Xerxia, lakas ng ONIG. Ang sakit ng ulo ko.
Spike down.
Sumakit ang ulo mo dahil sa ONIG?
Hindi, parehas. Ang galing eh.
Yeah. And ako napapansin mo talagang iba talaga maglaro ang players ng Xerxia at ONIG. Kasi parang ang bilis eh. Kasi for sure, dumating naman sa point na naglaban na itong mga players na to. Diba? nang kahit scrim lang ganun. So they have the experience already and idea kung paano ba nila mababawi yung isa't isa.
Ang saya-saya. ng mga maiinit na bakbakan ng mga teams. At lalong-lalo na matitinding debate. Siyempre, sa mga pangyayari ngayon. Pero ONIG, sabi nila, medyo nalugi tayo dun ah. Si Shiro Chas is scary. They've been doing naman with the assist that they have. Pero ONIG, kailangan nila magising in one way or another. Medyo nahirapan sila doon with how Surf actually needs to tackle them out. And those impact is nagiging fall ng ONIG so far on their attacking. Both of these teams are really doing great on either of the sides. But they need to make a move right now. Now that they're gonna be playing with an eco against Xerxia. Oh!
Saktong eco matos ng mga kabiyan, pero nga nakikita natin yung mga players ngayon ng ONIG na talaga inaantay na yung perfect timing before na pumasok sila dito sa may A. Pero yun nga lang, Surf together with the other players of Xerxia right now, just delaying the inevitable. Wow. But Shiro, we're gonna fall down into the hands of Xerxia right now. I mean, okay, may pwede lang sabihin na nakapag-eco sila. Good eco na rin, syempre. At least meron sila napatayin na isa kasi sa wala, diba? So okay na rin yun. So, at least siguro nabawasan yung economy ng Xerxia ng 20%. Kasi 5 sila eh. 20 times 5 is 100. Minus 1 is 20%. Quick maths lang.
Galing nun.
Wala.
Talino? Buti pa si Vil, magaling mag-math. Pag kami ni Taylor, nahirapan kami. So, ako po, nakapag-advantage si Kraus dito. Denied! Ang ganda nun! Nakabawas pa siya ng 2. Even if Shiro got him, what can possibly happen na naman sa mga miyembro ng ONIG as they're falling one by one? Shiro's the only guy. Will he actually clutch this? Medyo mahirap to.
Medyo mahirap to. 4 kalaban niya, tapos lahat full HP. Paano ang gagawin ni kaibigang Shiro? Sino ang Sino ang pumili ng mapa na to? ONIG G, mga kaibigan. At kung napapansin nyo rin, lahat ng malaking mapa ay nasa kanila na. First map pick ng ONIG G, Breeze. Second map, Icebox, pinili ng Xerxia. Last is Ascent. Di naman ganun kalaki, pero you get me.
Shit. This is quite shocking sa ONIG side. Medyo na-outplay sila dito and Kraus just likes to play along with it. And after popping off yung kanyang ult, walang nagawa at all eh. Walang nag-setup yung ONIG at ngayon, ito na yung mahirap na thing sa kanila ngayon dahil half buy na naman sila. Might possibly Xerxia advancing to that 8-11 pero tignan pa natin on what can happen. At-tap nga kagad ni Foxes ang katulad ni Monyet at hindi nila alam nakapagkuha na nga kagad si NC Slasher at makapag-pop up pa ng Viper's ult. Medyo hindi nila na-expect. Kala nyo naging duelist din kagad pero sa isang iglap na-detect na din kagad sana mga member. It's gonna be a 2v2.
Natag-isa. The clock is ticking already and one player is not compromised, which is Shiro. Pero yung alam, meron pa isa, tamang wallbang lang, pero it's Curry. Nakakuha siya sa different, the clock is ticking. Malapit nang sumabog yung spike, mga kaibigan, pero walang idea si Scary kung nasan ba si Shiro ngayon. Shiro, just taking the time. Just playing with the time as well. Scary needs to check what's happening doon sa likod niya because Shiro is actually right there already. Shiro with a 3K, stopping the defuse, and that is a big thrifty round na ginawa dito ng ONIG G. At sasabihin nila, kahit wala kaming pera, kakayanin pa rin namin kayo patayin, kakayanin pa rin namin manalo dito. As long as we're gonna use our ultimates, as long as we're gonna use our strategies and trying to play slow as well. Talagang hindi sila pumik agad. Just waited for that perfect timing. Shiro, inikutan eh. Tulad nung paano ka pinaikot.
Pinaikot. At dinurog. Uy, Xerxia. Dapat sa kanila na yun. Medyo gulat sila but that was really good coming in from NC Slasher. Big impact na naman on what he can do for his team. But looks like si Foxes makakapag-agre siya ngayon against the guys of ONIG. Pero hindi pa pala dahil nilabas lang kagad ang ultimate coming in from Yancy Slasher and will Xerxia finally, Xerxia rather, captivate itong meron ang ONIG ngayon na nakapag-control na sila all over sa B-side. Ready naman kagad si Surf with his ultimate, but I think it won't be able to get a good tackle man against ONIG. Pero Surf, playing na naman ngayon. Sino bang pwede kong makaltas? Kailangan nyo mag-ingat! Meron na sa ilalim nyo! And sumakto na nga kagad si Crows together with Sushi Boys. Isa-isa silang bumabagsak. Pero mas maganda ko ako sa inyo. Magsasave na lang ako para maging 10 all lang. But at least I still have the guns!
What? Tamang out lang mga kaibigan. He's not gonna contest it anymore. Kanina, sobrang lamang na lamang ang Xerxia. Kanina, sobrang lamang na lamang ang ONIG. Pero ngayon, pantay na sila. Pwede natin sabihin na pareho silang lamang. What is the next thing to do para dito sa dalawang teams sa mga kaibigan? For ONIG G, I mean, at least, they're winning whenever nawala silang pera. They're winning pag may pera sila. Paano pipigilan ito ng Xerxia? Well, dito naman sa second half, ilang beses na ba na ng Xerxia? They won 5 already. At least kanina 5-7, di ba? It is 5-7 kanina. Pero at least nagkaroon na rin ng konting comeback ang Xerxia if ever. Hindi man lang ganun kadami, pero at least nataya nila sa 10-10. Para sa double digit dito. Ang gagawin talaga ng Xerxia dito is probably just gonna try and save up everything, save up every money that they're gonna get, and bumawi na lang sila later on if mag-fall by na sila. Well, apparently, si Crows naman dito, he's a pseudo duelist, so he can actually get that operator, and Sushi Boys will gonna use his Blade Storm lang din naman, pero yun nga lang, nakadepende pa rin talaga sa, sa agility ng isang agent eh. I mean, if ever you're gonna use that operator, you better get an agent na who can actually go in and out of the battle immediately. Which is Jet. Jet Minoa.
Yun. 10 all. Xerxia. Thrifty. Importante, but you gotta move on and go next. Pero si Surf nakaabangan naman. Kind of expecting something. And at least nakuha na rin ng information kahit pa paano ang mga miyembro ng ONIG. Pero Surf, nabawasan na naman siya. Expected ng ONIG all over again. At bukas sa kamay ng ONIG kagad ang B-side. Pero maybe this can be something. Foxes will do something. Oh no. Timing once again. He gets 2. That's pretty big. 3v3 is what we have. Yung spike, nasa kamay pa naman ng ONIG. So there's nothing to be afraid of. But don't overpick in the side ng Xerxia because you don't know kung sino ba na makakatutok sa inyo. Speaking of Severine, gets 2. At isa na lang kagad natitira. Foxes! But Lemimore tackles him down and ONIG, after 3 rounds, nakapag-advantage din sila against Xerxia finally.
Yeah. I mean, for Xerxia naman, wala eh. Mahirap din talaga if ever they're playing on a setup like that. Kalaban nila economy. Pero dito naman sa ONIG G, they have a lot of money, Ray. They won 3 rounds in a row. Yung isa nakapag-plant pa. So, for the side of ONIG right now, they can probably get this game number 1 and push it to a game number 3 siguro. Kasi next map, yun ang pinili ng Xerxia, which is Icebox. And we all know kung gaano kalakas ang Xerxia sa Icebox. Back then, nung extend pa lang sila, yan ang isa sa kinakatakutan na mapa ng sa team na yan. Sa limang players na yan. Pero I really want to see a really impactful play na pwedeng gawin ni Surf dito. Because he's gonna be the biggest game changer of them all. At kung napapansin mo rin, wala na silang pera ngayon. So, lahat ng meron sila ngayon na barrel, sagad na yun, ito na lang yun. Wala nang ganito next round.
Spectre na lang siguro pwede pa.
Poison's off. On the side of the teams. Oh, Scary is gonna go down all together. Ano ang nangyayari? Sa side ng Xerxia, nag-collapse bigla. Pero mukhang may changes pa ngayon. Sir, ano nangyari? Okay, Sushi Boys.
3v3. Oh my god, 3v2. Okay.
Oh
my god, nakita na nga, pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko, si Foxy pa nakapatay dito, pero nangyayari, nakakarinig naman sila ng nakakarinigan sila ng footsteps dito, so okay lang. So all I gotta do kay Sushi Boys, just go out na lang din talaga. At least they have that operator, kahit wala silang pera, at least meron silang op. Ganun na lang yun. And, mamaya, mananalangin ang players ng Xerxia na kung nasan si Jet, kung nasan ang operator, dun sila magpupush. Pero, napaka-sneaky ng galawan ni Lemmy dito mga kaibigan. Wala siyang idea at all. Oh my god, wala na silang operator. Oh no. They don't have money. They don't have an operator. They don't have an ultimate. Paano mana? How to win?
Tatandaan nyo guys, kung sino matatalo dito, kakalabanin ng Naos. At ngayon, ONIG is doing it. Ang lakas, katakot itong team na to. At ngayon, isa na lang, Xerxia, they win this, possible overtime. Don't just gonna be so aggressive, it's not working at all.
Yeah.
Surf tries to come up with something, pero will it be something then? Kasi itong mga ONIG, pwede lang sila paglaruan once again once they get the entry. Na nila mag-ingat, may available naman na ult. So they can finally go with the retake. Huwag lang magiging reckless dito.
Yeah. They need to take time and probably realize na antayin na. Pero ito, yung mga players sila dito, sorry, nagkamali ako, meron pala silang pera, yung yung bonus. Kasi ilang beses sila natalo dito. So ito yung bonus money nila sa side ng Xerxia, pero but still, ang mga players ngayon, ONIG mga kaibigan, they have a lot of money, and all they gotta do, it's just probably try and be a ninja. Na mag-work ka lang, sa likod mo lang pala yung mga kalaban eh, pero yung kalang Scary. We're gonna use that snake bite though. Activating, pero wala siya nabawasan dito kahit isa. Spike is planted already, and it's time for the players of Xerxia to do a full-on 5-man retake if ever. Wala na sila anymore, wala na siyang traps dito, wala nang sentinel. Pero meron pa silang knife ni NC Slash, and that's gonna be the biggest problem though. Pero nga, Severin dito na sa may corner, nakita ni Fox Z. Pero dalawang Viper split dito sa A though, pero napakaganda na ginawa ni Surf. Taking down Severin, napatay na yung pinaka-importanteng agent dito sa side ng ONIG, pero yun nga lang, it's just a Cruz, hindi siya tumitigil, hindi siya nakikita ni Monyet, and will defuse the spike as well. 12-11 is this gonna be? An overtime na pwedeng gawin ng Xerxia.
Oh my god, nahanap si Severin. Kung di nila nahanap si Severin, panalo na.
Panalo na. Panalo na talaga. Diyos ko, nagulat ka lang. Well, nakita rin talaga si Severin eh. Severin eh.
Ay, nako.
Wala nang Viper split yung dalawa. Ginamit nila dito sa ginamit nila ng dalawa dito sa A. Pero hati yung Viper split na hindi nila pinagpatong. Let me more mga kaibigan, setting that trap dito lang sa may holes para syempre if ever meron magpupush dito, if ever meron magpuflux sa kanila, is okay lang sila. Wala talagang pupunta dito. But Xerxia mga kaibigan, oh my god, muntik na dito si Monyet, pero yun nga lang, hindi pa naman tayo Scary dito. I have no idea kung bakit buhay pa yung Scary dito. Just using that right pyramid para lang talaga mabuhay siya. Pero yun nga lang, Scary with a swing, but Surf with but let me more with the kill again, but Surf with the big refrag right now. NC Slash gonna be really aggressive right now in the middle of A side. Pero yun nga lang, talagang napigil na ito. Mukhang mag-overtime pa nga tayo. Monyet, buhay na buhay pa with a blaze storm though. Sushi Boys pushing in. Meron silang oras. Kailangan nila pumasok dito mga kaibigan. 2v2 to. Pero yun nga lang, wala nang blaze storm because of that smoke. Pero coming in from the From Cave, it's Shiro with an Hunter's Fury. Meron silang anti-defuse. Meron pipigil sa kanila, which is si Shiro. Kaya ang mga players ngayon ng ONIG G, kalmado lang. Dahil kay Shiro. At kung napapansin mo, hindi siya lumaban. Napakaganda ng ginawa dito na, napakaganda ng ginawa talaga ni Chamber. Kasi nilagyan niya ng trap yung holes eh. So if ever na talagang may magbabackstab sa kanila, at least malalaman ni Shiro. At least ready siya sa pwedeng mangyari. Pero alam na rin to ng mga players ng Xerxia, mga kaibigan. Nung hindi nila makita si Shiro, alam nila na may Hunter's Fury. So totoo lang, dapat ang patay nila, dapat si Shiro, hindi yung hindi yung Spike eh. Pero wala ka na magagawa eh. It's now or never. The clock is ticking. Malapit na kayo matalo. Kaya kung ano na lang makita nyo, yun na lang yung uunahin nyo. Bahala na si Abatman.
God. Na-outsmart ng ONIG, ng Xerxia. At alam natin kung bakit ba pinili ng ONIG to. Xerxia, they've been not consistent talaga pagdating dito. Although, we've seen them try it out when they're in the XN roster. But I think ngayon talaga ONIG, and just the amount of time that they've been practicing, alam natin na naging confident sila pagdating sa particular stats nila. That was a really smart move. Lalong-lalo na sa last few rounds. And Xerxia, naggulat tayo that they won't be able to come up with something once again. Early pickups yung nagagawa ng ONIG against them. Especially dito sa second half kung saan talaga pinahirapan sila all along. Lahat ng miyembro ng ONIG ang alam, katapat, a good start from them. But I think ONIG still has the last laugh pagdating ngayon sa ginagawa ng parehas sa team.
Ano yung tawa? Okay. Yun yung last laugh ng ONIG, mga kaibigan, sinabi ni Ray. Pero not regarding sa ginagawa ni Xerxia, that's nasty, bro. This is the 1v1 of Scary and Lemmy Moore. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be hard because Headhunter lang talaga yung gamit ni Lemmy Moore dito. Pero may shoutout nga pala kay Mushi.
Spike down, enemy remaining.
I mean, dito sa second map, which is Icebox, pwede natin sabihin na, yeah, Xerxia can actually win this. Pero if ever nakakuha pa rin talaga ng momentum ang ONIG G, ewan ko na lang.
Crows, ganda na sana, kaso wala eh. Wala nang magagawa ang mga miyembro ng Xerxia at all. And it looks like a good part onto the side ng ONIG. Pero meron pa namang next map para ma-determine ba kung this gonna be a clean take once again ng ONIG G, knowing that their icebox also is good, or will the guys of Xerxia finally mag-retaliate sila sa icebox, which is their one of their most notable maps talaga pagdating sa Valorant. Pero malalaman natin yan as we're gonna be throwing on a break before we can actually get this right through. Once again, this has been APAC Challengers. Kami yung shoutcasters nyo kasi Lady. Kasama ko si Vil. See you guys for the next map.
Global warming, the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused.
Good afternoon sa inyong lahat. Nandito pa rin tayo sa third series natin between Xerxia Esports together in ONIG G. Kami yung shoutcasters niya. Ako si Rhea, syempre kasama ko si Phil, and looks like it's a strong start for ONIG G as they already taken on towards the breeze map against Xerxia Esports. Pero speaking of strong, meron din tayong strong internet with fiber strong, family strong. With the new G Fiber only 2,099 ng Globe at home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, guys, you can just go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. So, guys, if you want to upgrade, just go there. So, now, going back, Vil, iba talaga ang plays ng ONIG G ngayon against Xerxia. Pero ikaw, ano ba ang sa tingin mo dito sa second map? Here in Icebox, feel ko, Xerxia na naman to maybe.
Malakas ang kutob ko na Xerxia talaga ito kasi this is one of the maps talaga nitong team na tayo. Actually, nagulat nga ako na kasi itong mapa kasi na to, which is itong Breeze. Totoo lang, mapa rin ng Xerxia to Mapa rin ng Extend to O, di ba? Ilang beses na natin nakita ang Philippines versus Xerxia dito sa mapa ng Breeze, mga kaibigan. Shoutout nga pala sa sa GXR dati. Yung the longest isa sa pinakamatagal na laban.
Debate yun.
Oo. Napakahaba. Extend yun, di ba?
Extend yun.
Ayan. One of the longest matches in Valorant history. One of the kasi pinakamatagal kasi yung sa sa EU team. Yun yung mga matagal talaga Pero dito naman sa side ngayon ng Icebox, mga kaibigan, yeah, we can say na probably is gonna be a Xerxia map, and we're gonna go on sa third match, which is Ascent. So, mapa ng Pinoy. So, mapa pa rin ng Pinoy, diba? So, we're gonna get to see these players na lang din talaga. Magtatapatan sila dito muna sa Icebox. At kung nakita nyo yung mga mukha namin, akala nyo, Gina, Gina talaga. Okay lang direct.
Okay. In Icebox, still double Sentinel sa ONIG, while on the other side, Xerxia. Pinagkaiba lang naman nila ay Chamber versus Sushi Boys with that Killjoy. So, may mga pros and cons yan, but I think ang magmamatter na lang dito is who will be able to smart or kung sino ba ang mas magkakaroon ng advantage sa pagdating sa smart place at sino din ang team na biglang babagsak all of a sudden. But I'm sure it's just gonna be a close matchup between these two teams once again, Bill.
Check muna natin yung mga ginagawa dito ng mga players ng Xerxia. Kasi medyo nahuli ata sila ng ONIG dito dun sa first game Muntik na no?
Wala So, go ONIG.
Go ONIG na lang ba?
ONIG. Siyempre, excited na ako sa SB.
Trap destroyed. Ito mga players na naman talaga ngayon. Maglalaban ulit dito sa Icebox. Ito na. Sige na. Rock na. G na. Pero really fast take naman talaga yung ginagawa ng Surf dito no? Kung napapansin mo parang gustong-gusto ata talaga ng Surf ang mabilis na laban no? Diyos ko po, walang break Pero ang problema dito is talagang dinedefuse na ata dito ng players ng ONIG hindi pa rin sila tumitigil. Sige, napakabilis Ang bilis ng pag-plant nyo Tignan mo si Munyet Gumagano lang siya Masaya si Munyet mga kaibigan. Sana magkaroon tayo ng replay. Diyos ko, ano yun Munyet? Napakabilis ang pangyayari. Ito yun Yan ang sinabi ni Munyet. Natawa rin yung mga kakampi At least dito sa PH Broadcast natatranslate natin yung mga sinasabi nila. Yun lang din na naintindihan ko
Mapapost ka na naman sa Reddit nito.
Xerxia, wala siya nagawa Enemy mark. Ito na na-mark na si Severine mga kaibigan, pero hindi naman halata na nandiyan ka, di ba? Pero kala surf muntik na dito, pero tamang bunny hop lang talaga ang ginawa dito ni Severine, syempre para hindi siya matamaan.
Yan gusto ko sa mga face cameras. Kahapon, kita mo yung naos, di ba? Grabe talaga si Jelicious mag-trash talk Sana may subtitles para maintindihan. Kasa ngayon, Sushi Boys, on the other hand, ano ba? Next move natin dito, pre. Pwede kaya sumayaw. Kaso Munyet, bumawas lang. Tapos, palong-palo. At least, scary. Gets Munyet. 4v4, 20 seconds. And the dream, kaso pwede, dali na lang sila ngayon. Mga miyembro. Oh no! Lemon more sa kanatingin!
20 seconds energy mga kaibigan, pero sa talaga yung mga saan sila pumunta dito, probably pero A na lang din talaga. Parehong super low yung mga players ngayon ng XIA Sushi Boys and Scary, medyo delikado sila, pero kung napapansin si Smurf, medyo malayo na siya dito, pero meron naman siya Spectre dito. Hindi ko alam kung ano ginagawa ng XIA, nag-force buy sila. Diyos ko! Force buy to, huy! Sushi Boys, nagtatago lang, nagpapanggap na ano dito, pero yung alam, meron tao dito, pero that is a sway coming from Sushi Boys right now. It's up to Shiro, 1v1 with a great one. Oh! Nakita na, pero si Shiro nakakuha dito kay Sushi Boys!
Ay!
Nag-force buy! Ang Xerxia, anong nangyayari? Anong meron?
Low HP si Shiro. Okay, una, na-counter, may wall lang. Tapos, nag-dub nga doon. Si Dil, pangalawa. Dito pa umalat, 5 HP na lang, hindi pa napatay. Anong meron? Ba't ganon? Oh no! ONIG, wins that! Save tuloy kayo. Xerxia.
Ano nangyayari? Ewan ko lang ba? Nangyari na ang dapat nangyari, pero nga nagkakabari na naman ito ng mga players ngayon ng ONIG at Xerxia, pero Surf with just that martial on hand, kaya ba niyang mabawi ito kahit wala silang pera? Matitrift ba nila mga players ngayon ng ONIG dito? Pero yung, oh my god, dirty headshot! Well, not headshot, but a dirty kill coming in from Proxy. Nakuha yun si Severine though, pero yung nga lang, Shio just getting that distance, getting that far distance para lang syempre magkaroon siya ng kalamangan dito. Pero Hunter's Fury from the side of Shiro catches one! Pero muntik na rin dito si Surf, mga kaibigan. Surf, dos ang natitira dito. We're gonna deny that recon, but let me more with a swing. Take it on Surf right now. Sushi Boys and Coast, buhay pa dito pero nasa ba talaga yung mga players kaya ng Xerxia right now. Pero let me more! Diyos ko po! We're gonna defuse that spike na lang din. Shiro with a 4K! Xerxia! Anong meron? Kayo ba ay nagmamadali? Kayo ba ay may gagawin mamaya?
Kadit nga ng mga taga-ONIG. Pero, habang nandito na nga tayo, big shoutout nga kay Boss Abraham Soliven Notico. Yan. Yung mga pag-angsay na namin dyan, Sov. Yan. Sana all. Yan. Okay na, boss. Sana kapo dyan. Ngayon. 3-0. ONIG! Palong-palo, Vil. Nakain na tong ONIG. Ba't ganito to?
Revealing area.
Xerxia to, ha? It's Xerxia. One of the teams na sobrang ganda na performance din. They had a 3-1 against Smith. Pero ngayon, hindi talaga sila nakakaroon ng move at all against ONIG. Pero ngayon, pinaglaruan na Monyet. Finally, Carlos gets the upper hand and Monyet is gonna go down.
Medyo hindi natin alam kung ano nangyari, pero nga sobrang bilis talaga nangyari talaga dito sa mga players ngayon na Xerxia. Pero nga na Severine is gonna deny that possible plant of Xerxia right now. Sushi Boys, tamang follow-up lang din, pero Severine, pwede siya makita ng Surf dito, pero yun nga na Surf, pero one tap to the head onto Severine. 3 versus 4. Because of that wall, meron silang konting depensa dito kahit papano. Lockdown is over. It is time for the players of ONIG right now to go inside. 4v3. Shield with a kill on to Surf right now. Oh! Pero meron pang alarm bot dito si Sushi Boys, mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang Foxy just behind that smoke. Behind that wall though. But let me know with just that stinger! Merong oras ang Xerxia! Ay ang ONIG G!
What? Narinig pa! Nay! Nagmamadali ang ONIG. Di ko rin alam kung ba't nagmamadali ng Xerxia. Pero sa kanila na yun sana, Vil! Sa isang iglap. Natalo muli ang mga taga-Xerxia. Nawal na naman.
Just...
Lahat sila eh. Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Hindi nila in-expect si Lenny Moore. Nang gulo eh. Ang gulo-gulo eh. Ayan na, si Monya to. Baka ano na naman gawin eh.
Get out of my way!
Malalaman natin dito kung ano pa talaga yung mga kailangan nilang gawin. Pero ito na nga talaga, magkakatapatan na ulit sila dito sa A. Or probably B. Pero 4-0 to sa mapang pinili ng ONIG Hindi natin alam kung ano bang nasa ihip ng Xerxia, ba't sila ganon. Pero nagkakasilip pa na nga dito, pero si Surf pinatikim ngayon ng Blades. Si Severine with a Blaze Storm though. 4v5, NC Slasher trying to push it even further para lang syempre makakuha siya ng kills and mabuhay niya si kaibigang Severine.
Severine. At ngayon, and Slasher gets Sushi Boys once again. Ano po, ibang wall naman daw. Okay, Surf, kinda doing it. Maybe this is gonna be a thrifty, pero pwede maghintay lang kagad na mga katulad ng ONIG to actually get that retake once again kasi wala namang problema. Basta, pwede silang mag-buy ng time as this goes in. Tapang patatamaan naman daw kasi. And speaking of, dalawa na lang kagad. Crows together with Scary, but there's just a counter setup coming in from Limimore. And he's just gonna go for a defuse. Wala nang choice dito, Scary. Ayayari natin na dyan. Ayan. Okay.
Wala ko na dito sa sinabi mo, Riri, sa totoo lang.
Ayayari natin dyan. 5-0 na.
5-0 already. And ang Xerxia, meron silang aminin ko, meron talaga silang pupuntahan. Nagmamadali itong mga players na to.
Your duty is not
Favorite
over.
player ko na si Monyet, mga kaibigan, promise. Pag ako nagkaanak, Monyet ang pangalan.
Para magad sa Valorant. Ay, ba't ganun? Magkamukha na kami ng aso.
Ano?
May picture kami, magkawig kami. Sorry.
Oo, eh.
Isinad sa akin yung mami ko, sabi sa anak, magkamukha na kayo ng aso natin. Kaya pala mas lamang sa ulam yung aso namin eh. Pagpasensya nyo na ako guys, share ko lang.
Ah, pala, Shiro. Si Shiro, yun ang pangalan ng ano, ng pet ni Ine.
Ah, Shiro.
Di ba sa Monyet eh, no?
May mga marites dito sa PPGL na Twitch, oh.
Ano sabi?
Sabi ni Hans Crab. Di ko sabihin eh. Siyempre, pag sinabi ko, mahirap na.
Sabi nino?
Sabi dito ni Hans. Yan, may sinabi siya dun sa Twitch eh. Di ko alam. Totoo yan. Bahala na sila dyan. Sabi, nagkakas kami. 5-0 na nga eh.
Ano na ba?
Oo, di ko alam eh. Totoo yan.
Sad.
Okay.
Nagkatamaan na nga dito mga kami, pero yung alam makakita pa ba si Severin dito kahit isa. Recon Ball is actually waiting to be released dito ni Foxy para lang syempre magkaroon sila ng idea kung nasa ba yung mga players dito ng ONIG G. Pero yung alam Surf, maganda yung position na dito. Severin, wag ka na talagang gumalaw dyan, pero that 34 is not gonna connect onto the players of Xerxia right now, pero si Surf, kung napapansin nyo, nagbabantay lang din siya nang baka malay no talaga lumabas si Severin dito, pero wala kayong choice at all kundi gumalaw na lang din talaga. Pero meron pang rendezvous si Chamber dito, so pwede pa siya mag-out, pero yun nga lang, maganda ang split na ginagawa ngayon ng Xerxia. May B, may A, and meron ding mid. So walang idea ngayon ng ONIG G kung saan talaga magpupush ito yung mga players ng Xerxia if ever, pero Sushi Boys, what a huge kill, taken down, let me more agad-agad. Wala nang smoke ang ONIG G. Mukhang eto na ata ang first round ng Xerxia if ever.
30 seconds
Apat
left.
na players na nagpupush ngayon dito, Ray. Meron pang naglalakad which is si Surf. Hindi pa rin sila nagkakakitaan, pero Diyos ko po, ang tagal nila oh my god! Hindi wala silang idea at all na nasa loob lang talaga si Surf dito. Galawang galawang ninja talaga. Actually, alam mo tinitignan ko si Surf eh. Si Surf lang tinitignan ko all the way from mid. Pero oh no, si Surf, pwede niyang mapatay ni Severin dito. Ang tagal pa bago pumasok ni Surf, mga kaibigan. Walang nakatingin sa likod. Pero Severin will take down 3 already. Pero buhay pa si Surf. Si Surf na lang ang natitira. Sobrang bagal mo. Wala kang nagawa.
Ay! Phil! Ano nangyayari?
Diyos ko!
Xerxia! Inaantok ba yung mga taga-Xerxia? 4:53 pa lang. Mas maaga dun. 3:53. Ano to? Oh, advantage sa baril. Yet, wala.
Ano yun?
Here. Here. Ay, nako.
Nangyari dito.
Alam mo, ang bagal lang nila. Yan lang. Oh my. Xerxia. 13-0 ata. World breaking ata na naman. Makakita ba tayo? At ngayon, subok lang ulit. Decide ng Xerxia once again. Force na lang ng force. Panalo ONIG eh. Puro sila na nanalo. And finally, will they get the upper hand? Yes, goes for your yes. Ito na ating oras where they can finally steal at least one round against them. And mukhang ito na nga, Severin na lang kagad at si Shiro ang natitira. At mukhang maganda kagad ang mga posisyon na ng Xerxia after all. Sige, try lang tayo ng tayo sa B and never surrender. Ngayon, ONIG tries to get the leverage. Nope. Scary gets 4. Xerxia finally! Kanina!
Okay, game. Pinalaro na kay Kuya.
One day, your duty is not over.
Binuksan na yung monitor.
Oo, gusto na yung monitor.
One enemy remaining.
Nakabayad na ng kuryente, dumating na daw yung sahod eh.
Sana all.
Sabi na eh, naantay ko eh. Naantay ko sabihin mo yan eh.
Ay, no. Ikaw ba? Ay, hindi eh. Okay, sana all.
Alam mo, ano ako eh, tawag doon, chosen one ako eh, kaya sorry.
Sana all. Ulit.
Chosen one ako eh. Wala akong problema sa... Pero Diyos ko po, tinan mo naman, Diyos ko, the unbeatable, the undiable. Kung meron bang word na ganun. Shiro NC Slasher, double-digit kills with 2 and 3 deaths. Talagang NC Slasher slashing the faces of Xerxia right now. Pero ang ganda ng logo nila eh, no? Parang like flower.
Oo nga eh. Parang clover leaf na naging pink.
Oo, tama. Tapos pink. Ba't tama pink na yun?
Bagumbilya, alam mo yun, yung kakainin mo yung syrup, yung may sugar sa loob.
Oo.
Di ba? Okay, saya ko.
Hindi kasi meron kasi sa school namin nun dati marami. Tapos nawiwirdohan ako sa mga kaklase ko kasi kinakain nila ito. What are you doing, guys? Come on, man.
Sorry.
No. Oh my God! Dalawa ang sumilip, si Monyet ang nakita. Ito na yung gravitational uranial na na barrel uranium. Ano yung pangalan ng gravitational? Valorant. Gravitational uranium neuroblaster. Ayan na. Operator. Pero, iniisa-isa na talaga ni Monyet. Kung may Marites, may Monyet. 4v3. Cruz. Ano, spike ko na rin. Pero Diyos ko po, kitang-kita. Kitang-kita ng Sushi Boys kung paano lumipad yung ulo ni Cruz dito. 3v2. Let me more, meron siyang boga. Nagkahatian na nga ng site dito. Monyet. Hosheng. Merong makikitang isa. It's gonna be an ace. 1v1 with a great one. Nakakuha ng vandalism mga kaibigan. Pero eto na, tamang dash lang din pero sasabog na. Kailangan mo patay sa Sushi Boys para syempre manalo ka. Nagkasunog mga Monyet with an ace. Pero may oras ka ba?
May oras.
Meron. Diyos ko po. Monyet si Monyet. Diyos ko.
Nowhere to run.
What is happening sa Xerxia? Monyet is popping off! Isa-isa!
Spike planted.
Grabe! Ginawang unrated! Ginawang mga taga-Xerxia Bill!
Si Monyet nagsusmurf!
Nagsusmurf sa tournament? Ay! At yun. Okay. Bumawi si Surf. Tama ka na daw, Monyet. Babawi daw yung Xerxia. Isang beses lang yan. Jet diff eh.
Men. Okay lang yan. Hindi na jet dip to, men. Jet lag na to eh. Enemy tag. Pero kung napapansin mo, medyo malayo ang spike. Isipin mo, tournament na, pero wala pa rin kumukuha ng spike!
Nagagalto si Coach Bill.
Sabi mo, ganito verticality catches one, pero nga lang, hindi pala mangyayari yun. Kasi si Cruz ang makakuha ng kill na yun, pero they're now gonna get the spike already and they're gonna bring it all the way to B. Pero 1v4, Shiro! That you! Shoutout nga pala kay Tesseract.
Ay, napanood ko yan si Tesseract maglaro eh. Pero mo sa isang araw, from Immortal 1. Immortal 3 kagad. Sana all. Okay. Wala akong masabi. Ba't ganda mo?
Okay lang sa akin, men. Okay lang sa akin para mabilis.
Para ano na.
Easy day para sa akin.
2-0 lahat, tas 2-0 din ang SB yung full sense. Balita ko, ganun daw mangyayari.
na isusulat. Ay, wag mo natin sasabihin yan. Baka mabati, mahirap namin. Monyet, nagkakasilipan na nga ng ulo, nakakuha pa ng isa, Monyet! 2K already! Oh my God, Monyet! Nakaisa na naman! Pero kalma. Turret yan, turret, pre. Sushi Boys, mag-isa lang 1v5. Op! Nagkakita sa dito, pero Sushi Boys, alam na alam nila kung nasa ba yung Sushi Boys, mga kaibigan. Severin, iniikutan. Diyos ko po, napapalibutan ka na ng mga tao, Monyet with a 4K! Ladies and gentlemen, dapat ang nakalagay dun sa team, Monyet versus Xerxia. Hindi ONIG G! This is a Monyet show, man! Monyet is doing it!
1v5!
Men! Magtutweet ang ONIG G! Sabihin ng 4 ng teammates niya, pre, sali naman ako. Hindi pinapasali si Monyet eh. Si Monyet lang yung nag-e-enjoy.
Ginawang unrated yung tournament. Ginawang deathmatch nga eh.
Monyet! Op! Kalma. Gamit niya ang Forsaken Operator, mga kaibigan, pero ito tamang RGX fan na lang dito sa mga ibang players ngayon ng Xerxia, pero nga ng Foxy with that. Oh my God, hindi nakita! Kala ko na nagtago sa baba ng CCTV dun sa may dun sa may blind spot eh. Pero nga ng Severin, tamang jiggle peak lang ng konti, pero Monyet nakakuha na naman ng isa, pero pasans lang, pero hindi na mangyayari yun dito kay Scary. Ay kay Severin pala. Pero 4v2 mga kabay, eto na yung long ganog ni Shiro, mga kaibigan. Sinampal kaliwat kanan, up and down, left and right. Umikot-ikot pa. Wala man lang nabawas dito sa side ng Xerxia ngayon, pero si Surf trying to be really aggressive right now. And si Stash are gonna take him down. 4v2 from the dead, you will rise again, Foxy, para makabawi dito sa side ng Xerxia ngayon. The clock is ticking already. Wala siyang na-detain, pero lamang pa rin ng ONIG. Shiro with a kill onto a Monyet with another one right now. Sushi Boys na naman na mag-iisa. Sushi Boys, ladies and gentlemen, is doing it. Pero sabi ni Shiro, bakit ako titigil? Man, kaya naman kitang patayin.
My! Anong meron sa ONIG?
Last round in the half.
Against Xerxia. Sa post plant, walang nasisira ang mga taga Xerxia. And looking at it, Sushi Boys, he tries to win this. Pero he can just buy a lot of time. Marami naman. How smart individually the players of ONIG. At kinuha na ni Monyet at ni Shiro lahat ng kills.
Ray, ko lang sa'yo yung sabi mo kanina Bougainvillea, di ba? Best hindi Bougainvillea yun, men. Bougainvillea kasi malaki yun eh. Yun yung mga sinasabit na mga plantito at saka plantita eh. Ray, ha? Oo. Ang katabi ng Bougainvillea, syempre, mga orchid, yun ang mga katabi ng mga yan. Ano masisip-sip mo sa Bougainvillea?
Di meron ni Miss yung Santan ba yun?
Oh,
Santan! Wait lang, sa search ko. Santan. Santan ata.
Meron nung kilalang Santan pero nasa ilalim ng lupa eh. Alam mo sino yun?
Sino yun?
Santanas. Pero
ito, jungle, hindi ko alam kung geranium or heranium. Basta yun? Santan. Sorry, Bougainvillea. Ito, 90 curse ata ito eh.
Yun yung mga alam mo ba yun, yung Bougainvillea, yun yung mga dinadecorate pag Christmas eh. Yung mga ganon, yun eh. Op. Foxy. Sige pare, kunyari, wala ka dyan.
30 seconds left.
Bam! Narinig ito ni Monyet, mga kaibigan. Mukhang alam na alam ni Monyet eh, no? Bam! Napicturan si Foxy, mga kaibigan. Nag-smile pa na may kasamang peace. 2-10 in favor of ONIG G sa mapang pinili ng XIA. Anong nangyayari? Si Monyet lang nag-e-enjoy.
Tsaka si Shiro, daming kills eh.
Oo.
Kanina si Shiro walang kills. Ngayon bumawi. Kaya sa first map. My goodness. 2-10 ang score natin ngayon, Vil. Ito ba yung curse? Kasi kanina may 11-1 curse eh. Galing sa,
talaga?
sa Fancy United, tsaka sa...
Oo nga eh. Ano na nga
Liberex.
ako dun eh. Nag-prepare na nga ako eh. Pero nag-one round muna ako ng deathmatch eh. Ay, naku, hirap talaga maging first. Kahit check mo yung career ko. Yabang eh, no? Deathmatch lang naman. Sarap talaga ng fried.
Ang saya-saya naman pag last 2 games. Pero alam mo, okay lang eh. Yung tatlo ang sunod-sunod. Basta ganito. Speedrun eh. May mga blakad
Speedrun,
ata
man.
itong mga to. Saan ba pupunta ito mga to? Na love life
Wala.
pa ata itong mga to eh. Nool. May date. Nool, may oras.
Wala pa siyang oras?
Oy.
Bakit?
Naging season dito.
Bakit mag-open ka? Huwag ka sa atin lang to. Bakit?
Sa atin lang. Sa atin lang to. Di kasi. De, joke lang. Okay lang
Naglalaro
yun,
ba?
guys.
Naglalaro ba?
Hindi. Ganun talaga guys pag busy. Busy sa... busy sa ba? Sa iba.
Pero mahal mo, pero mahal mo.
Tatanungin muna kita, mahal ka ba?
Oo.
Paano pag humugot na? Naging podcast, sorry, eto lang ako. Paano pag masaya ka na sa iba? Joke lang. Nanahimik si Vilo. Ito si Xerxia eh. Santan kasi, salamat sa nagsabi sa natin.
Santan ba? Pati nga,
Santan.
Santan. Oo nga, ito nga yun. Bougainvillea, ang laki nun eh. Kakainin mo yun, men. So pag nakakita ka ng Christmas decor, kakainin mo yung lahat. Uy, masarap to, matamis to eh. Sipsipin mo lang yan ng unti-unti, pero ito nga. O Diyos ko po, naiinis mo ko ng ano yun. Si Bonyet na nga, isa na naman ng... Pero Sushi Boys! Tamang, dry pick lang, pero nakakuha pa rin sa Foxy. Pinakilig yung isa.
Uy! Kakambak!
Op, natamaan dito. Mukhang kakambak ka na, pero 70 with that frenzy. Surfing another one right now. Shiro, the only man remaining. Anong pistol yan?
Ito yung glitch pop na ano eh. Na
yung ano?
budget.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Okay, kala natin. Wala si Foxy. Shirakdart yung isa eh. Akala ko sa ihila ako kikiligin. Sa'yo rin din pala. Ha! Bars!
Tanol. Kinikilig. At ngayon, Shiro, konti na. Alam mo kung full on HP yan pa, mag-iba pa ihip ng hangin. Nasoba diff.
Lumalamig na. Ano, pustahan, gagayain ng ONIG yung force buy oh.
Sige. Santan yung kapalit ha.
Revealing area.
Ay, hindi!
Hindi.
Oy! Si Surf oh.
Oh my God! Ito na. Galit na ata. Close ko po si Surf! Pinagpapatay-patay. Ano? Ano nangyayari? Uy! Bilis!
Di pa
dumating sa point na, what the hell is happening, man? Ano yung nangyayari?
Hindi ka
Bilis,
mag-is.
man. Sige, tuloy-tuloy na lang yan. Sige lang, let's go!
Ay!
Para si Surf, hindi ko kailangan mag-scope. Oh, look at that, oh! Talagang ano eh, talagang kitang-kita naman natin MLG 360 no scope.
Ba't may sound effects?
Siyempre, para kumpleto, yun eh.
Ay, ganun pala yan.
So, reserve, dire-diretso na talaga siya. Meron tong date, pre. Nag-phantom agad, oh. Phantom ba to? Oo, phantom nga. May date, oh, pre. May date, oh, si kaibigang Surf. Wala. Kailangan maglaba. Uulan daw sa kanila ngayon eh. Uulan sa Thailand eh. Okay. Alam na. Alam ni kaibigan Seboy ko lang sa mga players ngayon ng Xerxia, pero yun nga, mukhang umiikot ata. Walang tao dito sa may B. Pero si Sushi Boys nababantay lang din talaga dito sa may orange doll. Pero ito na yung rotation na ginagawa ngayon ng Xerxia, ng ONIG G, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, that Viper Spit. Oh my God, Monyet with 2K already from nowhere. We have no idea kung paano ba nangyari, pero si Surf looking for that kill, looking for his next spray na pwede nang gawin dito.
Oh, yan na.
5 versus 3. Monyan with a 3K already. They're going with a 4th one, but let me ball.
Push again! Kay Sia na lang! Kay Cruz na lang mag-iisa! Spray and pray! Mabilis ang pangyayari! Let's go!
Uy! Ang lakas ng mga taga-Indo right now, Vil! What is this? ONIG! Boom! Lahat na! Ang mga miyembro nila! Lahat ng teams! Xerxia! Top 1 in their own region, and yet, dalawa na lang sa ONIG. Mukhang eto na ating makakatapat ng naos ah. Kiname na kagad, 11-4. Siyempre, para masaya, di ba?
Ang bilis. Ito ang gusto natin pag sobrang bilis ng mga nangyayari talaga, di ba? Para wala nang tigil-tigil. Mag-game number 4 na tayo, di ba? Yun na yun, men. Kung ano yung kinatagal kanina, ito yung kinabilis ngayon. Let's go! Pero napapansin mo ba, Riri, ganun talaga, no? If ever, kunyari, day 1, sobrang tagal, yung kinabukasan mabilis lagi, napapansin mo yun? Totoo siya, no? Ganun talaga, no?
Dapat lang. Kapagod ako. Buti nga, 2-0 eh. Uy! Wala!
Scary! Tamang Guardian of the Galaxy lang. O pero si Monyet, galawang sneaky talaga. Oh,
tamahin mo!
Hindi tumama!
Uy!
Diyos ko po, si kaibigang Surf andun lang din sa may snowman, pero Monyet, smurfing. 1v3, hindi siya pwede lumabas dyan kasi marami nakatingin sa'yo, baby boy. Ito na si Monyet.
Baby boy.
30 seconds left.
Sinabi na kanina.
At ito. Makaklatch siya ba to?
Oh! What? No way! No way! Oh!
Wala! Anihin mo! Monyet, hindi pa daw tapos ang laban. Sabi ng Xerxia and Vil. Looks like even if you have Monyet with that part, pero with the amount of just Xerxia going with that good defense then, and finally, buti naka-pick off ng dalawa with that Guardian.
Ito
sobrang laki nun.
Sino ang makakalaban ng Naos ulit? Sorry.
Ay, kung sino matatalo dito? Sa ONIG or Xerxia?
Ah, talaga?
Shocks. Uy! Sushi boys! Baka makalason! Nakarinig siya. Pero kasi no-overtake that. Sir, gets to... Oh my! He gets the third one! And ano ba ang nagiging sunod-sunod para kay Surface? He gets the fourth! At isa-isang iglap! Nabura sa mapa! Ang mga taga-ONIG 11-6! Sabi na, nakakaramdam pa nga tayo ngayon ng malaking pagbabago para sa side ng Xerxia. Walang jet lift dito. Parehas sa jet impact place. 1, 2, audition lang. May kasama pang wall yan ha. Nakuha pa nga niya kagad yung third and he goes for the fourth. What just a good sandwich way of Xerxia tackling this one 11-6. Pero to, big shoutouts nga pala kay Jelicious sa Naos na nanonood.
Parang ako lang yung ano eh, no? Parang ako lang yung awal dito. Parang ako lang mag-jet.
Tinuruan mo? 1v1?
Oh.
Oh.
Ah, si Jelicious.
Here.
Si Jelicious. Nagpapa-shoutout. Nanonood daw siya. Ayan.
Chinat ka?
Chinat ka, sabi, nakakatawa ka daw mag-cast.
Ako?
Oo.
Kung may Jelicious, may Vilicious, tandaan mo yan.
Swarm grenade out.
Kung may dubstep, merong sidestep, at kung merong Jelicious, may Vilicious.
Lahat na lang.
Lahat na kasali ako dyan lahat eh. Pero nga lang wala nagkakaroon ng katataan ng balugbugan gaming ito mga kaibigan. Scary with a kill on to one right now. Pero nga na Shiro taking down the players of Xerxia. Oops! NC Slasher! May isa pa. Try ko pa na second one to. Pero Diyos ko ba, hindi ito matama! 11-7, 7-11. Sarap ang wala nga palang kariman dyan. Sa kabila nga pala eh. Sa kalaban yung kariman.
Team Ace.
Sorry.
Ano ba meron? Nakapunta na ba ng Thailand din?
Oo.
Anong masarap nilang delicacy?
Ewan ko. Hindi ko alam. That I don't know.
Pumunta ako ng Thailand way back 2018. Pero hindi ako masyado kumain ng mga kasi more on more on
Cast ka?
No. Nag-tour. Yeah.
Ito ba yung katulad na sa mga SM sa may Cavite?
Hindi.
Iba to.
Hindi.
Time out na, ONIG. Baka naman. Bigyan nyo naman ng closure. Yan yung mga kailangan sa mga di pa talaga basically nagbe-break. Bigyan nyo ng closure. Para masaya-saya tayong lahat ngayon. Nakita ko din yung tweet mo, Vil, ah. Huwag ka mag-alala.
Oo.
Shoutout kanina.
Shoutout dun sa kay Kings. Hindi daw maintindihan yung cast. Huwag ka mag-alala. Hindi ko rin maintindihan sarili ko minsan. Hindi ka nag-iisa, kapatid.
Nanggigigil na siya eh. Siguro kanina pa nagtitiis sa atin to. Sorry. Sorry sa amin. At ngayon, 11-7. Shiro tries to pick off at least one.
Right here.
Hindi na nga mangyayari to. At maayos pa rin ang Xerxia so far. And this time on where they can just, one, play it very safely, and two, just tackle down Monyet. It's gonna be super okay sa kanila. But on the ONIG side naman, sila pa ngayon yung nag-aalangan sa magiging desisyon nila ngayon dahil crucial to eh. After this timeout, if Xerxia will be able to win this, malaking posibilidad na talaga na magkaroon ng malaking comeback at hindi nagagalaw ang score ng ONIG at all. Pero speaking of, sisimula na kakagad ngayon ni Monyet. Wala pa ring posibilidad na pwedeng ma-achieve ngayon. Naglalaro-laro, dito mama si Surf. Second time, pwede natin. Second chance para sa mga katulad niya. He finally gets Monyet at naharangan kagad ang ONIG into pushing here in B-side. Oh.
Spike down.
Pero mukhang buo ba talaga pa unti-unti mga players ngayon ng Xerxia, pero nga ng Foxy. Shot him down with just that Hunter's Fury, pushing it to a 3 versus 5 situation right now. Let me more, hindi ata. Oh my god, hindi nakita. Hindi nakita si si Lemmy Moore. Viper Spit. Pero
10 seconds left.
9 seconds. Oh, nasa gilid lang siya. Oh, Foxy!
Spike down B.
Just in that corner, just on that perfect angle. 1 second, 11 to 8.
Careful there.
Ay, hirap ang ONIG ngayon ah. Most likely, kapag wala pang mangyari between the two rounds sa Lamanaville, nasa momentum ng Xerxia. Nag-step up bigla si Sushi Boys and si Foxes. A lot of good things happening. Surf is doing it. All of it is happening. And walang ano dito, Bill, walang bootcamp diff. Lahat naka-bootcamp eh.
Yeah, that's... I mean... sama-sama lang sila eh. Hindi naman talaga importante. Talagang sama-sama. Pero yeah, going back here in this game. Walang pera ang ONIG at na ata inaantay natin comeback ng Xerxia, mga kaibigan mo kung gusto ata nila mag-game number 3. Nakapaglaban na ata si Surf dito kaya game na daw.
Scary. Get Severine. Gusto pang maglaban eh. Oh, trap ang mga miyembro ng ONIG. Once again. Eto, this is the final show ng ONIG sa kanilang last full buy. If they don't win this, maybe kailangan na nilang tanggapin. Hello, Ascent map. Kaso kayo, may technical pause tayo, Bill. Okay, patapos na. Technical pause pa.
So hindi nga patapos eh. 11 to 9 eh. Comeback, Israel. Alam mo, Monyet, araw-araw birthday mo, ha? Eh.
Ay.
Kung may 90 curse, may 210 curse.
Oo. Niniwala ako dyan. Pag nakikita mo ang ONIG. Hindi ko One round pa lang sila nananalo Tapos si Lemimore and Severin, di din talaga sila maka trade off at all. Medyo nahihirapan sila pagdating sa attacking side. But then, Monyet also, he's been popping off together with Shiro. But looks like it's not gonna work once again. So ginagawa ng Xerxia against them. But will they be able to come up with something? Kasi all of a sudden, just one round, just a single mistake dito ng meron ang ONIG Xerxia is just gonna be capitalizing on it. And so far, nahihirapan sila all throughout.
Yeah. Actually, pinakamahirap din talaga if ever nakapag-comeback ng ganitong kabilis eh. And the fact na sobrang nakuha na ng Xerxia ang momentum, hirap.
And this is it. Moment of silence sa ONIG. Ano kaya nafe-feel ngayon ng ONIG? Kailangan nila makawala from this or else yung ascent nila. This might be dangerous. May nag-comment dito, Vil. May tens. Mas pabor daw sa Vils. Vil-es.
Oh, siya kasi Gian Sanity nga daw. Totoo naman. No. Yan ang tigilan na yan. Ako lang. Hi guys. SB na tayo. Pero, joke lang. Pero ayun na talagang gusto na matapos itong game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Pero yeah, we're gonna head on to a very, very short break. Break muna tayo. And after the break, sana matapos na talaga itong game number 2 dito sa Xerxia and ONIG G. And later on, we're gonna update yung ano ba talaga ang nangyari. That's why, that's why we're just gonna head on to a short break siguro muna para syempre everything will be cleared out na lang din talaga. But yeah, once again, you're watching VCT APAC, Vilray here. Yeah.
My darling, you are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, touring at every occasion, going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working it out.
Let's get the get money.
Hard work, because I think we as a team work really hard in the past 2 months coming into this VCT.
One word to describe our journey is crazy, because in 1 month of preparation for this VCT, we can beat Indonesia Tier 1 team and we managed to qualify to APAC Playoff.
It's so amazing, like this is gonna be my first VCT win.
Yes, because we have our confidence to win this APAC Playoff.
I think we are a very aggressive team and also we have a good individual skills.
We put a lot of efforts in practice and scrims, because we also scrims in Saturday and maybe Sunday. So yeah, we put extra efforts to go to win the APAC Challengers Playoff.
At the beginning of our journey for this VCT, our team is orgless. Basically, we just mix team so we can play without any pressure. but now we should show what we're capable at this stage.
I think coming into this VCT, the toughest opponent for us is Xerxia because what they achieved in 2021.
I think the toughest opponent was Boom Esports.
I'm looking to play against PaperX and maybe Xerxia in the upcoming match.
I want to face Philippine teams in this tournament just because how interesting their scene.
I guess Australian team, because we've never met Australian team in VCT.
I think it will be Forsaken, Elmimore, Severin, Blaze King, and Famous.
For the super team, I like to choose Forsaken, Mind Freak, Eeyore, and the last one is Famous. Let's go Indo Pride.
I think the super team is my team myself right now.
Thank you to everyone that's supporting us. We will try our best to qualify to Masters 1. Go ONIG!
For all fans and supporters, please keep support Persija Esports, either we win or lose, and support all Indonesian team and player who play in APAC VCT.
Message to our fans personally by me is thank you for all the supports and all the players. Hopefully we can win the APAC Challengers Playoffs. Stay hungry, hungry biz.
Oh, coming.
Hello.
Basta.
Okay lang, Seb. Hello, guys.
We're back. Direk, muntik. Direk, nagulat na lang tayo kay Direk eh. Buti na lang wala akong hawak na ibang gamit. Gumanon. Pero yung mga players natin ngayon, mga kaibigan, ito na game na meron lang tayong ni-review na insidente. Pero syempre, alam naman natin na yung mga tournament officials natin, lalo na yung mga league offs, really wants to do a really fair play lang din talaga para sa mga iba't ibang para sa iba't ibang teams. Syempre, we're not gonna be parang alam mo yun, bias among kahit sino man yan. If ever meron kang ginawang against the rule book, eh talaga syempre mahahatulan ka talaga. And yeah, so far we're just actually waiting sa hatol ng ating league ops if ever meron ba talagang ginawa yung mga players natin kung ano man. Pero I think Ray, it's time already. I mean, sa tingin mo ba makakabawi pa dito ang ONIG G or Xerxia, itutuloy-tuloy nila ang kanilang advantage, ang kanilang momentum towards victory para mapunta tayo sa game number?
Ako, syempre,
kung nanonood ka talaga, dapat.
Ako, gusto ko, ONIG na. Humaba pa eh. Mahaba yung pasensya ko, pero parang ngayon, slowly giving up eh.
Ano lang yan, Ray? Next week. Next week nga, 4 na dire-diretso.
Isang araw!
Sarap! Sarap, tag-tatlo lang dito. Pero, sa totoo lang, si Serp, yan, good boy. Good boy. Good boy ka na. Pero, ayan, Sir Red, pa-mute. Pero ito yung mga players naman ngayon talaga magbabawi naman talaga dito sa mga matches natin ngayon. Pero that is the players of ONIG G trying to stop the possible push and possible rotation na ginagawa dito ng Xerxia, mga kaibigan. Pero uulitin lang din ata ng mga, Diyos ko, walang pakialam si NC Stasio. Kahit matamaan siya, kahit mabaril siya dito, okay lang talaga eh, no? Kasi meron naman siyang heal eh. At saka yung alarm bot naman yun, eh, sa kanila naman yun. Kaya kung napapansin mo, hindi ganun talaga kalakas din yung, kasakit din yung yung damage din. Hindi, kay Sushi Boys pala yun. Oh, sorry. Kay Sushi Boys din yun, kaya kahit masakit yung damage, itutuloy na rin talaga nila. And this is gonna be a 4v4 retake, pero yun nga lang, meron ng wall dito mga kaibigan, pero that is a Hunter Spear coming in from Shiro, just trying to deny and take down these players lang din talaga, pero pushing ito 1v3, but Scary will take him down 11-10.
Ay. Xerxia. Bumabawi talaga sila ngayon against ONIG. But somehow, one way or another, nandun na sana eh. Di ko lang alam, medyo naging messed up. Pagdating sa ONIG, they just didn't expect na si Scary together with Foxes will actually be aggressive. And now we are down to this question. Most likely 11-11 to. Di makakapag-save yung ONIG. All now or never na lang ang tanging hiling nila ngayon. But as for Xerxia, next thing is what we can really see. Somehow, baka may next pa na mapa kung sakasakali. ONIG, kailangan talaga nilang maging worth it. So sana kunin nila. And that's gonna be big! Monyet tries to take up at least one, kaso nga lang will be tagged. Pero sinabayan na din kaagad ng lockdown dito. Malupit ang lockdown para lang talaga matrap ang mga miyembro. At may nagtanong.
Ando si ano pala si NC Slasher, takbo!
Takbo!
Si NC Slasher patalon-talon dito sa may ano eh, dito sa may default, dito sa may A site eh, no? May kasamang sigaw pa. Pero walang pera at all. Yung mga players ngayon ng ONIG, mga kaibigan, mukhang matatapat na ata na sila. Isipin mo sa buong second half, isa pa lang ang nakukuha score ng ONIG dito. Ang Xerxia, 8 na. Comeback Israel, ang ganda naman ng aerial na yun. Big shoutout nga pala kay Miss Mika Cabral. Direct pasabi nga, sinoutout ko siya ngayon.
30 seconds left.
Maraming salamat.
Shoutout nga pala kay Black and Black Dax na bumisita kanina para lang
Uy,
sabihin.
muntik na. Natamaan si Monyet dito.
Uy!
Narabigan mo, gonna be denied. Pero Monyet, oh my God! Na tinutunaw ng mga players ng Xerxia to. Pero let me more, we're gonna get one as well. Surf, nakakita nga pa pero yun nga, oh my God, Surf! We'll catch one, 2v2. This is huge though, Surf and another one. NC Slasher, the only man remaining. 20 seconds on that heal. 1v2.
Narinig na niya.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! Sayang. Make a wish, guys. Map 3 or no? Sabi dito, Vil. Vil, ano sikreto ng mga gwapo?
Ha? Yo, baka sabihin ko, di ko pwede sabihin, diba? Hindi marami nang may lalaban sa akin.
Kia.
Hirap na, no? Kailangan tanongin. Anong, ay, baka mahirap na dahil top 1 eh. Top 1 si Vil eh.
One enemy remaining.
Ngayon. 11-11. Disappointed ng bosses. Nakakalito pa nga to. Xerxia, mahabol. Back on track. It is! Alam niyo na eh, pag icebox eh. Yung Xerxia, palong-palo.
Mapa talaga to ng Xerxia.
Hindi
ko na sabihin i-extend. Pero maraming perang Xerxia dito. Yun ang thing Ang ONIG dito, if ever matalo nila ang Xerxia dito sa round na to, next round pwede ulit silang bumili ng operator. Actually, kahit 2 operator, pwede.
Kaming pera, no?
Saan pa pupunta ang ONIG ngayon? In terms of ultimates, NC Slasher,
Take flight.
meron siyang res. Let me more, one more orb for that Viper Spit. Pero eto na, napakagandang activation ng alarm bot pero nga Sushi Force will cut you off.
Spike planted.
Or V4, that's the Viper is coming in from Lemimore, mga kaibigan. Pero muntik nang matamaan si Lemimore dito. Diyos ko po, konti na lang. Tamang pot shots lang through that smoke. It's gonna be so hard for Xerxia if ever na makita itong mga kalaban nila for sure. All they gotta do is go in. Meron pa silang, wala na silang alarm bot. Diyos ko po. Oh, Surf! Monyan with a 2K. 2v2. Monyan with a third one. 1v1. Great one and Shea. We're gonna get that kill! ONIG G! One more round! Umipiyok na ako
One enemy remaining.
Ngayon.
Last player standing.
ONIG. Kailangan lang pala mabuhayan ng loob to eh. At, is this it? 13-11? Or 12-11? It's operating! Monyet, do something! Nabawasan lang ang nabawasan. Denied with that Viper's ult. They try to find. Si Scary. Pero baka manakot. Foxes. Okay, they see one. Severin gets one. Kaso nga lang, Scary. Pinaglalaroan lang sila ngayon. Nabawas-bawas ng isa. May kasama pang rest. Foxes will be able to be in there. Sayang yung 30 HP. And baka makalamang pa si Scary at si Tikilagatit. Pero mukhang magmumove na sila. We need to play it safe. Hindi na natin i-risk pa. Kaso may isa pang manalasan ata sa kanila. That's gonna be Sushi Boys. And there's the other guy. That's gonna be Severin himself. Nalusaw ang mga miyembro ng Xerxia. At tatlo na lang kagad sa side ng ONIG. Anong medyo next move ngayon ni Lemimore? He gets the Vandal, tries to be aggressive, plays it out. Pero meron ding nasa kitchen at Kraus gets him. At si Severin na lang kagad na natitira sa isang iglap. And will he actually clutch this? O pagagalawin pa rin ng Xerxia ang baso dahil malaki pa ang posibilidad na mag-go-overtime to.
Pero hanggat buhay si Severin. Pero patay na siya ngayon. Overtime it is.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Game number 3. Go!
See?
Bomb grenade out. Placing.
Toxin. Ayun. Enemy take away. 12. Sale. Xerxia. Kumambak. 2 tankers. Kumunti ka ng kanina eh. Ngayon nagkatotoo eh.
Tamang 2-10 lang Riot. From 2-10 to 12-12. Sipin mo sa buong half. Parang ganun din eh. Ganun lang din silang dalawa eh. Parang nag 2-10 lang each eh. Diba? Pareho lang.
ONIG. Nalalamangan sila eh. Walang particular strats to just somehow save themselves from Xerxia na nagmo-momentum.
The momentum is overflowing for the side of Xerxia for sure. Pero nasa players na lang talaga ng ONIG kung para talaga din na makukuha tong wins na to. I mean, Xerxia sa totoo lang yan. I mean, hindi ko talaga alam kung anong ginawa ng Xerxia kanina eh. 'Di ba? I mean, dire-diretso lang. Sipin mo, second round, force buy. Bakit, 'di ba? Muntik na nga silang matalo eh, pero buti nga nakabawi eh. Kala natin.
Binating talaga ni Dax to eh.
Oo, si Dax yan.
Si Dax. At wawala na yung mga tao sa Twitch. Di ko rin alam bakit eh. Ngayon
where is the next thing that they can go? Well, apparently Sushi Boys will get a kill on to Lemimore right now. Pushing it to a 4v5. Well, Foxy, mga kaibigan, mukhang magkakita na ata sila dito. The trade-off is not gonna be in favor of Xerxia of ONIG right now. Ito yung thing Ray. Malakas ang ONIG pag sila yung defender. Kanina nakita natin yan. Mahina ang ONIG sa attacker. So if ever manalo ang Xerxia dito, kabahan ng ONIG sa next round. So ang Xerxia, malaki ang chance nila dito for sure.
Match point.
Mukhang pupunta tayo sa Ascent.
Gusto talaga pahabain ng ONIG eh.
Oo.
Kahit hindi naman manalo sa kanila eh. Okay lang eh.
Wala.
Oo. Ngayon. 12-13, napagkaba. Monyet, get that 30 talaga. Pero, hirap eh. Pag 1v5.
30, bro. Let's see if everybody makukuha ba ni Monet yung 30, bro. Pero ito mga players ngayon ng Xerxia, ONIG is medyo delikado lang din talaga kasi ang Xerxia nagbabantay lang din dito sa may area to. Pero yung nagkakakitaan na nga yung Xerxia. We're gonna shut down Severin right now. Everyone is revealed already. They know exactly kung nasa ba talaga sila nandito. Pero yung alam mo niya, tamang dry pick lang din. Tamang dry dash kung mayroong mang ganun. Pushing ito, 3v5 situation right now. Medyo delikado ngayon mga buhay ng ONIG G mga kaibigan. Pushing ito, 2v4. NC Slasher and Shiro, kaya pa ba nila? It's all up to NC Slasher. We're going! It's a game number 3! Xerxia with a huge comeback!
My. Ano yung one round can actually make a big impact. And that's how Xerxia got it. At ngayon, we're gonna be going to Ascent.
Yeah?
A map na never natalo ang mga katulad ng Xerxia. 100% win rate ever since their debut sa kanilang new team, sa kanilang place in their own region. At when you take a look at it, ang daming naging problema ng ONIG ng second half. Pero they've just been popping off. But seems like hindi na nag-work at all eh. Nawala na bigla yung magandang ginagawa ng ONIG. Wala na eh.
Na ano? Ewan ko ba? Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyari sa ONIG mga kaibigan. Ang sabi ng Xerxia, pinalamang lang daw eh. Pinalamang lang gusto pang manalo eh. Nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. Naubos na yung lakas ni kaibigan Monyet.
Mahirap pag ikaw lang. At mahirap din kapag na-outsmart ka na ng Xerxia. Once na nag-switch yung sides, they just can't seem to make a good move. Sa mga sa second half, sa side ng ONIG. And nakakagulat eh. Kasi after the second half, 2 rounds lang ang naipanalo ng ONIG. Walang Xerxia. Nabaliktad nila ang ONIG. A lot of good rounds to take on. But I think yung pagdating sa team kills, isa-isa mga miyembro ng Xerxia, they did it all along. Sayang yung ginawa ni Monyet.
Sa lahat ng sinabi ng mga team na to, yun lang yung naintindihan ko eh. Pero sobrang nag-pop off talaga ang ang ONIG dito. Wala naman sa Monyet ah. Lahat ng shots niya, isipin mo, nag-ace pa si kaibigan Monyet eh, no? No? Bam!
At habang dito na tayo.
NT.
Oo. Next map. You go next, ONIG. At alam mo, pinaghahandaan daw nila. Kasi natatakot sila masyado kalaban yung Naos bukas. Kaya ganito nangyayari.
Ito yung muntik na eh, no? Pero wala eh. Kahit right click na lang ni Foxy, manatamaan si Shiro dyan eh. Ito yung no scope 360 image ni Surf eh. Pero wala, just the specters lang din talaga na meron. Ito yung ito yung 4K ni Surf.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike down
Xerxia.
B.
You already know why they pick Icebox for a reason and how confident they are. And na-outsmart nila si Monyet. Na-outsmart nila sa defending. Hindi talaga magkagalawang ONIG at all. A complete shutdown against Lemimore and against the NC Slasher. The usual guys talaga na makakita ka rin ng kills. So, ngayon, pupunta pa rin tayo sa Ascent. May mga konting technical pause lang. But at least, we're still back on track as we're gonna be seeing nga. Pero wag nyo kakalimutan guys na magkakaroon tayo ng V-Live sa Facebook pages para talagang 3-way sa third map and syempre sa SBE versus Full Sense maya-maya
Yeah,
lang after
relive
the
tayo.
second half.
Yeah, relive tayo and ano lang, punta lang kayo sa Punta lang kayo sa PPGL page para syempre makita nyo yung bagong stream natin. Once again, you're watching VCT APAC and the game number 3 of Xerxia versus ONIG G will be coming right up after a very short break. Yeah.
Bottom to top, they can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in a box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground, it no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now, got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain, I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine.
We are down sa last map here in the third series between Xerxia together with ONIG G. Kami ang yung shotcasters nyo, ako si Rated. Siyempre, kasama ko pa rin si Vil. At I think Icebox talaga is definitely a map for comebacks dahil coming from the 10-2 scoreline, bumawi ang Xerxia, making the tables turn into a 14-12. At pupunta na nga tayo sa Ascent. 100% win rate so far sa domination ng Xerxia. And what can actually ONIG do about this, Vil?
Yeah, that's gonna be the biggest question of them all. Nandun talaga dito sa side ng ONIG G, mga kaibigan. Pero at least nakuha na talaga ng Xerxia yung momentum na gusto nilang makuha. Which is, that is ang score nila sa first half is 2-10 and pushing it to a 12-12 to a 14-12 na lang din talaga. Isipin mo, sa buong, how many rounds is that? Like, they have like 12, what? 15. Sa loob ng 15 rounds, 2 beses lang nakakuha ng score ang Xerxia.
Yung Santan.
Basta yun. 2 beses sila nakakuha ng round. So, quite sad though sa mga players ng ONIG G. I mean, yun andun matu-2-0 mo na tapos biglang nabawi ng kalaban. Pero it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. And all we gonna do is move on. Lalong-lalo na kasi isipin na ONIG G nga nakapag-move on tapos ikaw hindi. So yeah, complete reset. Complete mental reset ang kailangan nilang gawin dito para syempre makapag-comeback sila dito sa Ascent na mapa. Pero sino ang makakakuha nito? It can be Xerxia, it can be ONIG G. Wala tayong idea.
Amount of experience din naman parehas pantay with all of the games na play ng ONIG here in Ascent. So that's also a big question dito. But I am also excited to see kung ano nga ba ang up next sa mga katulad ng Xerxia right now. They got the momentum, but then ONIG, kailangan talaga nila bawiin yung kaninang na-comeback pa nga. Nandun ka na pero pinaasa ka lang. Yun ang masakit about it.
Sakit?
Oo. Sakit yan.
Asa ka. Ay, yun talaga yan. Pero, dito naman yan sa Ascent, no? I mean, there's nothing really special rin din talaga para sa mga dalawang players. Kasi, I mean, Ascent is like the basic, ito ang pinaka-basic na mapa sa lahat. Kumbaga, if ever you're gonna like compare this to CS, this is literally Dust 2. Diba? ito yung Dust 2 talaga na sobrang dami talaga nakakaalam. So, yeah, we're gonna get to see. Talaga makakuha tayo ng isang malupit na galawan dito. It can be, like what I've said a while ago, it can be the aggressiveness of Xerxia, Surf popping off together with the other players of Xerxia right now. Kasi pag pinagsama-sama mo tong mga to, napakatindi ng experience itong players ito. Syempre, except Surf. Kasi siya yung pinakabago Pero yun nga lang, ang galawan ni Surf parang nakikita natin si Patifan pa rin.
My. ONIG, still the usual na double initiator nila. Katulad lang din ng Xerxia, but they're gonna be switching instead of that Killjoy to Cypher, and we're gonna be seeing that Astra. So, this is the 3rd time we're gonna be seeing Astra once again. Pero, so excited. Ano nga ba ang laman ng Xerxia with that no loss yet? So, ito ang magiging determining factor. Sino nga ba ang makakalaban ng Bleed? And on the other hand, sino makakalaban ng Nawas sa next games natin ngayon as it's gonna be starting. So, guys, sino kaya sa tingin niyo muli? Dahil ang ONIG, ang ganda ng significant, outstanding performance nila sa first 2 maps, yet na-punish pa rin ng Xerxia sa isang igla.
Sobrang na-punish ng Xerxia ang ONIG dun sa second half. Really thought that ONIG was gonna get that. Yeah. Tapos na yun. Mag-move on na tayo. Pero dito sa Ascent, makikita ba natin si Monhit na ulit or not?
Kaloka yun. Sayang, sabi na wag na wag ka man mga agrabyado talaga Ang unang round pa lang, alam mo na pala yung nangyayari. Naka-arma bigla. Okay. Yun pistol round is gonna be starting. ONIG on the defending. While ang Xerxia is just there waiting for something to happen. Quite few noises coming from Foxy at mukhang Foxes rather. At mukhang alam na nga din ng ONIG kung nasaan ang paisa-isang pwesto nila. It tries to make a few distractions para lang talagang mabit ang mga taga-ONIG. At kita mo naman how effective it is after making a few noises pero hindi pa nila alam na meron pang hindi nagpapaiwan sa may B-site. That's gonna be Sheer himself. So tuloy-tuloy na nga ba to? As what we've seen sa Xerxia or talagang may few denies pa sa mga miyembro ng ONIG as they spot on some of their members and on yet finally nakapag-ikot na din kagad papuntang market.
Pero itong mga ginagawa talaga ng Xerxia mga kaibigan, pushing it to B already. But just si Foxy, wala silang idea at si Foxy just kind of blood more kaya nga lang Crows getting flashed right now. Monyet with his aggression pushing in already plus that smoke with a dash. Pero we're not gonna connect on to Scary right now, pero it's just wala silang idea at talagang wala pumapansin kay Scary ngayon kasi napakaraming players dito sa gilid. Xerxia getting the first round of the game. This is side ng ONIG.
Xerxia, it looks like the form itself is there. So talagang ONIG fans, ano na ang pwedeng mangyari sa inyong favorites but on the other side, alam mo nakaka-tiring talaga sa ONIG yung nangyari kanina. And usually kapag ganito, mawawala isang, nasa momentum ka na biglang nag-shot down. So,
Yun nga eh.
di pinagbigyan yung ONIG.
Scary. With that Spectre on hand, pero Monyet. Sakura Sheriff mga kaibigan catches one, getting the head of Scary right now. But Future Boys mga kaibigan, up with that dash pa rin siya mabawasan. Pero yung tumatakbo siya pupunta sa speedway, pero alam na alam talaga because of that out ng sumusunod sa kanya. Pero let's see if ever kaya pa preserve, taking him down. No scope was that Sheriff para magkaroon siya ng konting aggression dito na kahit konti man lang. 3 versus 4 right here in this game. Hot shots onto that wall with that wall bang, pero wala naman tao dyan. Oh, pop flash onto 3. Really great flash there, pero yun nga lang wala siya napatay dito. Si Monyet meron ng Spectre dito and they know it na meron talagang laban ang ONIG dito mga kaibigan. Actually medyo lamang na ONIG dito because of the Spectre sa ONIG, pero Surf! With a 2K doon sa nakuha niyang Sheriff. Oh no! Muntik nang makuha ng ONIG yung round na yun, pero as you can see, it's just binubuhat lang talaga ni Monyet ito with 5 kills already. I mean, man, that is actually really painful for the side of ONIG. They thought that they got it. I mean, ang gamit ni Surf kanina is just that Marshall, pero yun nga lang, because of the Sheriff na nakuha dito sa ONIG, maraming salamat pre. Thank you very much. Yun nga, naging aggressive pa ng paunti-unti, nakakuha pa nga ng 2 ulo dito.
Then, really draining. ONIG, talagang Xerxia, they know their advantages, but maybe this time around, will different for ONIG. Dahil nasa maganda burn sila somehow, one way or another, to just need to protect on what they have, especially sa reset ngayon ng mukhang nagtingin na nga pa isa-isa ang mga miyembro ng Xerxia. But as they just destroy the setup coming in from Lemmy Moore, looks like, is it gonna be the time where they can finally manage to get a good pick off? And si Surf tries to pick, pero pa siya masasaktuhan as Lemmy Moore tries to pick him off. But then si Foxes, nag-iingay lang sa A. And so far, nakuha talaga ng ONIG. Nakuha niya rather yung attention ng ONIG to actually push right through. And this is it. Pero patience game pa rin dapat ng gawin ng ONIG dito para hindi sila mabawasan. And speaking of Monyet finally takes the cross, masyado nang mabagal pagdating sa Xerxia's side to actually go into it. And Foxes will be managing to be taken down by NC Slasher. May timing na nga din kagad. Surf gets it, pero there's just Lemmy Moore waiting for the side. And we only have Scary. And I think that's just it para sa kanya. Severin takes him out. And ONIG finally wins ang full buy nila against Xerxia.
Yeah, I mean, knowing the full buy sila, all they gotta do is win that round.
Pero importante na rin to. I mean, at least nagkakaroon sila ng kills dito kahit papano. And yeah, all of them got kills already.
Well, except Crow dito sa side ng Xerxia. Well, sa totoo lang, hindi naman pataasan to ng kills eh. It's all about the rounds, man. Here in this game right now, NC Slasher and Manya trying to be really aggressive. Trying to off-angle this player if ever meron magkupush dito. Nagpaparinig lang dito si Scary, mga kaibigan. Alam ni NC Slasher na baka meron sumilip doon. Pero medyo scary lang din if ever. What if sumilip si Astra, si Scary doon sa may taas? Tapos pababa. Hindi naman sila magkakakitaan, pero yun nga lang. It's all about the sound cues lang din talaga na meron. Pero narinig na rin talaga ng ONIG na meron din tao dito sa B. That's a full on, like if ever 5-man retake talaga ang pwede lang gawin dito. Pero yung nga NC Slasher saw it already. Na Spectre lang din ang gamit ni Scary. Hindi sila nagpaka-super over commit dito. And all they gotta do is wait lang din. Pero Monyet, he's one with that Aldrone though. I mean, Monyet catches that Aldrone, but Fox, mga kaibigan, sisilip siya, hindi. Actually, okay sana yun, if ever like kunyari na talaga nag-drop na yung ano, yung recon bolt, pwede ka sumilip eh. Para lang syempre, you're gonna catch him off guard. Sushi Boys though, with a wall bang, will take down the one of the initiators of ONIG G, which is Shiro. Wala pa talaga silang wala silang information ngayon.
Hindi lang pwede kami ng ONIG ngayon eh. Delay lang ni Lemmy Morto. It's gonna be okay. Pero Foxes actually gets him. And they'll be able to notice saan ba ang mga katulad ni Monyet that pops off that paranoia. What will be the next move? Monyet, may isang nagitay sa inyo sa may logs. Look over that! At mukhang hindi na nakita na meron pang isa that's gonna be Scary as he tries to play it all along sa tatlong miyembro. Pero mukhang paglalaroan na lang siya dito. Pwede na sila maglaro. He got the tag by got low. Pero pwede pa ata sa mga dalawa pang miyembro as he tries to climb through. Pero si mga meron si Sushi Boys na nag-aabang sa inyo. At ngayon, Xerxia steals this round once again against the ONIG hands.
Wala sila magawa masyado eh. I mean, Xerxia man, may inaantay nilang bawi ngayon. I mean, yes, dinurog sila ng ONIG sa first half kanina sa icebox, pero ngayon they're gonna return the favor. They're gonna do the same. They're gonna do the same thing as well.
Cover going out.
But here in this matchup right now, ONIG, wala silang pera. So kung napapansin mo, 5 silang players na nasa B. And ang mag-aantay lang dito, ang pwede mag-cut off sa totoo lang is Sushi Boys. Narinig na yung mga footsteps ngayon dito sa mid, mga kaibigan mo, pero mukhang hindi ata siya magko-contest. Everyone is actually going sa side ni Sushi Boys ngayon, but you need to check their corners though. Pero yun nga lang sa Blazer coming in from Monyet, but NC Stasher with a big trade-off as well. 3 versus 4, lamang ang ONIG in terms of head count. Flashes coming in from Crows though, pero meron pa naman siyang dito pa lang syempre ma-delay pa yung pag-entry lang din ng mga players ngayon ng ONIG. Pero yun nga lang Diyos ko po, hindi magkatamaan. Carry! Securing that 4-1 score for Xerxia.
Nagbalik Bill yung ligalig ng Xerxia dito. Ikaw ba naman makahabol ka sa ganong comeback? Siyempre sobrang laki talaga na magiging advantage ng team nyo. And as it goes on, kamuntikin na nga rin kagad ang ONIG. But then what Xerxia did there was just buy a lot of time. And finally, leading by 3 rounds already against ONIG. And nakikita nyo na kung gaano ba kalupit ang Xerxia pagdating sa Ascent. And it's taking a toll towards ONIG. Nawalan na nga ng momentum. Talagang ninakaw ang momentum ng ONIG, but at the same time, look at how they play it very smart. Take off ang mga anchors ng each side, clear it out, and make sure that everything is upon you. And speaking of Monyet, medyo maasim sa parte na yon, and as Surf takes him down, that's already the sign dahil isa lang naman ang matitira sa mismong site, and it's just gonna be Lenny Moore.
Pero si Surf, yung mga players ngayon ng Surf is inside the B side already.
B-site! B-site mag-ingay!
Spike planted.
Chapter not gonna connect on to these players though. Pero nga na may knife ang lumilipad pero baka makita ata sila. Plus that is the ult na coming in from Crows. Just to stop na rin talaga and delay the push of ONIG even further. Scary with a scary angle.
Can't use that.
Are they gonna contest this or not? Walang pera ang side ng ONIG. Hindi na, out na. Okay. Out na sila. Tatlo ang mag-save dito.
Uy, may nag-aabang pa. So, okay, di na nakapag-save si Severin dito at mukhang gusto pa nalang habulin. Pero it won't work anymore. And at least, nakikita mo, yung try is for ONIG, but yet, you just remove Lemimore. You just remove one yet. Same problem as what we've seen kanina sa Icebox at ngayon nag-a-apply pa rin sa Ascent. And Xerxia, nag-iba yung formula ngayon. Kita mo naman, they're just playing it very in a good disciplined way. Play for something na magiging advantage mo. Wait for ONIG to be impatient. And finally, we can just take down yung mga setups nila Mimor, go into B side usually or make some few distractions sa mid and go to A side. So it's really perfect on Xerxia's side. But as for ONIG, kailangan na talaga nila magising ngayon.
Pero dito naman ngayon sa ONIG though, I mean, paano kaya sila makakabawi dito? I mean, 1-5, dalawa yung nag-save, yung tatlo halos wala ring pera. Feeling ko gagawin din ata ng Xerxia yung ginawa ng ONIG sa kanila kanina.
Tingnan natin. Papatambakin lang, no? Baka mag-11-1 pa nga to kung hindi kung hahayaan lang ng ONIG to, na ganito lang si Xerxia and they won't be able to strategize something, come up with the napakagandang something. Pero Xerxia, mananatili lang sila sa mga ginagawa nila eh. Just go with something that can beat ONIG and use it as a thing kung kailan nila pwede ma-pick off ang Xerxia. But ngayon, trying to make some few noises, baka na naman ang next na punterya ng Xerxia. Ang mga miyembro ng ONIG, saan sila nakatingin? Wala sa mismong A main. Pero buti na lang nag-rotate na kagad dito si Shiro together with Severin. But looks like it won't matter kasi iba na lang mga miyembro. Ano bang mga hawak-hawak? Nakasave lang sila.
Ikot-ikot lang yung mga players ngayon ng ONIG. Lalong-lalo na yung Xerxia ngayon, it's just, they're actually trying to figure it out kung saan pa talaga sila pupunta. And kung napapansin mo, walang players ngayon ang ONIG dito sa may B, mga kaibigan, pero they need to start off everything with all the utilities of Xerxia right now. Lumabas na nga yung flash, lumabas rin yung nade, lumabas rin yung Aldo, plus the camera of that Cypher though. Scary, they're gonna start it off with all the after smokes na pwede nilang ilagay dito mga kaibigan, pero ito na tamang pot shots lang din. Alam nila na walang pera ang ONIG at alam ng Xerxia ngayon na tatlo sa kanila ay nakasave. There's no way na mag-force buy din ang ONIG dito kung alam nila na sila yung lamang. Natamaan na nga ng lintik yung mga players ng ONIG ngayon, pero oh my god, look at that. Sushi boys, muntik nang lumaki yung damage pero hindi. Nadaplisan lang ng bomba eh. O ng bala eh. Parang hindi pa bala dumaplis sa kanya.
Wala, parang humibla lang yung onte eh. Parang gaya yung sinabi mo, bawas lang kahit armor.
Placing swarm grenade.
At
Placing swarm grenade.
Inda daw ang talagang nag-lead, sabi sa ating comment section. Totoo naman guys. At nakita na natin. Yep, ONIG is there, but Xerxia, the form is out there. Surf tries to take one, plays along with Shiro. Pwede to, paglaruan mo lang, magpatintero kayo, isa-isang miyembro na naman ng ONIG just falling all over. There's no way to actually get that. And finally, Xerxia still winning this into a clean one. Di ka to katulad ng Iceboxville na pwede kang manalo and just getting those post plants or the setups. Pero dito sa Ascent, it's way different. As what we can see ngayon sa playstyle ng Xerxia, sa kanila yung pagliligalig. Mga miyembro ng ONIG, pagdating pa lang sa Imduwer, hindi na lang sila makatapyas ni isa.
Pero Xerxia ngayon, ini-enjoy na lang talaga nila eh, no?
Oo, ginawa unrated dun eh. Parang kanina eh.
Oo. Ginano kami kanina. Sige, mabibigyan. Pag gumusto, ibibigyan. Pero kung napapansin mo, wala na naman pera ang ONIG. Hindi na sila yumaman. Si Monyet nagsisave to para sa op mamaya.
Mamaya. Pag siya nakahawak. Baka yun na yung oras, Bill. Makakapitas na ata si Monyet.
Oh, NC Slasher, oh. Boom! Diyos ko po, sumabog yung mukha ni Scary. But it's not enough for you to take down that player. Pero, tamang shorty, like a melody lang din talaga. Pero may nabawasan na isa. Pero kumuha na nga rin ng judge niya para si Surf nagbabantay na talaga sa kaliwa. Let me more. Galing sa Raptors with just a sheriff on hand. Boxing with a big retaliation. 8-1. And Xerxia is doing it.
God. Xerxia. Kakatakot. They're doing this flawlessly. On point. Everything. Boxes. Spray downs. Lahat. The Strats 12-4. Si Surf 12-3. Si Scary. Ano na? Katakot-takot nga naman bigla ang domination ng Xerxia. But as for ONIG, Monyet is doing it at 10, 8-1, 7 rounds ang kailangan nilang habulin dito para may maging pagbabago man lang sa scoreline.
What's gonna be the next thing dito na pwedeng gawin ng ONIG? It's like everything is not going in their favor though. Pero sana ito gumana lang din. Pero si Shiro nilabas na nga yung Odin ito mga kaibigan. Pero ito si Surf medyo nababawasan na din because of the spray na ginagawa ni Shiro plus at alarm but as well. Mukhang dito na ata mga kabalding ngayon ONIG dito. Pero nga lang Fox, he knows exactly nasa ba si Shiro. Pero mukhang nabawasan si Shiro. Yes, ng isang Hunter's Fury, pero yun nga wala siya makita at all, pero okay lang yan. Hindi naman niya kailangan gumalaw with that Odin mga kaibigan. Foxy, the only man remaining with a right-click onto that classic 1v3. And just ko po, natag na nga, napakadaming natag dito yung Hunter's Fury ni Foxy, pero clock is ticking already. Papunta na nga dito, plus 300 pesos, pero buhay pa, Foxy! We're gonna go down to the hands of Let Me More.
Is not looking good sa Xerxia. Kung kahit ma-eat for ng ONIG to, okay lang eh. So, alangan talaga nila maging consistent win those rounds kaysa isa. Pero buti na lang si Shiro na-detect niya kagad, nakakuha ng information. Pero yun na, nakahawak ka na Odin, nakapatay pa ng napakarami, naka-3K pa siya kagad. That's pretty quick for them to actually grasp it and hopefully ONIG, kahit paano sa first half, will be able to manifest pa. Pero Xerxia has been winning consecutive rounds and they can just
right here
buy whatever they want na naman para sa round 11.
Pero dito naman mga kaibigan, at least si Monyet nakakuha na rin sila dito ng konting bawi na rin kahit papano.
Babawas sila ng onti pero Monyet, kailangan disiplina lang. Patience is key. Pero pinasyam. Pero buta na lang, may na-shock dart si Hero sa kabilang banda. And it's just gonna be Kraus himself going up against 4 members. Lilipat. Pero mukhang hindi na ito magiging posible. He will just try to contest this and maybe try to pick off at least one para di siya matapunan ng utilities. Pero lahat nakatingin sa'yo. Ang hirap yan. 8-3. ONIG, buti na lang, medyo nagising na. At yun, nagising sila. They really make this into an outstanding 8-4. Dahil kapag nanalo sila ng pistol next half, may pag-asa talaga dito, Vil.
Meron pag-asa. As long as hindi pa 13, kaya pa. Kaya lang. Puso lang. Pero
right here.
Ang gagawin lang talaga dito ng mga players ng ONIG, syempre ginanon din na with the Odin na meron si Shiro ngayon.
Scanning ahead.
Recon ball papuntang mid.
There they are.
B-Link, he saw it already. Hunter's Fury coming in from the players of ONIG G right now. Meron na tag na isa, which is si Fox. Pero kanya-kanyang Odin lang mga kaibigan. Diba kasi nag-Odin na rin eh, no?
Bagay, gagayan sila eh.
Pero sino ang makakatama ng Odin? Yun ang tanong.
Mahirap yan pag dito mama. Bratatat na nga lang,
Right
hindi pa tatama, di ba?
Ano?
Bratatat.
Oh, I see.
Share ko lang.
Alam mo yung nakakatawa kasi ginawa mo talaga yan.
Oo nga,
Ay, mo talaga.
ang uto ko. Sorry akin. Kanina 9 AM kasi.
Okay. Mahal ka ba? Pero, ano talaga, you are powerless. Hindi talaga makakagamit ng mga skills sa mga players ng ONIG G dito mga kami. Pero yung meron pa talaga tao sa likod, which is apparently si Foxy. Pero mukhang uubusin na rin ata nito ng mga players ng ONIG G. Yung mga search na pumapasok nandito mga kami. Pero ito na rin talaga. Xerxia. Tatlo lang titira sa kanila, which is dalawa na din talaga. Pero, Cruz going in already, pushing it to 2v3. Winnable pa to, sabi niya. Pushing Boys with another one right now. It's a cyber cage para siya hindi na makataas. Pero yung dali sa updraft coming in from Monyet. Taking one down. Pushing it to a 1v2. Monyet knows it already. Pero Cruz pushing it to a 1v1. Pero tamang smoke lang din talaga. Pero Shorty! Shorty sa malayo!
Na mid-range.
Cruz! Si Cruz tumayo! Akala mo naman talaga nasa harapan mo yung kalaban mo. Magkaiba naman ang bansa nyo.
10 seconds left.
The time
Remaining.
is up there. But then, after that clutch, just gonna spray through it. Kinakabahan pa ibang miyembro, and that is the very Esports clutch moment of the game provided to us by Kraus himself. And next question, 3-9 curse ba to? Or talagang Xerxia ang magwawagi pa isa-isa, dahan-dahan, and maybe still it really. Pero as for ONIG naman, kailangan nila paggalawin ng baso dito. They lose this pistol, alam mo na magiging ihip ng hangin, Vil.
Lumalamig na simon ng hangin. 9-3 and Xerxia needs 4 more rounds for them to win. If ever manalo ang Xerxia dito sa sa first 2 rounds, ay nako! Rap mahi. Alam mo yung rap mahi?
Ano yan?
Hirap.
Creative ba naman siya?
Uso na para SB na.
Oo nga, kahit sino naman eh.
Pero sa tingin mo, I mean, ito yung ginawa ng ONIG kanina. Ito yung ginawa ng ONIG kanina sa Xerxia. What if nagising na ang ONIG? What if biglang sinapian ng action star itong itong ONIG? What if Oh.
What if 43 seconds to Miguel Bill? Ayun na.
Hindi, meron talagang break.
Hindi, kanina nakapost sa 43, kinabahan ako eh.
Oo nga. Hindi, meron talaga. Meron talagang post yun.
Okay. Akala ko nasaktuhan na. Kinabahan lang.
Tagal na.
Trust issues.
Nakailang halftime ka lang.
Hindi. Kasi diba, ilang oras dapat yun? 43 lang ba? Kasi di ba makakita po 48? Ewan ko. Sorry, eto lang ako.
43 lang. Anong 48 na babasa mo? Okay ka lang ba?
Okay lang ako.
Sige. Kasi pagdating ng 43, pinapost talaga nila.
Okay. Alam ko meron, pero akala ko pas many like that.
Many like that? Many like that?
Ano ba yan? Nagtaka tayo dito, 9-3. ONIG, is this it? Mag-ginit ba sila, Vil, or talagang Xerxia? Hindi ko to. Xerxia talaga eh. Bumalik. Kumambak ka ba naman? Nasa iyo na talaga ang lahat.
Feeling ko tapusin na ng Xerxia eh, no? Para SBE na eh. Actually, ganito. Gulat ako. Kasi nag-login ako, di ba? Tapos, nakita ko yung SBE nasa lobby. Yan, tiko, aga pa. Ba't nasa lobby ito mga to? Yung pala may scream. Secret na ko sino yung kalaro nila kanina. Secret ko na yun. Anong kalupit ang SBE, bet? CP mo? Game din, nagsiscream? Pero syempre, ibig sabihin ng pampainit lang, di ba? Pampainit. Pero ito na nga ating mga players natin going in already. Surf sees one pero gonna deny the players of ONIG right now. Let me more. Nakaisa pa nga siya dito pero Diyos ko po, hindi mamatay si Surf. Nakatatlo pa nga pero Sushi Boys will end your life. 3-11? Eddie Whoop!
Pwede na. As an ender ata ng Xerxia to. Kahit ONIG katanggalan talaga sila. Kita mo yung execution, it's not working at all. Kaya that pero trap sila kagad sa mga miyembro ng Xerxia right now, Vil. And that's just it.
That is it already. Pero we still have 3 more rounds so pwedeng ipalalo ng Xerxia ngayon. Pero dito naman all they're gonna do is syempre enjoyin nila yung Spectre na gamit nila pero hindi ko alam kung bakit Stinger ang gamit ni Severin tsaka ni Moniet dito. Pero we're gonna get to see if ever kung ano ba talaga ang balak nilang gawin. Talagang I mean, I know it. Kasi bahala na ang pwede mangyari dito. Nag-force buy na ang mga players ng ONIG G. Sinagad na nila yung lahat ng pera na meron sila. So if ever matalo ang ONIG dito, ito ang makakalaban ng Naos tomorrow. Moniat going in already pero Stinger lang ang gamit mo, boy. Pero Sushi Boys, pero go over the server pero nga lang close, Diyos ko po, nilusaw sa NC Slasher and Friends. Pero Foxy, andun lang sa Gedley. 3v2, let me more, low on HP. Merong tao sa lags, kitang-kita nga pero magkakatingin na pa pero Scary gonna get your head, oh no! Makakabawi ang ONIG! Pag match point na ang Xerxia, walang pera ang ONIG! Nag-force buy sila!
Now or never, sabi nila pero sinetapan lang Vil! Dito sa may B! At sa isang iglap, sa isang pitik! ONIG! Di talaga gumagalaw ang baso, hindi pumapabor sa kanila ngayon. Ang ihip ng hangin, everything is just a pun. Still the pun, Xerxia. And will they finally confirm this? Pero still, bumili na sila ngayon, Vil.
What? Going back here in this game, broken buy yung mga players ngayon ng ONIG. Desperate buy na to. Galing sa kanila. Pero okay lang naka-spectre lang din naman yung mga kalaban nila, so okay lang. Pero nga, let me more. Oh no! Mondial with another one right now, pero the swing of Sushi Boys. Muntik na siyang mamatay dito mga kaibigan. Denying that that camera naman si Cypher pushing it on 3v2. Sushi Boy super low. Monyet at Shield ang tinatitira dito pero they're gonna go here in B instead. Pero kung napapansin nyo, ang bilis ni Kraus, andito na agad. Wala silang idea. Guns out na kaibigan. Pero hindi, Aldrin lang muna para syempre makakuha na isang kill dito. Pero Diyos ko po, baka malikuran. Si Monyet andun nga. Oh no! Xerxia is in a match point already! Match point. Mabilis lang, fast games lang.
Speed.
One enemy
Ayong
remaining.
speed.
Kachaw!
Dito, Xerxia. Watch point! Na! Sa inyo na, Xerxia. GG. Nawas, kakalabanin nila. ONIG. Hindi ko alam kailan. Hindi ko alam kung bukas o sa weekend pa. Pero basta yun. Ano na ang mangyayari. ONIG tries to just play along with this, just force and what they can have. Pero Xerxia, inaasin na lang sila ngayon. Kraus takes one. Lahat sila sama-sama na kagad sa B-main. Hihikit na yung mukha ng Xerxia. Very relaxed. They know what they have, but let me more. Somehow, one way or another gets Foxes away. They can actually just set up. Pero walang, may ultimate ready for anti-slasher. But will it be something na pwede nilang magamit to their advantage at talagang wala na all along? Meron pa ngayong cyber cage pero di nila alam na meron si anti-slasher sa may flank pero wala na magiging effective at siya na lang ang natitira. Tinahanap na lang siya ngayon ng mga miyembro ng Xerxia. Saan nga ba itong taga-ONIG na huling miyembro at wala sa kanyang spike. So, good luck. Dito na siya, dito na Kelsey.
Oo. Good luck na lang din NC Slasher. Ito ba ang paghuhukom? And Xerxia will advance sa kanilang bracket. And it's time. Ladies and gentlemen, malapit na nating makita kung paano mananalo ang SBE.
Ay, trailer
Pero
to.
meron pa tayong post-game.
Okay.
Feeling ko, wag na eh. Straight into the game na agad tayo eh. Diba?
Pagpahingin mo naman ako, Bill. Last series ka na. Straight to the game. Kayo pa rin tayo magkakas. Pero, let's be real. Scary. Pop off, really. Lahat sila 2 point plus oh. Sa Xerxia. Well, so ONIG, GG sa side ni Moniette.
Oo. Salamat sa lahat na daw. Tinry naman nila. Diba? Hindi naman sila nagkulang. Pero dito naman ngayon sa side ng ONIG. Wala eh. Game number 2, we really thought that it's gonna be a 2-0. Pero sabi ng Xerxia, nope! Nope, not today. Nakabawi sila ng sobrang bilis. And as you can see, 12 frag wins sa panalo ng Xerxia dito. 13-3. I mean, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can say. For ONIG, they tried so hard, but it's not enough. And we can say that Xerxia is just too much for ONIG right now. Ray. And mukhang nawala ata si Ray.
Hindi,
Andyan na ako.
Tahimik lang. And I think all along, Xerxia.
Nakatulala ka na, no?
Oo, kasi talagang lahat ng pagod eh. Piruin mo, 9 AM, gising ka na, dito ka pa rin nagkakas. Pero syempre, wala namang problema. But all I can say, hindi naman sa medyo one-sided. Pero parang ganun na nga. ONIG started it real good.
So one-sided nga.
Oo, di ba? Medyo lang. Siyempre, huwag mo sabihin, medyo masakit. Siyempre, sabihin mo, medyo lang. Kaya, mahirap pag sinabi mo.
Sabi mo, okay. Ito yung nirat-rat sila ng ghost eh. Sipin mo, ghost rat-rat. Fast fingers, ganun talaga yun, men. Di last round ko. Ay, hindi pala tayo last round. Ito yung nag-force buy yung ONIG G.
G! Ano bang talagang
ganda ng camera. Oh. Kitang-kita lahat eh.
hanggang liwanag, no? Hanggang bukas. Sige na.
Oo.
Kita na rin nila na sila mananalo eh. So, kanon na. Just how they were able to make a good comeback sa Icebox. It's just how to just punish yung mga taga-ONIG dito sa Ascent map. A clean one once again sa Xerxia and remains undefeated so far here in Ascent. So, makakalaban ng Xerxia. And this coming days will be bleed. But on the other side, ang Nawas, they will stand tall with the guys from ONIG G. So, nakaka-curious talaga kung sino ang mananalo. But then, Mas importante yung next matchup natin between the two teams.
Yeah, we're gonna head on to a very short break. Once again, you are watching VCT APAC. Once again, we are shotcaster for the day. My name is Phil. See you later.
You gotta be kidding me, man. Ah, this crazy.
That's the first 3-game series we've had throughout the entire day, and it kind of faltered there for ONIG G as Xerxia secured a 2-1 victory. And I feel like after the overtime in the Icebox, I felt like everything just fell apart there for the Indonesian team.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Nomad. I guess you could say it's pretty much a dog-eat-dog world out there. And
oh, hi, Biscuit.
There was a lot of, I think, running out of steam for the Onyx side. You talk about Onyx, and they had a great map number 1. I didn't think they would take it as dominantly as they did. And then you go to move on number 2, and they were this close to actually steamrolling Xerxia. But the problem is, I think they kind of lost their mojo. Somewhere along the line, they get tilted, they run out of steam. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's nerves, and then it all kind of just starts to fall apart. That just goes to show that the tenacity, and I'd say the veteranship of players like who are in Xerxia, just makes them that much more comfortable, especially in long drawn out series like that, where you saw when it came to game number 3, man, Xerxia were ready to take over.
Definitely so. And I mean, first of all, Illustrado, he has a golden retriever puppy. I have a golden retriever dog. I think Nomad, you might be time to add a little fluff in your life, a bit of a fur
Pets
friend.
are not allowed in this condo.
Well,
I want one.
There's one very fluffy fur bit man there in Foxes who really did perform super well for them. But as you're talking about Illustrado, and as I was mentioning on the cast, the longer the series gets, the better, I guess, Xerxia kind of scaled with that too as well. And they had so many good kind of, I guess, bait setups, especially on that final map, that really did, I guess, catch ONIG off guard like a puppy. They see the ball, they immediately were like, oh, let's go for it. And that just really played into Xerxia's hand.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. I do think that, Monyet, a lot of it came from him. He was absolutely on fire in some of these rounds. And we talked about him just pulling up these huge numbers, ridiculous clutches. We saw it time and time again on Icebox. Then have a little bit more of a quieter game and then sort of settle down a little bit later on. And this is what I have to worry about. This is what I'm thinking for ONIG. Does it have anything to do with the fact that when one player sort of starts to taper down, when Monyet isn't hitting his ridiculous shots, does that mean the rest of the team does too? It shouldn't, because ONIG are a team that have always been historically well-structured. This might be the one thing that decides the game. Sometimes star powers it's actually what does the trick here.
I mean, they're a very flexible team, right, Ilu? But maybe one could be wondering if they're kind of bending too much. Like, in all those 3 maps, there's 3 different players who play the controller and 3 different players who play the Sentinel on those 3 maps, Like, Elmi Moore, he played Chamber, Viper, and Killjoy throughout that. Same with NC Slasher, controller, a Sentinel, and then a KO, and same thing for Severin. Very same exact story, same agency even almost. So it really makes me wonder, okay, it's good to be flexible, but were they just kind of bending a bit too much of their own out of their own comfort zone that it makes them kind of second guess their instincts in those moments? I'm not gonna say it's that exactly what happened, but if Xerxia played into the hand of ONIG by going too much for the fights on map number 1, the reverse of that kind of happened on map number 2, where they also played into Xerxia's hand, and Xerxia, they'll take that every time.
Well, that is going to be the case here for Xerxia. They will be moving on forward in their group, and they will be facing off against Bleed Esports. It's you wanted something fluffy. I brought my girlfriend's teddy bear. So with the bear out of the way,
I'm sure it's hers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but anyway, Bleed Esports, they're going to be facing off against Xerxia Esports now, and ONIG G going to drop down to the lower bracket to face off against Now's Esports. Hopefully, ONIG G would be able to finally find their groove once again after their run in the play-ins. But speaking of their run in the play-ins, another team that we have up next has a run in the play-ins wherein we all thought that they should be in the play-ins in the first place. We got full sense, and they're going up against South Built Esports, where we'll go ahead and nitpick these teams a little bit more as time progresses. But first, we have to introduce the Philippine top 1 seed. It's South Built Esports. Philippines' number 1 seed, South Built Esports, looking to finally make their mark in the international official circuit here. We got Aziz, Flippy, Ja, Papi Chulo, and Pro.
Yeah, this team, they have the pedigree. Quite literally speaking, some of the most experienced locally and regionally. So these guys have had it in spades. In Valorant, not so much. They have had a little bit of exposure outside in different circuits, not necessarily in the official VCT, but they definitely have been putting up those wins. It's going to be a very interesting one because you look at this roster and you compare them to sort of how Full Sense are, and it's kind of, there are a lot of parallelisms that we can actually draw between these two teams. A lot of experience and a lot of star power. You talk about John Olsen, Papi Chulo on the other side. You talk about leadership that John Olsen can bring, and PTC. Well, there's Pro as well as Aziz right on the other side too. So I think they're pretty much matched for Tat here. It's just a matter of how these playstyles can come into play. One thing I do want to bring out, South Built, not exactly known to start the strongest in terms of the tournament, and this being the first game for them in this current tournament, a little bit shaky.
I mean, to say that they didn't start strong during their own local qualifiers is putting it lightly. They literally were demolished in the opening week and then came back week 2 kind of okay, then went for a super good lower bracket run to kind of come back into it. But this is not the time to kind of fluster about that. They have to start strong, especially against a team that is already kind of warmed up to the tournament in Full Sense, who came from the play-ins.
Yeah, speaking of which, let's introduce the Thailand powerhouse, I would say myself, Full Sense. Full Sense not a stranger in any international outing compared to South Built Esports on the official circuit. That is, they're already warmed up. We got Chalala, John Olsen, Lammy Snacks, PTC, and Thee.
Yeah, I mean, this team we saw during C Challengers 2 and 3 that they always kind of struggle to get past that barrier, to get themselves into the grand finals and qualify into the lands in Berlin and Iceland, but then they do it through LCQ, which is arguably even harder than the C Challengers that they were playing in, and they get the job done. And with that experience, they go to champions, and they've proven that they're very formidable, just a bit callous, a bit new, a bit callow rather, and maybe a bit green on the edges. So this team, they're one of now the more experienced teams when it comes to playing internationally, even outside of APAC as a whole. And with players like John Olsen and PTC being the forefront of that, it's going to be something that I think South Built will really struggle with in terms of play style. You got Chalala as well, who has always been so reliable. And if we're going to start talking about play style as well, they, I think, very much so contrast in how they approach the game. Full Sense, very direct, very forward. They play like a team that knows that their biggest strength and confidence is their mechanics and is their tenacity, just completely blitzing their way through a lot of times, both on the defense and on the attack. And South Built, a bit more slow, a bit more methodical and strategic, but sometimes, maybe the firepower just isn't there to try and take a team like this down. So the question is, who plays into whose hand? Does South Built continue to go slow, and do Full Sense continue to go fast?
One thing I do want to point out here for Full Sense is that PTC, John Olsen, we talk about them a lot, sure, and for good reason. They have been playing together since about 2018, back when they used to play for other games. And at the same time, they have been sort of at the forefront a lot of those moments. And I think when we look at the kind of composure they can bring to the table, especially if a team against a team like SBE, this is going to come into play a little bit later on. It's going to be absolutely crucial.
Well, Illustrado, we're going to have to talk a little bit more about John Olsen because he's going to be matched up against Aziz in the head-to-head that we have for this matchup. Again, focusing on the duelists for the entire day, and John Olsen really high up there in the ACS department.
Well, John Olsen is John Olsen. We saw his matches previously, even in the first time that he played in the play-ins, just consistently putting up the numbers, steamrolling Action PH, who we said Action PH, this is kind of how you do it. Definitely put them in their place for a minute there. And this time, the Filipino team, they want to take a little bit of revenge. Now, Aziz, he is definitely a person who you can count on to make those high impact frags. Is he always as consistent as John Olsen? Definitely not.
Well, John Olsen, we've talked about even in LCQ, he's always like the highest of highs that you can expect, but sometimes there are some lows, and that is also true for Aziz, although not to the same kind of stark contrast when it comes to that high point of his. So what he does bring to the table is that space gaining, but if you're going to talk about just complete fragging capability, there is very, very far few, I guess, duelists in general in the whole world that can do it like John Olsen does. If you look at APAC, maybe Forsaken can do something like that. Potifon before he moved on, but it's just very hard to find a player like John Olsen, and he is one of the biggest reasons why this team is this team. Without him, who knows how Full Sense might be.
Now, as we get into the map, Vito, I kind of want to talk about diesel engines and heat retention, because for the most part, Ilustrado made a point where South Built Esports is a team that really wants to heat up in the tournament. This is their first outing in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Now, we all know that the price of diesel is hella high right now, and the price to get into the Masters is as high as it can get for South Built Esports. Do you guys think that this series itself, or even map 1, do you think that we can finally feel South Built Esports not wanting to warm up into this, but finally become the surface of the sun in terms of heat?
No chance in hell. Sorry, South Built is a slow burn kind of team. It's just not in their play style. It's like, they got to lose a map first before they win everything else. That's just kind of how they roll. A lot of it's going to come down to the map pick, sure, absolutely. But the way I see it, in order to wake up South Built, first, you got to poke the bear.
Yeah, it's kind of that story where, they might be able to do that like locally because they're going against local competition. They dominate local competition, yes, but when you're on the international stage, you can't really go that way. And we got the opening bans here, Fracture and Icebox, but we were kind of expecting to go on for both of these teams. South Built, and they almost automatically always ban Fracture, and then Full Sense. The last time they matched up, they played against each other. Outside of the VCT on Icebox, it was pretty favorable to the awards, the SB side. Now SB, being basically the only Filipino team we haven't seen play yet here in the APAC Challengers, and looking at how the other Philippine teams kind of struggled to get something going, to get some favor of the other Philippine teams, just not really getting that further away. And now in action in the play-ins, they're pretty much like one of the few last number 1 seed hopes of the powerhouse regions that haven't really gotten too much yet.
You think they expected, okay, we're looking at Ascent, and that's the first pick of South Built. I'm happy to see them play this. I do think it falls into their playstyle a lot. I'm a little bit concerned, though, because Full Sense, they're pretty insane on, maps like Ascent as well. We saw what they were capable of in the previous days. If we harken back to, what they brought to the table up against Action PH, and then obviously on Bind as well, this is very scary. So the reason why I like Ascent is because South Built, they can really use this opportunity to tap into their raw fundamentals, their skill, their experience, and rely less on the aim duels like what we're going to see in Breeze.
Well, the Breeze is that type of map, and I'm pretty sure they were kind of expecting it to kind of go this way, because Breeze has been looking like one of the best maps by Full Sense, period, when it comes to just playing it in general, no matter which opponent they're up against. And those large maps are the type of maps that really do help enable their playstyle, Full Sense. But we have to remember, South Built as well on Breeze. That was outside of the official circuit. When they just got into playing Valorant for like 2-3 months, that's a map that they were able to beat Secret on before they were even Secret. But albeit that was Secret before they've gotten all the international experience that they have. But still, that's still something that they can fall back to. Now, Bind going to be banned here by South, but that leaves Split and Haven remaining. 2 teams I'm pretty sure Full Sense are also comfortable playing on.
I'm happy they got rid of Bind here. Just the way that Full Sense played Bind last time, it was very, very scary. I think any team should be very much afraid of how Full Sense play on Bind. Sure, ONIG beat them on Bind the last time they came around it on that map, but that was by the tiniest of margins. Now, Full Sense, they go and ban Haven. This is what I'm a little bit surprised about. I think South Built are happy with this map selection. They end up on Split. South Built can play Split, and I think Full Sense actually would have been more comfortable up on Haven. This is interesting to me. I'm not sure what you make of this, Black and Blue.
Well, both Haven and Split are pretty good maps for Full Sense. In some way, John Olsen really pops off. If it's not on Breeze, He has really good performances on Haven as well, but Haven is a map that really actually plays into the playstyle of South Built so much. Albeit though, Split, there was a time where Split was their best map for a few months. Lately, it's kind of fallen off due to, kind of composition changes and meta changes as well. But they're going to have to kind of harpen back to what they previously were being able to do so well on Split if they want to take this against such a great Split team in full sense.
Now, we've got Ascent, we've got Breeze, we've got Split. It's I mean, in terms of just the map not the probability, but the statistics, it shows that we may just go into a game 3 here. But the question remains here is if we might see an upset, question mark, because I feel like South Built Esports going into this, they are the underdogs in this matchup, and I kind of wanted to find out from you guys, who do you think is going to come out of this best of 3?
I'm actually going to blatantly disagree and say I don't think there's really much of an underdog if there is one. I could be proven totally wrong and, South Built just get destroyed, but I don't think that the skill gap is that wide. I do think South Built has a lot to offer, especially in this arena, in this international arena where they have a lot of competency, where they have a lot of confidence. And especially, I think that the maps, that came out like this, I'm going to give them favor. I think they're going to take this 2-1. I think South Built have a very good chance at creating an upset that we so named just a couple of seconds ago. And I think South Built can run away with this game.
Well, in my opinion, I think if South Built don't take map number 1, this could potentially be a 2-0 in the favor of Full Sense because they're a very good Breeze team. But if they take that map number 1, if they actually take Ascent and then we see them go all the way the distance to that map number 3, I do believe they can close it out on Split. So barring that small kind of win condition, I'm going to go the same way with Elu here. I think the playstyles do match up. They're very good in kind of facing other teams who have similar playstyles to Full Sense, at least locally, but this is an entirely different beast. Full Sense are better in terms of their tenure, their experience, their firepower, yes, but maybe, just maybe, the last kind of number 1 seed remaining for that Philippine side, that Philippine region, is going to pull through here. So I'm going to say South Built 2-1.
Well, I am going to say the same. I might be inclined to say South Built 2-1 as well. I mean, you guys said it the best. The maps are matching them, and I feel like Full Sense, they're not going to get a full sense.
We're going to get a lot of hate over this Filipino 3-man prediction panel. I'm just putting that out there, but it is what it is.
It is what it is, but, stats don't lie. We've already discussed the stats with you guys, the viewers at home, and it's down to Full Sense to prove us wrong, prove that they are better in the maps that South Built favors in this series. As we hop on to game number 1 in this best of 3 on Ascent, it's South Built Esports versus Full Sense.
And it's time, ladies and gentlemen. It's game number 1. It's gonna be SBE versus Full Sense, mga kaibigan. Hindi natin to papatagalin pa because alam naman natin na ang Pilipinas ang mananaig dito. And we are cast for the day. My name is Vil alongside with me, Eliza Taylor. At syempre, kasama ko si Pico. And we are
The Mods. Ito na nga ang ating game na inaantay buong araw. It's gonna be the Filipino team laban sa Full Sense, laban sa buong mundo kung sasabihin natin. Now this time around, makikita natin itong ating huling series para sa araw na ito kung saan susuportahan natin ang ating Pinoy team para sa ating napaka-unbiased na casting kasama si Pico. Sana masarap ang mic, Pico.
Okay, sarap niya.
Pag na-disconnect si Vil, alam mo na kung sino may kasalanan. May kasama pang kiss.
Kinis pa ako ng baby boy ko. Pero legit, alam mo yung, syempre, alam naman natin talagang galit na galit itong South Built Esports. Ito ang top 1 sa Pilipinas ngayong taon, mga kaibigan. And syempre, hindi na talaga ako makapag-antay pa. Napakatagal natin inantay to, men. Lalong-lalo na dun sa mga players kahapon dito sa Naos. Akala ko, 2-0 pa pero nakachamba yung mga kalaban nila. Pero bukas naman ang mga kalaban ngayon ng Naos syempre ONIG G. So makikita natin ngayon if mai-eliminate ba ang ONIG G or ang Naos. Pero syempre dito muna tayo. Southbelt Esports, pag-usapan muna natin itong mga SBE. Titos of Manila, Titos of Esports, mamamain nila itong mga players ng full sense for sure. Pero sa totoo lang, tama yung sinabi ni Black and Blue, partner. Kasi ito rin yung nangyari sa APH. Hindi, APH ba? O tama, APH eh. Pag nanalo ang full sense sa map number 1, baka ma-2-0 pa, partner.
Yun nga eh. Kung last time na nakita natin ng Naos, nakuha nila yung first map and on the second, muntik na nila rin makuha kaso nahirapan talaga sila at na-complete, nabaliktad yung scoreline natin doon. Maybe this time around, para sa ating top seed, hindi na mangyayari yan. Isipin mo naman, para sa full sense, ang dami na naman nilang pinagdaanan dito. Nagmula sila all the way from the play-ins, now towards the group stage, facing against SBE, yung champions pagdating dito sa VCT PH. And on the other hand, full sense during the past months na nakita natin sila, no, when it comes to the Masters, hindi talaga sila nakapasok towards from the division kung saan talaga kinukuha basically sa kanilang sariling region. But they were able to take it away doon sa LCQ kung saan mas matindi yung bakbakan doon kasi lahat ng players, lahat ng teams gutom na gutom para makapasok dito sa ating Masters or basically sa mas malaking stage. So, sino nga ba ang mas gutom? Feeling ko, SBE, matakaw si Ja eh.
Oo, syempre, alam naman natin na laging may extra rice yung mga yan eh. Pero syempre, pero feeling ko mukhang matakaw ata, mukhang gutom ata itong aso kasi pati ako kinakain eh. Pero
pati yung microphone mo kinakain eh.
Oo nga, pati yung mic ko kinakain eh. Pero sa totoo lang, I mean, dito naman sa side ng full sense naman, they have the experience, partner. Ito yung nanalo ng LCQ last year. Kaya sila nakapunta sa Valorant Champions nung sa Berlin last year, yes. So ito ang kalaban din ng SBE, yung experience na meron ang full sense. Pero hindi nila alam na ang SBE rather, sila ang kryptonite ng Secret.
Yun nga yung gusto ko ring sabihin eh. Ito ang kryptonite ng Team Secret. Mula doon sa first strike hanggang sa VCT PH, sila ang nagpalaglag dito sa Team Secret kung saan ang team na Secret na yan ay nakaabot until Valorant Champions, but not this time around dito sa ating division or rather dito sa ating Asia Pacific. Full sense starting on the defense dito pagdating sa Ascent at attackers naman ang ating mga tropa peeps pagdating sa SBE. Looking at agent picks, agent selection, mukhang mirror match ata mangyayari dito.
Mirror match lang din talaga. So, ibig sabihin, talagang pagalingan lang talaga mag-computer dito, partner.
Mas mabilis ang mabilis ang daliri ng Pinoy kaysa dyan.
Oo. Walang magagawa ang daliri ng mga Thai sa daliri ng Pinoy. Diyos ko po, nakaturbo pa. My God.
Times 2.
Dudut-dutin na dyan ang control yung mga players sa uupuan niya, men. 100 crouches per seconds ang gagawin.
Isipin mo, sa sobrang galing ng mga Pinoy, gumawa pa tayo ng Dut-Dutan Festival.
Yan. Diba? Yan talaga.
Sabihin mong nasa mali. Totoo naman.
Nasa tama. Nasa tama, diba? Kaya magiling ang mga Pinoy sa dut-dutan.
Yan, oo. Tapos, syempre, itong SBE, matagal-tagal na silang nag-antay para sa araw na to. For sure, nakapag-dinner na yan. May kasabay pa yan, men. Siyempre, yung mga natin dyan, yung mga viewers talaga natin dyan. Lalo na, si Madam, binigyan na ng buko juice.
Tama, si Ja, ay my God, nakapag-buko juice na yan.
Kompleto na yan. Naka-buffet na, nakasangyup na yung mga players natin sa SBE. Full potential na. 100%.
Maglalaro ka na lang. Ihahain na lang, maglalaro ka na lang. Uupo ka na lang sa harapan ng computer para maglaro. Ganun na lang gagawin ng SBE. Pero gusto ko lang talaga mag-sorry. Partner din talaga. Kasi hindi ako yung nagkaskapon sa Naos kaya natalo.
Naglaro ka kasi kaya natalo. Ganun lang yun.
Civilicious.
Ang saya-saya pa namin ng first game. Sabi ko, ayos to ha. Pasok na pasok sila dito. Nakuha na nila yung first game. Wala nang problema. It's finally time. Ay, nako. Dumating yung game 2, dumating yung game 3. Unti-unti gusto kong pumikit nung panahon na yon. Muntik na tayo maging 2-all or 2-0 sa lahat ng matches natin today no?
Oo, muntik na no?
Muntik na. Pero, ang lapit na rin nung Xerxia kanina, tsaka nung ONIG.
Yung game number 2,
kala ko 2-0 na.
Akala ko rin 2-0 Konti na lang pero kailangan mag-start. Feeling ko, start na rin Caster, start the game
Feeling ko, simulan nyo na kasi nasabi na naming it's time No? Pwede ba yun?
Oo.
Pero to be fair ha, full sense, nakita ko na nakas ko rin sila from the previous days, pagdating pa lang doon sa play-ins. Oh my God, the team has grown a lot from the last time we've seen them. Kung ano yung capability ng team na to before, parang times 2 yung dala-dala nila dito sa ating Asia Pacific group stage. Kaya naman, syempre, hindi pwedeng easy-easy lang para sa team natin.
Tingnan mo naman yung mga players sa SBE, talagang nilabas pa si RoboCop, di ba? Galit na eh.
Kala mo talaga, ito na. Pistola na.
Ito na!
Pistola na.
Maglalaban na dito sa may Ascent BGC, mga kaibigan. SBE ang Pilipinas! Kalaban ng mga Thailand!
Easy ka lang. Wala pa.
Tandaan nyo, ang SBE, mahilig din kumain ng maanghang yan.
Sa true.
Oo!
Sanay na yan sa mga spicy food, my guy. Ito na nga, pistola na ang labanan dito for our first round. Of course, defenders nga dito ang ating full sense. And of course, para sa SBE, sila ang atake dito. Naghahanap na sila ng posisyon na pwede nilang kuhanin. At ang napili nila, mid-control tayo, mga kapatid. Presence detected, sabi dito ng KO with that knife. They would come back for a bit, pero pupush pa rin ang mga players dito ng SBE. Sinara ulit ang pintuan. Babasagin lang yan ni Aziz at naman babalik dito yung mga players natin. Mukhang gusto ata nilang mag-A-site. Nagbibigay lang sila ng presence on mid.
Tama, medyo, kala ko hindi mo na pasasalitain. Pero apparently, medyo ang ginagawa lang talaga ng SBE dito, partner, sinacycle lang din talaga. Pero si Chalala, nagbabatay na rin talaga nakakita sa Aziz dito. Pero yun nga lang, just wala ka na magagawa dyan, Chalala. Talagang hahayaan mo na talaga makapasok dito ang SBE. Pero yun nga lang, ginagamit na lang kanya makasmoke para syempre hindi makakita ng SBE. Wala sa talaga yung mga players sa FS ngayon. Pero yun nga lang, pumapasok talaga sila. Pero that is the non-reswarm grenade onto that Jenny. Para syempre hindi makapag-plant dito ng SBE. Pero okay lang, aantay lang na mamawala yung non-reswarm grenade niya para syempre makapag-plant na rin sila. Pero this is gonna be a full-on 5-man retake dito, partner. Si Aziz nasa labas, yung iba nasa loob. Talaga nag-aantay na talaga sila kung kailan ba magsiswing ang mga players dito ng full sense.
Maganda dito, post-plant position ng SBE right now. Kailangan sila makapasok dito all the way to the side. It's Chalala. He was able to take 1 kill out. That is Flippy. And this is Pro as well. Dalawa nga dito players at gumawa pa ng 3. Para naman kay Ja, siya na lang ang naiiwan agad-agad. This Astra, kailangan niyang patayin yung nagde-defuse and he was able to. Kaso si PPGL, hindi na niya kailangan makita yung kalaban.
Oo nga, hindi na kailangan makita yung kalaban. Pig mo. Yan ang sinasabi ni Ja sa mga kakampi niya. Pero, nakuha ng FS ito, okay lang yan. Alam mo ang tawag dyan, partner?
Partida.
Hospitable. Generous. Partida lang yan.
Kasi mapa ng Pinoy to. Siyempre, hahayaan mo muna yung mga banyaga na maging relax. Tapos saka kababawi, men. Sasapakin mo silang gano'n. Huwag naman. Hindi ganun ka.
Barilan lang.
Hindi ganun yung hospitality.
Barilan lang. Barilan lang. Wala sapakan.
Sorry. Nadala lang ang emosyon eh.
Story time. Actually,
story time.
Story time.
Bumili ako ng... Bumili akong Slurpee. Men.
Bumili akong Slurpee. Tapos ano? Ano nangyari?
Malamig yung Slurpee eh. Napakainit ng panahon. Share ko lang.
Yeah.
Hindi ko na itutuloy. Baka maban na ako. Hindi ko na nga magamit yung page ko. Naknantok ko. Ito na. Full sense. Kailangan na naman nilang pag na. Naku, ginulo nila dito kahit papaano dahil lang dun sa recon.
Dilab Fam na kayo sa piso sa peligro ang ginagamit dito ni Dilab Fam, mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga makikita pa ito ni Ja. Pero with that River Sheriff, ladies and gentlemen, can he get that 5-man kills dito? Pero yung nga lang, vulnerable dito si Ja. So, oh my God, 1 tap to the head on the PTC. Pinasay si RoboCop. Pero yun nga lang, Lovely Stacks will gonna get your head as well. 2-0. Masyadong mabait ang SBE dito. Dito sila lalaban. Para lang syempre maramdaman ng full sense ang pakiramdam ng may score.
Kasi 2 is all you get. Yan sabi dito ng SBE. 2-0 scoreline natin ngayon at technical pause agad. Si Ray tapos na atang mag-dinner.
Tapos na ata.
Bumalik yung tech pause.
Nandito na. Nandito na ang mga SBE girls. Hello!
Bakit meron akong nabasa birthday daw ni Aziz? Totoo ba yon?
Ay, Diyos ko po, pag birthday buff yan, men.
May birthday buff pag mga ganyan. So, tingnan natin. Kung totoo man baka mamaya sabi-sabi lang yung mga comment section dito eh. But, doon sa past 2 rounds na nakita natin, ang ganda sana ng first round ng SBE, they made presence on mid at they took control over mid, especially on pizza. Kaya naman nasira yung na-detect sila. Aside from that, yung mga traps din, kahit papaano nasira nila. And it made the delay pagdating doon sa rotations all the way to A site once the spike was planted. But the problem remains pagdating doon sa smoked off sila on A main. Si PTC, baril lang siya ng baril doon kahit may smoke. Tapos tumatama lahat ng shots niya. Yun yung naging issue. Kaya naubos isa-isa yung SBE. Tapos si Jana lang yung natira. Napatay ni Ja yung nagde-defuse ng spike. Pero masyado ng madaming nangyayari. Masyado ng madaming players yung nasa site na si PTC, nira-random shot lang din siya.
Yeah, this is round number 1, yeah?
Yung round number 1 natin, yung nakuha na nila yung site.
Yun nga. Doon naman sa round number 2 mga kaibigan. It's just, yes, nakapag-smoke off na nga din dito yung mga players ngayon na full send and SBE. Pero ang SBE is dire-diretso lang talaga dito sa loob ng A. Pero hindi nila alam na talaga nasa rafters na pala yung player ng full sense dito. So, si Pro and the friends talaga, they actually really tried to plant that spike. Pero mapaplant na rin yung spike. Naka-half na sila eh. Pero yun nga lang, bigla na talaga to nakuha ng Falls because of their aggression, because of the specters na hawak din nila. Pero if ever lang talaga na nakuha rin ng SBE yung plant na yun, there's this slight chance na malay nyo ma-turn around pa nila yung laban dito, partner.
Yun nga rin eh. And pagdating sa post-plan situation, pagdating din naman doon sa second round kanina, they were able to plant a spike yet again. May mga baril na dito for the side of Full Sense. And during that time na nag-recon, sumabay yung players ng Full Sense dun sa recon na yon. And the other player from SBE, instead of looking on Heaven, masyado siyang na-busy para i-shut down yung recon para hindi makita lahat ng players dito ng SBE. And that made the opportunity or opened up the chance for the side of Full Sense to actually take control of the site yet again. Pero on towards this third round that we are looking at, syempre for SBE, ito na yung unang buy round nila. So ito yung isa sa mga pinaka-essential dito na rounds na kailangan nilang kuhanin. Lalo na kapag ang Full Sense dito on the defense, sunod-sunod yung mga rounds na makukuha nila. So as much as they can, they wanna shut down Full Sense on this first half at least para sa SBE. On the hands of SBE naman, Ja has been performing great with the Astra selection for his agent, no. He has been great in controlling the map as well. Kung yung iba nagtataka sila na bakit si Ja, mas magaling si Ja mag-jet, mas magaling si Ja magganito, magganyan. But the other members of SBE, of course, Ja is one of the players that handles the Astra very well. So sa kanya binibigay yung Astra dito, siya yung nakakapag-setup ng mga sites, siya yung nakakabuo ng mga plays para sa buong SBE. And syempre as a shot caller para kay SBE Pro, siya rin ang may hawak dito because he is also the initiator of the team, so he has control on what information will be dealt with para sa side ng SBE. Kung ano yung cards na ilalabas nila, depende yan sa kung ilan yung ma-detect din ni Pro at kung ano yung mga information na makuha niya.
And it's time na bumawi ulit yung mga players ngayon ng SBE, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna get to see yung mga mukha ng mga players din natin ngayon. Kitang-kita naman natin si Tito Pro, mga kaibigan. Sobrang seryoso no?
Siyempre, ito na yung ano nila, yung match na pinakaabangan nila. Kumbaga, gumising sila ng 8 AM pero yung laro nila 7 PM.
Oh no. Si John Olsen, mga kaibigan. Oh no. Galawang sneaky to. Alam na pero yung mga players sa Raptors. Pero meron pa tao sa likod. Pero anong ginagawa mo dyan, John Olsen? Patas-dash ka ba? Pero Lamin Stars, we get a kill onto Aziz right now. Medyo nagmakasim ata ng konti ang SBE dito. Pero pushing it to a 3v4. Pro, low on HP. Aldron. Meron pa siya mga spawn dito sa may short, mga kaibigan, which is D-Love Fam. Anong family? Dabar cards lang sa kalam.
Walang ganun dito, men.
Oo, anong family? Dabar cards lang tayo, pre.
Ganda ng flash doon ni PTC. Nakachamba na naman dito yung mga players ng Full Sense. Only 2 casualties on their side. Of course, they're gonna be able to pick up yung mga barrel dito ng SBE. Nalason sila dito ni John Olsen eh. Si Pro, medyo na ano rin siya, naguluhan kung ano bang gusto niyang gawin. Magsosova drone ba siya or sisilipin niya muna yung mga kalaban. So with that, kailangan SBE, they wanna take mid control. But still, the players of Full Sense, inaabangan agad sila dito. Nagiging hyper-aggressive din sila, knowing
Yes!
na yun yung bonus naman nila.
Pero alam mo partner, ito kasi, yung mga players ng SB, alam naman natin yan na medyo hindi talaga sila, talagang nag-iinit sa mula eh. Kailangan nila ng konting oras, kailangan nila ng konting time para mag-init sila. They need to get the momentum out of Full Sense. So, ang kinakapitalize dito ng Full Sense mga kaibigan is syempre yung momentum that they have right now. Na as long as hindi pa nakukuha ng SBE, ang gagawin nila ng Full Sense is just rack up everything that they have. The economy, the points, the orbs, and syempre, yung mga objectives din na kailangan nilang gawin. Pero dito sa side ng SBE, walang online na ultimate sa kanila. Si Aziz sana, pero yung kalang kulang pa siya ng 2 orbs. So, just gonna stick with this. Sheriff na lang din talaga. Pero they're actually waiting for the entry ng dinagagawin ni Aziz. They're probably gonna go on updraft to the dash inside the site. Pero ang problema, si Lamis Nax going dire-diretso lang dito papuntang Speedway mga kaibigan. Nagkakitaan na nga pero Lamis will get a kill onto Aziz daw. Pero Flippy with that swing, with a kill onto Lamis Nax. Pero just po, hindi sila makakaputo kasi sila napakaraming nanos of grenades dito lang sa may Speedway. Doon isa-isa na sa pupa. So John Ozzy nakadalawa pa nga. Pero John Ozzy with a third one though. It's all up to Ja. 1v4. Ja, pag uwi mo, may buko Diyos ka ulit.
Covering it.
Down pinatay. Sipin mo, okay, with the 1v4 situation, he tries to swing out and tries to get the kill. Pero it's not gonna happen dahil nag-aabang na nga ang double trouble dito when it comes to B main. 4-0 na ang score natin. SBE. Kailangan nila makabawi na dito. This is the next buy round that they're gonna have. Guys, si John Olsen, yun ang top 1 Radiant dati. Hindi ko alam ngayon kung sino yung top 1 Radiant. Pero malakas din talaga tong Full Sense. Yung mga players nila dito, literal nasa top Radiants ang rankings nila dito. Kaya balong-balo yan. Isipin mo, pagising nagba-Valorant na. Pag hapon, nagba-Valorant pa rin. Pagdating ng gabi, matutulog na lang. Valorant pa din.
Grabe na. Ano yan? Eat, sleep, Valorant, repeat. Minsan nga wala nang sleep tsaka eat eh. Valorant lang meron.
Valorant repeat. Hanggang mamatay.
Oo nga, Valorant hanggang mamatay mga kaibigan. Basta importante, nakakaputok tayo araw-araw. Ng barel.
Ng barel. Tsaka ano yan, wala ano, yung eat, yung mga ano nila, kain-kain doon. Mga pansit canton, men.
Oo, ano lang, men, tik na, Anton, mahirap na. Pero ito na si Aziz, mga kaibigan, pushing in already. Pero nga nakita na yung Aldo, pero dahil si Flippy will kill on to PTC right now. Bro, ito na, mamamain na yung mga players kaya nakakita yung dulo ng barel. Nakanguso pa. 3 versus 3. Bro, low on HP. Pero nasan yung isa?
Nawawala
3v2.
yung dalawang players dito. John Olsen, Chalala, sila ang kailangan makapag-retake at sa very low on HP na nga dito si Pro. Binasag na nga yung knives na yan. At si John Olsen. Inaabangan niya lang yung mga utilities dito ni na Flippy. He is gonna go down. Nakita yung ulo ni John at na-dink na nga.
Bro, let's go, Pro! 1v1 with a great one, Masyadong mabait ang SBE, okay lang yan. Alam mo ang sabi ng SBE, give chance to others.
Oo, sabi
ito
kasi
yung
nila
chance
dito.
na meron sila.
LCQ, men, kawawa naman kayo. Kasi umabot pa kayo doon, kailangan nyo pa pumunta doon. Kaya dito na lang muna. Pero papaskorin lang namin kayo ng 5-0. Tapos, tsaka kami babawi kung bagano. But it's gonna be actually an eco for the side of SBE. Ang ganda na sana ng take nila dito. Kaso nga lang, when the 2-man retake happened, na-stuck sila in a position na low on HP na nga si Pro. Kaya hindi na siya nagpipeak dito. On the other hand, hindi rin nagpipeak sana yung ibang players. Kaso nga lang, si Ja, nakita yung noo nung Astra.
Oo, nakakita yung noo. Napakataas kasi ng hairline eh.
Pataas kasi yung buhok na gano'n eh.
Grabe, Ja, panote na lang ah.
Oo, Ja, panote.
Oo, man.
Bill, panote. Salamat.
Mukha mo, bulol. Yung ako magsalita. Pero, bakit naman tinan mo yung buhok ni Astra, di ba? Tinan mo kumukuti-kutitap yung noo.
Naka ano yan eh. Ang gamit niyan ni Ja, yung sa bench.
Anong bench picks?
Oo, men. Ultra stronghold.
Oo, men. Tapos yung ano,
yung lumalagkit-lagkit pa, mga yun. Yung mga gel.
Tapos yung pabango ni Ja, Atlantis.
Atlantis. Yung tipong after mo mag-PE, Atlantis.
Tapos yung panyo ni Jano, Armando Caruso.
O kaya yung bench baby bath.
Oo, mga ganon, men. Tama. Diyos ko, halatang napagdaanan ng panahon yung mga ganon. Partida ko, sabi nga niya, meron daw siyang tawag doon, clan sa text.
Oo naman. Ganon din naman si Ray. Papasok pa si Aziz.
Aziz going in, already partita, birthday mo yan. So tignan natin, ipakita mo ang lakas ng birthday mo. Lamis ang nagbabantay lang din, pero Lamis very kilo on to Flippy right now. Pero yung nga lang, just tuloy-tuloy pa rin talaga yung ultimate dito ni Flippy, mga kaibigan. Pero hinahanap ngayon yung Aziz, nasan pa si Lami? Pero nasa likod mo lang, boy! Pero nagkatamal, pero siya na naman get that kill instead. It's all up to Pro. Dito Pro, 1v4!
Grabe naman to, Kato. Hindi pa nga napaplant yung spike. May retake na agad dito. Yung full sense. Na-detect na nga si Kuya mo Pro. Kailangan niyang umatras dito. At he tries to reposition himself yet again. Naririnig pa rin siya na naglalakad on B main kanina. Hindi ko lang sure kung talagang narinig nila dito. But they're too close on B main to be playing out. Si Pro dito, wala siyang magagawa masyado.
Pero ito, wala siyang magagawa masyado. Ang kailangan talagang gawin lang din ni Pro dito is just probably gonna mess up with the economy of full sense. Pero with that kind of money, wala rin, mahirap din eh. Pro being revealed already. Pero mabubuhay pa ba si Tito Pro dito? Nagbe-bait lang siya. Yun yung ginagawa niya. Binibait lang niya yung mga players dito with the use of his jumps and footsteps. Pero yun nga lang, John Olsen, we're gonna get that kill instead. 6-0. Masyado nang mabait ang South build, mga kaibigan. Grabe. Baka mamaya mag-isanto na tong mga to sa sobrang bait eh.
Sana hindi magkaroon ng problema dito along the way though ang SBE because the gap is just getting bigger and bigger. You can see how clean Full Sense plays it out. At I think SBE, hinahanap pa nila yung momentum nila dito tsaka kinakapa pa nila kung paano sila makakapasok, makakapag-entry on the sides itself. Isipin mo, Vil, pag yan, sina Papi Chulo, sina Aziz, sina Jan, buhay, nako.
Nako po.
Nako, hindi po yan yung 100% lakas.
Men, tas sasabihin ni Aziz, anong gentle.
Birthday ko ngayon.
Birthday ko ngayon, men. Lalabas ni Sky ang kanyang mga sisiw. Pero, John Olsen,
grabe,
nakaflick pa nga na isa.
No?
Wala eh.
Sige mo, palabas ka pa lang talaga. Literal, si John Olsen, parang nakikita niya na lahat. Parang aura mo pa lang. Aziz,
3v2,
the birthday boy.
The birthday boy, Lami Stacks, mga kaibigan. D-Love family. Anong family? Dapper Cats lang sa kalam. Happy birthday to you. 6-1. And your champions.
Wala pa.
Ladies and gentlemen. Wala pa. Sorry.
6-1, Full Sense, it's still up with 5 rounds, pero kahit papano, this is a thrifty round. So SBE, they have a chance here to actually use this momentum and turn things around. Para naman kay Aziz dito, ang ganda ng entry na ginawa niya, naka-triple kill siya. Actually, it is a 4th kill even para tapusin yung round na yon. So good information dissemination coming in from SBE. Aside from that, maganda na rin yung nakukuha nilang informasyon dito. Nakukuha na nila finally kung saan dumadaan, kung saan ba pumupunta yung Full Sense at kung paano sila nagre-react.
Yeah. What is the reaction of SBE dito if ever knowing na naka-operator na dito si John Olsen, mga kaibigan? This is actually one of the best guns meron si John Olsen. Pero nga nandiya, knows it already, pero meron may isang tao dyan, mga kaibigan, si Shalala. Pero yun nga lang, that's a trade-off na ginangyari dito. Pero John Olsen, we're gonna shut down Aziz as well. Pushing ito a 4v3 situation. Meron pa silang smoke dito sa side ng FS. So they can actually stop the possible push of SBE right now. Pero nga lang, Flippy needs to take down that Astra or probably kung di man si Flippy, si Pro na lang din talaga. Pero ang problema, na siyang Adro, wala na rin siyang weekend bolt dito. So paano na? SBE Pro, nagbabantay lang siya na pwede na ma-cut off dito. Probably that's Sova though. Pero yun nga naman na talaga siya mapupuntahan dito. Just waiting for the entry of the players of SBE dito lang sa B. Pero D-Love family, nagbabantay lang din. Pero yung nga lang tamang knowledge of grenade lang. Pero that is D-Love fam just waiting for the perfect entry na gagawin dito ng SBE. Pero ang problema lang din talaga, it's just they're all over the place. You need to check your corners. D-Love family, just waited patiently dito sa may logs. Hindi siya nag-ingay, wala siyang ginawa. Antay lang siya.
Literally, nakita mo, hindi nila na-check yung logs. Aside from that, may na-detect din kasing isa. Pumush na sana, ang gandang position ni Pro doon. Pumush na si Pro. And no one actually noticed. Aside, of course, doon sa nag-aantay na Sova. Syempre, pag tinapatan mo yung OD na malapitan, kawawa ka talaga doon sa damage nun.
Oo, man. sobrang wala, masakit talaga eh. Wala tayong magagawa. Ang kailangan nilang natin is gawin is syempre mag-move on. SB nga, naka-move on, ikaw pa ba?
True. John Olsen, forward na dito with his operator pero wala namang tao dyan because still SBE is going for that default play. They're looking to find picks first of all para lang makita nila kung meron ba silang makukuhang kill dito. 2 players lang ang naka-sheriff at 3 ang naka-vandal dito. So this is actually broken bye para sa team right now for SBE.
Yeah. Pero kahit sheriff lang, kahit yan lang ang gamit ng SBE, lamang pa rin ang SBE dito, men.
Oh.
Kahit lamang tayo sa puso, ganun lang yun.
Oo, men.
Isipin nyo guys.
No,
oh my God, wala silang idea na nasa likod lang si John Olsen dito. Pero napan si John Olsen.
Hindi siya gumagana, malayo si
Masyadong
Papi
malayo.
Chulo.
Oh my God, na Odin na nga, nasampal ng Odin si Papi Chulo. Pero with that Phantom on hand, 3 silang may Phantom dito. I mean Vandal, sorry. PTC will go into the hands of Aziz. Pero oh no, malilikuran ni Lamis Nax. Oh, nice!
Nice kill.
Nice.
3v3 na ngayon. Operator, siniswingan. 27 HP na lang si Kuya mo John Olsen. Top 1 Radiant. Hello, parang Flippy. Pasok na ang players dito ng SBE. 13 seconds to plant. More than enough time para sa kanila. Kailangan na lang nilang ingatan dito si The Love family. Ano nga ba kaya niyang gawin dito aside from that rotations coming in? John was able to secure that first kill. On the second one, si Chalala gumagapang na rin. Umatras dito si Ja. He's very low on HP right now. He's trying to make and create space for the team of SBE na hindi sila mabawasan ng isa. Making Chalala question kung nasan nga ba yung impormasyon, saan nga ba nagtatago yung ibang players. Alam niyang umikot, kaya naman si Chalala, he was able to take the kill. He gets the second one. Kailangan na lang magtago dito ni Aziz. Hindi mo na kailangan silipin yan.
Yung oras. Nice one!
Nasaktuhan mo talaga. Nice, SBE. 7-2. Comeback is real.
Let's go. Comeback is real. Pinalamang lang. Gusto pang manalo. Diyos ko, Aziz popping off already. Pero at least, di ba? I mean, paunti-unti nakakakuha talaga ng SBE ng score dito. Ito part na napansin ko. Nanalo ang SBE sa slow plays. Pag medyo mabilis na, pag medyo aggressive sila, doon talaga sila nagkakaroon ng problema, no? It's just, they're actually wrapping full sense around lang talaga dito sa buong mapa na to eh. And just make them question as well kung nasan pa talaga yung mga players dito ng SBE like what you've said a while ago. I mean, it's just the doubts lang din eh ng problema dito ng full sense eh. Pero at the end of the day, it's just napakarami pa rin pera dito ng full sense. Lamistax with just that Odin though. Pero yun nga lang, napakaganda ng position ni Lamistax dito dun sa may dulo ng dun sa dulo ng speedway. Ang ganda nun. Talaga makikita agad lahat na pumapasok, pero yun nga lang, alam ni PTC na meron naglalakad dito sa may catwalk. Pero pwedeng crossfire pwede nilang gawin dito, sabi ni PTC at saka ni The Love family. Pero nga lang, kailangan mo talaga nilang i-flash or probably gonna need it first para syempre mapalabas kung meron ba talagang nagbabantay dyan dun sa may cubby mga kaibigan. Pero mukhang may magsiswing na ata ng isa. That is apparently BTC again with all the names that he got on hand. Pero John Olsen will take down 2 already. It's gonna be B. John Olsen. Where is the swing of John Olsen right now? Natik nga yung isa. Pero Lamis is waiting patiently with that Odin na rin din. Pero Chalala is gonna kill on to 1 now. It's all up to Ja and Papi Chulo. They have the smoke. They have the nades. Pero nga Papi Chulo is the only man remaining right now. Nakapatay ng isa. Pero yun nga lang. That is a 1v4. Mahirap po Papi Chulo.
Papi Cholo nakakita ng isa. Yung swing nga lang ni John Olsen sumabay din. Talagang double trouble pagdating dito dahil nga nagbe-bait and switch din yung mga players dito ng full sense. Aside from that, they're always partners kapag sumisilip sila onto sites. And kita mo naman with John Olsen's performance, 17 kills, 4 deaths na siya dito. Talagang mainit ang tarima ni Kuya mo John Olsen talaga pag pumapasok sa mga sites natin. At this is one of the players that the team of SBE should actually stop yung pag-roll over ng momentum na yan because John Olsen is just gonna keep punishing them over and over again unless they make it stop.
Get out of my way!
Pero yun nga lang, it's just stop full sense eh. Talagang they have the aggression, they have the momentum, they have everything on hand. Pero Flippy with that big trade NT. Nice trade.
Oy, si Ja dito nakakuha ng kill pero sumasagot na rin yung players ng Full Sense. Si Chalala, mainit din.
Pero mo kung napapansin mo, partner, they're really that confident na nagpo-push out lang sila dito. And mukhang tama nga yung sinabi ni Mr. Black and Blue. If Full Sense ang nanalo dito sa game number 1, baka ma-2-0 pa nila to. Knowing na next map is actually yun ang pinili ng Full Sense, pero pinili ng SBE ang defenders sa Breeze, which is okay lang kasi kung ako talaga, mas pipiliin ko talaga ang defender dito sa mapa na to kasi medyo mahirap na talaga maging attacker sa Breeze
Totoo, kailangan mo na matindi-tinding calculation kumbaga kung sasabihin natin, but this is already the last round before we switch, kaya naman lahat na ilalabas dito for the side of SBE. Full force na dapat dito ang team na ito kung gusto nilang makuha at least itong final round on the first half before we switch. Sova drone para makakita o mas patahan kung meron mang nag-aabang dito sa gitna o sa mid natin on towards Pizza. Aside from that, suppress din dito si Aziz. So they know now that merong tao on top mid.
Meron tao dito, pero saan ba talaga magpupush dito ang SBE man? They need to play slow, really slow. They tried it really fast a while ago but didn't work. They tried to play it slow again but didn't work as well. What is the next thing na talagang they have in mind? Pero nga ang John Olsen sobrang likot hindi pa talaga alam kung nasan siya pupunta, pero yung oh my God! Nakakakuha pa rin si John Olsen, mga kaibigan. Alam talaga PTC with another one. I have no idea what the hell is happening to SBE, but still Flippy, Shala was gonna deny the ultimate of Flippy right now, pero yun nga ng Pro pushing in already. Pro wala tuloy, guy! Eto na si Tito Pro, mga kaibigan, pero Diyos ko po, nasampal na long katok nila, Miss Nax! Pero eto!
30 seconds left.
Ay, nire-rest. Okay, i-rest. Buhay pa si Flippy. Andito na sila. Kaso pinatay lang ulit.
Nice one!
Papi Chulo was able to secure that final kill at least to get the round for the side of SBE. Kahit pa paano, nakakuha sila ng 3 rounds dito sa napakagandang performance from Full Sense on that defense.
Men, may 9 pickers tayong tinatawag at ito na yun.
Matik yan.
Ito na yun, men.
Tapos tayo pa nagkakas? Matik yan.
Matik na yan, men. Pag hindi nag 9 pickers to, edi sorry.
Pasensya na sa amin.
Oh, sorry. Wala tayong magagawa dyan, men. Ito
Men, kung hindi natamaan si Pro doon, buhay pa sana siya doon Kaso nga lang, wala. Hindi na niya na sidewaysan.
Men, ito lang yan nanood ako kanina sa Thai stream. Parang masaya naman sila doon. Ang problema, wala akong maintindihan, bes
Wala kang maintindihan? Paano mo nalamang masaya sila?
Mukha.
Mukha lang. Mukhang masaya,
nakikita ko kasi puro 555 Alam naman natin na...
Ay, oo. Hindi happy talaga sila nun.
Sa Thailand kasi, mga kaibigan, ang 5 is
nila.
Kaya pag nakakita ka ng maraming 5555, ibig sabihin
tumatawa sila.
Pag merong plus yung 5 nila, humahalak-hak na sila.
Oo, men, para tayong naka-all caps na ha-ha-ha pag Pinoy, mga ganun ba?
Yung tipong ha-ha pero lang ganun lang.
Eto na naman tayo Pero ang mainit talaga dito actually is John Olsen. I think this is one of the players that SBE should shut down, but no overwhelmed sila because of course the utility-wise pagdating sa Full Sense, they were being shut down by PTC. On the other hand, for SBE, Flippy, we also have that KO. Kaso nga lang, nahuhuli, naku-caught off guard agad dito sina Flippy tsaka si Papi Chulo. Kaya dalawa agad yung nawawala for SBE. That is, of course, yung nagbabantay nung flank. Aside from that, yung sanang magde-detect or rather, yung sanang magka-cancel at suppress doon sa mga players ng Full Sense.
Pero isipin mo, partner, sa totoo lang, John Olsen really popping off. John Olsen is still the same John Olsen. Hindi siya nagbago, hindi siya humina. Mas lumakas pa si John Olsen ngayon. And, well, wala tayong choice Full Sense is still Full Sense. Full Sense is actually former, nasa top 3 siya ng buong Southeast Asia. In top 4 rather. Pero hopefully, talagang mabawi ito ng SBE knowing na nasa defender side sila. Pro, mga kaibigan, nagbabantay lang dito sa maybe. Tingnan natin if ever mamamain ba ni Tito pa itong mga players ngayon ng Full Sense. Pero medyo wala siyang natamaan dito ng shock dart, mga kaibigan. Kailangan nalakasan. Pero yun nga lang, may matatamaan na ata. Pero wala pa rin.
Hindi ata na-detect.
Oo.
Masyadong malayo na nakadisperse yung mga players dito ng Full Sense. So, they know that there is someone here. May kumuha ng orb eh. Ang problema nga lang, magro-rotate ba yung ibang players ng Full Sense o talagang ipupush nila tong B-main? Naghahanap sila ng pick-off dito. Kaya naman, kapag may sumilip dyan, precision na lang ang labanan pagdating sa dalawang players. Of course, they have those ghosts anyway. Kaya parehas pantay ang laban so far because this is a clean slate pagdating sa ating second half. Si Pro. Uy, ayun na nga si Jack. Nakakuha siya ng isa dito kaso masastuck siya in that position. And of course, the shock dart will connect coming in from Lami Snaps. Atras ang mga players ng Full Sense. At least namatay si John Olsen. Isa sa mga players dito na kailangan mag-open up ng site.
Yeah, partner. If ever you want to win around, you need to take down John Olsen. Pero ang problema, malala din si TTC tsaka si Lami Snaps eh. Isa rin to sa pillars ng Full Sense. Pero yun nga lang, Papi Chulo! He can't get the ulo of these players! What happened to Papi Chulo? 2v3, winnable.
Winnable. Flippy and Pro. They gonna have to make a play happen. Nasuppress na nga, alam nila obviously that it's gonna be heaven for Flippy. At bumaba na nga siya dito. Talala. He was able to take the kill but Pro, buhay pa siya. Siya na naman ang naiwan. Clutch potential na naman para kay Pro. And this is a 2v1. Medyo ipit siya dito, Vil. Pero kailangan niya lang naman patayin yung nasa hell. Magkakaroon siya ng harang on Jenny. This is the important part. He gets the kill. Nopi. Yun ang pinaka-importanting kill ng buhay ni Pro.
Oh, man, nag-crossfire sila sa Valorant. Diyos ko po, mahirap talaga ang sitwasyon dito na Pro. Buti sana kung meron siyang shockdown pero nagamit niya kanina dun sa may...
Actually, nagpapainit lang naman tong ano eh. Nagpapainit lang tong SB, guys.
Oh, tama. Warm up nila to, guys. Oo. Sabi nga sa akin, Pro, nakapatay daw yung monitor niya eh.
Oo, bubuksan na nila yung monitor nila para sa second half na to. Huwag kayong mag-alala.
Oo, sabi nga sa akin ni Ja, laptop na yung gamit niya, yung trackpad.
Papalitan na daw niya ng mouse yung tunay na totoo.
Oo. Yung
saka keyboard. Kasi hindi nakakabit yung keyboard eh. Touchpad lang yung gamit kanina kaya eto na.
Actually, si Aziz nga walang gamit na anything eh. Alam mo yung ginagawa?
Wala lang, telekinesis lang gamit yan, men. Birthday niya ngayon eh.
Telekinesis lang, men. I mean, isip-isip lang talaga ang kailangan dito ng Aziz. Pero yung kailangan nila makapasok agad para syempre talaga makakuha pa sila ng enough advantage dito. Pero it's really up to SBE on how will they stop the momentum of Full Sense. The score is 10-3. You need to shut down this place. Pero John Olsen! Diyos ko po, kitang-kita yung pag-advance dito, Pro. Pero my God, John Olsen, napakadaming pinindot.
Naku po. 5v4. Natanggal na nga dito si Pro. At shock dart na si Lami Snacks pero hindi naman magko-connect. 1 HP remaining para kay Aziz. Oh, busy. Nagdadasal. Kaso nga lang si Papi Chulo nahihirapan siya mag-connect ng shots. It was already a perfect opportunity to actually get the kill.
Pero hindi. Aziz, winnable.
Nice.
Puso lang.
Puso lang. Kaya tayo nasa Filipino stream kasi sinusuportahan natin yung Pinoy team natin eh. Siyempre, isang basher, malamang isang round mapupunta sa Full Sense. Di nyo ba alam yun?
Oo, tama. Last year, ganun lang yun. Kaya ganito ha. Kada bash, 1 point sa Full Sense. Kaya tigilan nila yung kakabash, ha?
Nice.
Dapat ang kalaban lang ng SBE, ekonomiya, at saka yung Full Sense, hindi kasama yung mga coach sa comment section.
Daming kalaban ng SBE.
Oo, di ba?
Sipin mo yung mga kalaban nila, puro nagra-rank game lang.
Pero actually, sa totoo lang, tama yung sinabi ni Hans Crab sa Twitch eh. Kapalitan yung title, PH Watch Party, totoo! Watch party lang to! Pero John Olsen, dire-diretso lang din talaga. Diyos ko po, natamaan si John na rumaragas ang John Olsen, mga kaibigan. Pero si Pro, mas mabilis ang daliri ng Pinoy, men. Ano to? Pro, no HP, hindi ko kailangan makita nga, boy. Eto na, mainit na ang SBE. Titikman na yung daliri ng mga Pinoy, mga kaibigan. Pro, with all these fast picks, nakainom na ng maintenance. Nakainom na ng vitamina, pampatigas ng tuhod. It's time!
Hindi nyo nakita kanina eh. Hindi kita sa camera pero ininom na nila yung maintenance nila. Okay na, wala nang high blood dito. Laban na to, men. SBE, they were able to secure this round. A good kill coming in from Pro nung pag-peak niya dito. At sumakto rin naman na nahuli na rin nila na swing. Dito yung isang naglo-lurk na naiwan pa doon sa pinatay ni Pro kanina. 11-4 SBE. At least they get this round. They need it. At kailangan nila ng matinding confidence boost dito kasi medyo nahihirapan talaga silang makakuha ng shots eh. Si Papi Chulo, hindi rin tumatama yung ano niya. Yung mga spray niya, pati yung pistol.
Grabe naman sa Aziz, pantid naka-altab pa yan. Sumasagot siya sa mga nagpo-post sa wall niya, men. Nag-thank you siya sa mga happy birthday post. Busy si Aziz ngayon, men. Huwag niyong guluhin.
Mga estorbo. Kumbaga.
Tama.
Sisiyan nyo, tignan nyo. Nasa likod lang si Johnny Aziz dito sa camera eh. Anyway, si The Love Family dito, naka-sheriff lang siya. So, 4 na players ang naka-Vandal at Phantom. Kompleto naman pagdating sa utilities and as well as the armor for the team. On the other hand, para sa SBE, si Ja, wala siyang armor ata dito. Wala atang pambili kanina. Pero ito si Pro. Buwelo na ng recon. Sumako yung recon niya. My God, ang daming umilang. Kumukuti-kutita. Kumubusi-busilak yung mga players dito ng full send. Bakos na. Si John Olsen, nakita niya. Sumakay. Pumasok pa.
Let's go! Ayan! Napakaganda ng ginagawa ng full sense kay... Ay, ng SBE pala, sorry.
Naku, napapaghalataan na.
Ay, hindi. Wala, minsan kumuha pa talaga ng Phantom. Kala mo naman talaga makakatama pero hindi naman talaga. Pero job na kill.
Diba? Isipin mo, Lami? Pinoy ka ba? Ha?
Lami, good.
Oo, Lami.
Yan ang sabi ng SBE. Ginawang chicha eh.
Si Chalala, ano ka? Dragon Ball? Nagawa mo dyan? Mainit ng SBE, men.
Kasi ito lang, nagtago na lang eh.
Uminit na ang diesel, mga kaibigan.
Kasi, alam niyo naman guys, syempre, papainit pa sila dito. Mainit na.
Ayan na, oo.
Naganda ng actually doon, nung pinipilit nilang silipin si John Olsen. Kasi meron nang nakatingin, na-stuck siya on the left side. Of course, makikita siya ni Pro. On the other hand, kapag tumawid naman siya, makikita rin siya nung nasa city. So, that's a very good aggressive stance mula dito sa SBE. They were able to shut him down. On the other hand, nasuppress nila dito yung KO for the side of Full Sense. So they know that there might be people on A main. Kaya mag-a-atras muna sila dito para makapag-relax kahit paano because the utilities are being set already. Ja is reacting the same way. Medyo reactive pa ang gameplay ng SBE dito. Later on, they have to take full control of the wheel.
May nakukumsat sa likod, mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita natin yung mukha. Pero Chalala, tamang pick na pero wala namang pera ang Full Sense ngayon. Pero for the side of SBE, this na talagang pwede sila makabawi, man. There's no way na pwedeng manalo ang Full Sense dito. They're gonna push it lang din talaga na mag 11-11. Ayaw nang mapunta ng SBE na mag-match point pa ang Full Sense. Pero nga lang John Olsen with a Blaze Storm. What's gonna happen here? Pero seeing Aziz right now with that jump and that kill onto the players of SBE, John Olsen trying to anchor yung pagpunta nila dito sa may A, pero yung nga lang Flippy, napakagandang nade na ginawa ni Flippy dito para syempre ma-delay yung possible push na pwedeng gawin ng Full Sense ngayon. Pero ito na sagot ni PTC, isa-isa nag-audition, ladies and gentlemen, pinicturean ni Flippy yung tatlo.
Valorant Got Talent ata pinasukan dito ng Full Sense, my God. Hindi mo nila alam. Men, alam mo kung bakit nangyari yon?
Bakit?
Sino una nilang pinatay? Yung birthday boy, men.
Si Aziz, men.
Papayag ba tayo nun? Hindi tayo papayag nun.
You don't do that to the Filipino people, mga kaibigan. You don't do that to the birthday boy. Hindi. Tira mo?
Nice.
Si Flippy, inupuan lang yung grenade ni KO. Wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman nyo. Kahit masakit yan, uupuan ko lang yan.
Actually, kung hindi siya tinatamaan ng nade doon, makakakuha pa siya ng final kill eh. Kaso nga lang, masakit talaga yung damage, no? Sumabay na rin ng swing yung Full Sense dito. Napa-time out yung Full Sense.
Oo. Grabe. Yung mga nagbabash sa comment section, ayusin nyo kasi kada bash nyo, ibig sabihin,
isang puntos sa kabila.
Isang punto sa kalaban, kaya tumahimik na kayo. Kung wala naman kayo sasabihin maganda, tumahimik na lang kayo. Kaya mananahimik na rin ako.
Kasi wala naman masabi maganda eh. Solo cast na lang kaya ako.
Oo. Sabi ko sa inyo, watch party to eh.
Watch party talaga to para suportahan yung Pinoy teams natin. Hindi na natin ikakailayan, men. Bias kung bias, pero Pinoy team to, laban sa lahat. Di naman nila tayo naintindihan, kaya nga tayo may English stream eh.
Oo, men.
Para doon nila maintindihan yung mga nangyayari na tunay at totoo.
Oo, dito kasi kung gusto niyo ng kung gusto niyo ng unbiased casting,
dito kayo.
Dito kayo sa Paro-Paro G League.
Oo, PPGL, di ba? Kung nakikita nyo, pangalan PPGL. Paro-Paro G League kasi dito. So sa English, doon yung tunay na Philippine Pro Gaming League.
Oo, men. Pero kitang-kita naman natin yung double shot na ginagawa nila pero wala ata natamaan dito sa may mid. Pero, family, nabarkads lang kami dito.
May Soga drone na dito na lumalabas. For the side of Full Sense, hindi sila makakadetect ng isa maliban kay Pro na nasa CT. Kailangan niya i-shutdown yun para hindi makuha o makita yung ibang angles pagdating for the side of Full Sense. Although, on the other hand, Aziz, meron na siyang operator. If he gets a good positioning, he can get lots of kills as well. At nakaready siya actually to shut down any knives or maybe even a recon. Ang problema nila dito, fake lang yan. Fake lang yung ult nung Killjoy na yan. Nasira na yung lockdown but there's no rotations. Yun naman ang kinagandahan for SBE. Actually, the rotations are more moving towards A site because this is Flippy. Pati na rin si Jan na nasa on-site na kayang pigilan dito yung mga players. John Olsen was shot down. Nice kill mula dito sa SBE. Hinahawakan lang nila. Nice! He gets another one. Lavi Stacks was able to take on the trade. After that, isa na lang ang naiiwan dito. Si PTC na lang. Sinaksak ng Blink Storm. Tinidor sa mukha.
Tinidor sa mukha, ha? Alam naman natin si Aziz, ladies and gentlemen, pag walang pera, sa patilim kumakapit. Blade Sport.
Kita nyo naman, pag Philippine Tinidor ang gamit. Nakita na kasi si Ja dito, kaya wala siyang choice kundi mag-swing dahil mamamatay lang siya doon nang walang kalaban-laban if later on babatuhan lang siya ng utilities. Aside from that, bababa na rin naman yung wall eh. So with that wide swing, they didn't expect that at all for the side of Full Sense. Napako na sila on that 11 score line. Para sa SBE naman, ito na ang pagbango ng api.
Ito na ang pagbangon ng api mga kaibigan. Ito na, babawi na yung mga players dito ng SBE, the Titos of Manila, the Titos of Esports. Talagang babawiin nila ang pangalan ng mga Pinoy dito sa APAC para syempre mapunta sila sa Iceland. Kasi balita ko, marami daw tamo doon. Gustong-gusto ng mga players ng SBE yan. Pero kung napapansin nyo, si Pro, dahan-dahan lang din nakakita ng isa pero si John Osi nandyan mga kaibigan, nilabas ang Odin niya. Pero tingnan natin if ever ba na meron matatamaan dito. Pero si Aziz, with that open, Diyos ko po, nakachamba na naman ng isa. Pero sayang, ang tagal lumabas ni Aziz. Nagre-replay pa kasi sa mga post niya. Sa Facebook Happy birthday daw kasi, pero he saw it already.
Alam niyo, madami dito, kaya naman gagamitin niya yung smoke para makalabas kahit pa paano, maka-attract in this specific angle. Such a good angle coming in from Jaka. So the swing from Olsen is much better. 5 HP remaining, hindi pa rin nila ma-shutdown dito. Si John Olsen, my God, naka-4 kill pa! It's all up to Papi Chulo.
Papi Chulo, okay lang yan. Papi Chulo, nakakita na si John Olsen, patay!
Tama na yan, tigil-tigilan mo na yan, sabi niya dito. But this is actually an eco
30 seconds
mula sa Full Sense. The flash comes in, another kill, that's the second kill. Going to the side! What a clutch na buhay na si Kuya mo, Papi Chulo!
Papi Chulo! We'll get that ulo!
Sabi ko sa inyo yung mga basher, pag tinigilan nila yan, tignan mo, nabuhay si Kuya mo.
Tumigil sila mag-bash, di ba? Tinan mo, nakakascore mga players ng SBE, mga kaibigan, that easy. Diba?
Yan na diba? Oh, ganda Perfect! Kanina yung mga whip niya, nabawi niya na on this specific round. That is the Vera Esports clutch moment of the game. Brought to you, syempre, by the one, the only, Papi Chulo. He's redeeming himself this time around.
Kitang-kita mo, wala man lang reaction sa mukha. Kahit konting kindat, wala,
normal game lang.
Parang ito na ba yun? Ito na ba yung
Spike Rush ba to?
Ito na ba yung Full Sense, sinasabi ngayon ng mga players ng SB, mga kabe, pero si John Olsen galit na going in already, pero tamang outdraw lang din para sa mga players dito ng SB. Kitang-kita na ako nasa si John Olsen dito, pero meron pa siyang dash. Pero, Chapter not gonna connect on to John Olsen right now, pero sa talaga pupunta yung mga players dito ng Full Sense, probably here in mid. Dami ko sinabi partner, pero si Flippy, delikado rin siya dito kasi baka ma-double pick siya, pero yun nga, medyo malayo pa naman yung isang player dito. Pero Flippy, mukhang magsiswing ata, pero tamang chill lang, nakita ata ng PTC si Flippy, pero Flippy!
Swing! Ang grabe naman, sir! Nakakalo siya dito. Flash, tapos sabay alis.
Grabe naman talaga.
Bill, isipin mo, noo pa lang kita nun, ha?
Noo pa lang, grabe naman talaga ang
noo pa lang naglalaro niyan, men.
Pinoy flick mga kaibigan ang ginawa dito ng Flippy, pero 5v4, Flippy low on HP, wala mag-heal sa kanila. Pero okay lang yon. Hindi nila kailangan ng heal.
John Olsen gumagapang na naman. Ito yung isa sa malalaking
30
issue
seconds
talaga
left.
nila eh. Si John Olsen, kapag nakakapatay lang siya na nakakapatay. Kaya if na-shutdown si John Olsen, napakalaking opportunity ang nabibigay dito. Na-trigger happy si Flippy. Sabi niya, kailangan kong i-shutdown si John Olsen. Ayan na naman, with the trade-off is John Olsen. Pro going down. Nilalabanan nila. That's the thing. They can do actually a clean retake. Mas marami pa silang capabilities. Makapag-retake dito. It's all up to Aziz and Papi Chulo to actually make a play happen. Papi Chulo, he's still alive. Buhay pa siya dito. Pero pang ultimate, Vil, may ultimate.
Medyo malayo ata yung mga players ngayon ng full sense, pero buhay pa si Killjoy though. Pero merong alarm bot, pero okay lang yan. Hindi,
Alam niya malayo.
May nanoswarm eh, pero yun nga nilabas na nakakalang ang kanyang turret mga kami, pero mukhang lalabanan ata. Pero tamang chup-chup lang ni Chalala, pero sino ba makakakuha ng patay dito? Papi Chulo! We're gonna fall down! Okay lang yan. Hindi pa naman 13 ang score ng full sense. NT.
Match point.
Match
NT,
point
bawi.
para sa full sense. SBE, they have to take this. Kung gusto man nila na paabutin pa hanggang overtime. Pero isa sa naging issue nga dito is I think instead of waiting doon sa ibang teammates ng SBE, si Flippy na trigger happy siya. Nakita niya kasi si John Olsen eh. Sabi niya, ito na yung opportunity ko, men. Eh kaso, biglang sumilip yung iba. Tatlo pala yung nandun.
Diyos ko po. Pero ito na. Ang pagbago ng ati, ito na yun mga kaibigan. Mukhang galit na galit ata ang full sense. Mukhang magpupush sila eh. No? Kala mo naman talaga mananalo eh.
Ako.
Tahimik. Grabe naman talaga yung geometry ni Pro. Isipin mo naman, di ba? 500 years of studying Soba.
Wala pang Valorant. Wala pang geometry. Si Pro, geometry na yan, men. Si Flippy, nakakuha na naman ng isang kill. That is Chalala. Ibig sabihin, wala nang smoker for the side of SB, or rather, for the side of full sets right now.
Grabe naman talaga yung mga ginagawa dito ni Batang Pro, ladies and gentlemen. Isipin mo, balita ko tropa daw sila ni Enrile, di ba? Sabay silang mag-chill sa BGC power eh. Pero, alam mo palang BGC nun?
Wala pang BGC.
Tagig na lang, tagig.
Tagig sa tagig.
Yanig sa tagig. Yan ang tawag ni Batang Pro.
Oh no. Slowly but surely lumalabas yung mga players dito ng full set. Ito na yung 5.
Huli ka, Balbon! Huli ka, Balbon!
Na dun. Nice kill, another 4. Pro, he gets another 1. Kaya naman, dalawang players na lang dito ng full sense ang buhay. And they are punishing them one by one. Spike has been dropped. Hindi pa nila nahanap si Flaming Snacks, pero hindi na nila kailangan gawin yan because Aziz was ready to take on the action and pull the trigger. 12-9. Isa pa, meron pang isa, ladies and gentlemen. Buhay na buhay pa rin ng SBE. Hindi matatalo ang mga Pinoy. If ever nag-13 yung full sense sa puso natin, sila panalo. Tsaka sa replay.
Spike down A.
Aziz?
At least they're playing out on the information. SBE got a grip already on how they play it out. Tignan mo si John Olsen, no? Almost getting that 30, bro.
Pare! Wag mo, don't get that 30, pare. Wag ganon. Wag mo kunin yung 30 na yan.
Wow, Lami Snacks. Naglabas na ng Sova drone dito. Si Aziz, susubukan niya sanang makapitas. Kaso nga lang, wala siyang natamaan doon. Napasok ba nila yung mid? This is John Olsen already with the knives.
Oh no, delikado. Walang kaalam-alam si Aziz na nandito na si John Olsen, mga kaibigan, pero sana malaman niya.
Naku, nakatalikod pa naman si kuya mo Aziz, pero buti na lang meron siyang angle na hinahawakan na hindi siya kita.
Best naririnig ng mga players ng SBE yung pagtalo ni John Olsen dito sa mid. Bigyan na ng tubig. Nasa mid. Tama na, Vil. Ito na.
Hinati yung mundo.
Nagkahatian na nga ng mundo dito, pero yung ano, sino ba mag-push dito? Oh! Lamis na gonna kill on to Pro right now. So A it is. Sa isa na pupunta, pero si Ja, this is the big wall of Ja, mga kaibigan. Nagkasalisan. Hindi nakita, pero John Olsen! Nakaisa pa! Pero John Olsen na 2 kill already! Dila fam! Nice! Papi
Nice
Chulo,
kill,
2v3.
Papi Chulo. Si John Olsen talaga ang problema nila dito. 30 kills na siya. At si Aziz hindi nakatingin. Ay! Finally, Papi Chulo gets the kill. Chalala planting the spike right now. Wala pang baril dito si Chalala. Si PTC naman, naka-ano lang din. Naka-bulldog lang ang gamit niya dito. Mangangagat ka ba yan? But this is another turret out para sa kanila. They can fix this up. At that is a perfect flash actually. Execution-wise, pagdating dyan sa flash na yan, is just perfect. He gets one kill, but it's not gonna be enough as Chalala takes this away para sa SBE.
They tried so hard, man.
Oo kasi during the time, the latter part of the rounds that we are looking at, makikita mo talaga yung effort ng SBE to get it more alive, get it more hot para sa kanila. Because obviously, Papi Chulo, he was already having a hard time pagdating doon sa first half. Nakaipon na ng points ang Full Sense dito. And for the side of SBE, there's just too many rounds to give for Full Sense.
At saka sa totoo lang yung ginagawa dito ng Full Sense, nakita naman natin yung sign of relief nila nung natapos yung laro. So we really can say na talagang kinakabahan ng sobra ang Full Sense. Pero partner, to be honest, if ever you really want to win a round, you really need to take down John Olsen first. Because John Olsen, he's actually one of the best duelists here in the Asia-Pacific region. And sa totoo lang, kasi may mga ibang duelists kasi na nagkakaroon sila ng huge slump after one season. Pero si John Olsen talagang hindi siya nagbago.
No?
Siya pa rin yung John Olsen na nakilala natin last year. Siya yung John Olsen na top pa rin sa leaderboards And for Full Sense, they're really proving that they're actually one of the best here in Southeast Asia. And syempre, the whole Asia-Pacific region. Pero for SBE, napakagandang comeback din ang ginawa nila. Isipin mo, that is a 9-3 to 9-13. At least, hindi natin nakita ang SBE na talagang nalugmok sa baba. At least talagang
Lumaban talaga sila. Inangat nila ang mga sarili nila para syempre makabawi. And syempre, ang kailangan din talaga ng SBE dito, na they know it already na medyo nagkakaproblema na sila. They really need that boost of confidence, that boost of morale na ginawa ni Papi Chulo kanina. That is a 1v3, but still, siya pa rin yung nanalo doon. GG go next, lalo na doon sa time na sila yung nasa attackers. It was obvious that SBE cannot find the space to actually come in. Aside from that, the shots weren't connecting as well. Pero during the latter half, nung sila na yung nasa depensa, kahit papaano nabawi nga nila yung mga rounds na yan, as they could have checked the corner, but they were looking at the same angle during this time. Talagang napakainit ni John Olsen, one of the consistent or the most consistent players that we have right here, not only in the Asia-Pacific region, but in international-wise. At si Chalala rin dito, isa rin siya sa mga napakainit na players coming in from Full Sense. Ito yung time na naka-triple kill si Pro, but that ultimate from the Hunter's Fury was able to tag him out. On the other hand, ang daming magagandang plays dito na nagmula rin for SBE. Kagaya ng mga angles na to na tinitake ni Ja. And despite getting pinned down, at least nakakapatay sila ng 3 players dito. At unti-unti, buhay na ang SBE. Kung kanina hindi talaga sila makapatay at all, this time around for the next game, probably, it will be better.
Pero alam mo, sa totoo lang, partner, puso lang syempre. Pero in terms of fundamentals, napaka-solid ng fundamentals dito ng Full Sense. At natalo lang din talaga, let's keep it real, man. Natalo ang SBE sa gun duel, sa duels din talaga, sa totoo lang.
Kita mo naman yung reaction din nila during that final round that they actually took from SBE.
Sign of relief
It wasn't a good sign for Full Sense na sobra silang nag-e-enjoy. They knew na baka delikado pa at mabaliktad pa yung nangyayari, no? So that was game number 1 for you guys. Ladies and gents, we still have one more game to go. Kung sakasakali man, baka mag-game 3 pa tayo if makuha ng SBE itong game number 2 natin. But the next map is of course gonna be picked out by Full Sense if I'm not mistaken. Abangan natin yan, no? But right now we're just gonna go in a short break. Sa pagbabalik ng VCT Asia Pacific Group Stage, makikita natin ang game number 2. Sino nga ba ang makakapag-uwi ng match na ito? Magiging 2-0 ba? Or it's gonna go towards game number 3? Huwag kayong aalis because VCT Asia Pacific Group Stage will be right back.
Heart turn cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed. I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself. Looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself. Looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know
Welcome back sa ating game number 2 para sa araw na ito, para sa ating huling series. SBE pa rin ang naglalaban versus Full Sense. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor and with me is Vil. Kami nga pala ang The Mods. Coming right you. Guys, paalala ko lang. Ito ha, dalawang teams na to. Napakatindi maglaban. Nakita natin na slow start for SBE pero yung connection pagdating sa Full Sense napakatindi. Speaking of connection, syempre fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber only 2099 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds up to 500 or rather 150 Mbps. Mabilis na unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadbrand. Ang galing ko dun, no?
Yeah, partner. And syempre, alam mo ba ano pa ang unlimited? Yung suporta natin dito sa mga players ng SBE. Alam mo ba kung ano yung mabilis?
Ano? Mga daliri ng Pinoy.
Oo, yung mga daliri ng Pinoy, di ba? At saka sana mabilis yung pag-start ng game number 2, di ba?
Totoo,
para syempre mapunta tayo ng game number 3.
Oo, para harak na agad sa game number 3. Wag nang pahabain pa. Sabi nga natin, no? But we've seen the performance at isa nga doon sa players or rather dalawa sa players ng Full Sense which is Shalala at si John Olsen nga ang nagpa-pop off dito. Medyo slow start pagdating sa SBE but they made up for it on the latter parts of the round but it's not enough.
Yeah, it's really not enough. And yung mga bagay na hindi enough, syempre kailangan nilang punan yun ng so much more efforts para lang syempre makakuha sila ng 1 down dito. Once again, you are now watching the top 1 team here in the Philippines. This is the top 1 team of the Philippines, mga kaibigan. They've won VCT Stage 1. So,
Pati first strike silang nanalo.
Oo, pati first strike. Diba? Isipin mo, first strike pa lang. Ito ang pinakaunang tournament ng Valorant. Official tournament ng Valorant dito sa Pilipinas, first strike. Nagkas ka ba dun, part?
Wala eh. Wala na ata ako nun. Nasa ibang bansa na ata ako nung time na yon.
Nasaan ka nun?
Asan ba yung first strike? Ano ba yung pinakaunang first strike?
Ano yun? Last year in November?
Wala. Hindi ako nasama. Kasi meron din akong ibang mga trabaho during that time. At nandito na nga tayo sa VCT at least. Nagtuloy-tuloy din kahit papaano pangarap kong mag-cast ng Valorant. At
same.
Ano yun?
Same. Ako rin.
Same, di ba? Same. Tapos, nandito na tayong lahat. Na-stuck na tayo sa Tagalog broadcast. Hanggang ngayon, 3 tayo na magkakasama at magkakadikit dito. Talagang mga bayani.
Yeah. Ang hirap talaga ma-stuck step this. Pero, dito naman sa mga...
Huwag mo na ulitin. Last mo na yun.
Pero, dito naman talaga sa mga players natin ngayon, di ba? Ito yung mga players na hindi talaga nasa stuck eh. Kasi, syempre, every time, talagang nag-i-improve tong mga to. And, dun sa pinakaunang tournament nga ng Valorant dito sa Pilipinas, which is his first strike, back then, dun nagsimula ang pangarap. Pangarap na irepresenta ang bandera ng Pilipinas dito muna, sa APAC, then after dun, sa Masters, then after dun, sa Champions na. So, hopefully talagang makuha nila ang dreams nila kasi at least 'di ba na naipakita na ng mga Pinoy yung capability nila sa mundo ng Valorant, which is sinimulan na ng Team Secret, and hopefully magtuloy-tuloy ito na every year, every time na may Valorant Champions sa Berlin o kung saan mang bansa gaganapin.
Ipadala na rin tayo, no? Baka naman.
Ipadala na rin kami, di ba? Kaya
wala na, ang tagal na namin pinapangarap ni Vil. Last year pa kami kumukulit, tumetelok na ipadala na kami sa Iceland. Kung nandun kami sa Berlin ng sabay, edi sana nanalo na yung Team Secret. Ayun tuloy, 5 to 8 place ang VCT champions nila doon.
Wala naman tayong magagawa dun eh. Ganoon naman talaga. Pero feeling ko, partner, parang gusto ko na rin talaga pumunta ng Iceland eh. Kasi anong oras na rin talaga eh. Balita ko, marami daw damo dun eh.
Madami talaga. Tsaka okay dun. Maganda daw dun, sabi sa akin eh. Nabalitaan ko lang. Agent selects na tayo pagdating sa ating susunod na mapa, which is Breeze. At makikita natin, micro-in.
Tinanggal sino
tinanggal dito? Pati si Derek naguluhan na rin. Sino yung tinanggal eh? Si Pro.
Ay nako po. Kailangan muna atang
uminom muna ng maintenance ulit eh. Kailangan kasi kumakain
Oo.
muna, di ba, bago magme-maintenance eh. Siyempre,
Oo.
dinner time na.
Oo. Pero ito partner si Micro, napakagaling na controller niyan. Diba? Napakagaling na controller niyan. So nakikita natin yan talaga dito if ever kung makakabawi ba sila. And eto na, nilabas na ulit nila si RoboCop, ladies and gentlemen. Pero merong Sky yung kalaban eh, diba? So that's gonna be the Solo Duelist for sure. This is sa side ng SBE. Pero ang tanong, nakita mo ba partner kanina? Wait lang. Sino ang gagamit? Baka mag-jet si Baka mag-jet si Ja. Oo.
Pwede.
Tingnan natin.
Si Ja nga?
Ayan na! Eto na si Jet. Nag-Ja.
Na chill lang. Cool lang.
Eto na. Pag si Ja nag-jet, ewan ko na eh.
Yun yung fast talaga.
Oo.
Bilis mag-dash niyan. Ultimo, di niya pa napipindot yung dash.
Na
Nandun
yan.
na siya, men.
Isipin mo, hindi pa na napipindot, naputok na.
Tatanggal talaga ako ng trabaho pagkasama ko si Vil, pero si John Olsen, nakita niya na si Ja, the Jet versus Jet tactics. Nadikta nga dito si PTC, kaya kailangan niya umatras. Wala ka pang heal, boy. Nasa iyo ang heal para sa kakampi mo, pero wala sa iyo at para sa sarili. John Olsen, one tap to the head. Ang sabi dito ni Ja, ito na ang tunay na Jet. Pumasok na, sir.
Anong John Olsen?
Anong top 1 raid yan.
Top 1 raid yan. Pareho kayong may ja, pero ja lang namin ang sakalam.
Totoo. Ito si Micro.
Diyos ko po, hindi ko
May
matama si
kasamang
Micro.
whiff ng kaunti.
Pinagbigyan.
Hindi kasi siya nakapag-warm up kanina eh. Si Ja. Si Ja.
Sa may likod lang.
Ito,
Sino man, pero
HP na lang pala siya.
out muna si Ja dito kasi medyo nakakabato. Pero yun nga lang, medyo malayo ata si D-Lab family. Pero kung napapansin, medyo ay, hindi narinig. Hindi narinig ni D-Lab family si Ja. So pwede nang malikuran to. Ito na nga. Natamaan ng lintik yun si D-Lab family, mga kaibigan. Ja, paikot-ikot lang. Ja versus FS.
Grabe. That's a good repositioning coming in from Ja right there. Making sure na hindi talaga siya mamatay and making sure that PTC medyo maguguluhan siya dito kung saan nga ba siya sisilip. The double peak, the double swing comes in for SBE. Finally, they take the pistol round. Tiwala lang.
Puso lang. Uubusin ng SBE yan, mga kaibigan. Pinascore lang para syempre malaman ng Fuji's kung ano ba ang feeling ng may 1 na score. Well, alam na nila yung feeling, pero... Uy.
Easy lang.
Isa lang.
Para sa ating susunod na round dito. At syempre, makakabili ng kanilang mga Spectre itong mga tropa natin from SBE. Sa mga lalaking factor dito is kung maganda yung entry mo when it comes to this map, you would really get a lot of points. Kaso nga lang, lumabas yung siko ni Kuya Muja and yun lang ang kakailanganin ni Chalala to actually take on the shot and get the kill. Si Aziz nakakita isa. He was able to take a kill and that is John Olsen. Na-punish na nila dito agad. A good shot coming in from him. 4v4 na ngayon. Pantay ang laban. Patay ang dalawang jet.
Okay lang yan. Patay yung dalawang jet. Pero Flip is getting all the information he needs. Pero yun nga lang, kita-kita sila sa akala nila. Minsan hindi siya titingin doon sa may likod no? Pero hindi talaga nila sinira yung Aldron para lang syempre malaman nila kung nasa talaga yung mga kalaban nila. Pero nga lang, Papi Chulo with a wallbang coming in for PDC though. Pero isa pa ata! Bakit kayo nagsiswingman? Ano ang ginagawa nyo, Full Sense? Nakaspectre yung mga kalaban nyo! Bakit hindi nalalabanan?
Oh my God. 3v1. Si Chalala na lang ang meron ditong barel. Na tinatawag nating Marshall. Kailangan niya dito is headshots para makakuha ng mga kills. He sees Papi Chulo. He was able to take that kill and naghahanap pa siya ng isa. Remember, this is of course Aziz na umikot lang. Ang maganda sa SBE, may comfortability na sila ngayon sa mapa na umiikot-ikot lang din sila. Kanina kasi hindi sila makabuelo
Alam mo, part, yung nangyari kanina, ano lang yan parang getting to know each other. Kumbaga, ligawan portion. Pero ngayon, they have the confidence already. So, they know the capabilities of their enemies right now. So, at least pag-isip-isip pa rin sila on the step that they can do and they can use in order for them to shut everyone down dito sa Full Sense. And that is the power of SBE right now. Alam nila yung galawan ng mga kalaban nila. And all they need to do is syempre adjust.
Adjustment pang panglaban, pang tapat. So kung anong capabilities dito ng Full Sense right now with regards to the buy of SBE. Nag-stick pa rin sila dito with the Sheriffs at nagpa-planta nga sila ng spike. They take complete control. This is the first buy round of Full Sense but Flippy was able to shut down again.
Nice.
John Olsen.
Oh my God, Flippy is doing it with a 3K already. Wala nang nagagawa si John Olsen, mga kaibigan. Naubos na ang kanyang resistensya.
Ako naghahanap dito yung ibang mga players ng Full Sense pero dalawa na lang sila. Si Lamy Snacks, si Chalala, wala silang magagawa dito but to save those guns that they have right now, to save those vandals and the armor that they have. Makikita mo naman, nagpalit pa ng skin si Kuya mo Flippy, nag-shopping pa sa base ng kalaban.
Oh, may naghanap muna siya ng magandang skin. Pero syempre pag nakapatay siya, maganda yung finisher, di ba? Ito na ang pinaka-unbiased stream, mga kaibigan. Ito na ang pagbangon ng ati. Nakakamiss magtugs-tugs
True lang.
Ito yung
bagay na namimiss.
Tingnan mo sa John Olsen, 0-3.
Score naman. Wag
Score
na pala.
Wag ka na sumor, man.
Watch party talaga to ng PH stream, guys.
Oh,
So,
man. Oh.
ang maganda
puso lang sa
dito,
Pinoy.
talagang nasa-shutdown nila si John Olsen kasi yan lang naman talaga yung Makati. Yan lang yung malaki nilang problema kanina. Tsaka, ang kinagandahan, of course, when you have a map like Breeze, especially if you wanna roam around, you can definitely do it. Kasi, ano ba, agent selection, they have the chamber, yes, pero hanggang saan ba yung cover ng mga traps niyan?
Pero alam naman natin mga kaibigan na if ever na talagang Makati, kinakamot yan. Kaya nakamot na ng SBE si John Olsen mga kaibigan. Hindi lang kamot ano tawag doon? Parang ewan ko. Basta panalo yung SBE tapos usapan.
Basta ang importante, sila yung nakakakuha ng rounds, yun na yun.
Oo, huwag ka na mag-isip, Bill. So, nag-iisip Joke lang. Pero ito yung mga players ng SBE. Diyos ko po, pinagtag po pero hindi tinadhana. Nalabas na ngayon, Doggy D, pero nga na Papi Chulo just trying to stop the possible pushes. Lamisax right now, pero denying that Recon bot as well. Ja, super low. Ang problema ni Ja dito is talaga spectre lang din talaga ang gamit niya. Si Papi Chulo, Micro, Flippy, tsaka si Aziz kailangan mag-anchor dito kasi sila ang merong AR. Pero Flippy will plant the spike already. Pero wala pa talaga nagkakamatayan dito. Pero nasa pa talaga yung mga players dito ng FS para syempre mawala na. Pero Lamisax pushing it. Pero nakita ni Lamisax yung uso ng barrel ni Ja.
Toxins going up.
I know it.
Nice! Nice!
One enemy remaining.
Nice!
Last player standing.
1v1. Micro.
Toxins going up.
Oras. 3 bullets. Let's go! Nice! Nice! Micro! 4 kamote mga kaibigan! 4 etomac! Walang ka-score ang full sense!
Hirap na hirap talaga sila dito, Vil. Grabe, oh, the pop flash kanina nagawa na ni Aziz yun eh. It's just the timing na wala talagang tao kanina. He went for a second try and it definitely worked. And with the neural depth, of course, they would know where the position of the enemy is. And si Micro nga ang nakakuha ng final blow na yan papunta sa full sense. Kaya naman, they aren't gonna be in a position kung saan wala ata silang pera dito.
Oo, wala talaga silang pera dito pero...
meron na.
Meron na kasi kanina kasi nag-say dito sila, no? O tama, nag-eco mato sila. The thing naman dito sa side ng full sense yun nga they waited for this round para syempre makabawi sila pero if ever matalo sila dito, oh my god, wala silang pera ng 2 rounds pero yun nga lang John Olsen nakachamba na nga ng isa. With that verticality, always check all your angles mga kaibigan pero ang ginawa kasi ni John Olsen dito, it's just the off angles lang din talaga of that verticality for him to take down Ja. Pero ang pinakamahirap lang din talaga if ever nag-dry pick ka. If ever lang talaga mag-pick ka, always keep in mind na syempre kailangan may flash, kailangan may smoke. You need to check out all the corners as well. And syempre dapat meron mag-trade off sa inyo. In order for you to do that, kailangan meron kang kabady. Body system lang din talaga to, partner.
Yun nga eh, body. Yan ang tawag nila dito. Syempre, if you get a kill or even if you die, you should have someone to get the trade. Kagaya nito, napitas lang ni John Olsen. Of course, stopping them in their toes. Kailangan nilang umatras para sa side ng SBE. Na-realize nila kung nasa si John Olsen. Kaya naman rotation has been coming in. Aziz on the other hand, pinapasok niya dito yung B-side. Sinusubukan niya makita si Chala kung si Chalala. Delay lang ng delay ang ginagawa niya dito. That Recon was gonna spot someone and this is Aziz. He knows na nandito si Lami, Snacks. There is that Sova drone. 13 seconds remaining para ma-plant nila yung spike. Si Papi Chulo na lang nga ang naiiwan and he's not gonna be able to do any first round that full sense takes.
Okay lang yan mga kaibigan. Isa lang yan. Last na yan. Last na lang full sense yan. Tignan mo si PTC, no? Wala man lang ka-score. Yan ang maganda dito. No? I mean, ito sa mga nanood kanina guys, we really thought that def talaga ang SBE. Pero yeah, at least attacking sila. Pero it's actually really working good na rin naman talaga. Pero kailangan talaga nilang I mean, para dito sa SBE, kailangan muna nila talaga i-shutdown si John Olsen, knowing na meron na siyang operator. Pero ang gagawin ng John Olsen dito, syempre, hindi naman talaga siya mag-stick sa isang place lang. With that kind of agent, which is apparently Jet, kayang-kaya nang pumunta kung saan-saan man. Ginawa si Jet para sa operator, mga kaibigan. At saka si Chamber, ultimate nga niya, operator, diba? Pero,
sa true lang.
Itong mga players ngayon ng Full Sense, it's just they have no idea kung saan ba talaga magpupush dito ang SBE, pero nagkakarinigan na nga to. Baka magkaroon ng idea ang Full Sense dito na meron nagpupush, pero maganda ang push yun dito, nakakita ng isa. Pero dinouble scope na nga lang din, pero yun nga, medyo delikado pa. John Olsen going here in A, pero kailangan nila ng smoke, kailangan nila ng flash dito bago sila makapasok. John Olsen waiting patiently here in A.
Oy, umaas na yung mga smokes na yan. Papasok na nga ba dito ang players ng SBE? Of course, with the suppress coming in from the KO, this is now Aziz pushing in towards the side. Si PTC nasa corner lang, nakita nila, buti na lang. Nasa lawn ni SBE, Flippy, makakapag-rest pa sila dito kung sakasakali man. But the Viper Spin has been set already. Papi Chulo lurking around in halls, pero hindi niya makukuha yung kill. The Love Family, siya makakakuha ng double kill dito. Just waiting on stairs, trying to see where the enemies are. Nag-correct ata yung shock dart na yan. PTC was able to take the kill. Flippy on the other hand, sumasagot pa din. Dalawa, laban sa isa. This is all up to Ja and his operator right now. Na-detect na nga siya dito. When he hops out, he doesn't get the kill. Nag-whip ng kaunti yung shot na yan. And the 4K from the Love Family comes in as well. Sayang.
Sobrang sayang din talaga, sobrang sayang nun. I mean, sobrang dami na commit din dito ng ultimates din ng SBE. Merong Viper Spit, merong ultimate TKO. Yeah. Tama. Pero actually, nahirapan ang post-plant ng SBE dahil dun sa Hunter's Fury na ginawa ni Lamis Nax. Wala on point eh. I mean, yes, walang natamaan, walang napatay, pero it's just that vicinity of that Hunter's Sphere talaga eh. It can really mess up everything na pwede mangyari dito. Pero John Olsen racking up all the points already. Medyo mabagal ata yung piece na ginagawa ng Full Sense at saka SBE. Kailangan mo muna nilang tamang timingan muna nila eh, no? Kumbaga, tansyahin na muna talaga itong map na to kasi at the end of the day, this is the map pick of Full Sense. Pero importante, lamang sila. At ang problema, walang pera ang SBE. Pero kahit anong mangyari, lamang pa rin tayo.
Kahit anong mangyari, lamang pa rin tayo ng 2 rounds dito. At makikita mo naman, this is an eco. If Jack can make a play out of this Blade Storm, this is still very viable for the team. Kaso nga lang, pag silip niya ng gano'n, na-detecta siya ng drone, pinush niya pa. Si kuya mo, John Olsen, very much on point yan. Sir, si Flippy nakakuha siya ng kill dito with his Marshall. 5 HP remaining on PTC. They all know that kasi na-report na yan. 5 HP na lang, tol. Labasin nyo na. This is now the recon being detected and Micro taking in the shot. Is still very careful ang SBE. This is their eco if you can remember. John Olsen receiving the damage from the wall, of course, and vulnerability. Para naman kay Micro, nakapulot na siya dito ng barel. Napaka-importante nito. Round na to para sa team ng SBE, knowing na eco pa sila para sa panahon na ito. John Olsen nag-reload ng isa, muntik pang matamaan.
Ang tigas ng mukha, nag-reload pa sa open. Kala mo naman talaga mananalo. Pero ito mga players ngayon, SBE, mga kaibigan, it's time for them to do that post-plant to. D-Love Family, nag-Viper Spit na lang dito para syempre mahirapan pa yung mga players dito ng SBE, pero di naman sila mahihirapan. Nakita si Micro, pero John Olsen nakaisa pa nga. It's all up to Flippy with that Sheriff. Pero nagkatamaan para Flippy with that kill onto that Sheriff to. Try to take on onto this place and right click. Pero hindi tatama si Flippy, pero okay lang yan. Meron silang 300 pesos. Dahil na-plat nila yung spike. And for Full Sense, they're gonna secure that operator na lang din para dito kay John Olsen. Diba? Kapal lang mukha, may nasa gitna ng, nasa mid, biglang nag-reload.
Actually, it's still a good round mula sa SBE. They were able to capitalize on the guns that they had, knowing that it was an economy, or rather an eco round for them. On the other hand, because of that Viper Spit, they don't have a choice kung hindi pumush talaga. And aside from that, nakuha pa rin naman nila yung pagpa-plant ng spike. So still, kahit pa paano, it's a semi-win for SBE on that specific round. This time though, it could change up because this is finally yung buy round na ngayon ng SBE. They are in this position kung saan uma-advance pa, gumugusto. Pag gumugusto,
binibigyan. So bibigyan talaga yan ni kaibigang SBE, si PTC. Gumugusto no? Akala mo naman talaga makakaisa. Pero Flippy, tamang owl drone lang din. Ano ginagawa mo dyan, Dilang family ha? Nagbabantay ka ba na pwedeng papalunan siya? Pero nga lang Flippy, try long ka tong di Flippy mga kaibigan. Pinagsasampal yung mga players dito ng full set. Assist na isa pa. Micro with another one. Isa-isa lang nawawala yung mga players dito ng full set. Dilang family, dire-diretso lang din. Pero Papi Chulo will get the ulo of Dilang family. Anong family? Double cuts lang ang meron kami dito. Lami Stacks mga kaibigan pushing in. Pero walang magagawa yan. Ito sa kamay ng SBE. Lami Stacks nakachamba na naman dito. Pushing into a 2v1 situation. Lami Stacks super low. Alam nila kung nasa pa si Lami Stacks dito. Anong Lami? Lami salitang Pinoy yan.
Alam namin yan, sir. Lami, good. Yan ang sabi dito ng SBE. Masarap ang ulam. Dahil sa mga rounds na nakukuha nila dito, napakagandang mga takes coming in from SBE. Nahuhuli lang sila minsan talaga dahil doon sa mga trade-offs na nangyayari. But still, they were able to plant the spike, complete the post-plant, and of course, punish the last player remaining para sa full sense. 3-5 ang ating score lamang pa ngayon ng SBE ng dalawang rounds. At they are looking to make this gap even bigger as they move towards mid. They take control over mid again. Si John Olsen na-shutdown na naman ni Kuya Mo Aziz. On the other hand, Papi Chulo was able to take one more kill. If they don't get this round, they're gonna be forced into an eco for full sense. Chalala, nakakuha pa ng isa. Nice kill mula naman kay Ja with a double. And that is D-Love family, the only man remaining.
Isipin mo, pumili kayo ng baril pero wala naman kayong nagawa dito sa side ng SBE, diba? Isipin mo,
nagsayang lang kayo ng 3-9 kasama pang armor, men.
Oo, wala naman kayong magagawa. Pero ngayon, D-Love family, ladies and gentlemen, kitang-kita na pero wala ka na makikita dyan, boy. Kitang-kita naman natin yung talagang green na usok dito ni Micro, mga kaibigan. 1v4, baka mana ang yung sasabihin ng players dito ng SBE. Halos wala na siyang magagawa dito. Low on HP na siya, maliban na lang sa mga exit frag. Tapos may camera pa ni Papi Chulo. So no choice talaga yan. Hindi naman sisilip yung mga players eh. Oo, pero malay mo, camera siya si D-Love, kaya talaga hindi siya sisilip dito. Pero nga lang, si D-Love family, mga kaibigan, mukhang alam nila kung nasan badyo.
Malamang, babarilin niya yon. Alam na nila. Papapatay na lang ata siya dito sa
Ika-cut off ni Flippy, mga kaibigan. D-Love family, sisilip ba? Alam na, makikita ni Flippy, pero let's say, save ka pa dyan? Ha?
Anong ginagawa mo?
Nagawa mo dyan, Balbon?
My God! Uy, Coach Fade. Shout out to Coach Fade. Secret Fade yan.
Asan?
Dyan, sa Twitch. Kung tunay at totoo man yan.
Coach Fade, when will sidestep play?
Yeah. We have dubstep.
Yeah.
But
Coach
sidestep
Fade,
is here.
Come on. Yeah. I want to play already. Let me play, man.
He's the best analysis that we have here in PH Broadcast. I keep saying 10 sentences and he just says,
Omen. Yes, that's true. Because apparently, whenever I say yes, it's just I'm actually agreeing on all the things that Eliza is saying.
Diba?
Yeah.
Okay na.
Because she is a girl.
Masakit na yung ilong ko eh. Tama na yun, men.
Sorry.
Lumudugo na eh.
Sorry.
Tama ng English.
Yeah.
Nakaligtas na nga ako sa kabila eh. Dadalhin mo pa hanggang dito.
Sorry. A big shoutout to Coach Fade.
Tapos fake account pala, no? Active na active tayo. Hanggang Twitch, pati yung mga viewers, gumagawa na rin ng fake account.
Oo, men. Pero ito na, rack na ito, 60! Pero kung napapansin mo, partner, wala. Tira mo yung score, parang dikit, di ba? Yung mga kills nila, dikit na dikit. Parang hindi mo mararamdaman na 3-6 kasi lahat sila nagko-contribute, lahat sila may ambag.
Maliban kay PTC, dalawa lang ang ambag niya.
Men, isipin mo, niyaya ka na nga, ang dami mo nang kinain pero wala ka namang ambag.
PTC, yung pangalan yung Parent-Teacher Conference. Hello, The Love Family. Nakakuha pa siya ng isa dito, pero sasagutin din naman ng player si PTC. He took 4 shots just to punish Papi Chulo. Alam nila posisyon dito ng ibang players for FS. At nilabas na nga ang mga repolyo. That is a Seekers out. Walang magawa si Aziz dito. On the other hand, hindi naputok ni John Olsen. Yung Marshall na yan, na-plant na yung spike. And this is now up to Micro Pwede
Walang
niya pang
pera.
laruin yung mall niya dito kaso mababagsak na.
Na thrifty, best. Hindi naman, tama, thrifty to. Na thrifty ng full sense ang SBE. Ayan. Nag-alt tab kasi sila, guys. Sorry, nag-alt tab sila.
No, sumagot kasi ng Facebook chat.
Nanonood ng stream para. Na-joke lang, di sila nanonood. Baliw.
Kahit naman manood sila, may delay eh. Wala naman silang makukuha. Anyway, just a quick replay on what happened that round. Naipit kasi talaga sila doon. And aside from that, nilabas din yung Seekers and all other utilities for the side of Full Sense. And that just made things harder for SBE. Lalo na in a position where they're pushing off doon sa may left side na ng pyramid kung saan open na. Kumbaga, ang puhunan mo doon is yung wall ng Viper eh. When it goes down and when it comes up, doon ka lang hindi makikita ng kalaban. So, it is a problem. But SBE, ang maganda naman sa team na to, they live and they learn.
Yun yung talaga pinakakailangan. You need to learn from your mistakes din talaga. And that is the thing that SBE is capitalizing. Nagkamali sila sa una pero babawi naman sila dito sa huli. Pero nga tsalala, tamang lang eh, no? Tamang ADS lang eh, no? Pero tignan natin if ever meron siya makikita isa. Pero Diyos ko po, tsalala, finlash ka lang. Nag-rendezvous ka na.
Right here.
Oh, grabe.
Yo,
Rendezvous.
galing ah.
Wala mo naman
Saan
talaga.
mo natutunan? Sa English cast?
Sa Google.
Sa Google. Mabilis.
Oh! Wait, na-kill auto PTC! PTC! Wala ka na namang ambag!
Nako. Bumagsak na naman siya dito. 5v3 situation. Neural Def being used right now. Jao was able to spot one. With regards to that wall, he just hops out and gets the kill. Habang yung Neural Def na yan, binibigay lahat ng impormasyon na kakailanganin ng SBE para ma-pinpoint kung saan nga ba nagtatago yung mga players dito. Micro was able to take or give some damage towards John Olsen. And to finish things off, that is assist. Nice.
7-4.
Last round.
7-5 na ito. May pera ba ang Full Sense? Feeling ko semi-wala. Broken by for sure ang gagawin nila dito, men.
Wala eh. Hindi sila makabuelo sa mga entry dito dahil nga si Papi Chulo din, nakakakuha siya na nakakakuha ng kills. Lagi niya nagagamit yung neural def niya. Now with the neural def, this is the beauty of having the Cypher on your team. With the neural def, you have cameras, and also with the neural def, you will be able to spot where everyone is. Literal, makikita niya lahat ng posisyon and they can be capitalizing on those positioning as well. SBE, isipin mo, may operator na, meron pang Vandal. RK, sir!
Oh, RK, di ba? Itong literal na ninong.
Kumbaga, pabigay na lang ng ano. Ano ba yung tawag sa ganun? Pag Pasko? Yung nilalagay sa pulang ano? Ampaw.
Ampaw.
Oh.
Di ba, hindi, Pasko ba yun?
Oo, on New Year, Chinese New Year. Pero may ampaw din ng Pasko eh. Sa panahon ko kasi bata ka pa eh.
Oo, tama.
Daddy.
Bilang mo yan, Bill. Parang ako yung nababadtrip eh.
Oh, hindi nakita si Papi Chulo. Galawang sneaker naman, galawang tondo. Pero ito, maguhul si John Olsen. 1, 2, 3, huh!
Wala, hindi tumama yung shot, man. At yung camera, masaspatan siya dito. This is being put down by Full Sense already. At John Olsen, he's just gonna hold off this angle on towards Hall. PTC on the other hand, nakapatay na nga siya ng isa. Hindi nila napansin si The Love Family dito sa gilid. Habang si Papi Chulo naman, umaamba na rin. And that is a clean sweep coming in from Full Sense aside from PTC na walang ambag. Sorry. Kinuha kasi yung round eh. Nabad trip ako eh.
Walang ambag. I felt that, my man. I felt that. Wala ambag.
Good up.
Oo. Isipin mo, bottoms up pa. Ang daming sinabi. Nalasing na, wala namang ambag kahit piso.
Oh, isipin mo, may take out pa. Inuwi pa yung chichirya nyo.
Oo, tapos sabi niya, ambag niya, 90. Ano 90? Naintindihan niya naman, di ba?
Ano ambag mo? Kwento?
Oo, kwento. My God, nagsama ka pa ng kasama mo?
Pumunta ka na nga, ambag mo, kwento lang, meron ka pang kasamang jowa.
Oo ba? Diyos ko. My God. Nayo mo pang nakain, lahat na. Men, ewan ko ba?
Parang ano, galit na galit tayo. Parang pamilyar ah.
Parang pamilyar ah. Sino bang nasa isip nating dalawa?
I-chat ko sa'yo.
Ito na naman eh, yung ano na naman tayo, yung utak natin, nag-connect na naman eh.
Telekinesis eh. Ano naman, syempre tayo dalawa telekinesis na lang yung usapan natin dito. Pwede na nga tayong hindi mag-cast eh.
Oo, isipin mo.
Maintindihan na rin ng viewers eh. Naririnig naman nila yung mga it's time mo.
Oh, isipin mo, tawag dito, wala ka nang ambag. Ang dami nang nainom. Nag-away pa.
Hindi sorry. Based on real experience kasi itong pinag-uusapan namin ni Vin, guys. Kaya masama at pakiramdam namin.
Kaya, kami kasi, hindi kami sabi-sabi dito. Marami na kasi kami na-experience ni Taylor.
In a very young age.
Oo, tama. Tumuchup-chup pa lang kami ng chupon, magkasama na kami ni Taylor, nagkakas na kami nun.
Nagkakas na kami ng Valorant doon, man.
Oo. My God.
Okay, ito na. Ang tunay at totoo na simula para sa dalawang teams na to. At si Papi Chulo, actually maganda na may cipher sila, no? Because this camera can give them a lot. But this is a very usual camera setup coming in from Papi Chulo. Oh, na-dink! Si kuya mo, chalala, low on HP na. Wala ring heal. Actually, may binili dito si PTC na heal. So, healing over here.
My camera is this.
Yun yung ambag niya, heal. Oh, para lang at least meron siyang assist.
Para talagang nag-ambag ng kwento niyan.
Oh, man. Ito na yung mga players ngayon ng FS. Tamang plant lang ng kamote, mga kaibigan, na itanim na ang kamote.
Kamote tops. Oh, John Olsen. Nakakita siya ng isa dito. PTC umisa na rin. This is now Giant Micro out of the equation para sa team ng SBE. They have to retake this. Kailangan nila makahanap ng buwelo kung paano sila makakapasok. Rendezvous being set up here in PTC. Akala ko
Kalaban
eh. Slide.
Kinabahan ako eh. Diyos ko, feeling ko tigil na natin ang pagkakape. Pero ito, Papi Chulo.
Sayang.
Sayang.
Nice
Okay lang. Kasi ang gusto ng SBE may thrill. Diba? Wala kasing thrill if ever tinamba ka ng SB ito. Kaya ang gagawin ng SB, sige, palarunin nyo na sila sa first round ng second half para syempre, ma-7-7, diba?
Yun nga eh. Siyempre, unting pakaba rin sa viewers natin eh. Siyempre, nag-aabang tong mga to ng match natin para sa araw na to. Share nyo naman yung stream, baka naman.
Oo nga, siyempre. Grabe ang, siyempre, ano naman, napakatindi ng connection namin ni Miss Taylor. Parang glue. A gift.
Tama ka dyan, sir. Mapapasabi ka na lang talaga ng fiber strong, family strong.
Oo, tama talaga. Napaka-unlimited ng suporta natin dito, parang globe. Pero ito na mga kaibigan, papasok na ata yung mga players natin dito sa may mid, pero parang hindi ko maramdam.
Ay, natspatan dito si Ja nung Sova drone na yan. Pero hindi naman makakabawas dito, players. Ito, classic shot lang sa kalam para kay Flippy. He was able to take one. Pumupush na nga dito. No scope ang gawain ni kuya mo John Olsen. Sanay na sanay mag-marshal dahil kanina pa silang nag-i-eco laban sa SBE.
Scanning field.
Good shot coming from PTC. 7-7.
Okay, Diyos ko po. Ay, Diyos ko. Ay, sino yun? Sino yung upo? Yung walang ambag, diba?
Yung walang ambag yung umupo?
Oo, diba? Okay lang yan. Basta lang. Diyos ko.
Yun naman kasi yung ambag niya eh.
My God. Wala eh. Diba? Kung sino talaga yung pinakababa, yun talaga yung maingay. Kung sino yung walang ambag, yun talaga yung may sabi-sabi.
Scanning field.
Alam naman natin yan.
Alam mo, di ba sabi nga nila, yung mga latang maingay, walang laman.
Oo, men, tama lang yan.
Tignan mo kami, ingay namin.
Oo, kasi walang laman yung chan namin, gutom na kami.
Kaya tapusin nyo to, SBE, para mag-game 3 na tayo, para rock na ito.
Kaya kung masakit yung ulo nyo, alam nyo na. Oh! Ja! Winakil on to Lamisax. Diyos ko po, kitang-kita man nag-drawing si Ja sa mukha ni Lamisax ngayon. Bawas naman daw kahit armor lang. Pero palipad-lipad pa dito si John Olsen, mga kapit. Pero sinasabi ni Ja, talagang Bubugbugin namin kayo lahat! Pero, Papichulo, super low na HP. Baka may masabi ko na kung ano. John Olsen! Nilabas na nga mga Blaze Storm dito pero baka mamatay pa mga players dito. SB, kailangan nila bumawi ngayon. Puchik ito, 3v2 situation right now. Pero, walang pera ang full sense. Wala na rin talaga sila mga barrel dito. It's just that Vandals and Spectres na talaga ang gamit nila. Pero, hindi pa nila napaplant yung spike. Muntik na.
Muntik na eh. Buti na lang,
Oo.
naligtas mo pa yung sarili. Hindi kang Vil. Kung hindi, mawawalan na ako ng aking kasama.
Oo. Wala nang the mods. Mag-isa ka na lang. So, the mod na lang.
The mod na lang yun. Mahirap yun. Mas
Oo,
mataas ang
30 seconds
success
left.
rate kapag madami tayo. Kaya pili!
Nice! Let's go! Isa na lang, oh. Di lang talaga nagpa-plant para talaga. Kala mo naman talaga, 3v1, baka!
Magtanim ay di biro. Yan ang sabi niya dito, pero mas malakas tayo pagdating sa mga ganyan sa 3v1 situation. They love Tammy was able to spawn one that is assist. The double swing comes out. Muntik pa yun kasi medyo malapit yung labas nila doon.
Oo. Micro with a diffuse 7 to 8 kasi tulad nga na sinabi namin sa inyo, ang SBE gusto nila may thrill. Gusto nila, syempre, gawing 7-7 lang din.
7-8 na nga yung score natin. At unti-unti, SBE, nagsasalit-salitan na lang sila dito ng mga rounds. Ang isa talaga sa mga delikado dito is actually John Olsen. That's why we also got a lot of rounds a while ago for SBE because they just keep shutting down John Olsen on the defense a while ago. But this time around, still, si John Olsen pa rin ang bumubuhat.
That works.
Pagdating dito sa side ng full sense.
Pero wala eh, walang magagawa ang full sense pag walang gawin dito si John Olsen eh. No? Pero kung napapansin mo naman, yung mga frags ng SBE pantay-pantay lang. Lahat sila may ambag. Ito tinitignan naman natin, wala.
Nag-hawk out pa. Sinayang pa yung 200. Diyos ko. Dinrapan mo na lang sana. May seeker siya, pwede niyang maambag yan at least.
Magkukrossfire ata sa mga dilabas na nga si Doggy dito pero kailangan mo tumingin sa likod. Hindi niya alam na meron tao sa likod, partner.
Tignan natin kung mahuhuli si kuya mo, PTC. Napapasigaw na siya dito. Nagre-report na siya kung nasan yung mga kalaban. Si John Olsen, busy naman. Seekers out para sa kanya. Masuspatan niya dito yung KO. Lumabas na rin. Hindi niya alam ata or alam niya na 2 players dito for the side of SBE. Advance ata.
Nice!
Si Aziz! Wala na naman.
Wala ka naman talaga
si kuya mo,
ambag.
PTC.
Scope 4v5 na lang to. Pero yung mga players ngayon ng FS ay talaga bumabawi na rin talaga. Pero John Olsen magandang position dito. Pero let's see if ever makakuha siya ni Papi Chulo! Muntik na! Pero Diyos ko, what?
Grabe naman si John Olsen.
Are you kidding me?
2 bullets. Kala ko makakalimutan mag-reload eh.
Ano yung nangyari dun, men?
Hindi ko alam, nabura na lang sila sa mapa ng bigla-bigla. Chalala was able to take another kill. That is micro down and this is now all up to Aziz with 30 HP remaining.
Kayang-kaya ni Aziz yan. Birthday na birthday ni Aziz. Tapos gaganyan ninyo, di ba? Babawi yan. Chalala, sumili. Pero Aziz, ang mamamatay. 8-8. Grabe ang thrill na ginagawa ng SB tsaka ng FS dito, men.
Angle diff. Kumbaga, yung peak na doon, talagang huling-huli. Kumbaga bago mo pa makita, una ka na talagang mapapansin. John Olsen, I don't know how this kill happened at all. Mapapasabi ka na lang ng what? Talaga, dahil hindi naman tumagos eh. Natamaan ng ligaw lang na bala.
Ay, Samba.
8-8 ang score natin. Ano?
Pagbigyan na lang natin. Baka umiyak.
Pagbigyan na lang natin. Kawawa naman eh.
Baka umiyak.
Alam mo naman yung mga boys natin dito sa SBE, kahit matalo sila dito, bumabanse yan pagdating sa lower bracket. Ganun nga yung paraan kung paano sila nanalo sa VCT PH eh.
Sanay ang mga boys ng SBE sa lower bracket. Sanay ang mga Pilipino sa lower bracket. Kasi alam naman natin yan, ang mga action star ng Pinoy, nabubugbog yan sa una.
John Olsen, nakapatay na siya ng isa. He sees Micro. Nadili lang ng kaunti sa pagpitas si Micro doon. Nakatingin na sana siya doon sa recon. But on the other hand, this is still an economy round for the side of SBE. Si Ja with the Blade Storm up and online. He was shut down immediately. One and done lang para sa kanya. Aziz on the other hand, he's still here. Malikot si Kuya mo dyan. Osen parang nagyan ng asin pero makukuha niya pa rin yung kill.
Uod na nilagyan ng asin?
Oo, men. Anong ginagawa ng uod nilagyan ng asin? Likot, di ba? Di mo alam yun. Wala kasi akong kalaro nung bata ako eh. Wala kasi akong kapatid eh.
Alam mo, best, pareho tayong walang kapatid, alam mo yan.
Eh kaya nga, nagkakas na tayo. Ano pa lang tayo ng chupon pa lang. Iniinuman natin ng gatas.
Actually, fact yun guys ha, fact yun ha. Pareho kami ni Taylor na only child lang.
Sinong may pakialam? Wala!
Alam ko wala kayong pakialam. Bakit? Sharer ako eh. May sharer badge ako eh. Ba't ba?
SKL. Share ko lang yan, sabi dito. Uy, si John, nakapitas na siya dito ng isa.
Nice.
Wala nang smoke. Walang smoke. Wala na yung Viper wall dito.
Oo. Wala nang Ecoms. Alam naman natin sobrang sarili ng SBE sa Ecoms. Nakangiti pa yan pagkatapos. Pero Papi Chulo, waiting patiently dito sa may box. Pero meron siyang idea kung nasa talaga yung mga players ngayon. Pero yung camera, Diyos ko po, hindi nila makita. Para may gagawin atang matindi si Papi Chulo ngayon. Pero Papi Chulo, he knows exactly kung nasa ba si John Olsen. All walls are bangable. Pero binil pati yung wall. Galit na galit dito sa semento, mga kaibigan. Nakakita si John Olsen. Give me a corpse. At makikita ko yun ni Papi Chulo kung nasa ba talaga yung mga players ngayon na full sense. 3 versus 4, lamang na lamang ang mga Pinoy. Walang magawa ang full sense. Ang spike, pinaplant yan. Pero bakit hindi nyo ma-plant? Pero feeling ko, wag nyo lang i-plant. Sige, manalo na kayo dito sa round na to. Okay lang.
Sabi ko na ibabalik ko kasi biglang naman kayong tatlo eh.
Ano ba yan?
Na-hype ka pa ha? Gusto mo ha? Binigyan ka tuloy, Bill! Sabi mo kasi kanina, pag gumugusto, binibigyan. Ayan, binigyan si Kuya mo, Bill.
Oo, nabigyan ako, men. Pero
nabigyan ng
puso lang yan.
jacket eh.
Oo, Diyos ko po. Hindi, Will yun.
Si Will ba yun?
Oo, sorry.
Mali.
Pero 5,000 para sa'yo, PTC, kasi wala ka namang ambag.
Hindi na naman siya nakapatay. Nako po. Ay, dapat maging maingat. Masigasig, mapagmatsyag, matanglawin.
Matanglawin, di ba?
Yung tropa natin dito sa SBE. Dahil masyado na nagiging komportable itong mga players ng full sense. Si PTC umuupo na lang. Kala mo talaga.
Oo nga eh. Feeling ko upo ka na lang talaga eh. Sa babalan talaga. Kung sino talaga yung pinakamaba, siya yung maingay.
Oo. Bot frag. Tapos, tactical crouch?
May tactical crouch. Mga 500 crouches per second.
Hindi. Ano lang, 5. Kasi mas mabilis ang daliri ng Pinoy pagdating sa control.
Hindi. Ang Pinoy, 2 million. Dot talaga yan, men.
Dot kung dot.
Dot kung dot talaga. Alam mo yung control niyan, burado na.
Wala na yung CTRL.
Oo, wala na yung CTRL. Burado na yan, men. Isa kakadot-dot ng SBE, men. Inupuan na inupuan. Diyos ko po, ang gigil na gigil pa. Naka-lip bite pa.
Agad pa yung labi no? Yung talaga sinisip-sip mo na yung lower lip mo. Paano na talaga?
Alam mo, natatawa ako. Kasi alam kong ginawa mo.
Sinubukan ko lang naman.
Sinubukan mo kung paano no?
Oo. Kasi mamumuti-muti na yung labi mo sa sobrang gigil.
Oo, di pa lumakas yung ugat ko. Yung ugat mo. Nice! Tira mo! PTC! Tibag ka pa!
Hindi naman makapatay to. 5 HP na lang si John Olsen. Kaya naman gagawin nila dito, itatakas nila yung mga barel nila. Kasi baka kunin pa daw. Si John! Nice shot.
Nice. Ito na. Optimisili pa. Gumugusto. Chamba.
Lami Snacks. Nakakuha ng isang kill. Abang 3 players pa dito ng SB. Ang buhay na buhay. Kaya pa. Baka kaya pa. Si Micro, sumusubok na sa loob ng smoke. Baka sakali daw meron siyang makuha. Baka meron siyang mapatay. He only has the frenzy right now. Proteksyon bago umaksyon. Ang sabi dito ni Micro. At si Aziz, pati si Papi Chulo, sheriff lang din ang hawak.
Pero... Talagang gumastos talaga si Micro.
Hindi naman ako ganito.
Para magkaroon siya ng protection dito. So, sorry sa akin kung gano'n kung ganyan ka.
So, sad boy mo naman.
Oh, ako lang to. Pero ito na yun mga kaibigan, ito na papasok na yung mga players dito ng full sense mga kaibigan, pero kailangan nang tumingin sa likod kasi nandyan si Micro. Pero Micro with just that frenzy on hand, pero double pick pa! Frenzy lang ang gamit niya, double pick niya pa!
Takot eh. Siyempre, making sure lang kung sakasakali. Baka maubos pa sila doon. Papi Chulo with his Sheriff trying to make a shot happen. 5 HP remaining. At sumisigaw na si Chalala. Let's go, let's go! Walang ambag si PTC, let's go! Apat lang ang nagtatrabaho, let's go!
Alam mo ang ginagawa ni PTC, sa likod lang siya. Hiling over here, ganun lang siya. Tapos lalapit yung may bawas, ganun lang din.
Papi Chulo sayang eh, nakuha niya na sana ng 5 HP na lang, isang shot na lang yun. Kaso ata, tumama ata yung bala niya dito sa parang logs, itong nawo-wallbang dito, sa bago magano. Yan, kung saan nakatingin si Papi Chulo ngayon. So anyway, getting back to the game though, they have the operator now. Ito ang isa sa mga pinakamalaking factor ngayon sa sa SBE kapag na-utilize nila tong yung operator na to.
Shoutout nga pala sa ka-teammate ko, si
Dubstep nandito.
Oo, kausap ko eh. Sabi daw niya, stage 2 maglalaro na ulit sila. Ibig sabihin, maglalaro na ulit ako sa stage 2.
Si Ja, kailangan niya umatras dito ng saglit. At he used up that smoke. Si Chalala naman, taking control on halls is 2 players of full sense. May ambag din finally. Yung kanyang seekers dito, mahanap si Ja, pero napatayin niya pa rin si PTC. Not gonna get any shots. Lami Snacks was able to take the kill. Micro, siya na lang natitira. Kailangan niya makagawa ng matinding play dito.
1v3 mga kaibigan, winnable. Kayang-kaya ni Micro to, puso lang. Sige, pre, hindi ka maririnig dyan. Sige, baba ka lang. Nice.
Yan.
Kaliwa.
Kaliwa. Yan!
Ay.
Nag-dash.
Oh, nagdash.
Pero alam mo na kung nasan yung isa.
Alam mo na ha. Out na. Micro, out na. Nice.
Sabi niya dito, sige na, hindi na ako papasok. Pero
let's go.
baka maniwala kayo sa naririnig kami ha. Baka mamaya, magguni-guni na naman kayo dyan. Siyempre, hindi na kami naririnig. Magaling lang talaga kami makita yung future.
Ay, nako! Match point! Okay lang, lamang pa rin SBE. Let's go!
Lamang pa rin SBE. Sobrang bias ako.
Watch party!
Lamang ang SBE dito pagdating sa fighting power.
Oh, man. Hindi na replay, baka doon manalo.
Lipat kayong English stream pagtapos nito, baka panalo.
Baka panalo doon, di ba kasi doon eh. Sorry.
Hindi, huwag ka mag-alala. Alam mo namang lower bracket boys to kung sakasakali eh. Kayang-kaya nila yan. Pero 12-8 na nga score natin. Full sense is already on a match point. Hindi ko mapigilan matawa kahit wala namang nakakatawa na.
Sorry.
Okay lang.
And then, alam ko kung bakit nanalo FS. May nagbabash.
Kasi pag may basher, guys, 1 point yan papunta sa kabilang team eh. Oh, that shot is not nice at all. Para sa side ng SBE, nahuli si Flippy dito. Kailangan umatras ng ibang mga players or mag-rotate because no one is holding halls right at this moment. And aside from that, it's only Micro waiting in this corner as well. Si Beloved Fami, umaabante na nga, bumabansi na dito using his utility. Probably, pero mag-wide swing lang siya. Masyadong na-excite si kuya mo. Si Jack ang nakakuha ng kill instead. Ito na, si PTC.
Kaya to, man.
Magpa-plant na lang daw siya para meron naman siyang maambag.
Kaya to, men. Kaya to. Puso lang to.
Winnable.
4v4 off. Just go. Okay lang. Kalma lang. Lami Stars. Out lang. Diyos ko po, Aziz. Papi Chulo mag-isa. Winnable yan. 1v3. Labang pa rin ng SBE. Puso lang, pre.
Ganon talaga ang buhay. A clean 2-0 coming in from Full Sense here against SBE. Ginawa na namin ang lahat ng makakaya namin ni Bill. Tinuro na namin lahat kung nasan man nagtatago yung players dito. Pero hindi pa rin nakuha. Nahihiya ako bigla.
Partner,
Pag natatapos yung cast natin, nahihiya ako eh. Parang
pali yung sinisip si Pilo.
Buti nilipat yung staff. John Olsen dito, MVP, muntik na maka 30 kills. Paano hindi makapatay si PTC? Kaya kailangan mag-step up dito si John Olsen. 1.8 KD8 para sa kanya.
Ang bigat. Ang bigat.
310 combat score. Pseudo duelist?
Ay, nako.
Ay, pseudo lang.
Pseudo lang pero walang duelist, man. Diyos ko.
Hindi ko na kaya, guys. Sobra na to.
Hirap talaga pag nagkakasama kami nito. Lalo na pag Filipino team. Diyos ko.
Lalo na pag mga Pinoy team, mga naglalaban talaga eh. One more chance. Sabi nga ni John Lloyd eh, tuloy, trilogy na yun eh. So, feeling ko kaya din natin yung mga Pinoy.
Check na yung replay,
wala nang analysis. puro trash talk na lang. Tsaka puro kaya to. Lamang ang SBE. Pagdating sa stats, kita mo naman, 26% headshot rate.
Di ba sila 25.5 lang?
Oh my God, ano ba yan?
Pero close fight actually, partner. Really thought that SBE ang panalo, pero wala eh. Sabi ng SBE pre, hindi Bill, Tirol sa ano kami, Tirol sa ano kami sa lower bracket kasi mas maganda dun, mas masarap maglaro dun.
Mas matindi bakbakan dun kasi.
Siyempre, papatitikimin muna namin to, di ba, ng kahit konting panalo, di ba? Hayaan na natin sila sa taas, dun tayo sa baba.
Generous, ang ganda na ang ganda na ng defense natin, but seriously speaking, when it comes to the game highlights, it was a good enough defense that we are having para sa SBE. But on the other hand, para naman sa full sense, they were just able to capitalize dun sa mga angle na inaabangan talaga nila. Aside from that, John Olsen was just really very consistent all throughout the maps that he played. From map number 1, papunta sa map number 2, he is really popping off. He's very hot. A very, very slow start naman for SBE during that map number 1. I feel like kapag mainit sana sila during that first game, kung saan sila yung pumili ng mapa, kaya nilang kuhanin yun eh.
Dito naman sa side ng SBE though, I mean, it's just the struggle lang din talaga eh. Ang kalaban ng SBE ngayon, it's just the international exposure na meron ang full sense. Once again, this is the full sense na, sa totoo lang I mean, tapos na naman yung laban. Ito yung isa sa teams na talagang hinahangaan ko talaga. I'm actually rooting dito sa full sense na mapunta rin talaga sa Masters if ever. Kasi I've been following this team ever since last year and I really want them to be the champion, sa totoo lang. Pero pagkalaban ng Pinoy, wala talaga magagawa ang FS. Pero yun nga, I mean, sila yung naging kasama sila back then sa top teams ng buong mundo. And going here sa laban nila sa SBE, talagang they're really proving na they're still one of the best teams out there who's playing Valorant, who's playing Valorant competitively. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you've just witnessed the 4th series of the day, and it's just full sense winning that game 1 and game number 2 with a 2-0 score. Once again, we are caster for the day. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Taylor right here, and on behalf of our other caster, which is Ray. Alam ko na tutulog ka. Sige, matulog ka na. Once again, you're watching VCT APAC. See you again tomorrow, and we're just gonna have a very, very short break. See you later.
Full Sense poked the bear. South Built Esports kind of woke up on Breeze, but it still wasn't enough for them to get that victory over Full Sense. A 2-0 victory for Full Sense once again here in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Ilustrado and a black and blue. And what exactly happened there for South Built Esports? Things started to look good on Breeze on the first half, but then they kind of lost it on the defending side.
Okay, first of all, I think it's a lot of things that just put together that just didn't make sense for me. One, the map, again, we go back to the maps, not 100% confident on it. I don't like that we started. Ascent for me was kind of just an okay pick. The KO, not 100% convincing right there on Flippy. There were just a lot of factors, and the fact that SB usually take a long time to wake up. I think it all sort of contributed to the fact that they took a little too long to get out of the pit stop this time. So, for me, we look at the performance of South Built, and yeah, they were great for a while, but they kind of ended up dragging their feet. And right before the finish line, they just got overtaken at the very end there by Full Sense. I have to attribute it a lot to the slow start that they had. I have to attribute it to the picks that they went for, and including the maps. I think there was a lot of missed decisions in the back end of that game.
Yeah, I mean, recently, Ascent has been a decently good map for South Built, but that's with a very different composition. This is the first time we're seeing them play a tournament with the KO on Ascent and on Flippy, of all things, on it. Typically, when we do see the KO from this team, it would be, like on Xerxia or something, but it just doesn't go that way, and so they gotta go back and reset the things, because Full Sense, they are looking super sensible in every decision they make, and they've just been looking so spectacular as well. John Olsen popping off on map number 1, and as this, he had his moments too. Papi Chulo had some great clutches, but he's had, I guess, a good quality of frags, but the quantity of them just weren't really there, even going on the Breeze.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head there. It is the quantity that they were missing. Sure, there were a lot of great rounds for players of South Built. Yeah, they showed their caliber here and there, but it's very touch and go, wasn't it? There just wasn't any consistency for the majority of the match, whether it was through a lot of the decision making, which I felt was scrappy for the most part. A lot of the mid-round calls just really didn't go the ways. And even in the early round setups, where I feel like there should have been some rounds where they could have played it differently, could have been a little bit more aggressive setup, I just didn't see that happening. So I don't know if it's just South Built doing that South Built thing again, where they sort of give up map number 1, and then obviously this is the international setting. In Black and Blue, you said this, you can't get away with this now that we're in APAC. Well, lo and behold.
Yeah, especially against a team like Full Sense, who have that experience, internationally, who have been competing for so long as well when it comes to the VCT circuit. So for South Built, a bit of a slow start as to be expected, but too slow to keep up the pace here with such a fast-moving team like Full Sense. Really did bite them on in the end. Hopefully for their sake they can reset, but they're going up against Oblivion Force, which might be a bit of a better matchup for their sake. But Full Sense, man, they have been completely stomping everything across their path from the play-ins to forward. I don't think they've dropped a map.
Yeah, and
you're right.
Yeah, you're right. They haven't dropped a single map, but it's a good thing that you mentioned about the matchup that South Built is going to be facing up against Oblivion Force. So just before we show the upgraded brackets that we have for the entirety of the group stages, I kind of want to ask a question. Is this the trend that we're going to be seeing from South Built Esports? I mean, we're used to seeing South Built Esports in Challengers PH, where week 1 was shaky for them, week 2 kind of okay, but then week 3 in the lower bracket they kind of went back to their full form. Would that be the case that we'll see when they go up against Oblivion Force?
Okay, so here's the thing, man. Oblivion Force, I feel like when we talk about that matchup here for South Built is just going to feel much more comfortable. First of all, just settling into their skin a little bit more in the tournament. They always tend to warm up a little bit more. And Oblivion Force, they're kind of a team where you kind of know what they're going to be bringing to the table. I don't want to be that guy and say that it's going to be fairly predictable. But obviously, as we look into the standings, that it's going to be much clearer a case that South Built should be able to see through Oblivion Force a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. You know, at least when it comes to the other two teams in their group, you know, maybe Velocity and Oblivion Force might pose a better, I guess, matchup against them when it comes to their play style intrinsically. And so, you know, full sense, I mean, they are looking like, and have been looking like, even coming into this tournament, not knowing what bracket they're going to be put in, like one of the teams to make it out and go into, you know, that Masters slot. So really nicely done from them, but we're going to see if they can bounce back.
Yeah, we'll be seeing Group A right now, updated group standings after all the matches we have from day 1 and day 2. We got Boom Esports moving forward, going up against Made in Thailand in the best of 3 in the upper bracket. Loser goes down, and we'll be waiting for their opponent, which is either going to be No Namers or Cerberus Esports. Elimination is around the corner for the guys here on the lower bracket, mind you, guys that are watching from home. And we will be moving on over to the next group. It's Group B. We're going to be seeing Paper Rex go up against Persija Esports and Fancy United Esports and Bonkers. Both of them will be in the cusp of elimination. And moving forward from this, it's definitely going to be a big boost for the Oceania region for Bonkers if they manage to get a win from Fancy United Esports. Things on over at Group C. Things are very bloody here as Xerxia Esports will go up against Bleed Esports, and on the lower bracket side of things, ONIG G going up against Naus Esports. Second time's a charm here for Naus Esports and ONIG G. They're not strangers to the lower bracket here. They've been there before, and the play-ins, they could make it out of the group stages alive after their lower bracket run. And lastly, over at Group D, we just saw Full Sense take down South Belt Esports 2-0. They will be knocking them down, and South Belt Esports will be facing off against Oblivion Force. And Full Sense versus Velocity Gaming South Asia is going to be in one hell of a treat here for this matchup, wanting to stay alive in this competition a little bit longer.
Well, definitely an interesting matchup to be looking forward to. There's just, I think, these groups that are just catching everybody off guard here. Because, you know, we had the initial reactions the moment we saw the group stages, and we're like, yeah, Group C, Group of Death, Group D, maybe a little bit more straightforward here, Group of Life, and towards Group B. Yeah, it's not looking like this is the case. I think we're throwing a couple of curveballs here and there, just proving to everybody that time and time again, and how many times have we said this, you really just can't predict APAC. There's just no point. You just try and you'll just be shut down every single time you do it. I'm going to, you know, look back at our previous prediction here. All of us predicted that South Built would make it through. No, that didn't really go according to plan, did it?
Well, it isn't done in the dust just yet. APAC definitely is a salad that needs to be tossed up because it's a big mix and bag of a bunch of different styles that you see. Perhaps Caesar, perhaps Chefs, Thousand Island too. There's 1,000 things to be concerned about, especially for the teams in the lower bracket. And one of those big ones are, well, being eliminated as the days progress.
And now we're going to have a look at the match schedule we have for tomorrow. It's the remainder of the days that we have. Elimination is right across the corner, and elimination is definitely what we will be witnessing tomorrow. Cerberus Esports versus No Namers. Bonkers versus Fancy United Esports. And last for the day, it's Naus Esports versus ONIG G. All of these matches are elimination matches. And guys, it can't be any thrilling, to say the least, for these teams.
It breaks my heart to, you know, see that we're going to be sending 3 teams home fairly early on in this stage, but it's kind of just the way it goes. It's the way the cookie crumbles, and a lot of these teams are, you know, rising superstars. I look at Naus versus ONIG, and I'm like, wait, that's not right. They're not going home, right? This isn't elimination for ONIG. Oh, it is. It is because, oh my god, they're in the group of death. Yeah, right? So, like, I'll let that sink in for me just now because I'm sure everybody else is like, this is an elimination match in stage 1. That's not a very pretty sight.
Definitely, of course, especially for the younger budding teams, and some of these are even #1 seeds of their own respective regions, like Cerberus are for Vietnam, and they're already down here in the LBs. That's not a good place to be for them. You got No Namers, Bonks, Fancy, Naus, ONIG, such young, talented teams who unfortunately are potentially facing their final stay here for the VCT APAC Stage 1. Hopefully, if they get Elim, they can come back for Stage 2, but it's going to be easier said than done.
It's a gauntlet that these teams are going to be going up for tomorrow. Tournament life is on the line, definitely. And before we wrap things up here for day 2 of the group stages in the Asia Pacific Challengers, any last thoughts that you guys want to give to the viewers at home?
Well, we're finally getting a 3-day show tomorrow, and I do want to thank everybody for every single person who stuck with us from the very beginning of these long 4 series day all the way up to now. Thank you, genuinely, because these have been taxing, I'm sure, on you, the viewers as well, and very exciting, a lot of the matches. So thank you all for tuning in, and I'm certain that as we go later into the tournament, we're probably going to see longer days.
For sure. I mean, I do think that while we might be going through like a 3-match schedule moving forward, the competition is only going to get tougher. We're going to get even more closer results at the end of things. So I'm excited for how these next days will progress, and I'm looking forward to who will come out on top.
I'm pretty sure you guys at home are excited as well, but we have to cap it off for today, because these teams, they need to rest, they need to prepare for tomorrow, and you guys need to prepare for more action tomorrow, because elimination is over the horizon. And on behalf of everybody here on the English panel as well as on the desk all across the region here in the Asia Pacific Challengers, I'm Nomad with Illustrado and Black and Blue. We bid you all a good night and good fight. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Xerxia!
Bye.